Chapter 61. Shinseai went to the abandoned building nearby to take cover, but actually took out 2 long pieces of firewood from the space, went back outside, and handed one of them to Shinming. The two stood outside, stretched out the firewood to pick up the osmanthus branches scattered on the ground one by one. This time, Shinseai found that there were quite a few branches, and the osmanthus flowers were several times larger than ordinary osmanthus flowers, and the fragrance was also multiplied. Now, as long as these things are taken back and tinkered with, and then applied to the body, you can safely cross this street. Back under the bridge, Grandma and Sheng Sheng were already waiting below. Shinseai put the 2 large bags of osmanthus branches he had collected and the branches in his arms on the ground, and suddenly, the whole bottom of the bridge was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus. Shinseai told everyone what to do next. The first step was to crush the osmanthus flowers and these branches, extract the juice inside, and then apply the juice to clothes and hair. Everyone started to get busy. Who knew that after working until dark, Shinseai realized belatedly that the amount of these osmanthus branches brought back would be greatly reduced once they were extracted, and it was estimated that there was only enough for one person. "Brother, I go tomorrow." Shinseai and everyone sat in the bus, discussing the next action under the weak candlelight. Shinming was the first to disagree. No. How could he let his sister go alone? But Shinseai said, "Listen to me, with these juices, I will go close to the mutant tree tomorrow, and it will not attack me. Then I can cut more branches and bring them back. This is a good idea." However, Shinming still asked worriedly, "Are you sure there will be no danger?" Shinseai smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you don't damage its trunk." She knew the characteristics of mutant plants very well. As long as they used the smell of their own kind to cover up the smell of living people, it would be safe. After all, plants don't have brains. Find the right characteristics. Mutant plants are much easier to deal with than mutant animals. I want to collect more branches tomorrow. Grandma, you and Sheng Sheng will stay under the bridge and help us extract the juice. As for the supplies, don't worry. I will leave some for you as a reward. In addition, when we go to Chongqing apartment, I will also help you bring supplies when we come back. The old lady's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. If it weren't for the shortage of supplies, she wouldn't want to take Sheng Sheng out to take risks. Now you can get supplies by doing some physical work. It's just a pie in the sky. Shinseai promised, "Don't worry, I won't lie to you. I want to collect more osmanthus juice. In this way, even if I encounter mutant plants in the future, I will have a way to deal with them." But extracting the juice is too time-consuming, and she also needs to collect camphor wood, so it's best to leave this matter to Grandma and Sheng Sheng. In addition, Shinseai thought of another thing. During the time after we leave, you can also go and look for an ATM nearby. If there is one, find a way to destroy it and take out all the cash inside. I will take as much cash as you have. Of course, I will also pay you for the supplies accordingly. This is great. I know where there is an ATM. Grandma got excited. As for why Shinseai wanted cash, she was very tactful and didn't ask. After all, she had lived for most of her life and still understood this boundary. As long as she could manage her own little piece of land, she would be very happy. "Thank you, little girl, thank you so much." The old lady was so happy that she almost wiped tears. Seeing her so happy, Shinseai was also very satisfied. She liked to do things that could help others and benefit herself. After that, everyone made some dinner and took a rest after a quick bite. The next day, Shinseai made all the preparations and applied the juice of the osmanthus tree on her hair, face, clothes, and her whole body. The strong fragrance of the flowers almost made her vomit. After applying, the amount was almost used up, and there was no more for another person. Grandma found a few large snakeskin bags and other large and small tourist backpacks from the bus and handed them to Shinseai. Shinseai also learned the origin of the bus. The bus was originally used to carry tourists, but before the end of the world, because the world was in chaos, the bus accidentally drove under the bridge with a full car of tourists. This accident caused many people on the bus to die, but some survived. This part of people waited for a long time for rescue, and those who could walk left, and those who couldn't walk slowly died in the car. Later, the old lady found this place, and felt that it was very hidden. It was perfect for her, and Sheng Sheng to hide. After all, in the end of the world, people's hearts are also very sinister. So they moved all the bodies on the bus, and cleaned them up, and then collected the supplies left in the backpacks of the tourists, and lived there. Shinseai couldn't help but admire the old lady. For the sake of her grandson and to survive, she could become stronger in any difficult environment. After she said hello to her grandmother and Sheng Sheng, she left the bottom of the bridge with her snakeskin bags and backpacks of various sizes. When she came to the periphery of the osmanthus tree again, there was basically no change from yesterday. If there was any change, the bodies of Lin Jian and Asen on the ground were gone. They were probably dragged away and eaten by the osmanthus tree. Those two betrayed their compatriots and tried to please their commander Lei. They died without any regret. Shen Xi asked Shen Ming to wait outside, and she walked in carefully by herself. The closer she got to the trunk of the mutant osmanthus tree, the more uneasy Shen Xi felt. Fortunately, when she approached about 7 or 8 steps, the branches coiled in the air and on both sides did not move at all. It seemed that there was no problem. Shen Xi was happy. Although it was something she expected, she was still very excited that it really succeeded. If they collect the sap from such a big tree, their family will be safe when they encounter mutant plants in the future. Shen Xi swung the machete in his hand and cut off the branches of the osmanthus tree one after another. These mutant plants have no brains. As long as they can't feel the smell of food, they are no different from ordinary plants. Even if the branches are cut, they will not react. Of course, the premise is not to hurt their trunks. The branches are equivalent to hair, but if the trunk is hurt, no matter what the other party is, whether it is the same species or not, they will be attacked by them. Shen Xi chopped quickly and carefully. However, she didn't know that there were 2 men squatting on the top floor of a building further in this street. They were about 30 years old, with dark skin and black curly hair. The fat man was responsible for keeping watch, while the thin man held a telescope in his hand and pointed the lens firmly in the direction of Shen Xi. He looked for a while, then handed the telescope to the fat man beside him. The fat man took it and also looked in the direction of Shen Xi. After looking, he quickly put away the telescope and went downstairs in a hurry. After a while, the two left the building and drove back to Chongqing apartment. In a building of Chongqing apartment, Lu Tong kicked away the woman who was kneeling on the ground and pressing his legs, stood up from the sofa, and said in a very strange accent, "What did you say?" Someone approached the osmanthus tree and was not attacked. The thin man also replied in a strange accent, "Yes, boss." Lu Tong, who was called boss by him, was only 17 or 18 years old. On his childish face, he showed a shrewdness that did not belong to his age. He thought for a moment and pointed at the thin man. "You, keep an eye on them." Then he pointed at the fat man. "And you, go down now and chop trees with Zhang Xing. Move faster. Finish the chopping earlier and bring this news back earlier." "Yes." The fat man answered and turned to leave. After the two of them left, Lu Tong still couldn't relax his brows. He couldn't understand why the osmanthus tree didn't attack people who approached it. Could it be that the tree would treat people differently? He had a headache thinking about it, and the more he thought about it, the more irritable he became. He accidentally glanced at the woman, who was still sitting on the floor. The woman's clothes were dirty, her hair was full of grease, and her face hadn't been washed for a long time. She was obviously not very old, but she looked like an old man, with a dead look on her face. A nameless anger suddenly surged into Lu Tong's heart. Lu Tong raised his foot and kicked the woman's chest hard. The woman fell to the ground after being kicked, but she didn't say a word. She raised her face and looked at Lu Tong indifferently, looking at the face with golden hair and blue eyes, hiding the hatred in her eyes. "Hisuing, don't look at me with your dead face. Get out of here." Hisuing got up from the ground and walked out the door with a weak step. Shen Xi collected enough osmanthus branches and threw them all to Shen Ming on the periphery, who packed them in bags. The two of them worked until the afternoon and didn't even have time to eat lunch. Seeing that it was getting late and more osmanthus branches were collected, she and Shen Ming carried them together and brought everything back to the bottom of the bridge. In the same way as yesterday, everyone worked together to extract one person's juice for Shen Ming to use tomorrow. Shen Xi remembered that the smell of the mutant plant would not wear off until the 3rd day, so she didn't need to apply the juice tomorrow, and it was good to save a little. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was that she had to continue wearing this strong-smelling clothes, and had to spend the night with her hair full of osmanthus fragrance. It was a big torture, but she could only bear it. Almost the next morning, Shen Xi helped Shen Ming apply osmanthus juice on his body, left some supplies, and said goodbye to his grandmother and Sheng Sheng. She couldn't guarantee how many days it would take for this trip, but she promised them that she would come back to fulfill her promise after the matter was done. The two of them passed under the mutant osmanthus tree unimpeded and walked along the street. Shen Ming recalled and searched according to the directions described by his classmates before, plus the paper map given to him by Shen Xi from the space, and led the way in front. Soon, Shinming showed a happy expression. Found it. Ah, see, I look, Chongqing apartment. Shinming turned around and pointed out the name of the Chongqing apartment community to Shinsiai. Shinsiai looked and found that most of the community name was covered by ice and snow, with only the top of the community sticking out, barely able to piece it together. Shinsiai looked around the entrance of the community again and saw 2 camphor trees. The camphor trees had been frozen to death, but there was no snow on the surface. Shinsiai frowned. It is impossible that there is no snow unless someone cleared the snow. Chapter 62. Only when the snow is cleared can the scent of camphor would be released, making the mutant animals afraid to enter Chongqing apartment. In other words, not only do people live in Chongqing apartment, but they also know that camphor wood has the ability to restrain mutant animals. Brother, let's be careful, there may be someone inside. Shinsiai reminded Shinming. Shinming nodded in response, walked in front of Shinsiai first, and carefully entered Chongqing apartment. In the apartment, there was a frozen loneliness, and there was no popularity in the residential buildings. However, on a certain floor, Lutong held a telescope in both hands, and saw 2 unfamiliar faces in the community with his own eyes. He handed the telescope to the thin man next to him. Look, are they them? The thin man took the telescope and looked at it, and said repeatedly, It's that woman. She was close to the mutant tree, but she was not attacked. Lutong asked, Are you sure you are not mistaken? The thin man was sure. Yes, she is too beautiful, I will never be wrong. Lutong took back the telescope and continued to stare at Shinsiai and the others. The fat man on the other side asked, Boss, do you want to wait until they get closer, and then I shoot them? Lutong raised his hand to stop the fat man's proposal. They have a way to avoid the attack of the mutant tree. Get the method first, and then kill them. What's more, even if you want to kill them now you can't. Lutong saw with his own eyes through the telescope that the man and woman walked into the hidden path after entering the apartment. There were trees and green belts on the path, and they were covered with thick snow, which increased the area and blocked their figures. It was not easy to aim at them. If you couldn't hit them, it would arouse their vigilance. These 2 people are not stupid. Zhang Xing on the other side had been eager to make a move. He also wanted to see how beautiful the beautiful woman the thin man mentioned was, so he flattered Lutong. Boss, can you let me take a look? Lutong glanced at Zhang Xing and handed the telescope to Zhang Xing. After Zhang Xing took it, he kept nodding and bowing to Lutong to express his gratitude, and then picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. As a result, his face suddenly changed, his feet softened, and he almost fell down. Seeing this, the thin man laughed out loud. Look, what a coward, he is so shocked by a beautiful woman. How could the thin man understand how Zhang Xing felt after seeing Shinsi's face? He was not shocked at all, but subconsciously afraid. You know, last time, he almost died in Shinsi's hands. Lutong was smarter than the thin man. He saw that Zhang Xing was abnormal and asked, Do you know them? Zhang Xing was so scared that he couldn't think, and nodded without thinking. I know them. They have guns. What? This was something Lutong never expected. How could this be possible? Isn't it said that there are strict controls on firearms and props here? But looking at Zhang Xing's reaction, it doesn't seem like he was lying. If those 2 people really have guns in their hands, things will be difficult to handle. Since the hard way doesn't work, let's use the soft way. Lutong ordered the fat man, Go and call Hisuin. The fat man took the order and left. Shinsiai walked on the path in the apartment, with a sense of uneasiness in his heart. She felt uneasy as soon as she entered Chongqing apartment. Brother, do you feel like someone is watching us from behind? Shinsiai looked solemn, and asked Shinming softly. Shinming did not have the apocalypse experience like Shinsiai, so he was not as sensitive. But from the 2 camphor trees at the door of the apartment, he could be sure that there were people in the apartment, and they were definitely watching them. He said, Let's find the entrance to the underground garage. After entering the underground garage, randomly choose a building to go up, and don't expose yourself outside for too long. The longer you are exposed, the more dangerous it is. You have to get yourself out of the open first. It happened that Shinsiai thought so too, and the 2 soon saw an entrance to the underground garage in front of them. However, what disappointed Shinsiai was that since Chongqing apartment was an old community, most of the people living there were not young people. In the previous blizzard, not many people would come out to shovel snow, so there was less snow in some places, and thick snow in some places. It happened that the garage had thick snow. The thick snow covered most of the entrance to the garage. Shinsiai took a closer look and shook his head, saying, No, we can't get in. If there was only a layer of snow on the opening, they could still dig it open, but Shinsiai looked inside, and saw that it was full of snow, so he couldn't get in. Shin Ming looked at the sky and estimated the time. It's almost noon. I think we might as well cut down 2 camphor trees first, then leave and settle somewhere else. It was the only way. After all, if they settled in Chongqing apartment, no matter which building they entered, they would be seen by people in the dark. Even if they went down from the building to the garage and randomly selected, unless they never came out, they would be targeted as soon as they came out. It's better to cut down the trees and leave as soon as possible. Shen Xiai walked a short distance forward and looked for camphor trees along the way. Who knew that she didn't see even a single camphor tree, but found a few scattered wooden stakes and several green belts. Shen Xiai went forward to check, and couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. These were camphor trees, for sure, but they had been cut down. Judging from the clean cuts, these trees were cut down after the blizzard stopped. Sure enough, someone had discovered the roll of camphor wood and cut it down. Shen Xiai? A woman's voice suddenly came from behind Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai felt that the voice of the person was very familiar, but when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't remember who it was. She turned around in confusion and looked behind her, but she saw someone who was beyond her expectation. Hisuin. Hisuin stood in the snow, wrapped in a tattered coat, with a face so thin that her cheekbones protruded high and her cheeks were sunken, and she looked very thin. Her complexion was even worse, grayish-blue, her lips were still pale, and her eyes were like those of a 60-year-old woman, full of death, even worse than Grandma Shengsheng. However, what surprised Shen Xiai even more was that Hisuin was still alive. She thought that Hisuin would not survive without treatment after being shot last time, but she didn't expect that the other party was still very tenacious. Shen Xiai didn't want to see this person very much, and he was alert in his heart. What are you doing here? Are you here to avenge last time? Hisuin saw Shen Xi's hostility towards her and waved her hands repeatedly. No, don't misunderstand. As she said that, she lowered her head. I did something wrong in the past. Since our family left Tianlan community, I really realized that in the end times, people's hearts are so sinister. In comparison, you are already a good person. I really regret it. Hisuin sincerely apologized to Shen Xiai and confessed. Shen Xiai not only failed to relax his vigilance, but became more alert. Hisuin's words seemed to be confessing, but in fact, she only expressed one meaning in her words. That is, she regretted offending their family in the past, and now she knew that their family was a good family. So her confession was not really realizing that she should not blame others for her suffering, and she should not be greedy and find excuses to rob others. In other words, she has not changed in her bones. I know you can go, Shen Xiai said coldly. Looking at Hisuin's miserable state now, it is obvious that she is not living a good life. Although Shen Xiai does not like Hisuin, he does not want to embarrass a down-and-out person. But Hisuin did not move, hesitating, as if he had something to say. Do you have anything else? Shen Xiai asked. After asking, Hisuin on the opposite side suddenly knelt down with a thump, which scared Shen Xiai. Hisuin cried, I want to ask you for something. Since we used to live in the same neighborhood and the same building, can you please save my child? Child? Shen Xiai frowned. She remembered that Hisuin and Zhang Xing had a child, so she asked, what happened to your child? Hisuin continued to cry, tears falling down her face. He is sick, very sick, he is dying. I beg you, go see him, save him, okay? I really can't find anyone to ask for help. Shen Xiai couldn't help but wonder, how could I not find anyone to ask for help? Isn't it obvious that someone lives in Chongqing apartment? Wait, what about Hisuin? Thinking of this, Shen Xiai looked at Hisuin with a more inquiring look. Before she spoke, Shen Ming said, we are not doctors, we can't help you, go away. If it were before the end of the world, Shen Ming might have helped, but now? He has seen too many dark sides in the end of the world, and the beliefs he has built up in his heart over the years have begun to collapse one by one. Hisuin asked them to go see her child. Who knows if there is a trap here? Hisuin was unwilling to give up, and continued to beg, kowtowed to Shen Xiai. Please, I really have no other way, as long as you can save my child, you can do anything to me. After she finished speaking, she raised her head suddenly, her red and swollen eyes widened. How about I die? Ah? Yes, I die, you will vent your anger, you will be willing to save my child, right? Hisuin became more and more excited, using her hands and feet to get up from the ground and pounced on Shen Xiai, her face full of madness. Even though Shen Xiai was prepared, he was stunned by her sudden change, but Shen Ming reacted quickly, kicked Hisuin, who was rushing over, kicked Hisuin to the ground in the snow, and then protected Shen Xiai and retreated quickly. She's crazy, Ah Xiai, Let's go quickly. Okay. Shinseai didn't want to get entangled with Hisuin, who was obviously mentally ill because of the child. Even after walking a long way, Shinseai could still hear the crying and laughing of Hisuin behind him. Shinseai couldn't help but look back and saw that Hisuin had already climbed out of the snow, with disheveled hair, like a madman, crying and shouting in the direction they left, laughing and turning in circles. Shinseai suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Hisuin. Although Hisuin was not a good person, it could be seen that Hisuin really loved her children. But even so, Shinseai would not help. She knew her own weight very well. She was just an ordinary person with the most ordinary selfishness. It was good enough for her to protect herself and her family, but she could not be a savior. So Shinseai only sympathized with her this time. It was not until Shinseai and Shinming left and disappeared at the corner that the madness on Hisuin's face slowly, little by little, subsided. The redness and swelling in her eyes had not yet subsided, but she revealed layers of coldness in them. Chapter 63. In the dim room, Zhang Xing slapped Hisuin on half of her face with a slap. Hisuin knelt on the ground, saying nothing, not even making a sound of pain, as if she had no soul and only a numb body. Snap, another slap. Lu Tong stood with his back to Hisuin, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, tasting it slowly. While tasting, he squinted his eyes in enjoyment, listening to the sound of slaps behind him, as if it was not the sound of slaps, but a symphony played from the Golden Music Hall. He didn't call for stop, and the slaps would not stop. Hisuin couldn't remember how many times she was hit, and she forgot when Lu Tong called for stop. Anyway, her face had been numb for a long time, and her heart was numb with it. She raised her head and looked at the man standing next to Lu Tong, groveling and trying to please Lu Tong. That man, Zhang Xing, was her husband. Husband? What a ridiculous word. Zhang Xing, what's the idiom here? Oh, ineffective work, your woman is ineffective. She didn't bring those two people here. Do you think she should be punished? How dare Zhang Xing say no? He wanted to cut off all ties with Hisuin now. She deserves it. She didn't complete the task assigned by the boss, so she deserves whatever punishment the boss gives her. Very good. Lu Tong patted Zhang Xing's face. You are very tactful. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Zhang Xing hurriedly put on a smile and bowed his head. Lu Tong told him, stay and take good care of your woman. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely take good care of her. Lu Tong patted Zhang Xing's face again and then left. It was not until the door was closed and the room was quiet, with only Hisuin and Zhang Xing left, that Zhang Xing straightened his bent back. But maybe it was because he had been bent for too long. Even if he stood up, he couldn't stand straight. Pooh! Hisuin, who hadn't made a sound from beginning to end, now made a disgusted spitting sound. Zhang Xing clenched his fist, turned around and slapped Hisuin's face again, knocking Hisuin's body crooked. But Zhang Xing still didn't vent enough, so he went over and grabbed Hisuin's jaw and forcibly straightened his face back. Hisuin's face was filled with blood under the skin, and it was swollen beyond recognition. The pair of eyes that were originally lifeless came back to life at this moment, and the hatred in them almost condensed into substance. Zhang Xing's hatred was no less than hers. He gritted his teeth and said, Hisuin, stop looking at me like that. Do you think you are noble? How many times have you been played by Lu Tong? You are even more cheap than me. Unexpectedly, Hisuin was not angry at Zhang Xing's words. Instead, she laughed and looked at Zhang Xing with a bit of pity. He killed your child, but you gave your wife to him in order to survive. In fact, you hate him so much, but you are a coward. You dare not. You can only wave your fist at your wife to vent your hatred. Stop talking. Another slap was thrown by Zhang Xing on Hisuin's face. It seemed that as long as he did this, all the words Hisuin said would disappear. Hisuin did not intend to stop. Zhang Xing, do you think highly of yourself? Zhang Xing never dared to face this question. He rushed out of the room, like he was escaping. In the room, as the sky outside darkened, the light became dimmer and dimmer, half melting Hisuin's figure into the darkness. She knelt on the ground for a long time, before finally dragging her stiff legs and staggeringly standing up, going out to find Lu Tong. After hearing the news brought by Hisuin, Lu Tong raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Are you sure you didn't see guns on them? Hisuin raised her head and said calmly, Sure. This is good news. Come to think of it, this place has strict control over guns. It is just luck for ordinary people to get guns. How can this luck always exist? Their guns may have been robbed, and they may have no bullets. At this time, the thin man walked in from outside. Boss, the man and woman entered Building 5. Inside Building 5, Shen Xiai pried open the door of the house facing west on the 7th floor, and went in with Shen Ming as their place to stay tonight. Shen Xiai took out a candle, lit it, and used it for lighting, and took a rough look at the layout of the house. This should be a rental house, which was simply decorated with floors and curtains. On the floor, there was a lot of garbage, especially on the sofa. There was not only garbage, but also a body lying in the garbage. I don't know if he died of freezing or because of the shortage of supplies. Too many people died in the arrival of this apocalypse. Brother, let's stay here for one night. Shen Ming hesitated. Are you sure you don't want to leave? There were obviously other people in Chongqing's apartment, watching them secretly. If they didn't leave, they were afraid that danger would come to them. Shen Xiai said, if we don't leave, the camphor trees in the apartment have been cut down. If we leave like this, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Brother, let's wait for them here. In this case, Shen Ming did not hesitate. Okay. Because they were away from home and the conditions were limited, Shen Xiai could not make a fire to cook on the spot. He could only take out some bread and 2 bottles of milk to make dinner with Shen Ming. Shen Ming ate while standing by the window, always paying attention to the movement downstairs to see if anyone would come. As expected, he really saw a figure. He Suyin is here, Shen Ming said. Shen Xiai finished the last bite of bread, drank the last sip of milk, clapped his hands, stood up from the chair, and went to the door. She said, just as I thought, He Suyin must have something to do with a group of people in the apartment. Is it a coincidence to meet once? What about twice? What is the purpose of that group? Shen Ming saw He Suyin enter the building with his own eyes. He retracted his gaze from the window and walked towards Shen Xiai. She came alone. Why don't we arrest her? We won't be afraid of not getting anything out of her. Shen Xiai nodded and said very agreeably, let's do it. Her brother now seems to be getting more and more adapted to the end of the world. He is no longer bound by a certain belief in his heart like before. But if possible, Shen Xiai is not willing to see this change. In the past 20 years, whether it is the education her brother received or the influence he received in the army, he has always been based on the principles of integrity, kindness, and being a good person. Once he starts to change, it means that he will have to break the original and reorganize it, and he will definitely experience torment in his heart. It's just that her brother usually doesn't say it, and never shows it, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, she felt a little complicated. Why are you looking at me like this? Shen Ming asked with a smile. Shen Xiai shook his head, nothing. But Shen Ming seemed to guess what Shen Xiai was thinking, and said, don't worry, your brother is fine. Even if there is something, he will face it himself. This family can't let Ah Xiai carry it alone. Shen Xiai, are you there? He Suyin's voice suddenly came from the corridor, outside the door. Shen Xiai hurriedly looked out through the cat's eye, but unfortunately, there was no electricity, and the corridor outside was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Fortunately, the sound insulation effect of the old community was poor, and Shen Xiai could judge by the sound that He Suyin was climbing up the stairs. Shen Xiai, I know you are here, and I am here to tell you something out of our past relationship. If you don't see me, you will definitely regret it. However, Shen Xiai still didn't say anything. He Suyin continued to walk up to the 7th floor. Shen Xiai, I'm not afraid to tell you that you and your brother have been targeted. You are about to die. What did you say? Shen Xiai asked. He Suyin, who was about to go to the 8th floor, paused, turned around, and looked at the closed door behind him. Inside the door, Shen Xiai was still using the peephole, and only vaguely saw a shadow outside the door. The shadow walked over, and a skinny face suddenly came in front of the peephole. Shen Xiai was startled by this suddenly enlarged face, but He Suyin grinned and laughed. So you are here? Shen Xiai, To be honest, if she wasn't a staunch materialist, she would have been scared to death by He Suyin. He Suyin now looked just like a ghost. Shen Xiai asked, who is targeting us? Tell me. But He Suyin threatened Shen Xiai with this. If you let me in, I tell you. At present, letting He Suyin in is definitely a dangerous move. But Shen Xiai was waiting for this opportunity. She exchanged glances with Shen Ming, who was hiding on the side, and then cautiously opened the door a crack. Outside the door, He Suyin laughed at her. Shen Xiai hesitated and said, I can let you in, but if you dare to play tricks, I guarantee that you will never walk out of this door again. He Suyin was still smiling and nodded obediently. Shen Xiai then suddenly opened the door. Unexpectedly, at the moment the door opened, He Suyin suddenly changed her expression, holding a knife with a cold light in her hand, and suddenly stabbed Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai was well prepared and retreated very quickly. Shen Ming, who was hiding on the side, also reacted quickly. After Hisuin rushed in, he jumped up and locked Hisuin's throat from behind. Dang! The knife fell from Hisuin's hand, and Shinming subdued Hisuin in 3 or 2 moves, pressing her to the ground and unable to move. Let me go! You murderers! Shinsiai took out the rope used to tie up Lin Jian and others last time, and asked Shinming to press Hisuin to the chair, and then tied her up with the rope. Hisuin screamed wildly, and tried to break free, but Shinsiai and the others ignored her at all. After tying her up, they watched her continue with cold eyes. Perhaps realizing that her resistance would be fruitless, Hisuin gradually calmed down. Her bloodshot eyes were hidden behind her hair. She looked at Shinming, and then at Shinsiai. If you have the guts, just kill me. She had long since given up on this shabby life. But Shinsiai ruthlessly exposed her. You are indeed not afraid of death, but you are not willing to die like this, because your revenge has not been avenged. Shinsi's words seemed to have hit Hisuin's heart, and more hatred emerged in Hisuin's eyes. She didn't expect that the first person to see through her heart was Shinsiai. Hisuin didn't say anything, but just stared at Shinsiai with hatred. Shinsiai ignored her hatred and speculated, I guess you hate more than just me. This time Hisuin finally reacted. Like a mad beast, she struggled wildly, making the 4 legs of the chair squeak. I hate you. I wish you would die. Chapter 64. Be careful. Shinming pulled Shinsiai over and protected him behind him, then kicked the chair under Hisuin. The chair fell to the side, and Hisuin, who was sitting on it, fell down with it. Hisuin, who fell to the ground, could not struggle at this moment, no matter how strong she was. Shinsiai stepped forward and put a short knife on Hisuin's neck. Tell me, who is behind you? She was sure that the people who were secretly spying on them in Chongqing apartment were definitely in the same group as Hisuin, and they were also the people Hisuin hated. Hisuin did not deny it, but she did not tell the truth either, just said, you can't beat them. Shinsiai thought to herself that she was right. She pushed the knife forward a little further. Just tell me the truth. Hisuin looked down and glanced at the short knife on her neck, as if she was afraid after realizing it. She said in a trembling voice, They have 3 people, the leader is called Lu Tong, and the other 2 men, one fat, one thin, are foreigners with very dark skin. I don't know their names. Shinming on the side asked immediately, what about Lu Tong? Is he from Jiang'an City? No. Hisuin denied repeatedly, he is also a foreigner, but his skin is very white, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Lu Tong is the new name he gave himself. Hearing this, Shinsiai couldn't help but look back and looked at Shinming in surprise. She remembered that Lin Jian mentioned a Lei Te officer before, who also sounded like a foreigner, and the people in Chongqing apartment were also foreigners. Could there be any connection between them? Could these foreigners be from the same organization? Shinsiai simply asked directly, have you heard of a leader named Lei Te? Hisuin thought about it, said nothing, and just shook her head. She looked like she really didn't know. Shinsiai was concerned about another thing. Why did you leave Tianlan community? Why are you with them? Who knew that it would be better if he didn't ask this question? Once he asked, Hisuin's emotions collapsed again. If it wasn't you, if you didn't hurt me in Zhongxing, would we need to risk going out to ask for help? Don't be hypocritical here. The strong hatred for Shinsiai burst out from Hisuin's eyes again. In this regard, Shinsiai did not regret what he had done to them. They broke into her house first, and she just resisted and protected herself, thinking that she had no guilt towards Hisuin. She didn't want to hear Hisuin say how much she hated her, so she interrupted him and brought the question back. You went out to ask for help, and met Lu Tong? Hisuin's thoughts were forcibly pulled back by Shinsiai, and she couldn't help but fall into memories. But this memory made the hatred on her face even deeper, and even her back teeth were clenched, grinding clack. After a long while, she said, we first met a team with doctors, and they cured me in Zhongxing. In such a harsh environment now, there are not many people willing to save people, which shows that Hisuin and his team are lucky. However, this luck did not last long. The team wanted to go to a city further south. Zhongxing and I originally had this plan, but we were forced to give up because the car was hit by a tree. So after learning the purpose of the team, we also joined them. At this point, Hisuin's eyes could not help but dodge. At first, the team went smoothly, but soon after entering Jiang'an City, they ran into Lu Tong and his group. The 2 teams had a lot of friction because of fighting for supplies. Lu Tong and his group were outnumbered and did not have the upper hand, but what we never expected was that Lu Tong and his group had guns. After a few bullets, almost all the people in the team were dead. When things developed to this point, Shinsiai could roughly guess the direction of the next move. It must be that Hisuin and Zhang Xing found that the situation was not right. In order to survive, they hurriedly begged for mercy from Lu Tong and his group, and thus fell into Lu Tong's hands. At this time, Hisuin, who was immersed in memories, suddenly struggled. Zhang Xing is not a human. After we joined Lu Tong, we soon encountered a mutant bear that ran out of the zoo. Lu Tong's bullets were difficult to hit, so they pushed my child out. What? Shen Xi was stunned. She expected that something must have happened to Hisuin's child, otherwise Hisuin's mental state would not be like this, but she did not expect that the child would end up so tragically. If you can't hit the mutant bear, push a person out and let that person become food. When the mutant bear stops eating, you can aim the gun. Hisuin chuckled. Guess what Zhang Xing did? It was Zhang Xing. He was afraid that Lu Tong would push him out, so he took the initiative to propose to Lu Tong to use our child as bait. As soon as these words came out, Shen Ming subconsciously let out a sound of sucking in a breath of cold air. His already broken faith was beaten again. Although he had heard Shen Xi talk about the cruelty of the end of the world, how could it be as bloody as what was really happening in front of him? Shen Xi, on the other hand, was no longer surprised by such things. In the end of the world, not to mention the abandonment of children, there are many people who even eat children. The test of human nature is being played out every moment. How about a deal? Shen Xi took back the knife on Hisuin's neck. Let's cooperate and kill them together. Hearing this, Hisuin's eyes could not help but flicker. Shen Xi said again, at the beginning in Tianlan community, although I injured you, it was you who broke into my house first. If you count carefully, we are even, but Lu Tong and Zhang Xing are the real murderers who killed your children. Don't you want revenge? Why not? She wanted it so badly. But she was full of hatred, but she had no ability to take revenge, and she was suffering every day and night. As long as she could kill Lu Tong and Zhang Xing, those two bastards, she would do anything. What do you want? Hisuin asked. Shen Xi winked at Shen Ming, asking him to lift up Hisuin and the chair under her. Afterwards, she untied Hisuin. Why did they ask you to come here this time? Hisuin said, they want to know how you escaped the attack of the mutant tree, so I get some information from them. When she mentioned this, Hisuin's mind suddenly shuddered, and she finally realized something very important. She smelled an extremely strong osmantha scent from the moment she entered the building, especially when she entered the door. The osmantha scent seemed to be so strong that it began to stink. And this smell was clearly the smell of the mutant osmanthus tree. Could it be that the method is? Before Hisuin could figure it out, Shen Xi interrupted her. What else? Hearing Shen Xi's voice, Hisuin came back to her senses, suppressed the shock in her heart, and said as usual, and Zhang Xing told them that you had guns, but I later told them that I didn't see any guns on you. Speaking of this, Hisuin raised her head and stared at Shen Xi's face, trying to see something from Shen Xi's face. For some reason, she always felt that the brother and sister of the Shen family were not that simple. If they really didn't have guns on them, how could they dare to walk so blatantly in the apocalypse? Aren't they afraid of encountering bad guys or mutant animals? But if they had guns, she really couldn't see them. Could they be hidden in the bags they carried with them? Shen Xi guessed what Hisuin was thinking, but she didn't mean to explain. After thinking for a while, she said, go back and tell them that I can give them the way to avoid the attack of the mutant tree, but they need to exchange it for camphor trees. I don't want much. As long as they cut down half of it and agree to the deal, they can come to me with sincerity. Hisuin didn't expect Shen Xi to say that. She was not stupid. She figured it out after a little thought. You deliberately want to lure them here? Shen Xi untied Hisuin and went to the door to open it. Don't worry about what I want to do. Just convey my words. Hisuin shook her two arms that were tied up and hurt, and also came to the door. Just as she was about to leave, she paused and turned to remind Shen Xi, I'm kindly reminding you that even I can guess that you want to deliberately lure them here. They will guess that there is a trap here. Once they guessed and were prepared, it was still uncertain who would ambush whom when they came. Shen Xi nodded. Thanks for the reminder. As for the rest, Shen Xi did not say anything. In this case, Hisuin had nothing to persuade, and went straight down the stairs after leaving. Shen Xi turned back and whispered to Shen Ming until he confirmed that Hisuin had left. Brother, let's go to the house opposite. Shen Ming nodded. Okay. He had guessed Aussie's plan. The two pried open the door of the house facing east again. By the way, Shen Xi memorized the house layout of this community. It has only 2 houses on each floor, divided into the east and west, with a total height of 8 floors. There is no elevator, only stairs. The stairs are on the north side of the corridor connecting the 2 houses, and there is a long row of windows on the south side. Probably because of the low temperature and the previous snowstorm, the south-facing windows on the corridor had already been frozen and cracked, with a big gap, and the cold wind was blowing in. The terrain was still good. If a fight really broke out, pushing the person out of the window was also a solution. After she pried the door open, she quickly went in with Shinming and closed the door. This kind of door that was forcibly pried open could not be locked, so this also meant that the risk factor would be greatly increased. Shinsi wanted to remind her brother to be prepared, but when she turned around, she saw that her brother had taken out the gun and was checking the bullets in the magazine. Of course, Shinsi had to make preparations. She also took out another gun from the space. A bold idea flashed through her mind, and she asked Shinming, "Brother, you said that Lin Jian told you that Lei Tei had a gun. Is it true?" Shinming looked up. "Ah, Si, you don't want to." Shinsi said to him, "If it's true, brother, let's do something big. No one would complain about having too many guns in the end times. Other things are easy to say, but bullets and other things are consumables. Of course, we have to get as many as possible." Shinming now seems to have no psychological burden, and said happily, "Brother, I listen to you. The world is bad, and good people are destined to not live long, so leave that kindness to your family." Soon, Shinsi saw a group of people coming down the building through the window on the corridor outside. "Brother, they are coming." Chapter 65. In the corridor on the 7th floor, cold wind blew in from the broken window. After Lutong came up, he was so cold that he cursed, "Hisuin, if you dare to lie to me, I will let you know what it feels like to have a bullet go through your head." Hisuin remained silent and expressionless, and raised his hand to point to the house on the west side of the corridor. The door of the house was closed, but not tightly, leaving a gap. This was caused by forcibly breaking the door lock. Obviously, there was an intruder inside. Lutong couldn't help but believe the news brought back by Hisuin. The two men beside him, one fat and one thin, all took defensive positions, especially the fat man, who, like Lutong, held a gun in his hand and pointed the gun at the door. Lutong turned around and ordered Zhang Xing, who was hiding behind Hisuin, "You push the door." What? Everyone looked at Zhang Xing at the end, and Zhang Xing was stunned. "Ask him to open the door? Are you kidding? Even a fool can see that there must be a trap inside, and he is not tired of living." No, boss." Zhang Xing tried to refuse. Before he finished speaking, Lutong in front of him immediately moved the muzzle of the gun and aimed at him. Seeing the black hole, the muzzle suddenly pointed at him. Zhang Xing's hairs all exploded, and he was so scared that he almost wet his pants, and hurriedly said, "Yes, boss, I push it." He had a sad face, and cursed in his heart, but he could only bite the bullet and approach the door tremblingly. But Hisuin's sight suddenly fell on Zhang Xing's back, the door of the suite on the east side. The door was closed and motionless, but Hisuin tilted his head and glimpsed the gap of the door, with a dim light coming in from the window. The door lock was also damaged. There was an intruder, could it be? An unexpected thought flashed through Hisuin's mind. And just when Hisuin discovered this strange place, the gap in the door suddenly widened, and a gun barrel came out straight from inside. "Be careful!" Hisuin shouted, and pushed Lutong, who was standing with his back to the gun barrel. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet penetrated the position where Lutong had just stood, and shot into the door of the opposite house. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Lutong hadn't even reacted yet, and he had just brushed past death, and the second gunshot rang again. Bang! The bullet flew out again, and popped into the thin man's chest. The thin man never thought that he was shot like a wooden stake without any preparation. He widened his eyes, lowered his head, and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. Lutong, who had escaped a disaster, did not realize until now that they had fallen into a trap. He thought the other party would set a trap, but he did not expect that the other party would directly change houses. He reacted very quickly, hiding behind the thin man, only sticking out his head, and then holding a gun, shooting wildly at the door of the house where Shinsi was. Shinsi and Shinming quickly hid by the wall, and moved the chairs that had been prepared to block the door. From the beginning, she was worried about Hisuin, so she did not tell Hisuin about her plan, but she never thought that the other party's observation ability was not weak, and she actually let her save Lutong, making her brother's bullet fall in vain. Fortunately, she was prepared in advance, and while Lutong and his group did not react, she quickly fired another shot. She originally wanted to replenish Lutong's gun, but after Lutong was pushed away, his movements were too large, and she could not aim in a short time. She could only randomly choose one and hit the thin man. But even so, Shinseai was in trouble. Now the situation has changed, and the other party has become the attack, and he is defending. This is an extremely unfavorable situation. The sound of gunshots hit the door like raindrops. Shinseai couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The other party didn't have the intention to save bullets at all. Is it so generous? Before Shinseai could come up with a countermeasure, the door began to crumble under the fierce attack. The facilities in this old community are dilapidated, and the door may be scrapped in a few hits. I go out and fight them. Shinming gritted his teeth and raised his foot to go out. Shinseai quickly grabbed Shinming. Brother, don't be impulsive, leave it to me. Then, Shinseai spoke and said to the people outside the door, Don't shoot. We have no bullets. The gentle and pleasant voice entered Lu Tong's ears. Lu Tong's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect that woman to be not only beautiful, but also have a nice voice, much better than Hisuin. As Shinseai expected, the gunshots outside stopped when she spoke. She had heard Hisuin say before that their team had a friction with Lu Tong, and all the companions in the team died. She and Zhang Xing surrendered to Lu Tong, and were able to save their lives. Shinseai could roughly infer Lu Tong's character, proud and self-centered, and loved women. What's more, they wanted to get a way to deal with mutant plants from her, and they would not kill her immediately. Shinseai gave Shinming a reassuring look, and walked out of the door of the house alone. Lu, brother Lu, can you forgive me this time? I won't go against you again. Oh, by the way, the gun, I put it on the ground. Shinseai bent down and put down the gun, trying to make himself look harmless. Her face was too deceptive, and Lu Tong was distracted and licked his lips with his tongue. However, Lu Tong did not let down his guard and signaled Hisuin beside him. Go, bring her here. Hisuin took the order and strode toward Shinseai. Shinseai looked into Hisuin's eyes, and did not find any guilt in them, only almost numb hatred. She numbly and equally hated everyone. Shinseai was brought to Lu Tong by Hisuin, but Lu Tong suddenly reached out and grabbed Shinseai's throat, laughing. Don't think I don't know that you have a brother who wants to ambush me secretly. He immediately put the muzzle of the gun in his hand against Shinseai's head and shouted to Shinming in the door. Come out. If you don't come out, I don't mind leaving your beautiful sister here. Brother Lu. Shinseai spoke again, interrupting Lu Tong. You may have made a mistake about one thing. What is it? Shinseai looked up and smiled. Is there a possibility that the person who ambushed you is not someone else? Who is that? Lu Tong was about to ask, but unexpectedly, the woman in his hand who was just weak and bullied suddenly changed her face, increased her strength, and twisted the wrist of his hand holding the gun. Lu Tong was shocked and pulled the trigger subconsciously, but it was too late. His hand was forced to change direction, and the direction of the gun muzzle also changed. There was a loud bang sound of a gunshot, and the bullet deviated towards the window, shattering the already broken window even more. Shinseai immediately took out another gun from the space, opened the safety, pointed the gun at Lu Tong's head, and pulled the trigger when Lu Tong was shocked that there was an extra gun in her hand. Another bullet shot out, but this time, the bullet did not miss and instantly pierced Lu Tong's forehead. But at this moment, another gunshot rang in Shinseai's ears. Shinseai remembered that the thin man also had a gun in his hand, but after being shot by her, the gun fell to the ground. When she was fully focused on dealing with Lu Tong, she was afraid that someone would pick up a gun to deal with her. This was within her expectations. From the moment she went out, she was ready to get hurt. However, to Shinseai's surprise, the expected pain did not come. She turned her head and looked behind her, but saw that the fat man was holding a picked-up gun in his hand. Before he could aim at her, he was shot in the head and fell straight down. Shinseai turned around and looked in the direction of Shinming. Shinming stood at the gate, holding a gun in his hand, and gray smoke was still coming out of the muzzle. He never thought that he would kill someone with his own hands one day. He thought it would be uncomfortable, but when he really took the step, he had no hesitation or regret at all. All the harm to his family should disappear. Seeing that Lu Tong and the thin man were dead, Zhang Xing panicked. That was Lu Tong, who had guns and ammunition in his hands. Even the team they were in before couldn't deal with Lu Tong, but died at the hands of the Shin brothers and sisters. Especially that Shinseai. Where did she get another gun from? No, it was like it was conjured out of thin air. This Shinseai is very evil. Zhang Xing didn't dare to stay any longer, and ran to the stairs, wanting to evacuate as soon as possible. But what caught him off guard was that without Lu Tong's protection, Hisuin could no longer hide her hatred for him. The hatred that was engraved into Zhang Xing's bones and skinned him alive was so deep that she wanted to tear Zhang Xing's bones and skin off. Hisuin, didn't know where she got the strength from, and grabbed Zhang Xing's hair from behind, almost pulling Zhang Xing down. "You stinky woman, you dare to hit me?" Zhang Xing turned around and wrestled with Hisuin. Hisuin was no match for Zhang Xing, but she was desperate, and didn't care whether she would get hurt or not, as long as Zhang Xing lived. Zhang Xing broke Hisuin's fingers that were holding him with a crack, but Hisuin didn't let go, and used the thumb of her other hand to dig into Zhang Xing's eye sockets. "Ah!" Zhang Xing screamed in pain, and a line of blood flowed from his eye sockets. Hisuin pulled out his thumb, put the bloody finger into his mouth and sucked it, then laughed, hee, and then suddenly grabbed Zhang Xing, and with a force, he and Zhang Xing fell to the side window together, breaking a circle of broken glass on the edge of the window gap. The two fell straight from the 7th floor to the open space on the 1st floor, and the broken glass in the sky also hit them, leaving blood marks. Shenxiai hurried to the window, but saw that downstairs, Hisuin and Zhang Xing were already covered with wounds, and the blood flowed from their bodies to the snow, which was dazzling red. But even so, the two did not die immediately. Zhang Xing stared at the only remaining eye, stretched out his hand, trembling, and tried to pinch Hisuin's neck. But his hand stopped an inch away from Hisuin's neck, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward at all. Hisuin ignored Zhang Xing beside her, and just looked at the gray sky with her eyes. There was light in her eyes again, as if she saw the person she wanted to see the most in the sky, and then she closed her eyes with a smile. Zhang Xing beside her also lowered his hands unwillingly, completely losing his vitality. Shenxiai shook his head and stopped looking. "Ah, Xiai, how do we deal with this person?" Shen Ming's voice came from behind. Shenxiai looked back and saw her brother raise one foot and stepped on a man's back. It was the thin man who was shot by Shenxiai first. Because he was not injured in the vital parts, he would not die for a while, but he would not live long. He didn't even have the strength to get up, otherwise, he would not have run away just now. Chapter 66. Save me. The thin man lay on the ground and stretched out a hand to Shenxiai for help. Shenxiai went over, took out the potion, gauze and scissors from the space, and told the thin man, "I can save you, but you need to answer a few questions for me." The thin man's face turned pale with pain, cold sweat broke out, and he clearly felt that his life was slipping away. He just wanted to survive now, not to mention a few questions. Even dozens of questions would be fine. He nodded vigorously. Shenxiai asked, "Do you know a commander named Rhett?" Hearing the name Rhett, the thin man's pupils suddenly contracted, and even the pain on his face was temporarily frozen. Shenxiai certainly did not miss this subtle expression. She shook the medicine in her hand. Seeing this, the thin man's hesitation suddenly became firm, and he said, I know him. Hearing this, Shenxiai couldn't help but look up and look at Shen Ming. "There is a clue about Rhett. This is good news." Shenxiai asked again, "Where is he?" The thin man did not hide anything and said directly, "He is in the suburbs, industrial zone number 23. "What? It's actually there?" Shenxiai had heard of industrial zone number 23. It was originally a chemical industry, but because of an explosion many years ago, many people died, so it was abandoned. Shen Ming asked, "What is your relationship with him?" Since the thin man knows Lei Te, then Lu Tong must know him too. They are both foreigners. If you say there is no relationship, Shen Ming doesn't believe it at all. The thin man probably has no worries, because Lu Tong is dead, so he gave an answer, "Lu Tong, he is Lei Te's son." This sentence made Shenxiai stunned. Shenxiai had previously assumed many possibilities about the relationship between Lu Tong and Lei Te, but he never thought that they were actually father and son. No wonder Lu Tong had a gun in his hand. He must have gotten it from Lei Te. Shenxiai asked, "Why don't you stay in industrial zone number 23? What are you doing here?" The thin man said so much, he was almost exhausted, and he stuttered, Come and collect wood. It seems to be collecting camphor wood. Such an important thing, it is indeed only reassuring to hand it over to your son." Shenxiai asked, "Where did you put the wood?" The thin man said, 8th floor. Shenxiai nodded, noted the location, and then stood up. She stood up, still lying on the ground, and the thin man who was stepped on by Shen Ming panicked and reached out to grab Shenxi's ankle. "Save me, please save me." "I've already told. Don't worry, I will save you." After that, Shenxiai raised the gun in his hand, aimed at the thin man's eyebrows and shot him. The gunshot sounded, and the thin man's life was taken away neatly. But the other party seemed unwilling to die, and his eyes were wide open and refused to close. He couldn't believe why the woman in front of him would not keep her word. Isn't it said that people here are the most trustworthy? Shinseai understood the emotions in the thin man's eyes, and said, helping you get rid of it is also a way to save you. From the beginning to the end, she never thought of leaving anyone alive, so she used the space wantonly. Except for her family, everyone who saw her use the space is dead. Shinseai put away the gun, Shinming kicked the body away, and called Shinseai, let's go, we're going to collect camphor wood. Okay. Shinseai followed Shinming's footsteps, walked down the stairs, and left the building. When they got downstairs, the bodies of Zhang Xing and Yisuin were still lying in the snow. Due to the low temperature, the bodies cooled quickly and were slowly frozen. Shinming said with a little regret, Yisuin made the wrong choice this time. If Yisuin had not turned against them before and helped them deal with Lu Tong, they could have saved Yisuin's life, but this man. ACI, what do you think she is thinking? Going to save Lu Tong, the murderer of her son, this mental state, your brother, I don't understand. Shinseai couldn't be sure about this question, but just guessed, maybe her original plan was to hope that both of us could fight to the point of mutual destruction, and then she would take them all away in one wave to avenge her child. That's why she saved Lu Tong's life, when she saw that they were going to attack Lu Tong. If she didn't save him, Lu Tong and his group would die. How could they both be defeated? How could she get rid of them with Lu Tong's help? It was far from enough for Yisuin to only take revenge on Lu Tong's side. What Yisuin wanted was for all of them to die. Although Yisuin was not a good person, she was a good mother, and a pitiful person. However, there were too many pitiful people in the end times, and Shinseai was numb to all of this. He quickly put Yisuin's matter behind him, and went to collect the camphor wood. It was a blessing to save the effort of cutting trees. At this time, outside the number 23 industrial zone, it was late at night, and the dew was heavy. Behind a small forest, there were 3 military armored vehicles parked. Outside the armored vehicle, several guards squatted on the ground, some munching on compressed biscuits, and some wounded, bandaging each other's wounds. Inside the car, the lights were on brightly, and Chuhan held a pen in his hand, writing and drawing on paper, adding bricks and tiles to the topographic map. As soon as he put down the last stroke, Xiao Long hurriedly climbed into the car from outside, sat opposite Chuhan, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped down his stomach. Chuhan put down his pen and asked him, what did you find? Xiao Long said, I just saw with a telescope that Lei Te was holding a walkie-talkie and walking around outside, as if he was trying to contact someone, but he couldn't. What happened next? Later I saw one of his men go over and say a few words to him. Guess what? His face changed immediately. I tell you, we have fought Lei Te several times, and I have never seen such an ugly expression on his face, as if someone had died in his family. Xiao Long's unintentional words reminded Chu Han. Chu Han flipped through a pile of documents in the drawer. On the first page, Lei Te's name was clearly written. In addition, there was another name in the children column. Chu Han pointed at the name with his index finger. Xiao Long saw it and immediately said, I know this person. He is Lei Te's son. He even named himself Lu Tong. Lu Tong. Chu Han said, let the brothers keep a close eye on him, and send 2 more people out to find this Lu Tong. Xiao Long understood. You want to find Lu Tong and use him to exchange my father? Good idea. Xiao Long was excited, but then he was in trouble. But I just saw Lei Te's expression. Lu Tong might be. No matter how Lu Tong is now, he must have encountered trouble. Who knows, Chu Han said. It doesn't matter what Lu Tong is like, what's important is that he can only be in our hands. Even if he is not there, we have to pretend to be there. Xiao Long understood instantly. I will find a way to catch someone for you. As long as we catch someone in industrial zone number 23, even if we only catch one, we can force out Lu Tong's characteristics, so as to play a trick on Lei Te and make Lei Te mistakenly believe that his son is in their hands. Only in this way can we have bargaining chips. Wait. Chu Han stopped Xiao Long, who was about to leave, and handed him the topographic map he had just drawn. Finding Lu Tong is just one of the ways. This topographic map marks the place where Lei Te stores gunpowder. Once we have no choice, we can only fight hard. You have to be prepared. Xiao Long was stunned for a moment, slowly stretched out his hand, and took the topographic map handed by Chu Han. The topographic map depicts the appearance of the entire industrial zone number 23. Although the painting skills are not very good, it is clear and easy to understand. In addition, including the gunpowder in Lei Te's hands, after a few days of observation and a few small fights with them, everyone roughly figured out the location where Lei Te and his men stored the gunpowder. Chu Han simply showed all these locations in the form of a topographic map, which couldn't be clearer. If Lu Tong's method doesn't work, the only option is to make a battle plan based on this topographic map and launch a full-scale attack. Xiao Long patted Chu Han on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. After saying that, his eyes were red involuntarily. In the past few days, they tried to negotiate with Lei Tei, and even offered to exchange supplies for Xiao Huijin, but who knew that the gang was greedy and asked for too much supplies. The appetite was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. For this reason, the two sides have frictions of all sizes every day. Xiao Long continued, only you will take my father's life into consideration and not mobilize firepower to attack. If it were another captain, how could he be so careful to find out where Rhett and his men hid their gunpowder? I'm afraid he couldn't bear it and started fighting. As for whether his father's life would be hurt in the process, who would care so much? Once the mission failed, at most he would return to the base and get a few scoldings. Who can really take his father's life to heart? Chu Han frowned and slapped Xiao Long's hand away with disdain. Are you still not leaving? Xiao Long wiped away a tear that didn't exist. His heart was full of emotion, but it was extinguished by Chu Han's words. He was immediately in tears and couldn't laugh or cry. Okay, I'm leaving. Shen Xiai came to Lu Tong's hideout based on the information provided by the thin man. She pushed the door open and went in, and indeed smelled a strong scent of camphor trees. The whole house has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Shen Xiai went in to inspect it. In addition to the piles of household garbage on the ground, the camphor trees filled the master bedroom and the living room. Shen Xiai couldn't help but joked, these people are quite diligent. They have dealt with all the trees. All the branches were cut down and tied up, and the main trunks of the trees were also processed, and the lengths were about the same. Shen Xiai thought with a smile that Lu Tong and his team had worked hard to collect and sort out the camphor trees, but now they were all given away cheaply. I wonder if they will be so angry that they will come back to life. Shen Xiai took action and took away all the camphor trees in the living room and the master bedroom. With this large amount of wood, even if the leech disaster in the previous life base broke out again, she had the confidence to protect her family. While Shen Xiai was collecting the wood, Shen Ming was not idle either. He took out the map, looked for the specific location of Industrial Zone number 23, and then took paper and pen to draw a clear and simple route again. After Shen Xiai finished her work, she looked at the route map drawn by her brother, and found that it was not far from Chongqing Apartment to Industrial Zone number 23. After all, Chongqing Apartment was also close to the suburbs. It was already early in the morning, and it was pitch black outside the window. The whole apartment was silent in the darkness, without any trace of living people. Shen Xiai and Shen Ming discussed and decided to rest here, eat something, and catch up on some sleep, and then go to Industrial Zone number 23 when it was dawn. Chapter 67. Shen Xiai had a good plan, to catch up on some sleep and rest, but she couldn't fall asleep after a long time. Shen Ming beside her was in the same state as her. The two simply discussed the next preparations. Shen Ming sat by the fire to keep warm, and was in a dilemma. According to Lin Jian, Lei Tei has a gun in his hand. Ci, we can't rashly go to Industrial Zone number 23. If we accidentally fall into the other party's trap, it will be too late to regret. Shen Xiai certainly would not fight a battle without confidence, and said to Shen Ming, Brother, we don't need to confront them head-on, we just need to use other things. Shen Ming was confused. Other things? Shen Xiai threw a piece of firewood into the fire, and the jumping flames reflected in her eyes. She said, Didn't Grandma Shengsheng say that there is a zoo on a route, and it is not safe there? Then, why don't we just go there to find mutant animals, and then lead the mutant animals to the industrial area? Using mutant animals to deal with Lei Tei and others, there is no need to show up yourself. Once successful, those guns and ammunition are just like picking up for nothing. Shen Ming's eyes lit up when he heard it, and his mood immediately became excited. Yes, anyway, we have so many camphor trees, so we don't have to be afraid even if we encounter mutant animals now. That's right, but I'm not sure if Lei Tei and others have camphor trees. Shen Xiai thinks there is a high probability that there is, otherwise Lei Tei would not have discovered the role of camphor wood, and would not let his son go to Chongqing Apartment to cut trees. But even so, Shen Xiai still decided to give it a try. He would not give up if he did not try. Firstly, those people who dared to bully their compatriots should die, and secondly, the attraction of guns and ammunition was too great. The ammunition they stockpiled was limited, and Shen Xiai felt sorry every time he used a bullet, so saving money was not enough, he had to increase revenue. Shen Xiai soon came up with a plan. Shen Ming asked, What are you going to do? He now had great trust in his sister's little brain, unlike him, a rough man who didn't have so many clever ideas. Shen Xiai didn't hide it from Shen Ming, and said bluntly, "Let's go back to Building 5, and take away Lu Tong and the others' bodies." Shen Xiai did what he said, ate a few bites of compressed biscuits, put out the fire, and took Shen Ming to Building 5. In Building 5, the bodies of Lu Tong and the other two were still lying on the corridor, frozen stiff, but Shen Xiai didn't despise them. The space couldn't accommodate living people, but it didn't matter if the dead were there. Shen Xiai put all 3 bodies into the space, and deliberately found a lot of cardboard boxes, flattened them on the ground, and then used them to place the bodies. Although the space was absolutely clean, and not a speck of dust would fall, Shen Xiai still felt uncomfortable, and didn't want the 3 corpses to touch her space. After doing all this, the sky outside was getting brighter. It was time to leave Chongqing apartment. Shen Ming took out the map again, found the location of the zoo that Xingxing's grandmother had mentioned, and drew the directions separately. Chongqing apartment. The zoo and industrial zone number 23 just formed a triangle relationship, and were not far apart. Before leaving, Shen Xiai deliberately smelled the sweet-scented osmanthus scent on her body. Today was the 3rd day since she last applied the osmanthus juice. The smell really dissipated, but the smell on her brother was still very strong. Shen Xiai deliberately dug a few snowballs, and rubbed the osmanthus juice on her brother's body to rub off the smell. Otherwise, if the smell was still so strong, it would cover the smell of the camphor wood. If they encountered mutant animals on the road, the camphor wood would not work. Shen Xiai rubbed until he was sure that the sweet-scented osmanthus smell on Shen Ming disappeared, and then he stopped. Shen Xiai wore gloves on both hands, but even so, his fingers were numb from the cold. Shen Ming was not much better either. Although he rubbed his clothes and hair, the cold air could not escape and penetrated into his pores. The two stayed in the room for a long time, drank some hot water, and covered their hands with warm bags, and then set off and left Chongqing apartment. On the way, Shen Xiai took half of the original camphor wood ornaments in his hand, and then took out a small piece of newly collected camphor wood branches and gave it to Shen Ming, asking Shen Ming to use it for self-defense. These camphor woods are like amulets, which can ensure that they will not be attacked by mutant animals when walking in the end of the world. Shen Xiai was very excited when he thought of the space full of wood. She decided that after finishing this job and collecting more bullets, she would stroll around Jiangnan City to find supplies and RVs, and then return to the base and not go out again. Wait until the ice and snow begin to melt, and wait until the leech disaster in the previous life has passed, and then set off for Jingbei. Jingbei Base is the largest base in the country, with the most complete facilities and systems. Other city bases like Jiangnan City actually have close contacts with Jingbei Base and are under the jurisdiction of Jingbei, so it is much more secure to settle down in Jingbei. The reason why she didn't go there at the beginning of the apocalypse was that all the major bases were just being built at that time, and the level was similar. In addition, the weather in the north was even colder, so the best time to go there was only when the temperature warmed up and Jingbei Base had a scale. Shen Xiai planned this all the way. Before she found the zoo, she met a monkey the same size as an adult near the zoo. The monkey was gnawing on the stumps on the roadside. When it saw Shen Xiai and the others, it jumped over like a cannonball, but when it was about to get close, it was forced to stop by the smell of camphor wood. It opened its scarlet eyes, showing a row of bloody teeth, and kept staring at Shen Xiai and the others, as if waiting for the opportunity to hunt at any time. Facing such a creepy guy, Shen Xiai did not dare to be careless. Although the sense of smell of mutant animals is not ordinary, it would be bad if there are too many mutant animals, or if other smells appear, covering up the smell of camphor wood. To be on the safe side, Shen Xiai took out a handful of camphor wood branches under the cover of his backpack, tied one on his waist, front, back, left and right, and gave it to Shen Ming, asking Shen Ming to do the same. In this way, the smell of camphor wood was multiplied, and the mutant monkey became more afraid and was forced to retreat several steps. It just retreated, but didn't leave. Such 2 large pieces of food, still fresh, it was reluctant to leave. So wherever Shen Xiai went, the mutant monkey followed. In addition to the mutant monkey, Shen Xiai came to the entrance of the zoo and met a half-human-high tabby cat. Shen Xi's breath was choked. Looking at such a big cat, she suddenly understood why mice were afraid of cats. When the cat and the monkey saw each other, they were also on guard and hostile to each other, as if they were ready to fight at any time. But perhaps because there was more delicious food in front of them, they did not choose to attack each other for the time being. Very good, Shen Xiai was very satisfied with this result. Every time she walked a distance, she would call out to the cat and monkey following behind her. Shensi was responsible for leading the way, while Shenming was responsible for keeping watch around to prevent other dangers from appearing, and they didn't notice them in time. With this division of labor and cooperation, the two finally arrived near Industrial Zone number 23 around noon. Shensi hid in a small forest and saw from a distance that on the second floor of the Industrial Zone, there were two men with guns standing in front and on the side, standing guard. I didn't expect that Lei Te would manage the Industrial Zone so well. Even his subordinates were equipped with guns, which showed that he had a lot of guns and ammunition on hand. This was indeed a big deal, but also a difficult one. Brother, you ambush here. If anything happens, cover me, and I will lead the mutant animals in. Okay, be careful. Originally, Shenming wanted to exchange with Shensi and let him lead the way, but considering that Shensi's shooting skills were not as accurate as his, he had to make this arrangement. Shensi took off the camphor wood from his waist with a swift movement, and then ran away. The monkey and cat behind him saw this. They could no longer smell the camphor wood on Shensi, only the aroma of food. They were so hungry that their eyes were shining. How could they care about Shenming? Eat Shensi first and fill their stomachs first. The monkey and the cat ran after Shensi. Shensi made a rough observation and found that there were only people on guard in front and on the sides of the second floor of the Industrial Zone, but no one behind to the north. She chose to take the route to the north, and the monkey and the cat followed her to the north. Shensi looked back and saw that the danger behind her was getting closer and closer. She quickly took a few camphor wood and held them in her hands to scare the mutant animals. After the mutant animals stopped and pulled away, Shensi hid the camphor wood again. After walking the monkey and the cat, Shensi came to the iron railings of the Industrial Zone. She looked around. Since this place is close to the north, the buildings in the entire Industrial Zone are all large walls. There are no corridors or balconies, so there is no place for people to stand guard. Now there is no one. Good opportunity. Shensi held the camphor wood in one hand and reached in through the crack of the iron railing with the other hand. Then he activated the space and took out the fat man's body and put it inside. Shensi explored the function of the space very comprehensively. Not only can it store supplies, but it can also grab weapons and surprise people when fighting with others, and it can also carry things like now. If she had to move the body in by herself, she would not have the strength, but using the space is different. After putting the body, Shensi quickly dodged and retreated to the side. The two mutant animals looked at Shensi, who they could not get close to, and then looked at the ready-made food in the iron railings. Without much hesitation, they rushed directly to the iron railings and climbed in swiftly. In the end times, it is not just humans who are short of food, but also mutant animals, so even corpses can be eaten by mutant animals. At the same moment when they just crawled in, the alarm on the iron railings rang, immediately waking up the people in the Industrial Zone. Shensi saw that the situation was almost over, and the people on guard in front and on the side all hurried downstairs. She hurriedly crouched and ran into the small woods beside. Her fleeing figure was captured by Chu Han and Xiao Long's telescope. Xiao Long suddenly put down the telescope with a shocked face. That is not the sister of the Shen family? He turned his head to look at Chu Han in a hurry and opened his mouth to ask Chu Han if he had secretly cooperated with Shensi, who knew that Chu Han frowned, and his eyebrows were full of worry about Shensi. Xiao Long swallowed the question stuck in his throat. Seeing how nervous Chu Han was about Shensi, how could he let Shensi take such a risk? Hey, where are you going? Xiao Long called out to Chu Han, who stood up and left. He also stood up and ran over to advise him. You are not going to look for her, are you? Chu Han, I'm telling you, don't be impulsive. Chapter 68. Number 23. The Industrial Zone was in chaos. After Shensi met Shenming, he hid in a place not too far away, just in time to see what was happening in the Industrial Zone. A group of people each had a gun in their hands. In addition to the guns, Shensi saw that there were a lot of camphor wood, which they held and ran straight to the north of the building. Then, the sound of gunfire rang out like raindrops. The two mutant animals, a monkey and a cat, could not hold on for a long time and died under the opponent's firepower attack. Shensi's face was ugly. She guessed correctly. The people inside really had camphor wood, and were not afraid of mutant animals breaking in. In this way, things became a little difficult. In the process, Shensi also saw the man named Lei Te. He looked very similar to Lu Tong, but he was older, a little fatter, and had a beard around his mouth. He was protected by people on both sides, and came down from the upstairs. As soon as he came down, His men had just finished dealing with the matter, and carried the bodies of the mutant animals and the fat man to him. Lei Te seemed to recognize the fat man at a glance. He was the follower of his son Lu Tong, and he was immediately angry. If the follower died, wouldn't his son be in danger? Shen Xiai heard intermittent curses from Lei Te, all of which were foreign words. Apart from those curses, Shen Xiai keenly caught a name, and suddenly his whole body shuddered, and hurriedly asked Shen Ming, "Brother, why do I seem to hear Xiao Huijin's name?" "Did you hear it?" Shen Xiai turned her head, but she didn't expect her brother's face to be ugly. "I heard it. If one person heard it, it might be false, but if two people heard it, it wouldn't be. Could it be that Xiao Huijin was in the hands of this group of people?" Shen Xiai recalled that on the way to the base, Chu Han and his team went out to take a mission to rescue Xiao Huijin, but at that time, they returned empty-handed because of wrong intelligence. And this time, although Chu Han did not tell her what mission he was going to do after leaving the base, what if he found the correct information about Xiao Huijin? So, thinking of this, Shen Xiai couldn't help but doubt, "Do you think Chu Han is also nearby?" Who knew that as soon as Shen Xiai finished speaking, Shen Ming's face suddenly changed, and he pulled Shen Xiai up. "Go!" "What?" Before Shen Xiai could react, she was pulled up by Shen Ming and turned around and ran. She was confused and took the time to look back. Her whole heart sank at this glance. In the number 23 industrial zone, a group of people ran out with guns and ran straight to the grove where they were now. How could it be? Were they discovered? Shen Xiai looked up while running, looking around for equipment such as drones. As a result, the drone was not found, but a camera hidden between the branches was found. Shen Xiai looked for other places, and found that there was a camera on the tree branches at intervals. "Oops, I was careless." Shen Xiai never thought that the defense in this industrial zone was more complete than she thought. "I'm afraid there were cameras installed nearby." Shen Xiai ran wildly in the woods with Shen Ming, but the people chasing behind them could always accurately lock their positions. If they went to destroy the camera, the tree branches were too high, and they couldn't reach it in a short time. If they used guns, it would expose the fact that they had guns. No, they couldn't use guns unless it was absolutely necessary. Shen Xiai ran hard, but the snow in the forest was thick, and the terrain was uneven. Those potholes were covered with snow, and it was impossible to judge the road conditions. Shen Xiai tripped several times, but fortunately Shen Ming pulled her. When Shen Ming was training before, he often went to the deep mountains and old forests, and these terrains did not have much impact on him. But the terrain did not affect him, but the direction did. After all, they had never been to this forest, and were still unfamiliar with it. They were not as good as the people in Industrial Zone number 23. As the two ran, they gradually closed the distance with the people chasing behind them. Bang! A bullet flew through, and hit a tree stump a few steps away from Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai was shocked. If this continued, a gunfight would be inevitable. Shen Ming was so angry that he pulled out his gun. "ACI, you run first, I cover you." After saying that, Shen Ming turned around and aimed at the group of people chasing behind him. Unexpectedly, before he could shoot, another gunshot was heard. Shen Ming saw with his own eyes that the young man who was running in the front of the group was hit in the chest by a bullet and fell down. What's going on? He hasn't fired yet. Then another gunshot rang out, and the bullet broke through the air and hit another person. Two people died in succession, and the group of people immediately panicked behind them. Shen Xiai heard the noise and realized something was wrong. Shen Ming said, "It seems that someone is covering us in secret. And that person's shooting skills are very accurate. With so many obstacles in the woods, he can still shoot one by one, accurately and without error." The first person that came to Shen Ming's mind was Chu Han. The two ran forward for a while, and came to a branch. Shen Xiai was hesitating about which direction to go. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the side and grabbed her arm. Just as Shen Xiai was about to resist, she heard a familiar voice. "It's me. Chu Han? Come with me." Chu Han pulled Shen Xiai up a branch, and then went around. Shen Xiai made a special observation. The road Chu Han took her on actually perfectly avoided the camera above her head. It seemed that Chu Han came out for Industrial Zone number 23 this time, otherwise he would not have known the terrain well. Running to the end of the branch, Shen Xiai saw from afar that Xiao Long had been waiting there to respond. Surrounded by his own people, Shen Xiai finally felt relieved. After meeting Xiao Long, there was no time to say many things. Shen Xiai followed them to their camp first. After leaving the grove and going to the back of the grove, Shen Xiai came to an open space. There were 3 military armored vehicles parked in the open space, and many guards were on guard nearby. When they saw Chu Han, They all called out Captain Chu and greeted Chu Han, but Chu Han was not in the mood at the moment, and led Shen Xiai and Shen Ming to one of the armored vehicles first. The inside of the car was obviously modified, and there were warm lights on, and the light was also warm. Shen Xiai couldn't help but shiver, and the alternation of cold and warm made the hairs on her body stretch out. She sat on the long row of sofa chairs, and Chu Han found a pair of brand new cotton socks and a pair of clean men's cotton slippers for Shen Xiai to change into, and then he moved the charcoal basin to Shen Xiai's feet. Shen Xiai slowly took off her shoes and socks, and then found that her feet had already been frozen purple, and her shoes and socks were wet, making her skin wrinkled. Speaking of which, since she left the base, she never took off her shoes, whether she was resting or traveling, and she was afraid that they would never dry again after they got wet. As for Shen Ming, he was not much better, and Xiao Long took care of him. After both of them recovered, Chu Han sat down next to Shen Xiai and asked, "The industrial zone is very dangerous. Why did you come here?" Shen Xiai was about to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, she didn't know how to say it. She couldn't say that she came here to steal bullets, right? Or Shen Ming suddenly had an idea and said, "It's a long story. We rescued a few women along the way. We learned that they were originally going to be sent to Lei Te. We were so angry that we decided to be good people and wipe out Lei Te's lair." Shen Ming said it with a righteous face, without any guilt. But Chu Han, who had been a teammate with Shen Ming for 3 years, didn't know what he looked like when he lied. He wouldn't believe it at all. But Chu Han didn't ask any more questions. Others naturally had their own reasons for not telling the truth, and he wouldn't make things difficult for Shen Xiai. "There's a shower room inside. I go find you 2 sets of clothes." After saying that, Chu Han got up and got out of the car, taking Xiao Long with him. Only Shen Xiai and Shen Ming were left in the car. Shen Ming came back to his senses at this moment, and asked Shen Xiai hesitantly, "Have we caused trouble for Chu Han?" Chu Han has never been a person who procrastinates. According to common sense, he would not just stay outside the industrial zone like he is now. So there is only one possibility, because Xiao Huijin is in Lei Te's hands, he has some concerns, and does not take action. To put it bluntly, the two sides are in a confrontation, but will their appearance break this balance? The more Shen Ming thought about it, the more scared he became, and the whole person became restless. Ci, what if Lei Te knew that his son Lutong was dead and suspected that Chu Han did it? Wouldn't it be the end? It is not impossible that Lei Te will kill Xiao Huijin in a rage. Don't worry, brother. This matter has not been determined yet. We will discuss it with Chu Han and others later. That's all we can do. Okay, go take a shower first. Brother will watch here. Yes. Shen Xiai packed up a little, and went to the shower room at the back. The shower room was very clean, and the light was warm. The bathing products were all the lime scent that Chu Han used to use. Shen Xiai used them very smoothly. Although the strong sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance on her body was gone, the traces of the juice were real. Shen Xiai had been forcing herself to hold back before, but now that she had something to wash, she simply washed her hair. As for the towels she usually used, they were all kept in the space at any time, which was very convenient. After washing, Shen Xiai felt refreshed and alive. The clothes she wore before definitely couldn't be worn again. Anyway, she had no shortage of clothes in her space, so she simply threw away the old clothes and changed into new ones, including the outermost winter clothes, which were too dirty to look at. Fortunately, their family had stored a lot of winter clothes before the end of the world, which was completely enough. But now in Chu Han's car, the temperature was warm, so Shen Xiai didn't wear new winter clothes, but wrapped himself in a gray, furry, soft coat, and returned to the sofa chair refreshed. Then Shen Ming went in to wash. As soon as Shen Ming left, Chu Han, who had gone out to find clothes, just came back. He wanted to tell Shen Xiai with some self-blame that there were only men in the team, and he couldn't find clothes suitable for her to wear. Who knew that before he could say anything, he saw that Shen Xiai had changed into clean clothes. He was stunned for a moment. Shen Xiai couldn't help being stunned. In fact, she had thought about whether the changed clothes would arouse Chu Han's suspicion. After all, other things were fine, as she could barely use the backpack as a cover, but what about the furry coat outside? Such a big piece of clothing could not be put into 2 backpacks, and Chu Han was not stupid. But Shen Xiai did not want to wrong herself. She did not want to suffer when she had a more comfortable life to enjoy. Anyway, she had known Chu Han for such a long time, and Shen Xiai was willing to believe that Chu Han had no ill will towards their family. Chapter 69. Of course, Shen Xiai would not tell Chu Han about the space, so he had to do this and make up a lie. But just as Shen Xiai was racking his brains to find a lie, Chu Han's daze faded away, and he didn't ask anything, but handed Shinseai a thermos cup in his hand. Drink something hot to warm yourself up. Shinseai felt a little guilty, but still took it and said thank you. She opened the thermos cup and saw a full cup of soy milk inside. The aroma of soy milk floated out with the hot air, steaming Shinseai's face warm. While Shinseai was drinking soy milk, Chu Han took out a hair dryer from the drawer, plugged it in, and came behind Shinseai to blow Shinseai's hair. Shinseai heard the sound of the hair dryer, and was so scared that he almost choked on a mouthful of soy milk, and hurriedly said, "I do it myself." "Don't move." Chu Han had already started to help Shinseai blow her hair. Shinseai had no choice but to sit still and let Chu Han help her blow her hair. She had wanted to find a hair dryer before, but Chu Han was not there at the time, and she couldn't go through other people's things, so she had to do this. Shinseai sat awkwardly on the chair, feeling the gentle and warm wind behind her head, which made her neck and ears hot. And Chu Han's long fingers shuttled through her hair, occasionally touching her neck and ears, bringing a slight coolness. Chu Han looked at her round back of the head, and then looked at her afraid to move, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips in amusement. Okay. The hair dryer was turned off, and Chu Han put it away. Shinseai breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had been pardoned. But before she could finish her breath of relief, Chu Han brought a comb over. The dense teeth of the comb touched the scalp and moved down, like tickling. Shinseai's back, which had just relaxed, straightened up again. Now that the sound of the hair dryer was gone, it seemed a bit awkward if he didn't speak. Shinseai happened to have a question to ask him. Is there a place to cut hair in that base? She had never had her hair cut since the end of the world. She had to find a time to deal with it, otherwise it would be too troublesome. Chu Han said, "Yes, I go with you when we get back to the base." Okay. She would have to ask everyone in her family to go and have their hair cut. At this time, Shinming came out of the shower. He also changed into the clean clothes that Shinseai had given him from the space before. When he came out, he saw Chu Han combing Shinseai's hair. He was so shocked that he stood there for 3 seconds. Chu Han, actually combing someone else's hair? Is he hallucinating? Wait, that guy wouldn't really like his sister, would he? Thinking of this, Shinming felt a little sour in his heart, and hurriedly wiped his hair with a towel while walking up quickly. Come on, comb mine too. Chu Han just combed Shinseai's hair, leaving the last comb behind. Hearing this, he glanced at Shinming, who came over and threw the comb to Shinming. Shinming caught it in a hurry, and heard Chu Han say with great disgust, "Comb it yourself." Hey, why are you treating them differently? Shinseai looked at the sky outside the window. At this moment, the sky began to darken again, and the trees in the forest slowly turned into shadows, leaving only the snow on top still white, and then blue by the cold wind, swaying and falling into a flurry of snow particles. Shinseai held the thermos cup in his hand, staying in the warmly lit carriage. He was wrapped warmly, drinking soy milk while looking at the snow scene outside. He felt at ease for a rare moment in his heart. At the same time, she heard a noise coming from outside the car. Chu Han opened the car window a little, and a cold breeze accompanied by the aroma of rice drifted in. He closed the car window and said, "The team is making dinner, you take a break first, I go and cook 2 dishes. Shinseai hurriedly asked, "Do you need my help?" Chu Han didn't look back, just waved his hand with his back to Shinseai. No. After that, he got out of the car and closed the door again. Shinming continued to wipe his hair, sat down next to Shinseai, and subconsciously said, Chu Han is quite reliable. At least he could feel that his sister always kept herself tight, but every time she was with Chu Han, she would relax a lot physically and mentally. In fact, he also had this feeling, as if nothing was a problem with Chu Han around. Shinseai didn't think much about it, and subconsciously nodded in agreement. Now Shinming was speechless, and the sour feeling in his heart came up again. He said, "ACI, stay here. I go see if there's anything I can do for you." After all, his sister is a girl and should take a rest, but he is different. What's the point of a rough guy sitting and waiting? Soon, Shinming also got off the car. Then Shinseai had to wait in the car. After drinking half a cup of soy milk, the door was opened again. Shinming, who was cold all over, got on the car with a bowl of steaming white rice in each hand. He was followed by Chu Han and Xiao Long, who were serving dishes. Shinseai hurried up to help. Everyone put the food on a small square table, and the 3 of them got off the car again to get the food. After getting the food, the small table was full of 4 bowls of white rice, a plate of hot canned fish, a plate of pickled vegetables and mushrooms, a plate of sausage and scrambled eggs, and finally a bowl of brown dried vegetable soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, all fresh and fragrant, all served with disposable bowls and chopsticks. Shinsiai was so greedy that he drooled, and only then did he realize how lucky it was to be able to cook. Like her, she couldn't cook, so she could only eat dry food when she went out. Only when she was at home or met Chu-han, she could have hot meals. So happy. Everyone sat down around the table and prepared to eat. Shinsiai took a bite of white rice, and then a chopstick of sausage scrambled eggs. The tenderness of the eggs and the slightly burnt sausages were so delicious that she wanted to eat them all. Speaking of which, the chickens and ducks in her space should be laying eggs soon. Xiao Long took several mouthfuls of food and finally said to Shinsiai, "Thanks to the Shin family's sister, if you hadn't come, Chu-han wouldn't have cooked, and we wouldn't have had this good fortune." Before Xiao Long finished speaking, Chu-han kicked him in the calf. "Do you still want to eat?" Eat. Xiao Long admitted his defeat and quickly shut up, but his eyes were full of smiles, looking at Chu-han for a while, and then at Shinsiai for a while. Shinsiai pretended not to hear the joke in Xiao Long's words, and just buried his head in eating. After eating, Shinsiai poured another bowl of soup. Chu-han introduced, "The vegetables for the soup are all dug from the woods, try it, and see how it tastes." Then Shinsiai was not polite. She tasted it, and found that there was a faint plant flavor in the soup, but it was covered by the umami flavor, removing the earthy smell and a little sweetness. Shinsiai drank so much that his eyes narrowed, and he smiled and praised, "It tastes good." Chu-han's cooking skills are indeed extraordinary. Even the ingredients dug up locally can be processed into delicious ones. If only I could eat his cooking more often, I would be happy every day. Shinsiai was startled by this sudden thought, and lowered his head a little guilty. After eating and drinking, all the plates on the table were empty. Chu-han and the other 3 men began to clean up the table, and take out the disposable bowls and chopsticks to throw away. Shinsiai wanted to help, but there were not enough people, so she had to rest at ease. This kind of life, as a waste, is so comfortable. She wrapped herself in a furry coat, and sat on the sofa chair, her legs swinging in the air. Chu-han came up and saw Shinsiai's relaxed scene. But Shinsiai was uncomfortable, and sat upright. Chu-han's eyes were filled with a smile, and he told Shinsiai, "Just treat this place as your home." Shinsiai nodded with a red face, and turned to talk to Chu-han about serious matters. "Did you come here to save Professor Xiao?" Shinsiai wanted to say Xiao Huijin at first, but felt that it was impolite to call him by his name. But it was too strange to follow Chu-han and call him Uncle Xia. Thinking of Xiao Huijin's resume, he was not only a famous botanist, but also a professor at a university for a period of time, so he called him Professor Xia. Chu-han nodded. This apocalypse is not without signs. Before the apocalypse, Uncle Xia had already discovered that some plants in the field were not right, but no one thought it would be a precursor to the apocalypse at the time. What happened later? Shinsiai asked. Chu-han said, "Later, when the apocalypse came, all major crops could not survive in the extreme cold, so Uncle Xia began to study this aspect and tried to improve grain seeds that could adapt to the severe cold." Shinsiai sat up straight, with a slight exclamation in his tone. He improved it? If he hadn't improved it, he wouldn't have no value, and he wouldn't be firmly controlled by Lei Te and his team without hurting his life. Chu-han nodded, appreciating Shinsiai's intelligence. Yes, in order to improve the seeds, he had to go to Jiangnan City in person to find a substance here, and finally developed a batch of seeds that can adapt to extreme cold, but Lei Te and his team found it, and controlled it. So the reason why the base rescued Xiao Huijin was also for the batch of seeds in Xiao Huijin's hand. I'm afraid that among all the people, only Chu-han and Xiao Long were the ones who had no purpose and just wanted to save Xiao Huijin's life. At this time, Xin Ming and Xiao Long came back after throwing away the disposable bowls and chopsticks, and sat opposite Shinsiai and Chu-han. Everyone's face was a little solemn. Shinsiai thought that Xiao Long should have briefly introduced the situation here to her brother just now. She asked, "So what are you going to do next?" Chu-han did not hide it from her. "The latest news we have received is that Uncle Xia is ill. If we don't rescue him." Speaking of this, Xiao Long on the opposite side clenched his teeth and clenched his hands on his knees into fists. "Those bastards tortured my father in various ways to force him to tell where he hid the seeds. In that situation, even the healthiest people could not stand it." Although Chu-han and Xiao Long did not say anything more, Shinsiai guessed that if they did not rescue him, Xiao Huijin might be in danger of his life. Xin Ming raised his head and looked serious for the first time. "If you plan to attack by force, add me." Whether it was to save Xiao Huijin or to help his comrades, he could not ignore it. Shen Xiai silently gave her brother a thumbs up in his heart. Her brother was usually not very serious, but when he really encountered something, he was still very responsible. Chu Han said, "Wait a little longer and see if we can find Red's son. The best situation is to find him as soon as possible, so that we can have bargaining chips to contain the other party and maximize the personal safety of Uncle Xia. Otherwise, if we attack by force, the other party may become desperate and kill directly, which is the most unacceptable thing for everyone." Chapter 70. When Shen Xiai heard about Red's son, he subconsciously looked at Shen Ming, and Shen Ming also looked over. "You are talking about. Isn't it Lu Tong?" Shen Ming felt a little guilty. Xiao Long heard this and said unexpectedly, "Have you seen Lu Tong? Not only has he seen him, he has also killed him." For a moment, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming were silent. Shen Xiai didn't expect Lu Tong to have such a big impact on Chu Han and the others. Her expression revealed some not-so-good information, which was keenly captured by Chu Han. Chu Han asked, "Did Lu Tong get into trouble?" At this point, Shen Xiai didn't hide it from him. "Yes, we killed him." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Long's eyes widened suddenly. Shen Xiai thought Xiao Long and Chu Han would sigh in regret, but Xiao Long blurted out, "Awesome." Looking at Lei Ti's look, you can tell that his son Lu Tong can't be a good person. He actually forced the usually easygoing Shen family girl to kill people. It can be seen that these people have done so many bad things, and it is unknown how many people will be hurt in the future. Killing them is actually a good thing. If it weren't for Lu Tong as a bargaining chip, Xiao Long thought that if he met people like Lu Tong and Lei Te on the road, he would definitely kill them. Shen Ming was a little embarrassed by the praise, and felt more guilty, but he died than you. "Didn't the plan to use Lu Tong as a bargaining chip fail?" Shen Xiai said. "The plan may not fail." Chu Han asked hurriedly, "What do you mean?" Shen Xiai said, "We brought Lu Tong's body, it's not far from here." The word space turned in Shen Xi's throat, but he swallowed it in the end. Regarding the space, she couldn't take any risks. She could only use the excuse that it was not far away. At most, she could take Lu Tong's body out of the space in advance when no one was paying attention. Chu Han pondered, with his body, things are not hopeless. Xiao Long understood Chu Han's meaning. "Yes, we will pretend that Lu Tong is still alive. In this way, we can still threaten the people in the industrial zone, and save time to find Lu Tong, and perhaps rescue his father earlier." At this time, a guard knocked on the car window hurriedly. Chu Han opened the window. "What's the matter?" The guard looked serious. "It's bad, Captain. Professor Xia was taken out by them." "What?" Chu Han closed the window, got up and got out of the car, followed by Xiao Long. Seeing their anxious look, it was obvious that something had happened. Shen Xiai certainly couldn't sit down anymore, so he got out of the car with Shen Ming. When they came outside, it was completely dark and the temperature was lower than during the day. Chu Han took the lead and climbed up a small hill behind the open space, taking out a telescope to observe the situation in the industrial zone. Shen Xiai and others followed closely. After Chu Han finished reading, Shen Xiai saw such a solemn expression on his face for the first time. In addition to the solemnity, there was also the anger that he suppressed, like the surging sea surface covered by ice. Xiao Long reached out to take the telescope from Chu Han. "Let me see it." Who knew that Chu Han actually held the telescope tightly, and refused to let go, and refused to give it to Xiao Long. Xiao Long is not stupid. What made Chu Han react like this must be that his father was in trouble, and Chu Han was afraid that he could not bear it. Suddenly Xiao Long's heart sank. "Let me see it quickly." Xiao Long snatched the telescope from Chu Han's hand. Chu Han did not stop him. He knew very well that even if he tried to stop him, he could only stop him for a while, and Xiao Long would find out sooner or later. As expected by Chu Han, Xiao Long's face was frightening after he looked through the telescope. He put the telescope in Chu Han's hand, pulled out the gun tied to his waist, and walked away. "I killed him," he said the craziest words calmly. Chu Han quickly put the telescope in Shen Xi's hand, and he and Shen Ming hurriedly tried to stop Xiao Long. Xiao Long struggled hard. "Let me go." He was like a wild beast that suddenly went crazy, and he jumped up suddenly, and even his eyes were red. Chu Han could still deal with this struggle, but Shen Ming almost lost his hand, and hurriedly used more strength to help Chu Han control Xiao Long. Shen Ming didn't know what happened, but he thought it must be very bad, so he quickly advised, "Xiao Long, don't be impulsive. Let's discuss it together." "What are you still discussing?" "I'm going to kill those bastards, don't stop me." "Xiao Long, if you are a brother, let me go." Shen Xiai saw Xiao Long suddenly become like this, and his heart couldn't help but click, and he picked up the telescope and looked into the industrial area. The industrial area was brightly lit, and in the outermost open space, there was a figure tied to a wooden stake. The distance was not close, and it was too dark, so Shinseai couldn't see the face of the figure clearly, but it was not difficult to tell from the figure that it was a man, and he was a bit old. In addition, next to the man, there were 2 other men with guns. Considering Xiao Long's reaction, Shinseai realized that the man tied to the wooden stake was Xiao Huijin. They must think that Lu Tong is in trouble, so they want to take Professor Xia as the target. Shinseai suddenly said, but they did not choose to kill Professor Xia directly. The purpose is to provoke us and let us hand over Lu Tong, because they are not sure whether Lu Tong is dead or not. Shinseai's voice made Xiao Long gradually calm down. You mean? Shinseai said again, as long as they know that Lu Tong is still alive, they will not dare to act rashly, and Professor Xia will be fine. Although nothing will happen, being tied outside in such a cold night, it is inevitable to suffer. Thinking of this, Shinseai actually blamed herself a little. It must be because she took the fat man's body to attract mutant animals during the day, so the body was seen by Lei Tei. Lei Tei suspected that Lu Tong was in trouble, and put the blame on Chu Han and others. Speaking of this, she is responsible for this matter, and she must find a way to make up for it. Chu Han immediately said, Shinseai, you and Shin Ning get in the car and bring Lu Tong. Xiao Long and I will lead the people to the front and stabilize them first. Shinseai replied, okay. The 4 people acted separately. Shin Ning drove an armored vehicle, took Shinseai with him, and drove away from the small road. On the way, Shinseai took Lu Tong's body out of the space, and put it in the back seat, and driving away was just a cover-up. Shin Ning asked, Seai, how long will it take us to go back? Shinseai said, in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, this speed is too fast. It is difficult to guarantee that it will not arouse other people's suspicion, but Shinseai can't care so much. She has to pretend. But Xiao Huijin's life is also important. She can't joke with human life. Shinseai kept estimating the time, and when he felt it was almost time, he quickly asked Shin Ming to turn back. While Shin Ming was driving, Shinseai was not idle either. She took out various makeup tools from the space, and applied a thick layer of makeup on Lu Tong's pale face, trying to cover up the dead air. Then she found an old piece of clothing, tore off a piece of cloth, and covered Lu Tong's eyes. With the eyes covered, only the lower half and forehead of Lu Tong's face were exposed. After applying makeup, he no longer looked like a corpse at first glance. As for other parts, they were all wrapped in clothes, so there was no need for makeup, and the clothes could camouflage them. After doing all this, the vehicle almost returned to the camp. I don't know if it was because of the previous clothes incident that Chu Han had some doubts about her. Chu Han asked her to go out to get the body this time, but he didn't send any guards to follow her, as if he deliberately gave her the greatest freedom. It was not until she came back and opened the car door that the guards came up to help carry the body. After moving the body, everyone crossed the grove and headed straight ahead to meet Chu Han and Xiao Long. When Shinseai arrived, the 2 sides were confronting each other, and the air was filled with murder. Xiao Long hurriedly asked someone to help, and together with Shin Ning, he carried Lu Tong to the front. Lu Tong's body had long been frozen and stiff, and he couldn't walk by himself. Fortunately, there was snow in the forest, and everyone's feet would sink deep into the snow when they walked, which covered the 2 feet of the body. In addition, Chu Han brought a lot of people to walk in front, which could block Lu Tong's 2 legs. Shinseai took the time to observe the terrain here. Although the ground was flat, there were no obstacles around the location of the industrial zone. Chu Han and his group were in the grove. If there was a real fight, the grove would still have the advantage. After all, there were many obstacles, and they could escape in all directions, and they were more flexible. The main reason for not launching a strong attack and not removing the surveillance was that they were concerned that Xiao Huijin was in Lei Tei's hands. But now that Lu Tong was there, it was different. Lei Tei, we brought your son. Xiao Long found a loudspeaker and shouted to the people in the industrial zone. The other party didn't seem to believe it. He picked up the telescope and waited until he saw the man held hostage by Xiao Long with his own eyes, and confirmed that it was his son. Only then did his heart settle down a little. Because the light was too dim at night, Lei Tei couldn't confirm whether his son was dead or alive. He simply discussed with his men, waved his hand, and asked them to untie Xiao Huijin from the wooden stake and send Xiao Huijin into the house. Lei Tei said in a very strange tone, "Tomorrow, I want to see my son with my own eyes. Then exchange." Shinseai looked at Chu Han, and then at Xiao Long seeing that they had no objection to the conditions proposed by each other. It seemed that before Lu Tong's body was transported, they had reached an agreement to exchange hostages. Shen Xiai became nervous. What will we exchange hostages for tomorrow? Lu Tong is dead. Back at the camp, everyone started discussing overnight. Xiao Long said anxiously, I will contact the base first and ask them to prepare the helicopter. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. First, they don't have any hostages, and second, his father's body can't stand the running. Fortunately, they have made a rescue plan earlier and applied for a helicopter from the base. Chu Han said, don't wait until tomorrow, take action tonight. Once it's tomorrow, Lu Tong's death will be exposed, and things will be difficult to handle. It's better to take advantage of now, when the conditions have been negotiated and the other party is just relaxing their vigilance. After that, Chu Han was about to gather people to act, but Shen Xiai grabbed him. Wait a minute. Shen Xiai said, if we attack by force, it will be dangerous anyway. I have a way. Do you want to listen to it? Chu Han asked, what? Shen Xiai said again, use mutant animals. If we use mutant animals to create chaos, the group of people will not care about Xiao Huijin, and we can take him away by helicopter, which greatly reduces the risk. But, Xiao Long hesitated, they have camphor wood. Chapter 71. After this period of waiting, Chu Han and Xiao Long have learned from Lei Tei that camphor wood can restrain mutant animals. They have used this trick before, but it has failed. Shen Xiai said, mutated animals are restrained because they smell the scent of camphor wood, so the only way is to cover the scent of camphor wood with other smells first. Chu Han was curious, other smells? Yes, we encountered a mutant osmanthus tree on the way here. The juice extracted from the osmanthus tree smells more intense than camphor wood. What are you waiting for? Xiao Long became excited, we will send someone to cut down the osmanthus tree now. Since this is the case, Shen Xiai did not hesitate, found a pen and paper, and drew a simple map on the paper. Everyone divided the work and cooperated. Xiao Long was responsible for contacting the base, and Chu Han and Shen Ming were responsible for cutting down the osmanthus tree. During the tree cutting process, Shen Xiai was not worried that they would encounter danger. After all, Chu Han relied on the base, which had no shortage of hot weapons. In addition, the vehicles from the base were more adaptable to extreme cold than ordinary modified vehicles, and it did not take too much time to go back and forth. Shen Xiai, on the other hand, had nothing to do for the time being, so he rested in the camp and waited for everyone to come back. In the middle of the night, Shen Xiai heard the sound of vehicles driving outside. It seemed that Chu Han and his friends had returned. She got out of the car and looked, and her eyes widened. Behind the vehicle that Chu Han drove back, there was a full car of osmanthus trees, among which there was a very thick trunk. If I guess correctly, that trunk should be the main trunk of the osmanthus tree. They actually took down the whole osmanthus tree. How did you do it? Shen Xiai knew very well how lethal the mutant osmanthus tree was. Speaking of this, Shen Ming also felt like he was dreaming. Chu Han climbed up a building next to the tree and threw a grenade from a high place, and solved it in one go. The mutant osmanthus tree that had taken them a lot of effort was knocked down so easily. Not to mention Shen Ming, Shen Xiai was also surprised. But think about it again, Chu Han received a mission from the base. With the base, there would be no shortage of weapons or supplies, and it would indeed be much simpler. Chu Han immediately asked everyone to start extracting the juice. Shen Xiai, wrapped in a thick coat, stood in the cold night, watching everyone busy, and his mood became nervous. Whether Xiao Huijin can be rescued depends on this time. Back in the car, everyone discussed the next rescue operation. Chu Han said, after the osmanthus juice is extracted, I will lead a small team to enter the industrial zone under the pretext of sending hostages to find out the situation inside. Xiao Long, you will continue to be responsible for contacting the helicopter, and keep in touch with me at any time. The rest of Shen Ming will lead the team, and be responsible for attracting the mutant animals around. Wait! Shen Ming suddenly interrupted. Do you have camphor wood? Shen Ming thought that the reason why he and his sister were able to attract mutant animals before was because they had camphor wood, and if Chu Han didn't have it, it would be bad for Shen Xiai to take it from the space in front of so many people. Fortunately, Chu Han said in time, don't worry, I have it. It was because of this that they had tried the method of attracting mutant animals a long time ago, but it ended in failure. But now there is the method proposed by Shen Xiai, it is worth a try again. After the division of labor, everyone immediately went their separate ways. Before leaving, Chu Han turned back and repeatedly told Shen Xiai, stay in the car and wait for us to come back. Yes. Shen Xiai nodded heavily, and watched them leave. Originally, Shinsi wanted to snatch the bullets from Lei Tei and the others, but now it seems that the security in the industrial area is too strict, and she can't deal with it alone. In addition, there is Xiao Huijin's life. If she doesn't handle it well, Xiao Huijin will be in danger, so she doesn't expect to get more guns and ammunition now. She just hopes that Chu Han and the others can go smoothly. Shinsi didn't wait in the car for long. From a distance, she heard a series of booms coming from the small woods outside, as if thousands of troops were running. She looked out through the car window and saw a series of black shadows passing quickly in the dim woods. Not long after that, Shinsi heard a noise coming from the direction of the industrial area. Shinsi couldn't sit still any longer, so she got out of the car and found that not all the people in the camp had left. Chu Han actually left a few people to guard the camp. For some reason, Shinsi felt relieved when she found that there was someone around her. Unexpectedly, Chu Han even considered this for her. Shinsi climbed up the small dirt slope and looked at the situation in the industrial zone from afar with a telescope. As she expected, the two sides had just agreed on the terms, and this was the time when Lei Tei and his group were most relaxed. As a result, the mutant animals suddenly broke in and caught those people off guard. The people brought by Chu Han had osmanthus juice in their hands, which successfully covered up the smell of camphor wood. Lei Tei and his group lost their support and had to ignite several places where gunpowder was buried. The industrial zone was ablaze with flames and constant boom explosions. Shinsi couldn't help but worry about Chu Han in his heart. After all, without the smell of camphor wood, the mutant animals would attack indiscriminately, and there were also gunpowder points everywhere. Fortunately, at this time, Shinsi heard the sound of a helicopter from the sky. She looked up and couldn't help but feel happy. Xiao Long dispatched a helicopter to the base, like a timely rain. At this time, the eastern sky was already a little bright. Shinsi didn't sleep all night, and saw Chu Han and his friends hurried back in the woods. After returning, Shinsi found that several of the people they took out were injured, including Xiao Huijin, who was saved with great difficulty. Xiao Huijin's face was pale, and he was so weak that he was half fainted. Chu Han hurriedly made the next arrangements, asking Shen Ning to take care of the injured and take the injured away first, while he and Xiao Long would stay to do the follow-up work. Shinsi had no choice but to leave with Shen Ning and his group. On the way, Shen Ning took care of Xiao Huijin in the car, and Shinsi helped from the side. She looked at Xiao Huijin's appearance, which was much older and thinner than the photos she had seen on the internet before, and his exposed skin was frozen purple. "Brother, he was injured too badly. Why didn't you let the helicopter send him directly to the base?" Speaking of this, Shen Ning was furious. Originally, it could have been sent to the base, but the helicopter was hit by Red's bullet just after picking up the person, and the parts were damaged. There was no choice but to land in the open space outside the woods first, and now we can only wait for rescue from the base. This is not good news, but it is a blessing in disguise that Xiao Huijin was successfully rescued. Shinsi said, "Then we can't go too far away. If we go too far away, we won't meet the rescue team sent by the base." Shen Ming nodded. "Don't worry, everything has been arranged. There is an abandoned staff dormitory building outside this forest. We will temporarily settle in it." Okay. The two took care of Xiao Huijin all the way, and came to the abandoned dormitory building. The dormitory building is about 3 stories high, and is surrounded by weeds. It should have been abandoned before the end of the world. In addition, Shinsi also saw the helicopter her brother mentioned, which was parked in an open space not far from the dormitory building. About the time when the sky was just getting light in the morning, Shinsi heard the sound of the helicopter again, from far to near. She got out of the car, and saw a small black dot flying in the sky. As the distance got closer, the small black dot became larger and larger, and finally turned into a helicopter, and landed on the large open space outside. Shinsi thought that it was fortunate that the place here was spacious enough, not only because it was in the suburbs, but also because a chemical explosion occurred in the industrial area here many years ago. Although it did not cause much damage, it also caused the few residents nearby to move away. Except for some trees planted in this area, the rest of the place was flattened. Now there is enough space for helicopters to land. After Shinsi came out, Shen Ming also got out of the car. He also saw the helicopter flying over and said happily, "It's the base, and rescue workers are sent." Shinsi was worried about a problem. Why is there only one? You know, the number of passengers on a helicopter is limited, and it seems that not many rescue workers have been sent. The fact is not beyond Shinsi's expectation. Shinsi saw 3 people coming down from the helicopter, one wearing a white coat, a middle-aged man in his 40s, and the other two? Why are they? Shen Ming was surprised. Shen Xiai was also a little surprised that the other two who came were Qiu Zhicai and Fu Shuangshuang. When they saw Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, they seemed to have expected it long ago. They brought the doctor, and walked slowly over like they were shopping. Now is not the time to settle old scores. The most important thing is to cure Xiao Huaijin. Shen Xiai tried his best to ignore the two people, and hurriedly asked the guards beside him to bring the doctor over. The guards took the order, strode up, carried the doctor and rushed over. But before they took 2 steps, Fu Shuangshuang cried ouch, grabbed the doctor who was about to be taken away, frowned and looked at her ankle. My feet seem to be frostbitten, and I have no feeling. Hearing this, Qiu Zhicai immediately supported Fu Shuangshuang and anxiously ordered the doctor, why don't you check her quickly? The doctor was immediately embarrassed. He received the order from the base, and came to treat Xiao Huaijin, but he also found out on the way that Fu Shuangshuang had a special relationship with Captain Qiu, and he didn't dare to offend Captain Qiu. Just as he hesitated, Fu Shuangshuang's hand, which was holding him tightly, was suddenly grabbed by another hand. Fu Shuangshuang felt pain and almost cried out. She looked up and saw Shen Xiai appeared in front of her, wearing a clean and warm outfit, with her hair tied up high, not greasy at all, and a beautiful white face, but that face was full of coldness at the moment. For some reason, Shen Xiai made Fu Shuangshuang feel scared in her heart, but more of it was because of the jealousy derived from her self-abasement. Why did Shen Xiai always look so beautiful every time he appeared in front of her? In the end times, everyone was in a mess, so how could she live so well? Shen Xiai didn't care what Fu Shuangshuang was thinking. She only knew that no matter who it was, no one could stop the doctor from saving Xiao Huaijin. She squeezed Fu Shuangshuang's wrist tightly, and forcibly pulled Fu Shuangshuang's hand off the doctor's arm, and asked the guard to continue taking the doctor to the car to treat Xiao Huaijin. Qiu Zhicai, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore, so he pushed Shen Xi's shoulder, protected Fu Shuangshuang, and squinted his eyes to look at Shen Xiai unkindly. Chapter 72. Ah Xiai? Shen Ming hurried over and protected Shen Xiai. Qiu Zhicai looked at Shen Xiai, then at Shen Ming. It's you. The brother and sister who shot him in the plastic factory last time. He later looked for them in the base, but unexpectedly met them here. Shen Xiai didn't expect that the rescuers sent by the base this time would be Qiu Zhicai and Fu Shuangshuang. Seeing how close they were, it seemed that they had an unusual relationship. How could the two of them be together? What about Zhou Xiangyuan? Forget it, Shen Xiai was too lazy to care about these things. The most important thing now was to ensure Xiao Huaijin's safety. As for what Qiu Zhicai did in the plastic factory before, Shen Xiai didn't trust him, and said to him coldly, Captain Qiu, please go to the side and rest. Shen Xiai gestured to a car below. Qiu Zhicai was not satisfied. We came here with good intentions to rescue, so we should at least take a look at Xiao Huaijin to confirm his safety, right? See Xiao Huaijin? Don't think Shen Xiai can't see that Fu Shuangshuang pretended to have frostbite on her feet just now, just to delay the doctor and prevent the doctor from treating Xiao Huaijin. These two people came here with no good intentions. Shen Xiai made an excuse. I'm sorry, Captain Chu has said that Professor Xia is seriously injured and no outsiders are allowed to visit. After saying that, Shen Xiai silently apologized to Chu Han in his heart. Now the situation is helpless. She can only pull Chu Han over to block Qiu Zhicai. Cousin, we were sent here by the base to rescue. How can you treat us like this? Fu Shuangshuang said aggrievedly. A guard came over spontaneously. I'm sorry, Captain Qiu. Captain Chu did say so. Shen Xiai turned his head and looked at the guard, who helped her lie in surprise. Chu Han did not explain this. Shen Xiai just wanted to guard against Qiu Zhicai and Fu Shuangshuang, but she did not expect that the people left by Chu Han would unite with her. Why did she feel at ease that Chu Han was still around? Qiu Zhicai saw that the situation was not good, and he did not dare to confront Chu Han openly. He could only endure it for the time being. He snorted coldly, and turned back to another car with Fu Shuangshuang. Seeing them leave, Shen Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, we have to be on guard against them. Qiu Zhicai not only had a grudge with them, but Chu Han also dealt with Zhou Xiangyuan's matter in the hospital last time, which was considered to have offended Qiu Zhicai. This person's appearance now is definitely not good. Don't worry, I will find someone to watch him. After settling Qiu Zhicai and others, Shen Xiai waited anxiously outside the car, waiting for Chu Han to come back, and waiting for the doctor to finish treating Xiao Huaijin. He didn't know whether Xiao Huaijin's injury was serious. Shen Xiai simply leaned against the car body and rested in a small corner. She hadn't slept all night. It should be said that she hadn't had a good sleep since leaving the base. Even in the cold weather, she was a little drowsy. In a half-awake state, Shinseai felt cold all over and seemed to hear the sound of continuous vehicles. But suddenly, a piece of clothing with body temperature covered her body, and she woke up suddenly. Shinseai opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Chu Han's handsome face with a slightly frown. In the dark sky, he carried the cold air of dust on his body. "Why are you sleeping here?" Chu Han asked. Shinseai rubbed his eyes. "You're back?" She stood up holding Chu Han's clothes, and then she remembered and grabbed Chu Han's hand. "By the way, go see Professor Xia. The doctor said by the base has arrived." Chu Han gathered Shinseai's clothes tightly. "Don't worry, I will take care of these things." After that, Chu Han took Shinseai's hand and went to see the spoils he brought back this time. Shinseai realized that the sound of the vehicle he heard just now was real. In addition to the original armored vehicles, there were 3 more, each of which was full of supplies. Someone erected a lighting headlight in the open space next to it, using a white light for illumination. Shinseai followed Chu Han to count the goods on the car, and saw a large number of hot weapons at first glance, so many that she held her breath. Not only bullets, grenades, but also gunpowder. It would be great if all of these could be stored in her space. Shinseai shook his head, and quickly drove away the desperate thought from his mind. Now that they were on the base's car, they could only belong to the base. In addition to guns and ammunition, Shinseai also saw another car full of supplies, as well as a group of women covered in wounds. "Are these all brought back from the industrial zone?" Shinseai asked. Chu Han nodded. "Yes, in addition to sending helicopters, the base also sent a convoy. When they arrive later, we will search for a batch in Jiangnan City. Whether it is supplies or camphor wood, the base needs a lot." Chu Han said again, "When the sun rises tomorrow, you and Shinning will drive a car back to the base and leave the rest of the things here to us." Shinseai thought about it and realized that staying here would not help them much. Counting the days, it was almost New Year's Eve. Shinseai missed her parents, so she certainly hoped to go back earlier. "Okay." Shinseai agreed happily. But who knew that at this time, a panicked voice suddenly came from another armored vehicle. Shinseai's heart clicked and had a bad premonition. That direction seemed to be the car where Xia Huijin was. Shinseai hurriedly caught up with Chu Han and rushed to Xia Huijin's place. As soon as she arrived outside the car, Shinseai saw the doctor shaking his head and getting out of the car with regret. Seeing this, Chu Han had the answer in his mind, but still asked unwillingly, "How is it?" The regret on the doctor's face became even heavier. "He has too many old injuries, and many tissues are frozen. He won't survive tonight." "What? He can't even survive tonight?" After the doctor got out of the car, Shinseai looked inside and saw Xia Huijin still lying on the sofa bench. The quilt covering his body and the charcoal fire under his feet had never been removed, but he was still like an ice sculpture and could not warm up. "Dad." Xia Long knelt on the edge of the bench, his bent back twitching constantly, and his voice was choked with sobs. Shinseai couldn't help but think of the scene in his previous life, when his parents and brother died one by one. He was immediately filled with grief and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He turned around and went to the side to breathe. I don't know how long it took. Shinseai heard a movement behind him, and then he turned around, but saw Xia Long's eyes were red and swollen, and his steps were weak as he got off the car. Chu Han said nothing and patted Xia Long's shoulder. Xia Long's sadness was like a flood, but he still stepped aside to let Chu Han go up. Chu Han got into the car and walked to the bench with heavy steps. Last night, the time was too urgent, and the situation was too chaotic. After rescuing Xia Huijin, he immediately sent Xia Huijin to the helicopter. He didn't have time to look at Xia Huijin for a long time. It was not until he saw him carefully that Chu Han realized how badly he was injured. The warm and kind Uncle Xia in the past seemed to have been drained of blood and flesh at this moment, with only a little consciousness left. "Uncle Xia." Chu Han held Xia Huijin's hand and blew on it vigorously, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't warm it up, and it was gradually becoming stiff. "Xiao Han." "Uncle Xia, I'm here." Hearing Chu Han's voice, Xia Huijin's eyelids trembled, and he opened them with great difficulty and looked at Chu Han. Chu Han's eyes were red, and although he didn't cry, Xia Huijin knew him best. "Don't be sad, everyone will die one day." At least for him, improving seeds that can adapt to extreme cold is the last thing he did for the people before leaving. He is very satisfied and has no regrets. "Uncle Xia, the base is still sending rescuers one after another." There must be a way. Hearing this, Xia Huaijin just shook his head. How could he not know his own body? Not to mention that it is the end of the world and medical resources are in short supply. Even if it was before the end of the world, his necrotic body would not last long. Besides, he would rather be freed earlier than living in pain like a useless person. Xiao Han, Uncle Xia actually has no regrets. The only thing he is worried about is you and your parents. When talking about his parents, a trace of pain appeared in Chu Han's eyes. Xia Huaijin sighed. Chu Han, this child, although he looks difficult to get close to, actually values feelings the most in his heart, and is the best at hiding things. Don't think he can't see that over the years, the past events have always become an unsolvable knot in this child's heart. Uncle Xia knows that you have been blaming yourself for Chu Wang's abduction, so even if Chu Wang was found later, and your parents loved him more than you didn't dare to have any resentment in your heart, but it's just that you don't dare, not that you don't have any resentment. Every word Xia Huaijin said touched Chu Han's heart. You have been suppressing your resentment towards your parents deep in your heart, telling yourself that it was you who caused your brother to be abducted, and it was your fault. You always feel guilty, and you can't control your resentment towards your parents. At the same time, you feel that such resentment is not right, and you torture yourself like this. Chu Han looked away, not daring to look into Xia Huaijin's eyes. Uncle Xia, I don't hate them, and I won't forgive them. He had already recognized that there are indeed parents in this world who don't love their children. There may be reasons, or there may be no reasons. For so many years, he just regarded himself as an orphan. Xia Huaijin knew that Chu Han had misunderstood, and then said, Uncle Xia doesn't want you to forgive them, but just wants to tell you that you were just a child back then, and Chu Wang was abducted. It was not entirely your fault. Uncle Xia hopes that you can let go of this self-blame and live your next life well. Chu Han lowered his head and said nothing. For so many years, he has been bearing the blame of his parents, and even he himself always blames himself in his heart. Now is the first time that someone tells him that it was not all his fault that his brother was abducted. Uncle Xia. Xiao Han, people cannot decide where they are born. If that home does not make you feel warm, you don't have to go back. You are grown up now. In the future, you can find a new home for yourself. Find a new home for yourself? Chu Han was stunned, and Shen Xi's figure appeared in his mind involuntarily. Shen Xi has been waiting outside. It was getting late at night, and the temperature was frighteningly low in the cold night. Shen Xi gathered his coat tightly, put a few warm baby inside his clothes, and wrapped himself tightly with a hat and scarf. A guard came over and advised, Miss Shen, go to the car behind to warm up. Chapter 73. In the convoy, although the first car was fully modified and even the light was warm, the rest of the cars were cold inside, but no matter how cold it was better than standing outside at night. Shen Xi shook his head. No, I wait for your Captain Chu to come out. Chu Han and Xia Long were close friends, and he called Xia Huaijin Uncle Xia, which showed that their two families had known each other for a long time. If Xia Huaijin couldn't make it tonight, Chu Han's heart would probably not be better than Xia Long's. At this time, if there was someone around to accompany him all the time, it would be a comfort. After all, Shen Xi had experienced the pain of the death of his relatives in his previous life. Shen Xi waited outside for a while, and saw Xia Long go back to the car. Soon, Xia Long's crying was heard. Xia Huaijin, after all, didn't make it. Miracles have always been just beautiful imaginations. The whole convoy fell into grief, and the guard stood up, mourned for Xia Huaijin, and sent him off for the last time. Xia Long was the only son of Xia Huaijin, and this blow was too great for him. He could no longer handle many things in the team, so Shen Ming took over Xia Long's burden and arranged the staff in an orderly manner. While arranging people to send Xia Huaijin's body back to the base at dawn, he continued to deal with the materials brought back from the industrial zone, contacted the base, and discussed how to transport them back in batches. Shen Xi saw Chu Han getting off the car in a daze, and hurried forward. But before she could get close, Fu Shuangshuang quickly got off another car, and ran straight to Chu Han, with a cup of hot water. Captain Chu, drink some hot water to warm your body. Fu Shuangshuang offered hot water attentively. Chu Han ignored Fu Shuangshuang, and walked past her to Shen Xi, who was waiting not far away. Shen Xi didn't know how to comfort Chu Han, because at this time, no matter how much comfort she gave, it was useless. She was about to speak, but Chu Han came over and hugged her gently. Shen Xi was caught off guard by the hug, and leaned on Chu Han's shoulder with his chin up. Chu Han had just got off the warm car, but his body was so cold that Shen Xi couldn't help shivering. But Shen Xi didn't let go, and raised his hand to stroke Chu Han's back. Are you hungry? Chu Han didn't say anything, just nodded. Shen Xiai asked again, then, do you want me to cook you a bowl of instant noodles? Chu Han nodded again. After Shen Xiai let him go, he took him to a relatively empty armored vehicle. The lights on the car were on, but there was no temperature. Shen Xiai brought a charcoal basin and placed it at Chu Han's feet. Then he went outside to boil a pot of hot water, part of which was used to fill the hot water bottle, and the other part was used to make instant noodles. Whether it was the hot water bottle or the instant noodles in a bucket, Shen Xiai took them out from the space without telling anyone, but when he gave them to Chu Han, it was inevitable that Chu Han would be suspicious. However, Chu Han still didn't ask anything. He took whatever Shen Xiai gave him, and sat there like a well-behaved child. He took the instant noodles, and immediately devoured them. Shen Xiai looked at the way he ate, as if what he was holding in his hand was not instant noodles, but a plate of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Shen Xiai felt a little guilty. Every time Chu Han cooked for her, he would make all kinds of delicious food, but she gave Chu Han a bowl of instant noodles. But there was nothing she could do, because her cooking skills were really bad. After eating, Shen Xiai took the empty instant noodle bucket away, and threw it away, and then stuffed the hot water bottle back into Chu Han's hand. How is it? Do you feel better? Shen Xiai asked. Chu Han then said, don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Long is the one who is most uncomfortable now. As for him, there are many things waiting to be dealt with, both in the fleet and at the base, and he has no time to immerse himself in sadness. Fu Shuang, who came to Chu Han with good intentions to show her courtesy, was ignored by Chu Han again, so angry that she stamped her feet and returned to her car angrily. Who knew that as soon as she got in the car, what awaited her was a slap in the face, which made her body tilt to one side, and the hot water in her hand also spilled and poured on her arm, causing her to scream in pain. Fortunately, it is extremely cold weather now, and the temperature is low. After such a while, the hot water has cooled down a lot, and she was wearing thick clothes, so she did not get burned. Fu Shuang, you are quite capable, aren't you? You seduced me, and you went to seduce the guy surnamed Chu. What? I can't satisfy you? Qiu Zhicai grabbed Fu Shuang's hair and forced her to lift her face. Fu Shuang felt pain, the pain on the back of her hand, and the pain on her scalp, and her tears came out. Even so, Fu Shuang still didn't dare to say a word of resistance, and beg for mercy. Qiu, brother Qiu, you misunderstood, I'm not. Still want to lie to me? Do you think I don't know what you think about the guy surnamed Chu? The more Qiu Zhicai spoke, the tighter his back teeth clenched. He grabbed Fu Shuang and pushed her to the ground. Fu Shuang fell heavily. Seeing that Qiu Zhicai was about to come up and fight, she was so scared that she hurriedly shouted, I did it all for brother Qiu. Qiu Zhicai narrowed his eyes, and stopped the fist that was about to fall on Fu Shuang. Fu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Brother Qiu, aren't we here to make them fail their mission? Qiu Zhicai's eyes flashed, he retracted his fist, tidied his clothes, and sat down on the stool. Go on. Fu Shuang then carefully got up from the ground, and knelt at Qiu Zhicai's feet. She tapped Qiu Zhicai's legs with both hands and said, they failed to complete the mission, and will definitely be scolded by the superiors when they return to the base. But what we didn't expect was that even God was helping us. Xiao Huijin died just like that, saving us from having to do anything. Qiu Zhicai took the thermos cup on the table and drank a sip of the hot water made from tea leaves. Not bad. Fu Shuang said again, it's okay if Xiao Huijin died. I'm just afraid that he told Chu Han and Xiao Long the whereabouts of the seeds. You mean? So I want to find a chance to get close to Chu Han, right? If we can find out the whereabouts of the seeds, we can get them first and hand them over to the base. Then, Brother Qiu, your achievement this time will be much better than Chu Han's? That's the truth, but Chu Han is not a fool. Looking at his attitude towards Fu Shuang didn't even have a chance to get close to him. But although the method is stupid, the starting point is good. Qiu Zhicai curled his lips with a fake smile and stroked Fu Shuang's swollen face. Does it hurt? Fu Shuang shuddered all over and forced herself to smile. It doesn't hurt. But in her heart, she cursed Qiu Zhicai and Shen Xiai thousands of times. Shen Xiai didn't know when she fell asleep. She was sleepy, so she sat on the bench, leaning her back against the cushion and fell asleep. Chu Han also fell asleep, with his head resting on Shen Xi's legs. But he woke up after only sleeping for 10 minutes. After getting up, he took off the blanket covering himself and covered Shen Xiai gently. Looking at Shen Xi's sleeping profile, Chu Han felt that a certain empty space in his heart seemed to be slowly filled. Uncle Xia told him, before leaving, that he should try to find a home for himself. Perhaps he found it. Chu Han lifted his foot and left the car. When he came outside, the sky was still dark, but it was about to get brighter. Shin Ming, who hadn't slept all night, came over with 2 dark circles under his eyes. We have contacted the base. We will transport Professor Xia's body back at dawn, and there will be supplies. Someone will come to pick him up. Chu Han nodded. Okay, at dawn, you and Shin Xi will drive the last car back. Chu Han said, motioning Shin Ming to look at the last car. Shin Ming took a look and understood. He thought that Chu Han had packed up the car and left it for them. What about you? Shin Ming asked subconsciously. Chu Han said, I will wait for the follow-up rescue personnel from the base to arrive, hand this place over to them, and leave for a while. After hearing this, Shin Ming stopped asking. Xia Huaijin must have told Chu Han the storage location of the batch of improved seeds. Seeds are related to the livelihoods of many people. Chu Han must go and get them in person and transport them back to the base in person before he can feel at ease. Shin Ming didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Chu Han on the shoulder. Be careful on your journey and accept my condolences. My condolences, 2 helpless words. Chu Han pursed his lips and suppressed some emotions in his heart. While the 2 were talking, they did not notice that Shin Xi was standing by the car door not far away. Shin Xi had noticed that Chu Han had left and was a little worried, so he followed him out, but he never expected to hear the conversation between Chu Han and his brother. She was about to turn around, but she accidentally saw Fu Shuangshuang in another car next to her, looking in the direction of Chu Han. She stretched her neck very long, as if she was trying to find out something, but because the distance was a bit far, she couldn't hear it clearly. Shin Xi suddenly thought of a question in his mind. Xiao Ji would not apply for rescue for no reason. Would he be willing to do something that was not beneficial? Then, there was only one possibility left. Maybe he was also here to take the seeds. After Shin Ming and Chu Han finished talking, Chu Han left, and Shin Xi got out of the car to find Shin Ming. Brother. Shin Ming heard his sister's voice and said in surprise, ACI? Why don't you sleep a little longer in the car? Shin Xi didn't care about his sleep problem. He looked around and saw Fu Shuangshuang not far away. She quickly retracted her head, fearing that she would find out. Shin Xi sneered in his heart, pretending not to see Fu Shuangshuang's little action, and pulled her brother back. Brother, there are rescuers coming to the base. Chu Han has to wait here. I think we should help him share some of the burden. For example, that place, let us go? That place? Shin Ming was confused. He was about to ask where it was, but before he could ask, he was pulled over by Shin Xi. Shin Xi leaned close to Shin Ming's ear and whispered a few words, and Shin Ming gradually showed a look of realization. Okay, I will listen to you. Shin Xi's eyes lit up. Then let's set off now. Okay. After discussing with Shin Ming, Shin Xi set off to say goodbye to Chu Han. On the other side, Fu Shuangshuang saw this, frowned tightly, and hurried to find Qiu Zhisai. Qiu Zhisai heard the news brought by Fu Shuangshuang, and suddenly stood up from the stool. What did you say? The brother and sister surnamed Shin, are they going to transport seeds? Fu Shuangshuang said guiltily. I just guessed. Shin Ming first talked to Chu Han for a while, and then went to talk to Shin Xi, and I heard them say something about place, departure and so on. Chapter 74. Place. Departure. Could it be the place where the seeds are stored? Did Chu Han give this task to the Shin brothers and sisters? The more Qiu Zhisai thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. When he and Fu Shuangshuang arrived, Shin Xi was full of defense against them. He didn't even let them see Xia Huaijin, let alone Chu Han, who must be on guard against them. If he were Chu Han, in order to ensure the safety of the seeds, he would definitely send someone to transport the seeds away and bring them back to the base. But, just when Qiu Zhisai couldn't make up his mind, there was a sound of a vehicle starting outside. He walked quickly to the window and looked out, and saw that the armored vehicle at the end of the convoy started. The front of the car was turned by the steering wheel, turned to another direction, and drove out unsteadily. It was too late. There was no time for Qiu Zhisai to think about it. Qiu Zhisai immediately made a decision and said to Fu Shuangshuang, You stay and keep an eye on the surnamed Chu, I will chase the brother and sister. After that, Qiu Zhisai immediately drove Fu Shuangshuang out of the car, started the car, and drove far away in the direction where Shin Xi and the others left. He was worried about Shin Xi and the other two, but he was also worried about Chu Han. Only in this way could it be the safest way to monitor both ends. Another thing is that he has not yet avenged the last time he had a grudge against the plastic factory. Isn't this the opportunity God has given him? Shinsiai sat in the co-pilot, and vaguely saw through the rearview mirror that another car followed behind their car. However, the car obviously did not dare to follow too close, most likely because it was afraid of being discovered, and could only use the half-light and half-dark sky as a cover. Brother, they really followed, but I don't know if it was Qiu Jisai or Fu Shuangshuang who followed. Shinsiai never thought that he could lure both of them here, and it was very likely that he could only lure one of them. Shinming glanced at the rearview mirror and concluded, Fu Shuangshuang can't drive. It should be Qiu Jisai, and Qiu Jisai has a grudge against us. He will not give up this good opportunity to deal with us. Shinsiai nodded. She thought so too. In fact, Shinming's guess was correct. Qiu Jisai did not think that this might be the Shin siblings who deliberately led him away, but even if it was intentional, he decided to take this trick. Before in the base, he looked for the traces of the siblings everywhere, but never found them. Unexpectedly, he saw them here. If he didn't take this opportunity to avenge the last time at the plastic factory, when would he wait? Wait until we get back to the base. Fighting is prohibited in the base. Who knows when he will have to wait if he misses this opportunity. As for the batch of seeds, it doesn't matter if you can't get them. Looking at the relationship between Chu Han and Shinsiai, Chu Han obviously cares about Shinsiai. If Shinsiai is killed, wouldn't it make Chu Han more painful? When Qiu Jisai thought that he could kill the Shin brothers and sisters and take revenge on Chu Han, he was so excited that his eyes showed madness. He stared at the vehicle in front of him, grinning, and stepped on the accelerator with more force. Shinming drove the vehicle and carefully observed the road conditions ahead. During the process, he couldn't help but take a few moments to glance at Shinsiai beside him. Shinsiai took the thermos cup from the space and was drinking hot water mouthful by mouthful to drive away the coldness brought by the cold night. She saw that Shinming was hesitant to speak, as if he had something to say, so she simply asked directly, Brother, do you have something to say to me? Shinming was still hesitant, but after hearing his sister's question, he simply stopped hiding it and asked suspiciously, Siai, are you in love with Chu Han? Ahem. Shinsiai almost choked on a mouthful of hot water, and her heartbeat quickened with Shinming's question. But before she could answer, Shinming said to himself, looking at your reaction, you must be in love with Chu Han, otherwise how could you take the risk to help him lead Qiu Jisai away? Alas, when he thought of his sister having a lover, Shinming couldn't help but sigh. The little girl, who was held in the palm of their family's hand, finally grew up. On the one hand, he felt sour, but on the other hand, he felt fortunate that his sister liked Chu Han. If Chu Han became his brother-in-law, it seemed that it would not be unacceptable. Shinsiai had never expected that her brother had thought so far, and she explained repeatedly, Brother, don't talk nonsense. I just thought that Professor Xia must be feeling bad after his death, and we can help him as much as we can. After all, Chu Han not only had to deal with other things in the future, but also had to transport the grain seeds left by Xia Huijin. If Qiu Jisai messed up in the process, it would be too tiring. Shinsiai didn't think too much, but she felt a little distressed for Chu Han inexplicably, thinking that she could help him as much as she could. As for whether it was out of love or some other reason behind it, she didn't think about it. But now that her brother pointed it out, why did her heart suddenly beat so fast? Shinming glanced at Shinsiai again, and naturally didn't miss the guilty look on Shinsi's face. He thought with amusement that his sister herself hadn't noticed it, but he, an outsider, could see it clearly. He stopped exposing her. Okay, I'm just helping. Drive your car, Shinsiai said unhappily. Shinming knew that his sister was shy, so he stopped talking about it and asked, Where are we going next? Transporting seeds was just an excuse. Besides, they really didn't know where the seeds were. I'm afraid only Chu Han and Xiao Long knew. But since Qiu Jisai was lured out, we have to find a place to deal with him. Shinsiai thought about it and decided, don't worry about him. Let's go to a few nearby shopping malls first to see if we can collect supplies. After all, he had promised Grandma Shunsheng that he would bring them supplies. Of course, Shinsi's space was not short of supplies, but he still thought that since he had come out, he should not return empty-handed. Thinking about it, she took out the map again and began to look for the nearest shopping malls nearby. Soon, Shinsiai locked onto one and directed Shinming to drive in the direction of the mall. Because it was a paper map, Shinsi's command was not so accurate, and he drove the wrong way several times and went around in circles. This made Qiu Jisai, who had been following behind, very angry. The Shin family siblings must have discovered his tracking and were deliberately playing a trick on him. Since they had discovered it, Qiu Jisai no longer needed to be careful. He simply stepped on the accelerator, closed the distance with the car in front, and came to the diagonal rear of the vehicle. Xiao saw the right opportunity, stopped the car suddenly, took out a gun he carried with him, stuck his head out, and pointed the barrel of the gun diagonally at the cab of Shenxi's car. Bang! A gunshot exploded in his ears, Shenming's steering wheel shook, and the tires made a bursting sound. He turned sharply, and almost flipped the whole car into the ditch on the side. Shenxi quickly stabilized his body, and turned his head to look diagonally behind him, just in time to see Qiu putting away his gun. For this Qiu grain seeds are no longer his main purpose is to take their lives. Fortunately, Fu Shuangshuang did not follow him. Qiu had to drive and shoot alone, so he was too busy that the bullet did not shoot into the cab and only hit the front tire of the vehicle. The explosion just now was probably caused by a problem with one of the front wheels. Shenxi clearly felt that the vehicle under him was driving very differently from before. Shenming was so angry that he cursed, "This bastard, hack him." Shenxi nodded vigorously, and immediately took out a gun from the space, and quickly checked the bullets inside. She was originally going to change places to deal with Qiu, but she didn't expect that the other party was so impatient, and took the initiative to rush to seek death, so she was not polite. Later, because the snow on the ground had not melted, everyone could not drive fast, so Qiu started the car again, and chased after Shenxi and Shenming again. Shenxi was waiting for Qiu to come. When he got closer, Shenxi immediately opened the car window, and leaned out half of his body, pointed the muzzle at Qiu behind him, and fired 2 shots. Qiu was startled and subconsciously bent down to avoid it. He knew that the brother and sister had guns, but he thought that their bullets were limited after all. The plastic factory had wasted several last time, not to mention that they might have used guns later. Maybe after a while, they would have used up all the bullets. But unexpectedly, they fired 2 shots at the first shot, without any economy. Qiu was very angry. He stood up and continued to drive, while looking at the road, but found that the windshield in front of him was hit by the bullet just now. His heart trembled fiercely. Fortunately, the armored vehicle he was driving now was from the base, and the quality was much better than ordinary vehicles. 2 bullets came and hit the windshield, which only caused spider web-like cracks on the windshield. But if it hits again, it is not certain. Qiu face was ugly. He steadied the steering wheel with one hand, and continued to drive shakily. With the other hand, he picked up the gun, and leaned out of the window again. Who knew that before he could shoot, Shenxi's action was faster than him, and the third bullet came again. Bang! Accompanied by a sharp sound, the windshield of the vehicle driven by Qiu was completely shattered. Broken glass flew in all directions, most of which stabbed Qiu. Shenxi took advantage of the victory, and continued to shoot bang bang. Although her shooting skills were not as good as Shenming's, she had at least received some training from Chu Han. Qiu was beaten so hard that he dared not show his head. He bent down again to avoid the attack, and the vehicle he was driving had to stop by stepping on the accelerator. He originally thought that the brother and sister did not join the base as defenders, and they must be incompetent. They relied on Chu Han's care to get to where they are today, but he never thought that he underestimated them. Just the shooting skills just now, can an ordinary person have them? This brother and sister clearly practiced before. Qiu secretly hated that he had been thinking about counterkilling, but now it seemed that he had to give up. He saw that the momentum was not right, gritted his teeth and endured the injuries on his body, and decisively turned the steering wheel with both hands and evacuated. Shenming glanced at the rearview mirror and asked hurriedly, "Are you still chasing?" Shenxi shook his head and said, "Our car has a flat tire, and we can't chase. The speed alone is not as good as the car driven by Qiu." But even if he couldn't catch up, Shenxi could still conclude that Qiu was injured. Not to mention the broken windshield. At least one of the bullets she fired hit Qiu. Even if he didn't hurt his vital parts, the distance from Jiangnan City back to the base in Jianan City is not short, not to mention that there might be other accidents on the way. Shenming said, "Then let's proceed according to the plan. First, search a few shopping malls, then go back to the bridge and pick up Shensheng and his grandmother." Okay. In addition to the shopping malls, Shenxi also wanted to find a suitable RV. Chapter 75. After leaving the industrial zone, the roads ahead are all open roads, and there is no deep snow. Shenxi suggested, "Brother, let's change cars. Firstly, the front wheel of the armored vehicle we are driving is broken, and it is not suitable for driving anymore. Secondly, if we are seen by other survivors on the road, it will be too conspicuous." Okay. Shenming listened to Shenxi and found a secluded place to park. Shinseai took out their SUV from the space and prepared to pack up and change cars. But while packing, Shinseai suddenly heard her brother's voice coming from the back of the car. "Ah, Sei, come and see." Shinseai didn't know what happened, so she hurried to the back to find Shinming, but saw Shinming open the compartment at the back of the armored vehicle, staring into it, and became dazed. Shinseai followed Shinming's line of sight, and was also stunned. There were actually several large boxes of things in the compartment. Shinseai climbed up and opened the nearest box. The contents of the box immediately caught her eyes. It was a magazine full of bullets. On the other side, Shinming also opened a box, which was also filled with bullets. Shinming was surprised. So many bullets? Are all the boxes filled with bullets? Shinseai simply opened all the remaining boxes and found that in addition to bullets, there were several boxes of supplies. The supplies included canned food, instant noodles and other foods, as well as a large number of hot packs for warmth. These? Shinseai was surprised and worried. "Brother, did you drive the wrong car?" In addition to the 3 cars originally owned by Chu-han's team, there were several more cars in the convoy, which were specially used to load supplies, so there were only a few empty cars that could be vacated. The empty cars that they and Chiu-jisai lived in were specially cleared out. Could her brother have driven the wrong car and drove out a car loaded with supplies? If so, Chu-han would be responsible for the shortage of supplies. Shinming was more and more confused. It shouldn't be. Chu-han specifically told me to drive the last car out. I definitely wouldn't drive the wrong car. What? He told you? Yes. Shinseai couldn't help but frowned. After thinking about it, she suppressed the idea of driving the car back. It seems that these are specially left for us by Chu-han. Chu-han specially divided a part of the large amount of supplies looted from the industrial zone, loaded it on this car, and told him to drive away. Shinseai originally thought that Chu-han was loyal to the base, and was a rather rigid person, but he didn't expect that he would have such a lovely side. Shinming looked at the pile of supplies in front of him, crossed his arms, and frowned. "You said he gave us some supplies. What if the base found out?" "It would be bad if the base found him." Shinseai said. "He dared to do this. He must have his own way to deal with it. Besides, there are so many supplies in the industrial zone, they are busy moving them, and Xiao Huijin got into trouble later, so everyone has no time to count them. It is estimated that it will not be noticed if a part is missing." Hearing what his sister said, Shinming was relieved and couldn't help laughing. "I said that you two really care about each other. He was afraid that you didn't have enough supplies, so he left some for you. You were afraid that Chiu-jisai would make trouble for him, so you led Chiu-jisai away." Shinseai was guilty. "Brother, what are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. You two are quite in sync. On the surface, you don't say anything, but behind the scenes, you help each other. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets." Shinseai quickly changed the subject. "Okay, stop talking. I have to collect all these supplies first." Speaking of collecting supplies, Shinming couldn't help but worry about another thing. He waited for Shinseai to collect the supplies, then put the armored vehicle back into the space, and sat in the off-road vehicle together. Then he hesitated and said, "You said Chu-han gave us so many supplies. Aren't you afraid that it will be difficult for us to carry them?" He didn't guess that you have a space?" Shinming felt a little uneasy. It goes without saying how important the space is. Although if it was Chu-han, he would never leak it out according to his character, but Chu-han has a base behind him. Shinseai didn't dare to guarantee this matter. He doesn't know about the space, but he may know that we don't lack places to hide supplies. Whether it was when she took a shower and changed into clean clothes first, or when she took out the hot water bottle and bucket instant noodles later, Chu-han was so smart that it was impossible for him not to be suspicious. It was because he was suspicious that he would deliberately divide a part of the supplies and secretly send them to them. Shinming also understood the twists and turns here and comforted Shinseai. "Don't worry, according to your brother's understanding of Chu-han, he is absolutely reliable." Shinseai certainly believed this. "Brother, you drive first, I take a nap, and I take your place in 10 minutes. Okay." After making the decision with Shinming, Shinseai relaxed and fell asleep quickly in a daze. The car drove slowly forward in the snow, and the eastern sky gradually brightened. Shinseai originally planned to sleep for 10 minutes, but she accidentally slept for more than half an hour, and she didn't wake up until she arrived at the mall. She knew her brother wouldn't wake her up. Shinseai didn't say much, and got out of the car with Shinming to see if they could find anything useful. As she expected, the food in the mall had long been gone, but some clothes, shoes, cosmetics and so on were left, and a lot of cash was also found. Shinseai took away the daily necessities that could be used, and then took away all the cash, to expand the space. After leaving the mall, she thought that the other malls in Jiangnan City were probably the same, there were not many things, and as for cash, it would be more convenient to directly take the ATM. She and Shinming discussed, and decided not to collect supplies anymore, and went directly to find Grandma Shengsheng. After all, Chu-Han gave them several large boxes of food, so it was no problem to give some to Grandma Shengsheng as a reward. Shinming also had this idea. The two set off immediately. On the way, Shen Xiai forced Shinming to go to the co-pilot to rest, saying that she would drive the rest of the way. Shinming couldn't resist, so he had to agree. It was about lunchtime before Shen Xiai drove the car back to the bottom of the bridge. Grandma Shengsheng had already given up hope, and even suspected that Shen Xiai and Shinming had been away for so long, whether something had happened. She had decided to go out to find supplies by herself, but she didn't expect that at such a juncture, the two would come back. You are back? Grandma Shengsheng, wrapped in a thick coat, ran down the bus to greet them with excitement. Shengsheng, who followed behind, was also very happy. Great, brother and sister, the osmanthus juice you want, Grandma, and I have already extracted it for you. That's really great. Seeing that Shengsheng and Grandma were safe, and had completed the task she had asked, Shen Xiai was also very happy, and hurriedly followed Shinming into the bus with them. As soon as they entered the bus, Grandma Shengsheng couldn't help asking, "Did you go out smoothly these 2 days? Did you encounter any danger?" Shen Xiai shook his head. "No big danger, we have done everything we should do." As for the difficulties encountered during the process, Shen Xiai felt that there was no need to tell Grandma Shengsheng, and telling her would only increase her worries and fears. Anyway, it was all over, and they should go back to the base next. Grandma Shengsheng saw that Shen Xiai didn't want to talk more, so she didn't ask any more questions. She just said, "That's good, that's good." While talking, Shengsheng came over with a big bottle of osmanthus juice and handed it to Shen Xiai. "Sister, Grandma, and I have prepared everything you want." Shen Xiai looked at the full bottle of osmanthus juice and hurriedly took it carefully. Seeing that the bottle was sealed tightly, it was obvious that Shengsheng and Grandma Shengsheng were doing their best and didn't give her a perfunctory answer. She took out the supplies she had prepared early in the morning. There were 2 large backpacks, which were filled with things. She gave them all to Grandma Shengsheng. "These are the remaining rewards," Shen Xiai said. Grandma Shengsheng took it and looked at the supplies in the backpack that were almost full in disbelief. "This, so much? All for us?" She felt like she was dreaming. However, Shen Xiai wanted to give them more than that. She took out some supplies, and added some to Grandma Shengsheng's original backpack. Shinming said, "Grandma, take all these. You deserve them. As long as they help them wholeheartedly, they will naturally not be stingy in giving them benefits." Grandma Shengsheng was so surprised that her eyes turned red. Although they helped Shen Xiai to do things, Shen Xiai had to give them a chance. Besides, if Shen Xiai and his men crossed the river and destroyed the bridge, and directly robbed the bottles without giving them supplies, they, the old and the young, would have no way to do anything, right? She finally met a good person. Thank you, thank you." Grandma Shengsheng cried with joy, and she almost pulled Shengsheng to kowtow to Shen Xiai and Shinming. Finally, she remembered one more thing. "Oh, by the way, wait a minute." Grandma Shengsheng hurriedly took Shengsheng to the front of the bus and dragged the snakeskin bag they had hidden over. "Shengsheng and I have dismantled several ATMs nearby these days. Here is the cash we found. Do you want it?" Shen Xiai went over and took the snakeskin bag. He opened it, and saw that it was filled with piles of banknotes, so crowded that he couldn't even lift the snakeskin bag. This was also a big surprise for Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai quickly asked Shinming to come over and help him move all the cash in the snakeskin bag into the trunk of the car. After moving it, Shen Xiai clapped his hands. Thinking that he had gained a lot from this trip, he felt relieved. Next, it was time to go back to the base. But before leaving, Shen Xiai still wanted to ask Shengsheng's grandmother, "Grandma, do you want to stay here with Shengsheng, or go to the Jiangnan City base with us?" Shengsheng's grandmother was so excited that she didn't know what to do. Of course I want to go to the base with you. But is the base willing to take us in?" This is their biggest concern. After all, they are old and young, and they are of little use to the base. What if they go there, and the base doesn't accept them, and they don't have a car and can't come back? Regarding this, Shinming patiently explained, "The base will not refuse to accept them, but living in the base requires paying a little material as rent every month. But correspondingly, the base also provides a large number of positions, and you can earn coupons to use as materials. If there is a way to earn, you don't have to worry about starving to death." Chapter 76. Grandma Shunshung was very excited. Shen Ming then introduced the situation of the base to her in detail, such as the different supplies corresponding to each residential area, and in the base, fighting is strictly prohibited, no one will dare to rob, and safety is greatly guaranteed. Hearing the word safety, Grandma Shunshung no longer hesitated and immediately said, "Okay, we will go with you." The reason why they stayed in the bus under the bridge was to prevent being discovered by other survivors and stealing their food, for safety. If they entered the base, they would no longer need to worry like this every day, and they would just hand in the supplies every month. She still had a lot of strength, and would definitely find a job. In this case, Shen Xiai did not waste any more time, helped Grandma Shunshung and the others to move their things into the car, and then took them and drove away from the bottom of the bridge, heading towards Jinan City. On the way back, they still took the highway. Shen Xiai found that the snow on the highway was not as thick as when they came, and there were more tire marks, which made it a little easier to drive. She remembered that according to the trajectory of her previous life, the temperature would slowly rise after the new year, and the snow on the ground would melt. The drainage system of the city could not function properly, so that there was water everywhere, and it turned into a river. The leech disaster also came. Shen Xiai hurriedly looked at the current days, and found that she was so busy these days that she didn't even notice that New Year's Eve had passed. It was already after the new year. She had to return to the base as soon as possible. In addition, Shen Xiai also found that the chicks and ducks in the space had laid an egg without her knowing. This was good news. At least their family was not short of supplies at the moment. When they returned to the base, they just had to start hoarding snow resources to deal with the extremely hot days that were coming later. I will never go down the same path as in my previous life. Shen Xiai was happily planning for the future, but at this time, Qiu Jisai had just returned to the base and was furious. Damn it, I must skin the brother and sister. Qiu Jisai lay on the sofa, with gauze wrapped all over his body. Zhou Xiangyuan knelt at Qiu Jisai's feet and helped Qiu Jisai apply medicine. He didn't control the strength of his hand well, and accidentally pulled Qiu Jisai's wound, which made Qiu Jisai grimace in pain, and slapped Zhou Xiangyuan in the face with his backhand. You son of a bitch, do you want to hurt me to death? Zhou Xiangyuan's face was slapped to the side, and the red mark gradually became clear. If it were normal, Zhou Xiangyuan would have started to smile and flatter Qiu Jisai at this time, but surprisingly, Zhou Xiangyuan didn't say anything this time. This made Qiu Jisai even angrier. Get out of here. After saying that, Zhou Xiangyuan really stood up and left. After Zhou Xiangyuan left, the other brothers, who usually came to curry favor with him, also disappeared. The whole villa seemed to be empty, and Qiu Jisai even had the illusion that he was abandoned. He was so angry that the wounds on his body hurt more. He secretly thought that these bastards dared to show their displeasure to him just because he was injured. When his wounds healed, he had to teach these bastards a lesson and let them know who they relied on to survive. Soon, the sky outside gradually darkened. Qiu Jisai lay on the sofa. In addition to the pain from the wounds all over his body, his stomach began to growl with hunger. He realized that he had not eaten anything since he drank a bowl of white porridge in the morning, not even a sip of water. How did these people take care of him? Where are the people? Where did they die? Qiu Jisai shouted at the empty room. After shouting for a long time, his voice was almost hoarse, and finally he heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Someone went upstairs. Qiu Jisai was so angry, but he was injured now, and he still needed to rely on his subordinates for many things. He didn't dare to scold too much, and just looked at the door coldly, wanting to see who would come. The man came with a bowl of things, appeared at the door of the room, and walked in. It was Zhou Xiangyuan. Although Zhou Xiangyuan didn't take good care of him, compared with other people, Zhou Xiangyuan didn't even show up, and he could still bring him food, which was already good. Qiu Jisai had to suppress his anger. Hurry up and bring it over. Hearing this, Zhou Xiangyuan still didn't say anything, and walked towards Qiu Jisai, who was lying on the sofa. Boss, it's time to eat. Zhou Xiangyuan said indifferently, like a machine without emotion. Qiu Jisai couldn't help but suppress his anger after hearing this. Son of a bitch, I asked you to feed me and I'm wronged? Who are you showing this dead face to? Before Qiu Jisai finished speaking, Zhou Xiangyuan, who was standing next to him, suddenly raised his hand holding the bowl, turned his wrist, tilted the bowl, and all the porridge inside poured down, pouring all over Qiu Jisai's head and face. Ah! Ah! The hot porridge touched Qiu Jisai's skin, and Qiu Jisai screamed and struggled to get up from the sofa. I kill you! Qiu Jisai was furious. He never thought Zhou Xiangyuan would treat him like this. How dare he? Looking at Zhou Xiangyuan, who was stumbling towards him like a child, and yelling that he wanted to kill him, Qiu Zhicai just turned sideways and moved a step to the side. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground with a cry of awe. This fall tore the wounds that had been bandaged on Qiu Zhicai's body, and the bright red blood soaked the gauze. Qiu Zhicai lost all his strength in pain and wanted to get up, but was horrified to find that he couldn't even do such a small thing. Hurry, help me up. How dare Qiu Zhicai treat Zhou Xiangyuan with the same attitude as before? He has always been arrogant, and now he finally realized one thing. Now that he is in trouble, the most important thing to do is to please the people around him first. He should endure any humiliation and anger until the injury is healed before he has the opportunity to take revenge. It's a pity that his awakening came too late after all. Zhou Xiangyuan didn't buy his trick at all. He took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to grab Qiu Zhicai's throat. Boss, I gave you porridge with good intentions. How can you not eat it? You. Boss, it's fine if you don't want to eat it, but why did you knock it over? Do you know that wasting food will be punished by God? Qiu Zhicai's face turned red, and his neck became thick, because of Zhou Xiangyuan's pinching. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a complete sound in his throat. Zhou Xiangyuan seemed to be really afraid of strangling Qiu Zhicai to death. He shook his hand hard, and threw Qiu Zhicai away. Qiu Zhicai felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. He covered his neck with his hands and gasped desperately. His throat was like a broken bellows, making a wheezing sound. It took him a long time to recover. He pointed at Zhou Xiangyuan with a trembling hand and said in a hoarse voice, You bastard, Boss, do you still have the energy to curse? Zhou Xiangyuan smiled, and approached Qiu Zhicai again, stretching out his hand. Seeing that hand, Qiu Zhicai was so scared that he trembled all over and hurriedly shouted, No, I was wrong. Zhou Xiangyuan stopped and took his hand back, and laughed even more happily. Boss, you are also wrong sometimes? Let me hear what you did wrong. Although Zhou Xiangyuan was smiling, his voice was chilling, which made Qiu Zhicai's heart shiver. Qiu Zhicai realized that he seemed to have never really understood Zhou Xiangyuan. Zhou Xiangyuan is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhou Xiangyuan. Qiu Zhicai gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Zhou Xiangyuan to pieces, but after realizing his current situation, he quickly changed his words. No, Boss Zhou, I was wrong before, I was not clear-headed, I shouldn't have offended you. When I recover, I will help you apply to the base to let you be the captain, okay? Qiu Zhicai looked at Zhou Xiangyuan with begging eyes. But how could Zhou Xiangyuan not see the viciousness hidden in Qiu Zhicai's eyes? I was afraid that when his injury recovered, what awaited him would be endless torture. Zhou Xiangyuan saw through it but didn't say it. He took out a knife he carried with him, and gently stroked Qiu Zhicai's face with the cold blade. Qiu Zhicai's whole heart trembled. Zhou Xiangyuan said, Okay, if you lick my shoes clean, I will spare you. What? Licking shoes? Qiu Zhicai was so angry that he almost fainted. Let him lick Zhou Xiangyuan's shoes? But in the face of survival, does Qiu Zhicai have any choice? He lowered his head with a stiff neck and looked at the shoes in front of him. The shoes were covered with dust, sand, and black solids that looked like snot. Ugh! Qiu Zhicai resisted the urge to retch, put his head closer, and forced himself to stick out his tongue. However, just as his tongue was about to touch Zhou Xiangyuan's shoes, Zhou Xiangyuan suddenly took a step back. Qiu Zhicai clenched his fists and crawled forward on the ground with his hands. But as soon as he got close to Zhou Xiangyuan's shoes, Zhou Xiangyuan retreated again. After a few times like this, Qiu Zhicai felt like he was being played around by Zhou Xiangyuan like a dog. He stopped crawling, raised his head, and no longer concealed the hatred in his eyes. Zhou Xiangyuan, when I am healed, I swear, I will kill you. Die! Zhou Xiangyuan laughed, went over and grabbed Qiu Zhicai's hair. Do you think you can live to that time? What? Qiu Zhicai was stunned. You dare? It's just killing a person. What's there to be afraid of? Qiu Zhicai still couldn't believe it. The base prohibits. Puff. Qiu Zhicai didn't finish his words. He just felt his chest cold, and a burst of severe pain came. He looked down and saw a knife, most of which was inserted into his chest. Qiu Zhicai was shocked. His whole body trembled violently, raised his head, and looked at Zhou Xiangyuan in disbelief. Zhou Xiangyuan's face was not afraid at all. Fighting and killing are prohibited in the base, but... Boss, you died of serious injuries. What does it have to do with me? You. Qiu Zhicai was unwilling and full of hatred, but he couldn't make it in the end, and his eyes gradually lost their vitality. Zhou Xiangyuan kicked Qiu Jisai away, found some ice cubes to freeze Qiu Jisai's new wound, and then helped Qiu Jisai lie back on the sofa and cleaned up the blood on the ground. After doing this, he left Qiu Jisai's room. Outside, the whole villa was empty, and only Han Mao came up to help Zhou Xiangyuan in the first time. "Boss, how is it? Did you deal with it?" Zhou Xiangyuan glanced at Han Mao and asked instead, "Where are the others?" Han Mao laughed. "Don't worry, boss. I have led those people away a long time ago." Chapter 77. When Shen Xiai returned to the base, it was already evening. After saying goodbye to Grandma Shengsheng and the others, Shen Xiai could not wait to return to the residential area and knocked on the door of his house. From inside the door, Shen Lianshan asked cautiously, "Who is it?" Shen Xiai hurriedly said, "Dad, it's us." Soon, Shen Xiai heard a hurried footsteps, and then the door opened immediately. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan appeared behind the door. When they saw that Shen Xiai and Shen Ming had returned safely, they were so happy that they couldn't even speak for a while, and repeatedly called them, "Come in, come in." Shen Xiai was pulled into the house by his parents. The familiar smell of home enveloped Shen Xiai, and Shen Xiai didn't relax until this moment. Afterwards, she smelled a familiar smell of food, and saw that her parents were just making dinner for today in the inner room. Shen Lianshan went back to cook, while Chen Yulan helped Shen Xiai and Shen Ming take off their coats, put down their backpacks, and took them to the fireplace in the inner room to sit down and keep warm. Shen Xiai took a quick look at the supplies at home, and found that the food she had left before leaving had not been eaten yet. While warming herself by the fireplace, she couldn't help but sigh, "It's still better to be at home, it's warm." Not only Shen Xiai, but also Shen Ming kept nodding, rubbing his hands back and forth. Chen Yulan looked at their appearance. Obviously they had suffered a lot when going out, and she felt distressed. "Are you frozen on this trip? Mom will go get you some hot water." Chen Yulan took the thermos cups of Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, and went to pour hot water. Shen Xiai looked at his parents busying around, and once again realized how happy it was to have family around. Chen Yulan brought hot water and asked worriedly, "Aci, did you go out smoothly this time? Are you injured?" "Don't worry, Mom, we are not injured." Shen Xiai said, "On the contrary, we received a large number of camphor wood, and our family's safety will be guaranteed in the future." Chen Yulan was relieved and told, "In this case, you two should stay in the base and don't go out for the time being. If you go out, your father and I will be worried every day at home." Shen Xiai is no exception. She decided, "Dad, Mom, my brother, and I have gained a lot from this trip. Our family is now well equipped, and there is really no need to go out again in the future." Chen Yulan was very happy to hear this, and Shen Lianshan, who was cooking on the other side, also laughed. There is nothing more reassuring than a family being together. However, Shen Xiai said, "Although we don't need to go out anymore, there is still one thing we must do." Shen Ming asked, "What is it?" Chen Yulan and Shen Lianshan also looked at Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai said, "We have to collect all the snow outside." She had collected a large number of plastic storage boxes in the plastic factory before, stacked high together, at least hundreds of them. If they were all filled with snow, it would be much better in the extremely warm days in the future. Thinking about it, Shen Xiai couldn't wait. Chen Yulan nodded repeatedly. "Okay, let's go collect it together. Even if we only collect a few boxes every day, little by little, it can accumulate into a lot." Shen Ming touched his chin and thought, "If that's the case, we have to go outside the base to collect it. First, the snow in the base has been almost cleared by people, and second, it will avoid arousing other people's suspicion." Shen Xiai just thought so. "Dad, Mom, just leave the snow collection to us. You continue to work in the medical building. Otherwise, if the whole family went to collect, it would be too eye-catching." In this case, Chen Yulan couldn't say anything. Anyway, she would listen to her daughter's arrangements. But when it comes to work, Chen Yulan remembered something. She took out a small box and handed it to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai opened it and saw a stack of coupons in the box. Chen Yulan said, "These coupons are all earned by us during this period. Our family will use the coupons to pay the rent in the future. It's better to keep the supplies." In any case, Chen Yulan felt a little distressed to use the supplies to offset the rent. Fortunately, working in the medical building, the coupons are paid in cash, and Shen Xiai left them a lot of supplies. They didn't need the coupons, so they saved them. Shen Xiai happily accepted it. "Okay, it's time to pay the rent soon. I keep it first." She put the coupons into the space. "Come on, the meal is ready, come and eat." Shen Lianshan finished cooking the last dish and called everyone. When she heard that the meal was about to start, Shen Xi's stomach growled, and she hurriedly rubbed her hands and left the fireplace, went to the dining table to help set the dishes, and sat down to eat. For dinner tonight, Shen Lianshan prepared several home-cooked dishes, a total of 3 dishes and a soup, and Shen Xiai couldn't wait. However, just as she was about to start eating, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The sound was loud and urgent, and it could be heard that the person knocking on the door was very anxious. Shen Xiai and his family looked at each other, and roughly guessed who had come from outside, and asked, "Dad, Mom, during the time we were away from the base, did Shi Qiushui and others come to bother you?" Shen Lianshan put down his chopsticks and sighed. Why not? In the first few days, they knocked on the door every day, sometimes asking to borrow things, sometimes asking for food, but don't worry, Dad won't be fooled by them. Qin Yulan also said, that is to say, if our family is in trouble, they may not come to help. Such relatives are gone, and our family doesn't rely on them. Shen Xiai didn't expect her parents to be so decisive, so she had nothing to worry about, and got up and went to the living room outside. Through the cat's eye, Shen Xiai saw that it was indeed Shi Qiushui and Shen Guqin who came outside the door. Shen Xiai quietly took out a short knife from the space, held it in one hand, and put it behind his back, and opened the door with the other hand. Shi Qiushui saw that the door finally opened after knocking for a long time, and her eyebrows raised and her eyes glared. Shen Xiai, I am your aunt after all. I knocked for so long, and you finally opened the door. What do you mean? Did you do it on purpose? Yes, I did it on purpose, Shen Xiai said angrily. This made Shi Qiushui very angry. Shi Qiushui's face was shaking, and she was about to get angry, but was stopped by Qin Guqin next to her. Qin Guqin said with a dark face and a bad tone, since you are back, what about Fu Shuangshuang? Why didn't she come back? Speaking of Fu Shuangshuang, Shen Xiai felt a little unhappy. Fu Shuangshuang and Qiu Zhicai were together, but later it was only Qiu Zhicai who came to chase them. So Fu Shuangshuang was left by Qiu Zhicai with Chu Han. Shen Xiai was not worried that Chu Han would have any intersection with Fu Shuangshuang. She was only worried that Fu Shuangshuang would cause trouble for Chu Han. However, compared to Qiu Zhicai, the trouble that Fu Shuangshuang can cause is much smaller. Shen Xiai suppressed his worries and said indifferently, I don't know. After saying that, Shen Xiai was about to close the door. Shi Qiushui was not willing to give in. Hey, how could you not know? Shen Xiai smiled. How could I know? She went out to do a mission, and was not at home for a long time. Shi Qiushui and the others would find out sooner or later. This was not surprising, but it was an accident that she and Chu Han met halfway. Shi Qiushui and the others would not know about this, let alone meet Fu Shuangshuang. Shen Xiai did not need to explain to them, and asked back confidently. Shi Qiushui's high arrogance really subsided. She was not here for Fu Shuangshuang's whereabouts. Her nostrils twitched twice, and her eyes kept looking into the living room behind Shen Xiai. Did you get a lot of good things on this trip? Shi Qiushui's eyes showed a shrewd look. Shen Xiai was too lazy to pay attention to her, and closed the door with a bang. Outside the door, Shi Qiushui's voice was swearing, and it was obvious that she was very angry. Shen Xiai didn't take her seriously at all. According to the trajectory of the previous life, the temperature will slowly rise after the new year. When the city is full of water, there will be a lot of leeches in the water. At that time, only camphor wood can protect oneself. It is not certain whether Qin Guqin and Shi Qiushui can survive the leech disaster. Shen Xiai does not need to see them. After sending Shi Qiushui away, Shen Xiai went back to the house to continue eating. After eating and drinking, she began to feel sleepy. Speaking of this trip, it also has a great benefit for her. It cured her insomnia, but it may also be because now that all the materials that should be collected have been collected, the sense of security in her heart has increased, and she is not as tense as at the beginning. Shen Xiai rolled into the bed and fell asleep. She slept very soundly this time. She hadn't enjoyed the comfort of lying in bed for a long time. When she woke up again, Shen Xiai looked around and saw that Qin Yulan was still asleep, including Shen Lianshan and Shen Ming, who were also asleep. Shen Xiai looked out the window again, and it was still dark. She found it a little difficult to fall asleep after waking up. Thinking that she could tidy up her space, she got up quietly and went to the living room outside to put all the cash in a large snakeskin bag she got from Grandma Shunshung into the space. After putting it away, Shen Xiai shivered and returned to the room. She sat in front of the fireplace and stuffed a piece of firewood into the fireplace to warm up the room, and then began to tidy up the space. After the space ate a snakeskin bag of cash, the area suddenly expanded. Shen Xiai looked around the space in surprise, and found that the square reached 600, and a long brown block appeared in the front corner. Shen Xiai took a closer look and almost cried out in joy. He never expected that the brown block was actually land, a full 100 square meters, if one planted food on a 100 square meter piece of land. Shen Xiai became more and more excited as he thought about it. As the space expanded in the future, it could evolve into such a function. Then, would the area of land continue to increase in the future? If so, their family would no longer lack food. Lifelong security. When the sun rose, Shen Xiai couldn't wait to tell his family the good news. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan were as excited as Shen Xiai, but problems followed. Chen Yulan said worriedly, "What if we only have land but no seeds? How can we grow food without seeds? If we go out to look for seeds now, it will be too late. The extreme cold has lasted for so long that the food seeds have already frozen. Where can we find seeds that can still sprout?" Shen Ming suddenly thought of someone. "Look for Chu Han." Shen Lianshan was puzzled. "Xiao Han?" Shen Ming said happily. "Didn't Chu Han go to transport the seeds left by Professor Xia? When he returns to the base, we will go and get some back." Chapter 78. What Shen Ming said is a good idea. I wonder if the base will be willing to trade some of the seeds after getting them. In any case, Shen Xiai kept this in mind. Next, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming went to the base every day to walk around, find some secluded places, avoid other people's eyes and ears, and collect snow. Shen Xiai picked the clean and white snow that had not been trampled by others. Anyway, in this world, the most abundant thing is snow. She planned to collect a few boxes every day and store them in the space. Shen Ming had nothing to do for the time being, so he came out every day to help Shen Xiai dig snow and store snow. The two worked hard together, and after a while, they stored more than 10 boxes of snow. After collecting the spoils, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming happily returned to the base, but they were stopped when they just entered the gate of the base. "Stop!" Shen Xiai stopped, exchanged a puzzled look with Shen Ming beside him, and looked back. Zhou Xiangyuan came over with a group of people. Shen Xiai took a quick look at them, and saw that most of them were strangers. Only Red Hair and Brother Mao, who were on Zhou Xiangyuan's left and right, could be recognized by Shen Xiai. Red Hair was the younger brother, who had always followed Zhou Xiangyuan. That Brother Mao, wasn't he Qiu Zhicai's man? Why did he follow Zhou Xiangyuan? Shen Xiai whispered to Shen Ming, "Brother, what's the matter with those two hairs?" Shen Ming shook his head. He didn't know either. He always felt that Zhou Xiangyuan's current posture seemed to be more powerful than Qiu Zhicai. And it was Red Hair who called them out just now. Zhou Xiangyuan glanced at Shen Xiai and attacked the woman in the security booth. What kind of messed up people can be allowed into the base now? The woman was confused by the question. She looked at Shen Xiai, then at Zhou Xiangyuan, and answered, "Captain Zhou, they are from the base." She might not remember others, but she had a deep impression of the Shen brothers and sisters. Last year, their family entered the base for the first time, and it was Captain Chu who led them. She was envious and jealous for a long time. Zhou Xiangyuan asked back, "How do you know they are from the base?" The woman was silenced by the question. Zhou Xiangyuan was not prepared to miss this opportunity, and said, "Every time the personnel who go out of the base come back, they have to check their identities. You don't even check. I think you don't have to do this security job." This scared the woman. The woman waved her hands anxiously. No, Captain Zhou, it's my negligence. I will check their identities now. I promise that I will not make this mistake again." After that, the woman turned around, suddenly changed her face, and said fiercely to Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, "Where are your residence permits? Hurry up and take them out." Shen Xiai looked at the woman and found that although the woman looked fierce on the surface, there was a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Shen Xiai naturally couldn't embarrass her. She was just following the rules. So she took out a residence permit for the residential area from her backpack and handed it to the woman. After reading it, the woman returned it to Shen Xiai and glanced at Shen Ming again. Shen Ming suddenly felt at a loss. Because he didn't need to check the residence permit several times before entering and leaving the base, Shen Ming didn't have the habit of carrying it with him. At this moment, his residence permit was still lying at home. How could he take it out? Zhou Xiangyuan knew that he couldn't take it out when he saw Shen Ming's look, and asked the woman, "How does the base deal with people without residence permits?" The woman looked at Shen Ming with a little apology, and said hesitantly, "Yes, either pay for supplies and rent a house, or drive him out." Zhou Xiangyuan was very satisfied with the woman's answer. "Then do you know what to do?" The woman looked embarrassed, but because of Zhou Xiangyuan, she had to obey, so she had to say to Shen Ming, "Sorry, you can't go in." Shen Ming was so angry that he clenched his fists and was about to find Zhou Xiangyuan to settle the score, but was stopped by Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai looked at Zhou Xiangyuan's smug look and knew that this man was deliberately looking for trouble with him, but he was very smart to find it, and he took advantage of the rules of the base, so there was nothing wrong with telling it out. Shen Xiai said to Shen Ming, "Brother, wait outside, I will go home and get your residence permit. It's just a delay." Shen Ming thought about it, and it was really the only way, nodded and said, "Okay, you go." Before leaving, Shen Xiai repeatedly whispered to Shen Ming not to conflict with Zhou Xiangyuan. Shen Ming said he had taken note of it. Although he was sometimes impulsive, he could still distinguish the severity of the situation. It was not wise to fight Zhou Xiangyuan in the base. Shen Xiai left quickly and came back quickly. When she came back, she could no longer see Zhou Xiangyuan and his group. After giving Shen Ming's residence permit to the woman in the security booth, the woman sighed, returned it to Shen Xiai, and reminded her, "I kindly remind you that in the future, it is better to take a detour when you see Captain Zhou." There was a question that Shen Xiai wanted to ask early in the morning. "Captain Zhou? Is he the captain?" The woman was surprised. "You don't know? I just heard that Captain Chiu was seriously injured outside, and finally returned to the base, but he died not long after." Shen Ming blurted out, "Dead?" Shen Ming couldn't react to the news. The woman didn't understand why he was so surprised, and still said, Yes, it is said that he was injured too badly and died if he couldn't be saved." Shen Xiai was silent. Qiu Zhicai's injury was caused by her, but she was not sure how much injury she had caused to Qiu Zhicai at that time, and whether it was fatal, so she could only continue to ask, "What happened later?" The woman continued, "After Captain Qiu died, his men had no one to lead, and Captain Zhou was promoted to captain and took over Captain Qiu's position. I didn't expect so many things to happen here. No wonder Zhou Xiangyuan was so proud just now, looking so successful." Shen Xiai felt that Qiu Zhicai died, and Zhou Xiangyuan became the captain. There might be some other unknown things. But Shen Xiai didn't care about these, she just wanted to keep her own piece of land. After learning the whole story from the woman, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming were going back together. However, at this time, several armored vehicles suddenly drove in from a distance outside the base. Seeing the familiar car, Shen Xiai subconsciously stopped, and even Shen Ming beside him stopped. Soon, the armored vehicles slowed down and drove into the base one by one in an orderly manner. A large number of guards also rushed out of the base to support them. Shen Xiai saw the car in the front, the window was lowered, and a familiar sight was cast in her direction. Shen Xiai looked at Chu Han sitting in the driver's seat, who looked more vicissitudes than the last time they parted, but also more tough. Chu Han saw Shen Xiai and hurriedly drove the car to an open place and stopped. He got out of the car and said a few words to the person in the passenger seat. After that, the person in the passenger seat also got out, took a detour to the driver's seat, and restarted the car. Chu Han walked straight towards Shen Xiai. In a car following behind, Fu Shuangshuang happened to see this scene and hurriedly got out of the car. Cousin! Cousin! Fu Shuangshuang happily ran past Chu Han like a butterfly, rushed ahead of Chu Han, arrived in front of Shen Xiai, and held Shen Xi's hand. Cousin, you also returned to the base safely? Although the words seemed happy, Shen Xiai could see the gnashing of teeth hidden behind Fu Shuangshuang's smile, as if she was complaining about why she didn't die at Qiu Zhicai's hands. Shen Xiai was really tired of this kind of hypocritical surface work, and was too lazy to play along with Fu Shuangshuang, so he silently pulled his hand out of Fu Shuangshuang's hand. Seeing this, Shen Ming took the initiative to reply to Fu Shuangshuang, I've been back for a while. Chu Han just came over. Shen Xiai glanced at Fu Shuangshuang and took a quick look at Chu Han. Seeing that he was just a little rough and didn't look injured, he was relieved and asked, Is everything going well? Chu Han nodded, Don't worry, everything has been arranged. As he spoke, the armored vehicles behind him continued to enter the base. The front of the vehicle was carrying supplies and various hot weapons in boxes, until finally, a large number of camphor trees appeared. Shen Xiai knew that these were only visible on the surface, and there was actually a batch of improved grain seeds hidden inside. Shen Xiai was very eager for that batch of seeds, and he wanted to steal a handful and spread it into the land in the space to try, but now it was in public, and it was not easy to talk about this matter, so Shen Xiai had to suppress his urge to move. Cousin, don't worry, I've been with Captain Chu all the time, everything is going well for him. Fu Shuangshuang said with a smile, and tried to take Chu Han's arm. Unexpectedly, Chu Han seemed to have been prepared, and avoided Fu Shuangshuang's touch in advance. Fu Shuangshuang's hand fell into the air, and she froze awkwardly in midair. For some reason, Shen Xiai felt uncomfortable when he heard Fu Shuangshuang say that she had been with Chu Han all the time. He was not going to pay attention to Fu Shuangshuang, but suddenly he couldn't control himself and said, "Fu Shuangshuang, there is something you may not know yet." Fu Shuangshuang was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's the matter?" Shen Xiai said regretfully, "Qiu Shisai, Captain Qiu, he is in trouble." What? Fu Shuangshuang couldn't react. What does it mean to be in trouble? What does it mean to be in trouble? Cousin, are you kidding? Fu Shuangshuang didn't quite believe it. Qiu Shisai is the captain and has a gun. Even if he drove to chase Shen Xiai and failed to kill Shen Xiai, he would not kill himself, right? But looking at Shen Xiai again, why doesn't he look like he is joking at all? No. Fu Shuangshuang's face gradually became ugly. She looked at Shen Ming in disbelief, asking Shen Ming to confirm something. Shen Ming said, as usual, "The captain now is Zhou Xiangyuan." When the three words Zhou Xiangyuan came out, Fu Shuangshuang felt like her brain was hit by a club. How could Zhou Xiangyuan be the captain? If he became the captain, did he take over Qiu Zhisai's position? Instantly, countless scenes flashed through Fu Shuangshuang's mind, including her being with Qiu Zhisai in front of Zhou Xiangyuan, and her sneering at Zhou Xiangyuan. There were too many. If Zhou Xiangyuan became the captain now, then he would definitely take revenge on her. Fu Shuangshuang's ankles softened and she almost couldn't stand. But at this moment, a man locked onto Fu Shuangshuang and walked over. Fu Shuangshuang recognized that the man walking towards her was one of Qiu Zhisai's men. She immediately had a bad premonition. As expected, the man said, "Ms. Fu, please come with me. Captain Zhou has something to ask you." Chapter 79. In the villa area, Fu Shuangshuang was brought back and stood trembling in the living room. She didn't dare to look up at Zhou Xiangyuan, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Zhou Xiangyuan seemed to appreciate Fu Shuangshuang's posture of having to bow her head. He flicked the cigarette in his hand and winked at the red-haired man beside him. The red-haired man understood what he meant and stepped forward to hold Fu Shuangshuang, forcing her to kneel down in front of Zhou Xiangyuan. Fu Shuangshuang struggled, but couldn't, so she got angry and glared at Zhou Xiangyuan. Zhou Xiangyuan put down his legs and approached Fu Shuangshuang. He was very interested in the unwillingness in Fu Shuangshuang's eyes. "Fu Shuangshuang, your backer is dead, don't you have anything to say to me?" "What to say?" asked Zhou Xiangyuan to let her go. "Can Zhou Xiangyuan do it if he says so?" Fu Shuangshuang knew very well that a villain like Zhou Xiangyuan, once he succeeded, would never be generous to those who had offended him. In this case, Fu Shuangshuang felt that she might as well pick up her own backbone. She looked at Zhou Xiangyuan with eyes that gradually changed from unwilling to pity. "Do you think that you can take the position of captain by replacing Qiu Zhisai? Qiu Zhisai will die, and you will die too. Maybe you will be the next one." After saying this, Fu Shuangshuang was ready to be beaten by Zhou Xiangyuan. However, to her surprise, Zhou Xiangyuan did not attack her, but laughed, with a sinister smile. "You look down on me so much? Okay, Fu Shuangshuang, you have guts, I like you like this." After saying this, Zhou Xiangyuan winked at Hong Mao again. Hong Mao took the order, carried Fu Shuangshuang, and sent her to the bedroom upstairs. The next day, Shen Xiai went out as usual to dig snow with Shen Ming, but just when he closed the door, he ran into Fu Shuangshuang, who was climbing up the stairs. Fu Shuangshuang was wrapped tightly in clothes, but Shen Xiai still found some bruises on her half-exposed face, including the corners of her eyes. She was called by Zhou Xiangyuan yesterday, and she was afraid that she would suffer. Shen Xiai finally had a trace of sympathy and kindly reminded her, "Fu Shuangshuang, there are many positions in the base, and you can also receive many tasks in the hall outside. You don't have to be hypocritical. There are many positions in the base, but if it weren't for your family, would I lose my job? If it weren't for the fact that her mother stole apples last time, which was exposed by Shen Xiai and Chu Han, her mother is still the head nurse, and she is still a nurse. Would she need to please Qiu Zhisai later? All this is Shen Xi's fault." Thinking of it, Fu Shuangshuang's eyes half hidden under the scarf showed hatred. Shen Xiai was speechless. What happened in the medical building was sure Qiu Shui's own fault. She couldn't accept Fu Shuangshuang's accusation. Shen Ming was also angry. "Wait a minute, you are not talking about what happened in the medical building last time, right? Fu Shuangshuang, although I, your cousin, was not there at the time, I also understand the whole story. Who is right, and who is wrong here, you really have no idea." Perhaps Shen Ming's words were too straightforward. Fu Shuangshuang was poked in the sore spot, and she didn't dare to face it, and she was so angry that she trembled all over. Shen Xiai felt that if Fu Shuangshuang had a knife in her hand now, she would definitely take a knife and fight them to the death. She continued to try to persuade, even if your family has a bad record because of that incident, you can't get a good position in the base, but there are still many other things. It's just a little harder, and at the very least you can go out and take some tasks to do. Perhaps Fu Shuangshuang heard some sincerity in these words, and she suddenly laughed bitterly. What do you know? There are many positions and tasks that can be done, and then what? Maintain a basic standard of living? Why? It's the end of the world. Why can others live in villas and live a good life? But I have to struggle for basic living every day. That's what stupid people would do. Shen Xiai didn't expect Fu Shuangshuang to have such thoughts, and was stunned. It took him a long time to find his voice. So taking a shortcut is a good way out? What's wrong with it? Fu Shuangshuang asked back. No matter what path I take, I rely on myself. You are not nobler than me, and I don't need your pity. After speaking, Fu Shuangshuang turned around and walked towards her home and knocked on the door. Soon, Shi Qiushui opened the door, and saw that it was Fu Shuangshuang who came back. He hurriedly welcomed Fu Shuangshuang in with excitement and heartache. At the end, he rolled his eyes at Shen Xiai outside and closed the door. Shen Xiai entered the stairwell and continued to go downstairs and go out to dig snow. Maybe it's just like Fu Shuangshuang said, no matter what path she takes, she depends on herself. There is no right or wrong. Everyone just wants to live a better life in the end times. Shen Xiai couldn't help but think of her last life. Wasn't it because of the pressure of survival that she was forced to join Zhou Xiangyuan's team? It's just that she opened the space early in this life and stockpiled supplies, so she really had no position to persuade Fu Shuangshuang. Ah Ci, don't listen to her nonsense. Anyway, in my opinion, she is wrong to do this. Shen Ming said firmly. Shen Xiai glanced at her brother with a smile. I know, let's go dig snow. She would not persuade Fu Shuangshuang anymore. In the end times, everyone has their own way of survival. She just needs to protect her family and live happily behind closed doors. In addition to digging snow, Shen Xiai did not forget about the seeds. A few days later, she took the time to go to Chu Han. Do you want seeds? Chu Han handed Shen Xiai, who was sitting on the sofa, a cup of milk tea. After Shen Xiai took it, he held it tightly in his hands to warm his hands and replied, Yes, is there a way to get it? I don't need a lot, just a little bit of each kind. As he said this, Shen Xi's tone became guilty. He said he didn't need a lot, but if he wanted every kind, his appetite would actually be quite big. After hearing this, Chu Han sat down opposite Shen Xiai and nodded. Okay, I understand. Then, does it mean that they can be obtained? Chu Han said, that batch of seeds is now of great research value to the base. It is difficult to obtain it at present. You need to wait for a few months. After the base ensures that the seeds can be continued, you can exchange them for merits. This is good news, but if you need to exchange them for merits, it means that only the captain of the guard team is eligible to get them. Doesn't that mean he will owe Chu Han a favor again? Without waiting for Shen Xiai to speak, Chu Han asked again, Do you want to plant? Shen Xi's heart was startled. Planting will involve space, and she certainly can't expose the secret of space, but... Shen Xiai replied with some embarrassment, Yes. After replying, Shen Xi's brain began to spin rapidly, thinking about what kind of excuse should be found. Ordinary people are already good enough to fill their stomachs in the end times. Who would have the energy to think about planting? Isn't it a waste of energy? Shen Xiai thought the only way was not to give Chu Han a chance to ask more questions. She sat up straight. Well, our family just wants to experiment. If we can grow it, we will definitely invite you to dinner. When saying this, Shen Xiai put his hands flat on his legs and rubbed them. Chu Han looked at Shen Xi's little action with amusement, and did not continue to ask, but followed Shen Xi's words and said, Okay, I promise you. That's great. Shen Xiai then happily picked up the cup in his hand, and took a sip of the milk tea in it. The milk tea tasted mellow, with a faint tea fragrance and a little sweetness. Shen Xiai drank it mouthful after mouthful. After leaving Chu Han, Shen Xiai met Fu Shuangshuang outside. Fu Shuangshuang still wrapped herself tightly. I don't know if it was because the clothes were too tight or for some other reason. When she walked, her legs seemed to be injured. She also saw Shen Xiai, but turned her face away, pretending not to see it, and walked away quickly. Shen Xiai saw that she was coming from outside the villa area, and it seemed that she was looking for Zhou Xiangyuan. After what happened last time, Shen Xiai didn't want to persuade her anymore, and pretended not to see Fu Shuangshuang and left the villa area. After several months of collection, The hundreds of plastic boxes in Shinsi's space were all filled with snow. This large amount of summer heat relief supplies was the guarantee for their family to settle down in the extremely warm days in the future. Shinsi put the last box of snow into the space, stacked them all neatly, and looked up at the sky above his head. Shinming straightened his waist and twisted it to relieve the pain. Seeing Shinsi staring at the sky in a daze, he asked curiously, "Si, what are you looking at?" Shinsi said, "Brother, it's April now. Have you noticed that the temperature has been slowly rising in the past few months?" Speaking of temperature, Shinming's expression also became serious. "I'm afraid this is just the beginning. When the temperature rises and the snow melts, the leech disaster mentioned by Si will come. After that, it will be extremely warm days." Back to the base, Shinsi found that more and more people came out to stay outdoors, and everyone had hope and smiles on their faces. As Shinsi walked along the road, he heard many people happily discussing whether the temperature was warming up and the extreme cold was about to pass. Only Shinsi, his parents and his brother were in a heavy mood. Especially Shinsi, she originally planned to get an RV, and after relying on the base to survive the leech disaster, she would take her family north to Beijing, but now there is no sign of the RV. In a blink of an eye, it was May. Shinsi went out unexpectedly and took the thermometer to measure the temperature outside. The temperature displayed on it was 8 degrees. She looked for the snow on the ground again, and it was melting slowly. In addition, Shinsi discovered something terrifying. She found insect eggs in the snow. They were small eggs similar to cocoons, with a color of light yellow that was almost transparent, granular, and densely hidden in the snow, denser than a honeycomb. Shinsi's scalp was numb, and every hair stood up, and goosebumps suddenly appeared all over her body. Even if she had experienced this kind of thing in her previous life, she was still terrified when she encountered it again. The feeling of being surrounded by dense things was simply crazy. Shinsi's face was pale, and she subconsciously wanted to escape. But after thinking about it, she still forced herself to calm down. She couldn't run, at least not now, because she had to find a way to bring some back to remind Chuhan, and then let Chuhan report to the base, so that the base could prepare early. And her own home, too, must be prepared. Fortunately, she had a large amount of camphor wood stored in her space, enough to protect the safety of her family. Shinsi took out a glass water cup from the space, then tightened the gloves on his hands, endured the nausea, and trembled as he grabbed a handful of snow-containing insect eggs. Chapter 80. The eggs seemed to sense the fluctuations, and they were awakened one by one, wriggling their bodies like maggots. Shinsi closed his eyes, with a painful expression on his face, and quickly stuffed them into the glass water cup. After stuffing them, Shinsi fled out of the snow like a fugitive, and went to a place with relatively less snow outside. But even so, Shinsi found that there were still eggs in places with less snow. She raised her foot to look at her shoes, which were also stained with eggs, and were slowly wriggling. Shinsi was so disgusted that she almost vomited, and hurried back to the base, went to an empty corner, threw away her shoes, and changed into a pair of clean shoes. Anyway, she had a lot of clothes stored in her space, so she didn't feel bad about throwing away a pair of shoes. After changing, Shinsi didn't dare to delay any more time, and went straight to the villa area to find Chuhan. Chuhan had just finished training in the underground training ground. When he saw Shinsi coming, he quickly grabbed the towel on his shoulder, and wiped the sweat off his face. "Sit down first, I go upstairs to wash my face." After that, Chuhan turned and went upstairs. Shinsi had no choice but to sit down on the sofa in the living room, and put the glass water bottle he brought on the table. At this time, someone poured a cup of hot water and brought it to Shinsi. "Sister-in-law, please drink some water." "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law?" Shinsi was immediately at a loss. No, I'm not." I understand, sister-in-law, you don't need to explain." After the person poured the water, he went downstairs with a smile. Shinsi was made to laugh and cry, but she couldn't just go out and explain to them that she wasn't. After all, this kind of thing would only make things worse. More importantly, others misunderstood her relationship with Chuhan, and she was quite happy with this misunderstanding. What's going on? Shinsi's thoughts drifted away in a mess. After a while, Chuhan changed into a blue home clothes and came down the stairs. At a glance, she saw Shinsi sitting on the sofa downstairs, drinking water in small sips, with red cheeks. "Is the water too hot?" Chuhan sat down opposite Shinsi and asked. Shinsi hurriedly put down the water cup to cover up the abnormality of his face. No, the water temperature is just right." She smiled and responded, seeing that Chu-Han seemed to have just taken a shower. His hair drooped slightly, with hot water vapor, and his collar was slightly open, revealing a faint line all the way down. Shin-Si hurriedly looked away, feeling that the heat on his face was rising instead of falling. She pushed the glass water bottle on the table towards Chu-Han. Chu-Han, I have something very important to tell you. Chu-Han's eyes were focused on the glass water cup. Shin-Si said seriously, the snow in this cup was dug from outside. Look, did you find anything? Chu-Han observed it, and looked up at Shin-Si. Eggs? Yes. Shin-Si felt relieved for no reason. These are leech eggs. Such eggs can be found everywhere in the snow outside. I am worried that if the temperature rises further, and the snow melts, these eggs will. They will turn into countless leeches, jumping up and down in the water, and following the accumulated water into the house, and into people's clothes. Recalling the last life, the corpses that were sucked dry by leeches, and the shrill screams seemed to be still playing out in front of her. And her father, Shin Lianshan, died in that leech disaster. Thinking of it, Shin-Si frowned and his face was tense. Chu-Han saw her worry and said softly, Don't worry, don't be afraid. What? Shin-Si looked up and met Chu-Han's gaze. His gaze rarely lost its coldness and became as gentle as water, as if no matter how big the problem was, it could be easily washed away. Shin-Si's uneasy heart seemed to have found an island to deposit. Chu-Han said, the base had already noticed this long before. Shin-Si thought that the leech eggs had only appeared recently, and the base could not have noticed it very early, unless the email she sent to the official at the beginning of the apocalypse worked. But no matter what the specific reason was, Shin-Si had no intention of digging into the root of the matter. She just wanted to know what the base was going to do. What is the base going to do? Shin-Si asked. She thought that this might still be a secret for the base, and it was not good for her to ask rashly, but in order to ensure the safety of her family, Shin-Si had to understand it clearly before she could respond. Sure enough, Shin-Si saw a flash of hesitation on Chu-Han's face. It seemed that the base could not disclose this to the public for the time being. But even so, Chu-Han did not hesitate for long and chose to tell Shin-Si, the base has collected a large amount of camphor wood in the past few months to prepare for the leech disaster. The meaning is to turn the entire medical building into a shelter. Shelter? Do you mean using camphor wood? That's right. This is a solution. Collect the camphor wood to protect the medical building and block the large number of leeches outside, but a serious problem arises. Shin-Si raised his eyes, stared straight at Chu-Han, and asked a chilling question. The medical building can't accommodate everyone, right? You know, the base has 3 large residential areas, villas, residences, and unfinished projects. How many people live in them? And how much space can the medical building have? Chu-Han subconsciously avoided Shin-Si's direct gaze. This is also the problem that has been bothering him for some time. If there is a choice, he certainly hopes that everyone can be protected, but the base can only provide a limited amount of camphor wood, which is only enough for the medical building. Shin-Si knew that Chu-Han could not be blamed for this matter, and he might not even blame the base. The problems faced in reality are so cruel. She couldn't find her voice for a long time, and murmured, then the base. Who are you going to let enter the medical building? This is a very cruel question. Chu-Han said, the base currently only allows all guards and talents in various fields to enter. As for the remaining quota, the highest bidder wins. Shin-Si smiled bitterly. She guessed that the base would definitely do this. First, it would focus on its own people, and let everyone compete for the rest. No matter how it fights, the base will be the biggest winner. In the face of disasters, with limited resources, it is inevitable that some people will be sacrificed. Looking at the sadness on Shin-Si's face, Chu-Han's heart suddenly tightened. In addition to these, each captain can use his own merits to exchange for quotas. I can. Chu-Han. Shin-Si suddenly interrupted. She understood what Chu-Han meant. Chu-Han could exchange merits for quotas, and leave the quotas to their family. You still need to exchange merits for the seeds. After the exchange, you don't have much merit left, right? Chu-Han couldn't answer this question, so he just kept silent. Although he didn't say anything, his reaction said it all. His remaining merits were not enough to exchange for the quota for the 4 people in his family. Even if he didn't exchange for grain seeds, it would probably not be enough if he used all his merits to exchange for quotas, because if it was enough, Chu-Han would not be so embarrassed as now, but would ask for her opinion at the first time. After thinking about it, Shin-Si asked again, how many quotas can you exchange for your remaining merits? Chu-Han said, 1. Only 1, the price of this quota is really high. And me! Suddenly, A hearty voice came from outside the door. Shen Xiai and Chu Han turned their heads and looked outside the door. Seeing the person coming, Shen Xiai was stunned. He didn't expect that it would be Xiao Long. Since the last time they parted in Jiang'an Industrial Zone, Shen Xiai hadn't seen Xiao Long for several months. Compared with the energetic Xiao Long at that time, he now looks much thinner. His hair is like a chicken coop, his face is dry and yellow, and there is a circle of blue stubble around the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the familiar voice, Shen Xiai almost didn't recognize him. But this is normal. After Xiao Huaijin left, it's obvious that Xiao Long must have been in great pain in the past few months. After Xiao Long came in, he sat down next to Chu Han. He didn't look very good and was very depressed. Chu Han and Shen Xiai tacitly didn't mention Xiao Long's sad story. Chu Han deliberately said, "Next time you are so sloppy, I won't welcome you here." "Hey, are you still a brother?" Xiao Long hit Chu Han's shoulder. "I want to do you a favor." Chu Han pretended not to know and asked, "What favor?" "Pretending to be stupid, huh?" "Okay, I'm leaving then." Xiao Long stood up and pretended to leave. Chu Han had a headache. "Come back." "Oh." Xiao Long came back obediently and sat back in his original position. Someone poured tea in front of Xiao Long, and Xiao Long gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Chu Han lost his patience. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Xiao Long put down the teacup and looked at Shen Xiai across from him. "My merits now add up to just enough to exchange for a quota. If the Shen family sister wants it, take it." Shen Xiai was prepared in her heart, but she was still flattered to hear Xiao Long say it. "How can this be?" Xiao Long said, "Don't be polite to me. Last time in Jiang'an City, if it weren't for the suggestion made by the Shen family sister, we wouldn't have been able to rescue my dad successfully. Later, it was Shen Xiai and Shen Ming who escorted Xiao Huai into the periphery, took care of Xiao Huai in the car all the way to the base to send a doctor. Otherwise, Xiao Long felt that he might not even be able to see his father for the last time. He owed Shen Xiai this favor. But in Shen Xi's opinion, she did nothing. On the contrary, she had to thank Xiao Huaijin for saving a batch of grain seeds, which was related to their family's future survival. Shen Xiai wanted to say something else, but Xiao Long suddenly laughed. "If you really want to thank me, just remember this favor to Chu Han." After that, Xiao Long took the opportunity to wink at Chu Han, as if to say, "Brother, I can only help you to this extent, and you have to work hard on your own from now on." Ahem. Chu Han turned his head and coughed repeatedly after realizing the deep meaning in Xiao Long's eyes. Shen Xiai was focused on the matter of the leech disaster. After thinking about it, if Chu Han and Xiao Long both gave her a quota, she would have 2 quotas. 2, just enough to send her parents to the medical building, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. After all, the medical building will be a shelter built by the base itself, which will protect important members of the base, including top scientific research talents in various fields, and the base will definitely do its best. Shen Xiai remembered that in the previous life, the base discovered the role of camphor wood later than in this life, so not much wood was collected. At that time, the shelter was built much smaller than the medical building, so that later everyone in the shelter survived, while most of the survivors who were exiled outside died. Chapter 81. At that time, because Shen Ming joined the base, he had a quota, and the effect of camphor wood was discovered by Shen Ming, so the merit could buy another one, so 2 people in their family could enter the shelter. At that time, Chen Yulan had died of illness, and Shen Xiai was ready to give up, letting her father and brother go to the shelter and stay behind. But at the critical moment, her father and brother still ran out to save her, so that in the end, only she and her brother survived. This time, there are only 2 quotas. Is the matter of the last life going to happen again? Shen Xiai pinched his palm. "Okay, I want 2 quotas," she said. 2 quotas are just enough to send her parents to the shelter. As for herself and her brother, there is still a batch of camphor wood in the space, so there is no problem with self-protection. Shen Xiai is most worried about her parents. As long as the safety of her parents is solved, she will have no worries. Xiao Long said cheerfully, "Shen's sister is straightforward." But Chu Han frowned and asked Shen Xiai, "What about you?" Shen Xiai was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Chu Han to see through her thoughts at once, and expected that she would not use the quota for herself. "I have other ways, don't worry." Shen Xiai didn't say what it was specifically. After all, he couldn't expose his space secrets. Xiao Long suddenly thought of something. "By the way, there are still coupons." "Chu Han, how many coupons do you have? Let's pool them together and see if we can." Before Xiao Long finished speaking, Chu Han shook his head. "Not enough, far from enough." "What? This is not enough?" Xiao Long suddenly opened his eyes wide. Is the price of the quota released by the base so expensive? Chu Han didn't say anything and agreed. Xiao Long thought again. Then we take the supplies. But halfway through this sentence, Xiao Long couldn't continue. No, after joining the base, everything you find when you go out on a mission belongs to the base, and all the supplies you can get are given by the base. It's equivalent to working for the base, and you are not allowed to take jobs privately. Although the benefits are good, they are not good enough to make you rich. This is the cleverness of the base. It has absolute control over both supplies and people. So the method of using supplies to buy quotas is not feasible. Shen Xiai saw Chu Han and Xiao Long trying to find a solution for their family. Although he couldn't come up with more solutions, Shen Xiai was very moved. She thanked them sincerely. Thank you, actually 2 places are enough. No need to think of other ways. If he really needs to use materials to buy places, Shen Xiai can afford it himself. But it is obvious that it will cost a lot, not to mention that their family is still short of 2 places, and they need to pay more materials. She can afford it, but she is unwilling to do so. The end of the world will not end just because the leech disaster has passed. There will be a more severe living environment in the future, and the more time passes, the more difficult it will be to find materials, so the importance of materials is self-evident. As for whether the space can grow food, it is still uncertain now, and it is even more uncertain whether the land area will increase in the future. Shen Xiai dare not take risks, and still wants to save the existing materials. Anyway, she has camphor wood, and at the very least, she can build a shelter that can accommodate only herself and her brother, which is not a difficult task. In this case, Xiao Long couldn't say anything more. Shen Xiai only asked Chu Han and Xiao Long for one thing. But there is one favor that I really need your help with. After the shelter is built, everyone hide inside. I would like to trouble you to help me watch my parents, and don't let them come out. Shen Xiai knew that according to her parents' personalities, if they found that she and her brother didn't enter the shelter, they would be afraid that they were in danger, and come out to save them. This is the instinct of parents, but at the same time, Shen Xiai didn't want her parents to be in danger. This matter can only be entrusted to Chu Han and Xiao Long. Chu Han agreed. Don't worry, I will ensure their safety. With Chu Han's guarantee, Shen Xiai was naturally relieved. Xiao Long also said, I will too. When he said this, the sadness between his eyebrows could not be concealed, and it was revealed again. Shen Xiai saw it, and couldn't say much. Xiao Long must have thought of his father Xiao Huijin. This pain will penetrate into every aspect of his future life, and he can only rely on himself to get through it. After that, Shen Xiai stayed for a while before saying goodbye to Chu Han. Before leaving, Chu Han brought a plastic bag of things to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai looked at the things in the plastic bag, which were divided into several small plastic bags. Each bag was filled with granular objects, which looked like the seed she had always wanted. Shen Xiai hurriedly took it, and her eyes lit up. With the seeds, she could try to plant them in the space, and it seemed that each bag was a variety. I'm afraid there are many varieties, and she can grow more things. After thanking Chu Han, Shen Xiai couldn't wait to go home. After arriving home, she first put all the seeds into the space, and then carefully took out a small amount from each plastic bag, divided it into a piece of land for 100 square meters, and planted them one by one. Shen Xiai had no experience in growing vegetables, but there seemed to be a special energy in the space that could keep food fresh and make chickens and ducks grow strong, which might be helpful for planting. After planting, Shen Xiai could only withdraw her consciousness from the space and wait slowly. She didn't know what the grains corresponding to those seeds were, so she could only know after they were planted. Shen Xiai would pay attention to the vegetables planted in the space every day, watching them sprout and grow, until half a month later, all the vegetables were grown. Shen Xiai counted them. There were green vegetables, spinach, corn, pumpkin, and a piece of grain that made Shen Xiai even more excited, rice. Rice can actually be grown in the same land with other vegetables. During the process, neither vegetables nor rice need fertilizer. It seems that all of this is due to the power of the space. I'm afraid that the wild flowers and weeds outside can be grown. There is also good news. Shen Xiai found that the grains planted in the ground will reproduce spontaneously. One tree reproduces into 2, and it stops reproducing until there is no land left. This means that as long as you have vegetable seeds, you will no longer need seeds in the future, and you can have them forever. We are rich, we are rich, we are rich. Shen Ning was chopping wood in the living room outside, and suddenly heard Shen Xi's excited voice in the room, and the axe in his hand almost chopped crooked. Then he saw Shen Xiai running out, his face full of excitement. Brother, our family is rich. Shen Ming was confused. When he learned that Shenxi's space had successfully planted food, he couldn't help but get excited. This made him happier than getting rich. In the evening, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan came back, and when everyone sat down to eat dinner, Shen Xi announced the good news again. Shen Lianshan's brows, which had been worried for the whole day, finally relaxed a little. Great, then our family won't have to worry about food in the future. That's right. Not only will we not have to worry about food, Shen Xi also thought that when there is more food, he would take some out to help others when he has the ability. But he certainly can't just take it out like this, he has to find a suitable excuse. What kind of excuse is good? Shen Xi thought about it, and found that no matter what kind of excuse, it seems that it will easily arouse other people's suspicion. Dad, Mom, you try this green vegetable and corn, they are all grown in Xi's space. Shen Ming said, as he picked up the green vegetables in the hot pot, and put them in Shen Liangshan's bowl, and then put a piece of corn in Shen Yulan's bowl. Okay, Mom will try it. Shen Yulan cooperated and tasted a mouthful of corn. The sweet and sticky taste lingered between her teeth. She was surprised. This taste is much better than what we bought in the market before. Shen Lianshan praised the vegetables after eating them. Not bad, this vegetable is tender and crispy. Dipping it in sauce, it has a fresh taste and a refreshing taste. Seeing that both parents praised the vegetables grown in the space, Shen Xi felt relieved. She also thought it was delicious, better than those bought in the market or supermarket, with an indescribable more natural flavor. However, Shen Xi was happy, but he was also keenly aware that there was always a trace of worry between his parents' brows. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? Shen Xi asked. Did something happen in the medical building? Shen Xi thought that if his parents were unhappy working in the medical building, they could just quit and go home. Anyway, their family would not be short of food in the future. Whether you grow food for yourself or use it to offset rent, you can live a comfortable life in the future. However, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan were not worried about this problem. Shen Lianshan looked at Shen Yulan and finally decided to speak out. Today we got a message in the medical building that the base found a large number of leech eggs in the snow outside. The base is going to turn the medical building into a shelter to resist leeches, but the number of people who can enter the shelter is limited. Our family. Shen Lianshan couldn't say any more. Shen Yulan added, there are only 100 places available, and the highest bidder wins through competition. Speaking of this, Shen Yulan sighed heavily. The base only told the public about the quota today, but before that, half of them had already been booked by internal staff. Shen Lianshan counted, guardians, captains of the guards, and those who can use connections. Shen Ming was stunned and a little impatient, and asked Shen Xi, Ci, do we have enough supplies? After asking, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan all looked at Shen Xi. Shen Xi was worried that the base did not release the news to the outside world, and it might be confidential, so after she learned from Chu Han, in order not to cause trouble for Chu Han, she did not tell anyone. But since the news was released today, Shen Xi had no worries and said truthfully, don't worry, I have already got 4 places. What? Shen Lianshan became nervous. Ci, where did you get them? Our family can't take shortcuts. Shen Lianshan was afraid that Shen Xi had used some special means, such as coercion, murder, etc. Shen Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, Dad, it was Chu Han and Xiao Long. They used their achievements to exchange for places for our family. All exchanged? Yes. Shen Xi nodded and replied against his will. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan didn't see any clues from Shen Xi's face. Although they felt incredible, they still believed what Shen Xi said. Their faces, which had been worried for a day, finally showed a trace of smile. The two smiled at each other, and hope filled their eyes. Chapter 82. At night, Shen Xi quietly got up while everyone in the family was asleep, and went to the living room outside to count the firewood and supplies in the space. Originally, she was not sure how much the space could grow, and she didn't know that food would reproduce spontaneously, so she didn't dare to take supplies out to exchange for quotas, but now it's different. Now that their family can get a steady supply of food, it doesn't matter if they take it out to exchange for quotas. Shen Xi counted and found that there was a lot of firewood left in the living room, plus charcoal, enough for their future life. In order to prevent the extreme cold from coming back in the future, Shen Xi decided to keep this batch of extreme cold supplies, and not exchange them. Then, there are the supplies in the space. In the past year, the most consumed is food. After all, everyone in the family likes to eat more, so there is not much food left, but the space can now be planted, and it just makes up for it. In addition, a lot of water has been consumed. Not only can it not be moved, but it is also necessary to find a way to replenish some water resources. Shinseai looked around and found only compressed biscuits, candies, and other snacks and daily necessities, as well as a large number of clothes that were not suitable for family members to wear, which could be sorted out and exchanged for quotas. While he was sorting, the bedroom door opened and a group of footsteps walked out. Shinseai turned his head and saw that it was Shinming. "Brother?" Shinseai took back the supplies he took out from the space. Shinming yawned and sat down on the sofa beside Shinseai. "Are you still asleep?" He woke up from a nap, but found that his sister was not there, so he knew that Seai must have gone to the living room alone. Shinseai smiled and said, "No, I can't sleep." The matter of the leech disaster was right in front of him, and Shinseai felt a lot of pressure in his heart, but he couldn't say it. But if she didn't say it, how could Shinming not guess it? "ACI, how about? Let's move. Move out of the base, and flee to other places to avoid the leech plague." However, Shinseai shook his head. "It's useless. The eggs have already appeared. The same is true in other cities." Shinseai remembered that in his previous life, when the leech plague came, it was useless to flee anywhere. On the contrary, Jianan City was a big city with a base to rely on. Other cities, such as Jiangnan City next door, didn't even have a base, and most people could only wait to die. Shinming fell silent after hearing this. This feeling of knowing that danger is approaching but being helpless is really despairing. "I saw it during dinner. Tell me honestly, our family doesn't have that many places, right?" Shinming asked in a low voice. Shinseai didn't expect her brother to see through her at a glance. In this case, Shinseai couldn't hide it anymore. She subconsciously glanced towards the bedroom and confirmed that her parents were asleep before nodding calmly. Saying that there are 4 quotas at home is just a temporary excuse for her parents to reassure them. Shinming continued to ask, "How many do we have?" Shinseai raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. After seeing this, Shinming breathed a sigh of relief. 2 is good, 2 is good. In this way, both parents can be sent to the medical building. "Brother, I think our family will not have to worry about food in the future, so we can take out some of the supplies and exchange for quotas. It would be great if we could exchange for 2 more quotas, but the quotas are competed in a way similar to auctions, so it may not be successful." Shinming agreed. "I will accompany you to take a look outside tomorrow." "Okay. There are still half of the quota left, so I have to see if I can buy more." Shinming saw that Shinseai was frowning and worried, so he slapped Shinseai on the head with a smile. "Don't worry, even if you can't get a quota, I will support you if anything happens." As for whether to tell the truth to his parents, they both tacitly chose to continue to hide it. The next day, Shinseai ran to the mission hall of the base early in the morning. As a result, before she reached the door, Shinseai saw from a distance that the mission hall was full of people, and the noise could be heard from afar. When she approached, the scene in front of her was even more spectacular. The entire mission hall had become a place for a fight. People were crowded together, pushing each other, shouting and fighting at the top of their lungs. "I have supplies. I can afford it. Leave a spot for me. I can offer more. Get out of here. I have a lot of fruit. Do you have any? Stop fighting." Shinseai shook his head, feeling a headache from the noise. "Seai, wait outside. I go in and fight for you." Shinming said, as he was about to squeeze in with big strides. Shinseai quickly grabbed him. "Wait a little longer." "What's wrong?" Shinseai looked around and explained. "The mission hall is in a mess, but the person in charge hasn't come yet, so it's useless to fight for it now." Without a person in charge, it means that no matter how loud you shout, you can't get a spot. Shinming thought about it, and it was true. He was a grown man and didn't have the care of his sister, so he didn't get involved and waited patiently outside with Shinseai. Not long after, 3 large military trucks drove over and stopped in the square outside the hall. Shinseai turned his head and looked behind him. The door of the truck opened, and Chuhan, dressed in combat uniform, was the first to get off the truck. Then, people got off the other 2 cars, one of whom was Zhou Xiangyuan, and Fu Shuangshuang followed him. As for the other one, Shinseai had never seen him before, but he should also be the captain of the base's guard team. After that, more guards got off the car one after another, followed their captains, and walked to the mission hall. 3 teams of imposing guards appeared, and the people in the hall suddenly became quiet when they saw this. No matter how fierce or arrogant they were just now, they all became honest. Chuhan found Shinseai outside the hall at a glance. Shinseai also looked at him, knowing that they were probably here to maintain order. They had a mission to do, so it was not good to be absent, so he had no intention of talking to Chuhan, but just stepped back to make a wider path. Chu Han nodded slightly to Shen Xiai and passed in front of Shen Xiai. When Chu Han and his team entered the hall, Zhou Xiangyuan followed behind. Zhou Xiangyuan glanced at Shen Xiai with a bit of disdain in his eyes, but Fu Shuangshuang, who was not a member of the guard team and did not need to abide by the rules, stopped to talk to Shen Xiai. "Cousin, are you surprised to see that I am living so well?" Fu Shuangshuang said with a smile. She was wrapped in a fur coat, but she was wearing thin clothes inside, revealing her slender neck, and her long hair was tied behind her head, refreshing and not greasy at all. The bruises on her eyes disappeared, her face looked white and rosy, and her whole person seemed to have changed from head to toe, no longer in the mess before. Shen Xiai didn't care whether Fu Shuangshuang was living well or not. It was Fu Shuangshuang's own choice. She just pretended not to see Fu Shuangshuang and ignored him. Fu Shuangshuang couldn't help but chuckle when she saw this reaction. Last time, Shen Xiai pretended to be a good person and advised her, which made her seem like she really fell into a quagmire, but now, she followed Zhou Xiangyuan to eat and drink, enjoying the heating in the car, and Shen Xiai? He had to run out hard, blowing the cold wind outside the mission hall for a place in the medical building. It was miserable and funny to think about it. Shen Xiai didn't know what Fu Shuangshuang was laughing at, but she could see the deep pride in that smile. "Zhou Xiangyuan has already gone in. Why don't you follow?" Shen Xiai reminded, trying to send Fu Shuangshuang away. Fu Shuangshuang's situation was rarely better than Shen Xi's, so she was naturally reluctant to leave, and wanted to stay and see Shen Xi's jokes more. She said, "Brother Xiangyuan is the captain now, and he is busy working for the base, so I won't bother him. But no matter how busy he is, he never forgets to bring me with him." "Cousin, Captain Chu, didn't he say anything to you?" "Chu Han?" Shen Xiai suddenly felt unhappy. She didn't like Fu Shuangshuang mentioning Chu Han, and her eyebrows slightly frowned. "What do you want to say?" Seeing Shen Xiai being defeated, Fu Shuangshuang increased her firepower. "Nothing. It's just that everyone in the base is scrambling for a spot now." "Cousin, I see you and your cousin working hard here to compete with everyone, but didn't you get a spot?" Shen Ming on the side couldn't listen anymore, and thought that Fu Shuangshuang's words were clearly meant to mock her. He interrupted and said, "Whether we get the quota or not is none of your business, cousin. Just take care of yourself." The impolite reply made Fu Shuangshuang speechless for a moment. But Fu Shuangshuang added, "After all, we are relatives. I care about you out of kindness. If you have difficulties, don't force yourself. I can help you ask Brother Xiangyuan. After all, it was Brother Xiangyuan who got my quota for me." "I see. This is to show off." Shen Xiai became curious. "You have a quota, what about uncle and aunt?" This question seemed to hit Fu Shuangshuang's sore spot, and Fu Shuangshuang suddenly frowned. "It's none of your business." She changed her previous smugness. Her voice and eyebrows became heavy, her eyes swept across Shen Xiai and Shen Ming's faces, and she walked into the mission hall to find Zhou Xiangyuan. When Shen Xiai saw her reaction, he immediately understood that Zhou Xiangyuan probably only gave her a quota, and Chen Guiqin and Shi Qiushui didn't get one. Forget about Chen Guiqin. He is not Fu Shuangshuang's biological father after all, so it is normal for Fu Shuangshuang not to try to get a quota for him. But Shi Qiushui is Fu Shuangshuang's biological mother. Can Fu Shuangshuang really ignore her biological mother? Shen Xiai subconsciously looked up at Shen Ming, and Shen Ming also looked over at this time. Shen Ming said, "Ah Xiai, let's stay away from Fu Shuangshuang in the future. I always feel that she has changed. Although she was mean before, she was still a bit easy to get along with. Now," Shen Ming shook his head. "Fu Shuangshuang is weird now, but he can't tell what's weird. It seems that some things are no longer seen in her." Shen Xiai knew what her brother was thinking. "People will change, brother. We don't care about others, just take care of our own family." "That's right, we just need to live a good life." As the two talked, in the mission hall, under the suppression of the three captains, the crowd gradually restored order and stopped pushing and crowding. After a while, another group of people came in from the side door. There were 6 people in total, 3 men and 3 women, each holding a pen and paper, and went to the front of the crowd. Shen Xiai recognized one of them at a glance. It was the woman who usually handled the entry and exit of personnel in the security booth at the entrance of the base. She and several other people unfolded a huge handwritten poster and pasted it on the most eye-catching empty wall, and then said, "There are currently 42 places left in the medical building. The base is only releasing half of them now. The specific conditions for changing the quota are written on the poster. Those who meet the conditions can come to me to register." Chapter 83. Shenxi was a little far from the poster and couldn't see it clearly. Shenming asked Shenxi to wait there. He squeezed into the crowd and went to the front to take a closer look at the content on the poster. After reading it, Shenming frowned and squeezed out again and returned to Shenxi. "Brother, how is it? What's written on the poster?" Shenxi asked. Before Shenming could answer, the crowd in front had already started to make noise. What? What does this mean? Where can we get these things? That's right, we can't eat or drink. The base is not playing tricks on us, right? If you ask me, the base doesn't want to give us the quota at all. They are doing it on purpose. Brothers, how can they bully people like this? Fight them. The crowd suddenly boiled up, and they rushed up and flipped the table in anger. But before they could succeed, 3 guard teams were dispatched, and several gunshots were fired at the roof, instantly suppressing everyone's anger. Shenxi had been standing at the entrance of the hall, and was not affected by the angry crowd, but she saw that the situation was not good, so she took Shenming away just in case. After walking a distance, Shenxi asked anxiously, "Brother, what exactly is written on the poster?" What kind of request aroused the anger of the crowd, who knew that Shenming was also very confused and said, "The poster said that a large amount of metal, fuel, medicine, or chemical materials are needed to exchange for the quota." Hearing this, Shenxi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The base actually specified supplies, and the category is still so unpopular. The base didn't have this in the previous life, probably because the base was built late at that time, and this time the base made preparations early, and the survival supplies were sufficient, so it was not the most urgent need, but something else was needed. Thinking about it carefully, the base's consideration is not without reason. Metal can be used to build things, and can also be made into weapons. Fuel and medicine are of course an urgent need. The remaining chemical materials, if used in the right place, can also have extremely strong lethality, and their power is no less than that of thermal weapons. No wonder the base needs these things. ACI, should we go out and collect these things as soon as possible? Shenming asked. He thought that the quota was not released all at once, and there was still time for everyone to collect, and maybe they could grab it. Shenxi turned around and looked at the mission hall behind. He saw that the people in the hall had lost their temper under the control of the guards, and ran out one after another, shouting that they wanted to go out and collect. In addition, there were a steady stream of people running to the mission hall around. It won't be long before the news spread throughout the base. Shenxi said, "Let's go out and take a look first. Let's take a look at what the situation is outside, and to what extent the snow has melted." Shenxi rushed all the way from the mission hall to the door. As the temperature is getting warmer, more people are willing to go out, and with the exchange of quotas, Shenxi found that the road is very lively, like a market everywhere. Of course, more people have learned the news from the base, and have rushed out of the base to collect metals and other materials outside in order to exchange for quotas to enter the medical building. When Shenxi rushed to the door, he saw a lively scene. Many survivors hurried out, and the snow outside melted more, and there was water everywhere, and something was wriggling in the water. There were guards wearing special equipment, cleaning up the water and the creatures in the water. Shenxi hadn't left the base for a long time. He didn't expect that the outside of the base would become like this. They didn't notice anything in the base, just because there were people carrying heavy loads on the front line. What are these? Oh my god, so many insect eggs. They are alive. More and more panic broke out from the crowd. It's strange, it has been like this since the past few days. Then should we go out? Help, I don't dare. Some people retreated at the last minute, and some people chose to grit their teeth and take the risk to go out for the quota. Shenming murmured, "The base was originally built on high ground, and there is water outside. I dare not imagine how deep the water is in other places. This is when the snow has not completely melted." Shenxi's face is not good. It's those disgusting leeches again. They are still young now, and they will grow as big as mice later. Whenever Shenxi thought about how leeches devoured humans in her previous life, she felt sick and wanted to vomit. Especially since her father died in that leech disaster, she saw with her own eyes how leeches devoured her flesh and blood. She put her hand on Shenming's arm, held it tightly, and lowered her head to vomit. "Ah, see?" Shenming then realized that Shenxi's condition was not right. "What's wrong with you?" Shenxi waved her hands and wanted to say something, but she felt nauseous again and again in her stomach, making her retch continuously. It was not until Shenming helped her leave the door, and she could no longer see the wriggling things in the water, that she felt much better. Shenxi did not expect that her physiological reaction would be so strong. Last time she saw insect eggs in the snow, Although she felt disgusted, she could still bear it, but this time the insect eggs had turned into leeches, hitting the fear deep in her heart. Shinming could only take Shinsiai home first. When they got home, Shinsi's pale face shocked Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan. Because the medical building was being transformed into a shelter by the base, no one could enter. Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan were both unemployed and at home. They were just thinking about what to eat for lunch when they saw the two children coming back in a bad mood. Shinming helped Shinsiai sit on the sofa and told his parents about the situation outside the base. The two old people were all frightened after hearing it. Shin Lianshan frowned and said, "Ah, Si has a shadow." The hurt of the previous life has always remained in Shinsi's heart. When they appeared again, Shinsiai still couldn't suppress it. Shinming said, "Forget it, we won't go out." Shinming said that he would not go out to collect metals and other supplies. But Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan didn't know the inside story. Chen Yulan agreed, "Yes, we have food and drink at home. We don't lack anything now. There is no need to go out and take risks." Hearing this, Shinsiai thought about it and realized that it was indeed unnecessary. Not only because his body reacted strongly to the mutant leeches, but also because the situation outside was not good. At least 1/3 of the leeches in the water had successfully transformed. It was too dangerous to go out at this time. Finally, there was one more point. In order to grab a quota, all the survivors in the base went out to collect metals, chemical materials and other things, which meant that the competition was also great. I am afraid that there will be constant fighting outside, and casualties are inevitable. Considering the three parties, Shinsiai decided not to go out. With this time, it is better to reinforce the doors and windows of the house first. "Dad, is the medical building finished?" Shinsiai asked. Shin Lianshan shook his head worriedly. "No, it's still being built. After all, the medical building is a whole building. It takes time to protect it in all directions and build it into a shelter. Fortunately, the base is safe now, and there is still time. When the medical building is built, parents must be sent in as soon as possible." Knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Shinming went over and looked outside through the cat's eye. Seeing the person coming, he was very surprised to open the door. "Chu Han? Why are you here?" Chu Han stood outside the door. His eyes passed through Shinming and saw Shinsiai sitting on the sofa in the living room. Shinsiai stood up and walked quickly towards Chu Han. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Shinsiai asked. Shinming turned aside. "If you have anything to say, please speak first." However, Chu Han refused and took out 2 cards from his pocket and handed them to Shinsiai. Shinsiai took it and looked at it. The card was completely black with the words pass written on it. It looked similar to the pass for the villa area that Chu Han had given her before. However, the words medical building were also written at the bottom of this one. "This is the pass for the medical building. I have something else to do outside the base, so I won't go in." It turned out that Chu Han came here specifically to deliver this thing. He had just come out of the mission hall and was about to leave the base. He was too busy to stop, but he still took the time to deliver the pass to her. Shinsiai accepted the pass with body temperature and didn't waste his time. "Okay, some insect eggs have already metamorphosed outside. You must be careful when you go out." "Okay." Chu Han nodded in response and then turned and left. Shinsiai closed the door and returned to the living room only after Chu Han's back disappeared in the stairwell. Shin Lianshan asked, "Xiao Han is?" Shinsiai said, "Dad, Mom, Chu Han came to give us the pass to the medical building." Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan couldn't help but smile after hearing this. With the pass, they could enter the medical building, and the safety of the family is guaranteed. Shin Yulan said gratefully, "This matter is really thanks to Xiao Han, otherwise our family would not know what to do." Shin Lianshan also said, "Yes, Si, we will send a portion of the vegetables grown in our space to Chu Han in the future, and we must remember the kindness of others." Shinsi's mood also improved. "Don't worry, I will." Not to mention the pass, even the grain seeds were all obtained by Chu Han for her. In the future, the space will be able to grow food continuously. She can't guarantee anything else, but she can definitely guarantee that Chu Han will not have no food to eat in the future. Although Chu Han would not be without food even without her. However, seeing that his parents liked Chu Han so much, Shinsiai felt happy for no reason. As for the reason behind his happiness, Shinsiai shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and said, "Let's start reinforcing the doors and windows next. There are already mutant leeches outside the base, and it is hard to guarantee that they will not flow into the base in the future. We must prepare for it in advance." Hearing this, Shin Lianshan, Chen Yulan and Shen Ming all agreed. Shen Xiai took out some branches of camphor wood from the space. We just nail these branches to the inside of each window. Chen Yulan was a little unsure. Should we use more camphor wood? She was worried that there was not enough camphor wood to stop the mutant leeches. Shen Xiai said, Mom, we still have to save camphor wood. In the end times, there will be no shortage of mutant animals, and there will be no shortage of camphor wood. It is the basis of life, and every piece must be used to the best of our ability. Speaking of which, Shen Xiai had the idea of planting camphor trees, but after an extreme cold, all the trees outside died, unless the mutant plants were still alive. Most mutant plants are not aggressive, but they have to be camphor wood, so it depends on luck. Chapter 84. After listening to Shen Xiai, Chen Yulan also realized this problem. Camphor wood really needs to be used sparingly. After all, it is uncertain whether these branches can be retrieved later. Everyone began to divide the work. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan were responsible for nailing camphor wood to the windows of each room. The position should be nailed inside the window. Otherwise, if it is nailed outside, what if the camphor wood falls down due to external force? After everyone discussed, they decided to nail all the wood inside so that they can control it at any time. Fortunately, when their family chopped firewood for firewood, they kept some nails on the furniture. Thinking that nails are very useful, they didn't want to throw them away. Now they can really come in handy. On the other side, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming were responsible for protecting the balcony. The balcony of this house is sealed, leaving only a row of south-facing windows, which is also very convenient to protect. In addition to nailing the windows, Shen Xiai also needed to collect all the supplies at home, so that he could run away at any time. For example, the remaining firewood in the living room had to be put into the space, including the generator and the fireplace in the room, and only kitchen utensils and a small amount of food were left. As for the Simmons mattress and quilts used for making beds, Shen Xiai confiscated them, and decided not to take them away even if they left the house in the future. After all, the quilts could not be washed and could only be thrown away after a period of time. There was no point in taking them away. Everyone was busy with this for a whole day. Shen Xiai stood in the living room, with his hands on his waist, looking at the empty house, and then looking at the materials sorted in the space, all placed in different categories, and his heart became more and more at ease. When the medical building is completed, they can leave at any time without rushing. Brother, what are you looking at? Shen Xiai found that Shen Ming had been looking at the front door of the house, and walked over curiously. Shen Ming said, I'm wondering if this door should be reinforced as well. Now the only thing left at home without camphor wood is the front door. Shen Xiai patted Shen Ming's shoulder. Don't worry, just leave a hole, we can handle it. If the front door is also reinforced, it will be inconvenient to leave, and it will be easy to trap yourself. It is better to leave a hole, so that if anything happens, it will be enough to deal with it. Another point is that she is afraid that the family of Fu Shuangshuan across the street will have bad thoughts when they see that they have camphor wood. Since Xiai said it was okay, Shen Ming was not worried. In this family, Xiai has become the backbone, and everyone will feel at ease with her around. After a few days, as Shen Xiai expected, the mutant leeches outside the base became more numerous, and spread into the base with the accumulated water. Shen Xiai was awakened by people upstairs and downstairs early in the morning. Hearing everyone shouting in panic, she quickly got up and went to the balcony. The balcony was sealed with several camphor woods, but because there was a row of windows, she still left a window that could be opened and closed freely. When she opened the window and stuck her head out, she saw a bad scene. There was accumulated water downstairs in every house in the entire residential area. The accumulated water was turbid, but you could still see the leeches jumping up and down inside, with eggs everywhere, and even worse, they tried to climb up along the wall, which was really scary. More and more people discovered this situation, and all of them started to shout and boil. Leech. They are mutant leeches. Oh no, they seem to be able to climb up. Fortunately, we live on a high floor. People on the lower floors are unlucky. Shen Xiai felt her stomach churning again, and she quickly closed the window to isolate the leeches and the noise from the outside. Just as she expected, the accumulated water still spread into the base. The base is too large to be stopped by manpower alone, but the growth rate of leeches is very fast. Shen Xiai just saw several leeches the size of ping-pong balls in the water, black and soft. The situation is indeed the same as in the previous life. Soon after, Shen Xiai heard bursts of loud noises coming from outside, but it was not the noise of everyone, but the sound of vehicles driving. More and more armored vehicles drove into the residential area, rolling over the accumulated water, crushing the leeches in the water like exploding beets. The vehicles stopped in front of the residential buildings, opened the doors, and a large number of people rushed out of the buildings, shouting and rushing to the buildings. At the same time, the entire base was broadcasting, "Dear residents, due to the accumulation of water into the base, a large number of mutant leeches appeared, and the situation in the unfinished area was the most serious. The base decided to transfer the residents of the unfinished area to the residential area first. Please provide more help from the residents of the residential area, and everyone will overcome this difficult time together." What? Why? That's right. The people in our residential area have earned their houses by their own hard work. Why should we accommodate the people in the unfinished area? Where else can we give them a place to live? What do you mean by help us more? Why doesn't anyone come to help us? Various voices of opposition filled the residential area. In addition to the noise outside, Shinseai also heard the stairwell in his building, as if there was an earthquake, with a large number of footsteps going upstairs. They were all residents of the unfinished area. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? Please, can you open the door? Just give us a place to live. Bang, bang, bang. The doors of each household were knocked, and Shinseai's was no exception. But at this time, who would be stupid enough to open the door? No one knew each other, and it would be a risk to rashly let strangers into their homes. I am willing to pay for the supplies, as long as there is a place to accommodate them. I am willing to do so too. I will never cause you any trouble. However, even so, no one opened the door. Someone on the 8th floor even shouted, "What supplies can a bunch of poor people from the unfinished area bring?" If the people in the unfinished area have supplies, will they still live in the unfinished area? It is probably to trick people to open the door, and it is made up, so people are even more unwilling to believe it. This chaotic situation continued until dark, and then it slowly subsided. Shinseai's family started to cook dinner. Shinseai had nothing to do, so he took out a telescope from the space and observed several residential buildings around. He saw a head passing by in the corridor. It seems that people who came from the unfinished area were not taken in, and they had no choice but to choose to live in the corridor. Shinseai wanted to see if there were people living in the corridor outside her house. She looked through the cat's eye, and as expected, it was the same. Some people spread quilts, some sat on the ground in a daze, and some ate dry food with tears in their eyes. However, what Shinseai did not expect was that among these people, she suddenly saw two familiar faces, Yuliang and Wang Yin. Shinseai had gone to their house to exchange supplies for cash, but they had not met again since then. She did not expect to meet them here. Speaking of which, among the people who used to live in the same building in Tianlan community, Shinseai only knew Yuliang and Wang Yin. There was an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Shinseai's heart moved a little, thinking about whether to take some food to take care of them. However, as soon as this idea came up, it was extinguished by Shinseai. There were more people living in the corridor outside than just Yuliang and Wang Yin. There were also other people. If she did this, she was afraid that it would attract the attention and dissatisfaction of others. It was better not to cause trouble. Shinseai left the living room and went back to the room to mention this matter to her family, and also asked them not to recognize Wang Yin and the others for the time being. After that, the water accumulation in the base would become worse every day, and the water level would rise every day, submerging half of the lowest unit entrance floor. If you go up further, you will reach the first floor. People on the first floor might have been glad that they didn't have to climb the stairs before, but now they can't laugh anymore. They are forced to pack up their things, give up their living places, and move upstairs, living in the corridor or stairwell with people in the unfinished area. Shinseai looked down from the balcony and saw that people on the second floor had also started to move, just because leeches in the water began to crawl up in large numbers with their soft bodies. Qin Yulan was frightened. What should we do? Although their house was protected by camphor wood, they couldn't help but feel scared when they saw the dense army of leeches. Shinseai held Qin Yulan's hand. "Mom, don't be afraid, we are on the 7th floor." Who knew that before Shinseai finished speaking, she heard a violent sound of glass blasting, which scared her and Qin Yulan. And the direction of the blasting sound was downstairs. Shinseai hurriedly looked downstairs again, and saw that the balcony window on the second floor was drilled by mutant leeches, and they rushed in like a tide. This scene was not only seen by Shinseai, but also by people on the upper floors, and everyone was panicked. Oh my god, they are coming in. Good, strong destructive power. The destructive power of these mutant leeches is simply amazing, and they can easily drill through thick glass. It's so scary. Fortunately, we moved upstairs. Otherwise, if we stayed on the second floor, how could we survive? Then you are lucky. No, what are you celebrating now? The mutant leeches have entered the second floor. Isn't it a matter of time before they come up along the corridor? Why don't you find a solution quickly? Shinseai closed the window with a clatter. Just as someone said, the mutant leeches have entered the building. It's only a matter of time before they come up. We must find a solution. CI. Chen Yulan suddenly said, use fire attack. Yes, Shinseai's eyes lit up. Although the mutant animals have mutated, their nature has not changed. Fear of fire is the nature of all animals. Mom, you are so smart. Shinseai opened the window again and shouted to the people upstairs and downstairs. Everyone listen to me. It is only a matter of time before the leeches come up. If we do nothing and just keep running up, we will still be dead when we reach the top of the building. We must unite now and deal with it together. You talk nicely, how to deal with it. After hearing what Shinseai said, the people upstairs seemed to have found a way out of their emotions and questioned Shinseai loudly. Shinseai was not vague and said directly, use fire attack. Take out the firewood that everyone uses for heating. Also, old clothes, find all the things that can burn. Will this work? That's right, they are mutant leeches. How can so many of them be burned to death? Also, what if the leeches are not burned to death, but our building is set on fire? Wouldn't it be hilarious? More and more doubts can be summed up to the same meaning. Thinking it is useless, it is better to save energy. Chapter 85. However, amidst all the doubts, a woman's voice came from the fourth floor. I think what she said makes sense, sister. I am willing to go with you. It was rare for someone to believe in him. Shinseai looked down and saw a short-haired woman on the balcony of the fourth floor. She was about 20 years old and dressed in a neutral style. She was looking up at her. Shinseai saw tenacity in the other person's eyes and responded, okay, I come down to find you, and we find a solution together. Okay. After making an agreement with the woman, Shinseai closed the window and told Chen Yulan, Mom, you stay at home and don't go anywhere. My brother and I will go downstairs to resist leeches. After that, Shinseai walked quickly into the living room and grabbed the jacket on the back of the chair to put it on himself. On the other side, Shinming had already put on the jacket neatly when Shinseai decided to try the fire attack. Now the temperature has warmed up, and it has long been above zero. You don't need to wear heavy clothes like before, and your body can be more flexible. Brother, have you brought all your things? Needless to say, Shinming immediately understood what Shinseai was talking about. He clenched the camphor stick in his hand, then raised one foot, motioning Shinseai to look at the short knife tied to his foot. Look, I brought all of them. Shinseai nodded. Her brother was usually a little casual, but he never failed at critical moments, so Shinseai certainly couldn't lose. Shinseai took out a camphor from the space, then took Shinming's backpack, and stuffed a few old clothes that the family had changed before into the backpack. Shinseai couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he had experienced the end of the world once. Therefore, he would collect and pile up the dirty and worn-out things he wore, as long as they were not extremely dirty or covered with insects and other disgusting things, just in case they were needed now. After doing all this, Shinseai took his backpack and put on lighters, wood and other things. After everything was prepared and the clothes were put on, Shinseai put on his backpack and immediately left with Shinming. Chen Yulan was very worried, but she also knew that her two children were people who would take things seriously once they decided to do something. She could not persuade them back, so she had to repeatedly remind them, Ming, you must be careful. Don't worry, Mom. Shinseai replied, and then bang closed the door. After leaving the door, the people living in the corridor outside the door heard the noise and turned their heads, staring at Shinseai and Shinming with panicked eyes. Shinseai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and wondered whether she should ask them if they were willing to go downstairs and fight the mutant leeches together. But before she asked, Wang Yin, who was sitting in the corner, recognized her first. Shinseai? Hearing Wang Yin's voice, Shinseai turned his eyes to Wang Yin, showing a surprised expression. Wang Yin? I didn't expect you to be here. Shinseai tried hard to hide the guilt on her face. She had known that Wang Yin and Yu Liang were outside, but she never opened the door to recognize them. If they saw it now, she was not unaware of it, and there was no guarantee that they would not blame her for being cold and heartless. Although Wang Yin and Yu Liang did not seem to be that kind of people, in the end times, things are unpredictable, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Shinseai felt that it was better to save trouble if possible. Fortunately, she pretended to be very convincing, so Wang Yin didn't see any clues. She was just very surprised and stood up and walked over quickly. Yeah, I didn't expect your family to live here. By the way, are you going out? Shinseai nodded. Wang Yin said anxiously, "Listen to me, you can't go out now. There is water downstairs now, and there are mutant leeches in the water. Those leeches are very scary. The unfinished area has suffered, so the base sent us to the residential area for temporary settlement." Shenxi knew what Wang Yin said, and she moved in her heart. "We are going downstairs to deal with the mutant leeches. We have made an appointment with a girl on the 4th floor. We decided to try fire attack first. Are you willing to go with us? Go together?" Wang Yin was stunned. When they saw the mutant leeches, they didn't even have time to escape. Shenxi actually took the initiative to meet them? Shenxi, you don't understand how terrifying those leeches are. The largest of them can be as big as a mouse. Wang Yin said excitedly, using her hands to gesture the size. "In our unfinished area, I saw many people being eaten and sucked by groups of leeches. That scream, As he spoke, Wang Yin's face turned pale. The unfinished area is a pile of refugees. The base didn't give them much protection, so the situation is the worst. Recalling what she encountered and saw before coming here, the unfinished area is like hell." Wang Yin was trembling with fear. Shenxi knew that she was mentally shocked, but the situation was urgent now. If she didn't do something, this place would soon become the second unfinished area. Shenxi said quickly, "I know the situation outside, but now a large number of leeches have already poured into the 2nd floor. If we don't find a way to delay, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the base to come to rescue." Wang Yin was speechless. She knew that Shenxi's approach was right, but she couldn't overcome the obstacle in her heart. "I go with you." A voice suddenly came. Shenxi and the other two turned their heads, and saw Yu Liang behind Wang Yin coming over and said, "I don't have anything else but a lot of strength. I go downstairs with you to help." Shenxi was surprised that Yu Liang would take the initiative to stand up at this time. Her impression of Liang was still on the way to the base. At that time, Yu Liang was sick and thin, but now after a careful look, Yu Liang's mental state has recovered very well, his face has become rosy, and he speaks with full energy. "Liang Yu." Wang Yin wanted to say something, but couldn't. Yu Liang held Wang Yin's hand. "Listen to me, Shenxi is right, we can't wait forever, even if we can gain one more second, we can live one more second." Hearing this, Wang Yin lowered his head and stopped talking, but his eyes gradually turned red. Shenxi looked at the remaining people in the corridor. "Does anyone want to go with us?" However, most people turned their faces away and avoided Shenxi's direct gaze. One of the women with disheveled hair and dirty face hugged the child in her arms. I have a child to take care of, I won't go." After that, she immediately pointed at the others. They are all grown men, you go find them." The men who were pointed at were angry. "Hey, I said you deserve a lesson, right? What does it have to do with you whether we go or not?" Shenxi looked at the quarreling people and shook his head. There is no shortage of timid people in the face of disasters, who always think they can get away by hiding. There was a white and strong man wearing glasses who hesitated to speak several times, but was stopped by the woman next to him several times. Shenxi stopped asking. Most people had one thought in their minds, that is, to rely on others to come forward and save them. But they could think so, but Shenxi could not. Shenxi would not rely on others for his own safety and the safety of his family. I think Yu Liang also thinks so. They all have their own families to protect. "Let's go!" Shenxi called. Wang Yin was reluctant to let Yu Liang go. "You must come back safely." Yu Liang repeatedly assured, "I will." With Wang Yin's eyes, Shenxi and the other two walked down the stairs. As Shenxi walked, he heard constant panic from upstairs and downstairs. The residents of the entire building were in a panic. When passing a staircase corner, Shenxi unconsciously looked out the window and saw a man running out of the second-floor balcony of a building diagonally opposite to the north, shouting. His body was covered with huge leeches, which bit his clothes into holes. He twisted his body frantically, trying to grab the leeches off his body, but there were too many leeches, as if they had grown dead on his skin, biting him so hard that he turned into a bloody man. Shenxi watched the man with his own eyes, unable to bear the pain, and moved to flip over the balcony and fell from the second floor. There was stagnant water everywhere downstairs, forming a river. There were not only leeches in it, but also a lot of dirt, which made the water turbid. After a loud bang, water splashed everywhere. The man fell into the water and struggled hard, trying to wash off the leeches on his body. Who knew that the situation was completely different from what he expected? The bloody smell on his body attracted all the leeches around him, and they drilled into his body like crazy. The water level only covered the man's waist. The man struggled in the water and opened his mouth for help, but a leech as big as a mouse swooshed into his mouth. Shen Xiai covered his mouth, turned his head, and almost vomited. Seeing this, Shen Ming hurriedly took Shen Xiai away from the window. Even Yu Liang, who was following them, saw it and felt sick. The three continued to go down, and came to the 4th floor. The corridor on the 4th floor was empty. There were only 3 people who settled here. The others probably worried that the floor was too low and unsafe, so they all went upstairs. Just when Shen Xiai and the other 2 had just come down the stairs, the door of a house on the east side of the corridor opened. A woman was peeking out from behind the door. She didn't come out of the house until she saw Shen Xiai, carrying her backpack. "Hello, my name is Yuexin." And Yuexin stretched out a hand to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai had been upstairs before, and hadn't been able to see Yuexin's face clearly. Now that she saw her, she realized that although Yuexin was dressed in a neutral style, her facial features were a bit charming and handsome, with a very unique temperament. Shen Xiai shook Yuexin's hand. "My name is Shen Xiai, this is my brother Shen Ming, and the other one is our good friend Yu Liang." Following Shen Xi's introduction, Yuexin nodded and greeted Shen Ming and Yu Liang one by one. Finally, she asked directly, "How are you going to attack with fire?" Shen Xiai was also unambiguous. "We have a few discarded clothes in our bags, which can be torn into pieces and set on fire, and thrown into the leech pile. In addition, we have camphor wood in our hands, so we can protect ourselves." And Yuexin nodded after hearing this. "I have some fuel oil, which may be useful. With fuel oil, it can burn longer after a little processing, which is a very practical thing." Shen Xiai didn't expect that Yuexin would be willing to take it out so generously. You know, she had some fuel oil stored in her space before, but the amount was not much, and she was reluctant to give it up unless it was absolutely necessary. Shen Ming asked, "Are you the only one here?" Chapter 86. "Yes." And Yuexin looked at Shen Ming with her black and white eyes. "Just me." Shen Xiai quickly calculated in his mind and said, "Then, there are 4 of us in total. Now that the leeches have crawled into the 2nd floor, they will definitely go to the 3rd floor, so the staircase needs to be guarded. In addition, they will come out from the east and west houses, so someone has to guard the corridor as well. And upstairs." And Yuexin added, "If they can rush into the 2nd floor, they can also continue to climb up along the wall and rush into the 3rd floor. In this case, the best way is to have someone guard the upstairs house." Shen Ming said quickly, "Ah Xiai, you guard the stairs, Yu Liang and I will guard the corridor, missin." And Yuexin, "I guard the upper floor." Wu Liang agreed, "No problem for me." Shen Xiai also had no problem. Whether it was the staircase or the upper floor, they were both high altitude. It was the corridor that was difficult to guard because the mutant leeches could come out of the house at any time. After arranging the personnel, everyone asked Yuexin to stay on the 4th floor, and keep an eye on the balcony, and report to everyone when necessary. As for tools, everyone had a brief discussion. And Yuexin not only had fuel, old clothes, firewood, camphor wood, and knives, but Yu Liang only had a knife and no camphor wood for self-defense. Shen Xiai took advantage of the backpack to take out a piece of camphor wood from the bag and gave it to Yu Liang. Then she took a knife she was used to and held it in her hand. She went down to the 3rd floor with Shen Ming and Yu Liang. As soon as they went down the first flight of stairs, Shen Xiai heard a continuous sticky crawling sound coming from below. Shen Xiai hurriedly ran down and came to the staircase on the 3rd floor. A leech as big as a mouse jumped up from the stairs connecting to the 2nd floor. "Be careful," Shen Ming warned. Shen Xiai reacted quickly. While dodging, he slashed the ground with the knife in his hand, cutting the big mutant leech in half. Soft, dark liquid flowed out of the leech. Shen Xiai closed his eyes tightly to suppress the feeling of nausea. "Are you okay?" Shen Ming supported Shen Xiai and asked with concern. Shen Xiai said, "It's okay." She turned her eyes to the stairs in front of her. But when she cast her eyes, she saw a scene that was enough to make her scalp numb. A large group of mutant leeches flowed up from the 2nd floor like water, without falling down the steps. They squeezed together, their smooth bodies rubbed against each other, making a sticky and sharp sound. "Help!" Outside the stairwell, a man suddenly cried for help in a house. Yu Liang hurried out to take a look. Shen Ming was worried about Shen Xi's situation, and fell into hesitation. However, he did not hesitate for long. Knowing that Shen Xiai had enough things in his space, and could protect himself, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow the original plan and follow Yu Liang. After he told Shen Xiai to be careful, he also went to the corridor. Shen Xiai looked at the army of leeches rushing up from the bottom of the stairs in front of him with a cold look. He placed the camphor with stick in his hand horizontally under his feet to make a defense, and then took a bucket of gasoline from the space. Sprinkled some gasoline on the steps, and the leading large leeches were about to come to the front. Shinseai lit a few matches and threw them accurately into the sprinkled gasoline. With a bang, the fire ignited instantly. The mutant leech in the front was the first to bear the brunt. The soft body surface was burned by the fire, and it curled up instantly, making a sizzling sound. The leeches behind them also rushed into the fire one after another. Yu Liang and Shen Ming were checking whether the door of the house on the third floor was closed tightly, and then looking at where the scream just now came from. Suddenly, they felt a heat wave coming from the stairwell. He hurriedly turned back, and was surprised to find that there was a flickering fire in the stairwell. It was Shinseai. She took action. Yu Liang always knew that the younger sister of the Shen family had unusual ideas. He saw it on the way to the base, but now, he couldn't help but be stunned. There were so many leeches in the stairwell that even he couldn't help but retreat when he saw it just now. Although it was true that he came out because he heard the cry for help, in fact, he had the idea of escaping in his heart. However, the little girl Shinseai remained calm in the face of danger and attacked quickly and fiercely. Shen Ming patted Yu Liang's shoulder and said proudly, "My sister, awesome, right?" Yu Liang came back to his senses. "Ants, leeches, so many leeches. Help me." The previous cry for help sounded again. Shen Ming immediately recognized that it was the family on the west side of the corridor. He was about to go over, but unexpectedly, the door of the family opened, and a big man with a stubble on his face rushed out of the door, shouting for help. When he saw the two people outside the door, he was delighted, ran over and grabbed Yu Liang, who was closest to him, and dragged Yu Liang to the door behind him. Yu Liang was caught off guard and was dragged forward 2 steps, facing the door. Inside the door, countless leeches crawled in from the balcony, and the front ones crawled to the door. Yu Liang was so scared that his face turned pale, and his hands and feet were numb. Shen Ming, who was behind, saw that the situation was not right, so he took a few steps forward, pulled out the knife tied to his leg, used one hand to block with the camphor wood, and with the other hand, he quickly stabbed the knife into the body of one of the mutant leeches, and then successively killed several others on the side. Yu Liang finally reacted. While Shen Ming was dealing with the leeches, he reached out and pulled the wide-open door, slamming it shut with a bang. The door was suddenly slammed, and a large number of leeches were blocked inside the door, but there were still a few that escaped outside. Yu Liang pulled out the knife he carried with him, and helped Shen Ming deal with it. The mutant leeches smelled the scent of camphor wood in their hands, and fell into confusion. They dared not approach and slowed down. The two quickly cleaned up all the leaked ones. But this was just the beginning. Shen Ming held the camphor wood and knife tightly in his hand, raised his head, and behind the door in front of him, the sticky sound of leeches crawling was superimposed at a terrifying speed, including the house to the east. Such a sound was also heard. The entire third floor has been invaded by mutant leeches. I don't know how long the door can hold out, but it should be longer than the window. Shen Ming immediately turned around and went to the stairwell to find Shinseai. After Shinseai set the fire, he killed a large number of mutant leeches, and the whole stairwell was filled with a burnt smell. While the next batch of leeches had not arrived yet, and the piles of corpses left on the steps could also block the progress of the next batch, Shinseai was not idle. He took out a piece of firewood from his bag, cut a piece of cloth from an old piece of clothing, and tied the cloth to one end of the firewood. While tying it, Shen Ming came over. Shinseai hurriedly asked Shen Ming to help, and cut the clothes into more pieces. She took a bottle of used vegetable oil from the space, poured some on the cloth of the firewood, and then lit it to make a simple torch. While Shen Ming was cutting the clothes into pieces, he looked at the corridor behind him. Shinseai took the time to ask him, "Brother, what's the situation over there? I just saw someone running out and fleeing upstairs." Shen Ming said, "Don't worry, we've closed the door. The houses here are all anti-theft doors, and the mutant leeches won't be able to break through them for a while." "That's good. But here, unlike the corridor, there is no door blocking it, so you must be careful." Shinseai nodded after hearing this. Her brother was right. The stairs went straight up and down, and there were no obstacles in the middle. While talking, Shen Ming roughly cut the scraps of clothes. Even if they were not cut open, he was strong and could tear them open with a tear. Shinseai told him, "Take all these rags. If you encounter a swarm of leeches, light them on fire and throw them out. Then you and Yu Liang go upstairs to help Missen first." "What? Want him to leave?" Shen Ming was anxious. "No, you're down there alone and I." "Brother, listen to me. The corridor on the third floor is safe now. I can handle it by myself at the staircase. On the contrary, the upstairs is dangerous. If the leeches climb up to the fourth and 5th floors along the outside wall, then we really have no way to retreat. When the upstairs are invaded, they can neither go up nor down. Shen Ming naturally understood this truth. Emotionally, he was worried about his sister, but now was not the time to let his emotions get the better of him. After the end of the world, ACI has always been the pillar of their family, and he must not hold ACI back. Okay, be careful. If the situation is not right, don't force yourself and retreat to the 4th floor. Don't worry, I will. She cherishes her life more than anyone else. In this case, Shen Ming did not hesitate. He glanced at the bottom of the stairs, and saw the leeches that had spread to the corner. He stood up with the rag in his arms, and shouted to Yu Liang, who was still in the corridor behind him, "Yu Liang, go upstairs." Okay. Upon hearing this, Yu Liang hurriedly left the corridor, entered the stairwell, and followed Shen Ming upstairs. Your sister. Yu Liang hesitated to speak, always feeling that it was not good to leave Shen Xiai alone downstairs. Shen Ming said, she can. At any time, he believed in his sister unconditionally, just as his sister believed in him unconditionally, so even if he risked his life, he must firmly guard the upstairs, and never let his sister lose her retreat. This is a very risky decision. And Yuexin saw Shen Ming and Yu Liang coming back, and learned the whole story. She was stunned for a long time. Are you crazy? Even so, you can't leave her alone downstairs, I have a way on the 4th floor. Who knew that before Yuexin finished speaking, the creepy crawling sound came again. Yu Liang turned his head and stared at the window at the corner of the stairs between the 4th and 3rd floors. The entire residential building, not only the windows and balconies on the south side need to be defended, but also the north side. Shen Ming made a prompt decision. I will guard the window of the north staircase. Yu Liang, you go with Missin. Yu Liang had no objection. Okay. He has never been a bold and courageous person. His life has always been smooth sailing. He studied, worked, and got married like ordinary people. He has never encountered any big storms. So his face is still pale at this moment. He even thought of retreating at the beginning, but now, he was really infected by Shen Xiai and Shen Ming. It must be guarded, and Yuexin didn't say anything more. She did ignore the window of the north stairwell. She was even a little lucky that Shen Ming and Yu Liang came up, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Come with me. And Yuexin called Yu Liang. The house she lived in was on the east side of the corridor. It should be said that there were only 2 houses on each floor of the entire residential area, one on the east and one on the west. It was not difficult to guard, but they had limited manpower. The balcony and bedroom windows needed to run back and forth, which was actually a bit tiring. Chapter 87. And Yuexin handed the bedroom side to Yu Liang. Listen carefully, we are at a high place, it is actually very easy to defend. If you see leeches crawling up, just use the stick in your hand to hit them down. In addition, most mutant leeches crawl very slowly, and only a few large ones need to be handled carefully. If you find that the situation is not right, use a knife to cut it, and use a piece of cloth to set it on fire. Do you understand? Yu Liang clenched the camphor stick that Shen Xiai had given him before. I will guard it well. The other 3 can stand on their own, and he is no exception. And Yuexin nodded and looked at Yu Liang with appreciation. Although this man named Yu Liang has a quiet personality, he dared to stand up and join their team when everyone was scared. I think he is a responsible person. And Yuexin no longer worried about anything and left the bedroom and went back to the balcony. Downstairs, Shen Xiai dealt with the second batch of mutant leeches that came up, squatted in the corner, and continued to cut up the old clothes in the bag one by one. She took the time to count the supplies in the space. Among them, there were 3 barrels of gasoline, which were collected at the gas station on the way to the base last year. In addition, their family also bought a batch of gasoline and diesel before the end of the world. Considering the importance of the generator at that time, they bought relatively more diesel, but later it was mainly used for wind power generation, so the diesel was never moved. As for gasoline, they only bought 2 barrels, plus the 3 barrels collected at the gas station, a total of 5 barrels. The inventory is too small. Shen Xiai decided not to use gasoline to ignite the fire unless it was absolutely necessary. He had to use it sparingly. The houses on the left and right 3rd floors had been invaded, and they would have to give up sooner or later. Seeing that there were more mutant leeches flowing up from below, Shen Xiai took another piece of camphor wood from the space, stacked it with the previous one, and laid it across the stairs. There were too many mutant leeches, and 1 camphor wood was of limited effect, so 2 were safer. With these 2, the leeches that had just come up were even more afraid to approach, but they did not retreat, waiting for an opportunity on the next step. Shen Xiai picked up the knife and cut them one by one, like cutting melons and vegetables. This leech looked scary, sucking human flesh and blood, and was very difficult to deal with. In fact, it could not fly or jump, and it was not difficult to deal with it if you found the right method. Shinseai was confident that he could guard the staircase, but he was afraid of the situation in the corridor. What if the two security doors could not be guarded? She wanted to put a camphor wood at the door of each house, but after thinking about it, she gave up the idea. The windows of the house on the third floor were also broken, which meant that leeches would come up continuously. Once there were too many, the number of camphor wood would definitely be enough to resist, and there was a high probability that it would not be collected later. Shinseai had limited camphor wood. At that time, she collected a batch of camphor wood from the living room and bedroom in Chongqing apartment, piled them against the wall, and added another piece to make a total of 6 rows. She didn't want to spend a lot of money here. After all, this was only temporary, and she would have to go to the medical building in the end. So let's spend more effort. Shinseai wiped the sweat from the heat on her face, and continued to fight, always paying attention to the corridor behind her. At this time, the man who escaped from the house climbed up several floors in one breath. The higher he went, the more popular he became. Almost everyone on the lower floors left their houses, and fled to the upper floors. He came to the 7th floor, and his anxious and pale face attracted the attention of many people, but he didn't plan to stop. Those leeches were too scary. He saw with his own eyes that someone in the building opposite was eaten clean. He didn't want to become like that. Go up, keep running up. Wait a minute, young man, did you come up from downstairs? Qin Yulan was waiting at home anxiously. Finally, she couldn't wait any longer. She opened the door and wanted to see what was happening downstairs, and see how Asiai and Anming were doing. But she saw a man running up. She hurriedly grabbed him and wanted to ask. Unexpectedly, the man was full of panic and threw Qin Yulan away. What does it have to do with you? Don't block the way. Before the man finished speaking, Shen Lianshan came out quickly. After supporting Chen Yulan steadily, he immediately got angry with the man and grabbed the man's collar. Old man, Qin Yulan was anxious. Seeing that the man also waved his fist at Shen Lianshan, Qin Yulan hurriedly went up to grab Shen Lianshan's wrist with one hand and blocked the man with the other hand, easing the relationship while preventing the man from attacking Shen Lianshan. The man was tall and strong, with a stubble on his face, and he looked like he was not easy to mess with. Qin Yulan advised kindly, calm down, calm down. Shen Lianshan then let go, and the man slowly put down his fist. Wang Yin ran over and apologized to the man. I'm sorry, brother, it's like this. The children of uncles and aunts went downstairs to help everyone resist leeches. They were anxious and worried, and just wanted to ask what's going on downstairs now. Speaking of the situation, the other people living in the corridor also pricked up their ears. A trace of guilt flashed across the man's face. He had been downstairs before, escaping from home, and casually pulled a person behind him. I don't know if that person is the child of this couple. But he didn't hear any screams until he ran up the stairs, so he thought the man was still alive. Feeling guilty, the man didn't want to bother with them anymore, and said unhappily, he won't die. Then he ran upstairs quickly. Qin Yulan was relieved a little, and thanked Wang Yin. Xiaoyin, thank you. Wang Yin waved his hands repeatedly. It's my duty. Whether it was on the way to the base, or when Shinseai exchanged supplies with their family later, their family got a big advantage, so this little favor was nothing. After thanking him, Qin Yulan turned to Shen Lianshan and said, Lao Zhan, you two, tell me who you have quarreled with in these years? Don't be so impulsive next time. Shen Lianshan had not yet recovered from his anger, and blushed. Who dared him? If he didn't stand up when he saw his wife being bullied, would he still be a husband? Qin Yulan couldn't help laughing. When she was young, she chose Lao Zhan not only because he looked good, but also because he was gentle and reliable. She didn't marry the wrong person. Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Yulian also went downstairs with Shinseai and the others. No matter what, it's good that they are okay. Qin Yulan thought about it, and seeing the look on the man's face just now, the situation downstairs was obviously not good, and hurriedly said, No, we can't just wait here. The children were fighting downstairs. How could they stay here peacefully? Lao Shan, how many old clothes are left at home? At home? Most of the old clothes at home are in Ah Si's space, and there is nothing left but use old quilts. Shen Lianshan said, We can't take those quilts away later. Okay, let's cut up all the quilts and send them down to Ah Si and the others. More combustibles can help them hold out for a while, until the medical building opens. Wang Yin raised her hand. I help too. She didn't have the courage to directly resist the leeches like her husband, but she also wanted to do as much as she could in the rear. However, Chen Yulan had another task for her. Xiaoyin, you are young, have good legs and feet, and can speak. There is something I really want to ask you. Run upstairs and downstairs and see if you can get everyone to donate some unwanted old clothes and collect all the used wastewater. Wang Yin understood the old clothes, but why the wastewater? What do you need the wastewater for? Wang Yin asked after thinking about it. Chen Yulan said, since leeches are afraid of fire, then we boil water and pour it on them. The same principle applies. Yes, that's a solution. Okay, I go now. Wang Yin immediately turned around and asked the people in the corridor first, hoping that everyone would donate their old clothes or wastewater, but everyone lowered their heads and refused to say a word. The woman with the child in her arms said, we all escaped from the unfinished area. It's good enough to bring food with us. How can we care about old clothes? Do you think we have any? That makes sense. Wang Yin had no choice but to knock on the door opposite. Dong dong dong. After knocking for a long time, the person inside finally came out to open the door. Are you annoying? I say, can't you poor guys be quiet for a while? What if you attract leeches? Will you be responsible? Before Wang Yin had time to speak, Shi Qiushui started yelling, which made Wang Yin stunned for a moment. However, the situation is special now. Wang Yin did not bother with Shi Qiushui, but expressed his meaning in a gentle voice. After hearing this, Shi Qiushui glanced at Chen Yulan, who had not left yet, and sneered, I am not pouring cold water on you. There are so many leeches downstairs. Can you handle them with just a few of you? Think about it yourself. Is it possible? Don't waste everyone's supplies. Shi Qiushui, shut up. Chen Yulan couldn't listen anymore, and rolled up her sleeves and rushed up angrily. If ACI and the others hadn't blocked us downstairs, would you be able to say such sarcastic things here? TSK, I want them to block us. Our Shuang got us a place in the medical building. We just need to wait for the rescue from the base. Do we need Shen Ci to bother us? Speaking of this, the mockery in Shi Qiushui's eyes became stronger. Why? Didn't your Shen Ci get you a place? TSK, no wonder you work so hard. You really can only wait to die. With a bang, Shi Qiushui closed the door after he finished speaking. Chen Yulan and Wang Yin were both furious. Wang Yin couldn't help but mutter, how could there be such a person? She wanted to say so mean, but she knew that Shen Ci's family was related to this family. After all, they came to the base together, so she didn't dare to say anything else. Don't worry about her. Shi Qiushui said, let's do our own things. As for Shi Qiushui's family, let them be. Chen Yulan went back to the house, and together with Shen Lianshan, she found a quilt and cut it into pieces with scissors, while Wang Yin went upstairs. She believed that not everyone was cold and selfish, and there would definitely be someone willing to stand up and help. At this time, Shen Ci, who was on the third floor, had reached the point where he had to retreat. The doors of the two houses on the third floor could not hold on after all, and were broken open by the mutant leeches, and a large number of leeches poured into the corridor. Shen Ci had to stop one or two. But she had to take care of one thing and ignore the other, so she had to pick up the two camphor trees lying on the ground, put them into the space, retreated to the stairs on the fourth floor, and met Shen Ning at the corner. Brother, the third floor can't be blocked. Shen Ning quickly lit a piece of rag, and threw it on the steps below to burn a group of mutant leeches that were rushing up. It's okay, if it doesn't work, we can retreat again. Chapter 88. Some leeches came up the stairs, and some crawled in from the corner window along the wall. There were 2 openings in total. It was too difficult to defend them, so they were destined to retreat upwards. However, in that case, the mutant leeches from the 2 openings would gather together, and the number would increase sharply, which would put a lot of pressure on them. However, the 4th floor must be defended. If the 4th floor cannot be defended, the higher you go, the closer you will get to the 7th floor. ACI, is there any way to eliminate the mutant leeches in the end? Shen Ming asked. Shen Ci said, yes. When the temperature rises and the accumulated water is heated, they will be scalded to death by the water. This is good news, but it is also bad news. The good news is that when the temperature of the accumulated water rises, the mutant leeches will be scalded to death on a large scale and eliminated quickly. But the bad news is that now is only the early stage of the accumulated water, and it will take a long time for the temperature to rise to the point where the mutant leeches can be scalded to death. Shen Ning sighed. We can only wait for the base to come to rescue us. Since the base has turned the medical building into a shelter, it means that they will not leave all the survivors alone. It should be soon. Let's hold on a little longer. Shinseai comforted. But while the two were talking, the building diagonally opposite to the north burst into screams. Shinseai's heart trembled, and he looked out the window, only to see that the outer wall of the building was densely covered with mutant leeches. They flowed all the way up, entering through the windows of each floor, and had already reached the 5th floor. Even the 6th floor had gathered a large number of leeches, and began to break the windows. The crowd screamed and hurriedly fled for their lives, and the shadows of people hurriedly passed by the windows of the stairwells on each floor. Shinseai looked and shook his head. If you just run away blindly without thinking of ways to resist, your living space will only be compressed quickly. Brother, let's retreat to the upper stairs. Shinseai cut off a large mutant leech and made a decision. Shinming was almost unable to resist, so he nodded and agreed to Shinseai's proposal, gave up the north window, and retreated to the upper stairs. After retreating to the upper stairs, you only need to guard the staircase, and you won't be overwhelmed. Shinseai asked Shinming to hold on first, and she made another simple torch in the same way as before, poured a small amount of gasoline on it, and lit it. The previous torch didn't burn for long and was used up. Shinseai threw it into the leech pile, exerting its last value. Now making another one can also threaten the mutant leeches. How are you guys doing? In the east house, and Yueshin heard the movement in the stairwell, and knew that Shinseai and his men had retreated up, so she asked them out loud. Shinming replied first, "Don't worry, we're fine." "That's good." But at this moment, Yu Liang let out a cry of awe. Shinseai's heart trembled, worried that Yu Liang might be in trouble, so he had to take out the 2 camphor woods that he had put into the space before, and put them horizontally in front of Shinming. "Brother, you hold on first, I go see Yu Liang." "Okay, you go." After temporarily handing the task over to Shinming, Shinseai turned and ran into the corridor. Who knew that just as she arrived at the corridor, before she had time to rush over, she heard the terrifying crawling sound gradually coming from the house with the closed door to the west behind her. Shinseai looked back and felt that her whole heart sank. On the 4th floor, and Yueshin lived in the east, and she and Yu Liang were responsible for the defense, but what about the west? Most of the people on the lower floors had already fled upstairs. They closed the doors of their homes, and outsiders could not get in. Even if Shinseai wanted to go in and deal with the group of mutant leeches, he couldn't do it. All she could do was wait for the leech army to break through the window, and then the door. A deep sense of powerlessness surrounded Shinseai. She was not afraid of hard work, tiredness, or even injury, but how could she solve this pit that was buried by the cowardice of her compatriots? Everyone was only concerned about their own lives. Was it really meaningful for them to resist like this? At this time, and Yueshin and Yu Liang were in a bad situation. Shinseai heard the exclamation, and had to suppress the feeling of powerlessness in her heart, and continued to rush over. When she arrived, and Yueshin was struggling on the balcony with the leeches that crawled in. The whole row of balcony windows were surrounded by leeches sticking out of their bodies, and the ground was also covered with fragments, a mess. Shinseai took a few steps to help in Yueshin, but found that the situation on Yu Liang's side was even worse. A mutant leech as big as a mouse bit Yu Liang's arm tightly. Yu Liang used a knife to cut off the leech, but the camphor wood stick in his hand fell a few steps away. Seeing more and more leeches outside the windows surrounding the window and rushing in, Yu Liang fell into despair. He seemed to be unable to hold on. "Get out of the way!" Suddenly, Shinseai's voice came from behind. Yu Liang felt that his shoulder was pulled by someone, and he was pulled to a relatively safe place behind. Then a figure passed by him, holding a large piece of burning cloth, and suddenly covered the windowsill. The windowsill suddenly ignited a flame, and those mutant leeches that were scrambling to crawl in and crawling halfway encountered the scorching temperature, and all retreated in fear, or curled up their bodies and were burned. As for the others that had already crawled in, Shinseai's knife was fierce and accurate, and they were cut to death in a short while. But this can only solve the problem temporarily. Yu Liang was injured. Shinseai took a look at his wound. It was bloody, and a large piece of flesh was bitten off. The surrounding area was swollen and blood was constantly oozing out. This wound must be stopped and bandaged immediately. There are many bacteria in the leech, and it may be infected. You go back to the 7th floor first. My dad has some trauma medicine. Let him stop the bleeding for you, Shinseai said. Yu Liang covered the wound on his arm. After the fire on the windowsill was extinguished, another leech was about to crawl in. He refused and said, "Don't worry about me. I can still do it." There were only 4 of them. If he left, it would be even more difficult for Shinseai and the others to defend. "Ah, leeches! Leeches are coming up to the 5th floor." Upstairs, someone shouted at the window, like a thunder, and everyone on the whole floor panicked. Hasn't someone already gone downstairs to guard? How exactly are they guarding? And the rescue from the base, when will they arrive? Woo-woo, can we wait any longer? Why are you crying? Shut up. While dealing with the mutant leeches, Shinseai listened to the noise upstairs, and the hurried footsteps of people running away, and once again fell into that feeling of powerlessness. The door across the corridor also made a continuous loosening sound. The 4th floor may not be saved either. Ah, Ci? Are you downstairs? Shinseai suddenly heard her mother's call, which was very close to her, as if it came from the 5th floor upstairs. Mom? Shinseai was shocked and anxious. Why did you come downstairs? Go back. However, Qin Yulan had no time to explain, and only said, all of you make way. I'm going to pour water down. What? Swish. Before Shinseai could react, a large basin of boiling hot water poured down the wall from upstairs, instantly scalding all the mutant leeches outside the window. Shinseai was stunned. Yu Liang beside him was also stunned. Can it be like this? At the same time, several sets of footsteps ran down the stairwell. Wang Yin led the way, with 3 people, and first encountered Shen Ming, who was struggling to resist the leeches. Shen Ming was stunned for a moment. Behind Wang Yin, a dark-skinned strong man, holding a knife in one hand and a piece of camphor wood in the other, rushed to Shen Ming in 3 or 2 steps, and helped Shen Ming kill a mutant leech that climbed up. He said, "Brother, I help you." Shen Ming was even more surprised. Shinseai and Yuexin were also surprised. Shinseai had already prepared to give up the 4th floor, but he didn't expect that the remaining people brought by Wang Yin would continue to come to their side, and each of them had a weapon in their hands. Wang Yin saw Yu Liang was injured as soon as she entered the room, and she ran forward anxiously. "Ah Liang, are you injured?" Yu Liang's face was pale, and he wanted to hide the wound behind his back so that Wang Yin wouldn't see it, but how could Wang Yin not see his little trick? He didn't give him a chance to hide it at all. Yu Liang could only force a smile. "It's nothing, just a small wound. The flesh is gone, and it's still called a small wound, but now is not the time to talk about these." Wang Yin said to Shinseai and Yu Liang quickly, "I brought some people down from upstairs to help, and everyone can take a breath. This is really a timely rain." Shinseai saw the people brought by Wang Yin, and one went to help in Yuexin, and the remaining one was left here. Seeing the person who stayed, Shinseai was stunned. It turned out to be the man with white skin and glasses on the 7th floor. Shinseai still remembered that when they first asked if anyone was willing to join, the man hesitated to speak several times, but was stopped by the woman next to him. The man apologized. "I should have come down to help before, but I'm sorry I'm late." Shinseai certainly wouldn't care about these things. It's good to have someone willing to help. "Not late, just in time," Shinseai said, and before the next batch of leeches climbed up, he told the man some simple points. The man nodded and wrote everything down. Even Wang Yin listened carefully beside him. With a man guarding, Shinseai felt that the burden on his shoulders was finally lighter, and he had time to ask Wang Yin, "Wang Yin, what's the situation upstairs now? How are my parents?" Wang Yin knew that Shinseai was worried, and immediately said, "Don't worry, your parents are fine, but the situation on the upper floors is indeed not very good. They have all been drilled by mutant leeches. Fortunately, the number of leeches is not large, and they have been completely eliminated. In addition, we have found people to guard the 5th and 6th floors. This is good news. If you only guard one floor, you will definitely not be able to guard it, because in addition to the windows, the leeches will also climb up the rest of the walls, which is a place that wood and knives cannot reach. But if there are people guarding the upper floors, it means that the number of fish that slip through the net can be greatly reduced, reducing the danger. It turns out that there is strength in numbers." Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, as long as everyone unites as one, no matter how big the difficulties are, they can be overcome. The only thing to worry about is that in the face of natural disasters, humans will still harm each other, which is digging their own graves. Just like her, she didn't have the courage at first, but when she called for help, many people were willing to step forward. It was those people who gave her the courage to come down and face these disgusting things. Shinseai patted Wang Yin's shoulder and encouraged her. "Well done, you guys stay here for a while. I send Yu Liang to my dad to treat his injuries, and take a look at the situation upstairs." "Okay, go quickly." Chapter 89. Shinseai led Yu Liang back to the 7th floor. When passing the 5th and 6th floors, she saw the personnel Wang Yin had arranged. Whether it was the house or the stairwell, there were indeed people guarding it. "I hope the rescue from the base can arrive soon." Back on the 7th floor, the 7th floor was more lively than the downstairs, and the entire corridor was almost full of people. Shinsiai looked carefully and found that half of the people had suffered some minor injuries, with wounds of varying degrees on their arms and legs. Her father Shin Lianshan was bandaging the wound of one of them, and her mother Chen Yulan should have just come up from downstairs and boiled a pot of hot water in the living room, and there were several other women helping. Ci? Shin Lianshan was the first to see Shinsiai coming back, and hurried forward to see if Shinsiai was injured. However, after he realized that both of his hands were covered in blood and was afraid that the smell of blood would hit Shinsiai, he had to stop and ask Shinsiai, "How is it downstairs? Is there any injury?" "Dad, I'm fine." "What happened to them?" Shinsiai looked at the injured people. Shin Lianshan sighed. Some of the mutant leeches still came upstairs. They were all bitten accidentally. Ci, do you have any medicine? Shin Lianshan knew that Shinsiai had medicine in his space, but in front of so many people, he couldn't say it directly. He still had to do some superficial work. Shinsiai understood what her father meant and nodded. Yes, Yu Liang was also injured. "Dad, you will help him deal with it later." "Okay." Shinsiai followed Shin Lianshan home first. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Yulan also came up quickly, put her hand on Shinsiai's arm, and looked left and right. "No injury?" Shinsiai shook his head with a smile. "No, but Mom, you are." Chen Yulan explained. "Mom thought that those mutant leeches were afraid of fire, so they must be afraid of hot water. So she went upstairs and downstairs to collect the wastewater used by everyone, boiled it, and used it to deal with the leeches, helping you share the burden." Hearing this, Shinsiai sniffed and was moved. "Mom, you are busy first. I will take Dad back to the room to find medicine." "Hey, you go first." After entering the room, Shinsiai hurriedly avoided the eyes and ears of everyone outside, took out all the medicine in the space, and spread it all over the bed. Shin Lianshan searched inside, took some hemostatic drugs and gauze, and returned to the corridor outside to treat everyone's injuries. Shinsiai collected the remaining medicines, added a few old clothes and firewood to his bag, shook the knife in his hand, and went out to see if there was any place that needed support. At this time, the sky outside had darkened, and the entire residential area was plunged into darkness. Looking down from the upper floor, there was black and moist stagnant water shaking everywhere below, and countless leeches were agitated in the water, which made people feel scared. Shinsiai put his hand on the wall in the corner, and vomited with a wow, and his fingertips began to tremble constantly. Previously, in the face of the survival crisis and in front of others, Shinsiai had to suppress the nausea in his heart. Now that he was alone, he couldn't suppress it. The fear brought by the mutant leeches in the previous life still stayed in the depths of her soul, constantly flashing back. The only solution was to desensitize herself. Shinsiai rinsed her mouth with a bottle of water, wiped her mouth, fed herself a candy to restore some energy, and turned around to help everyone kill the mutant leeches. As time went on, more and more people found that the mutant leeches were only superior in number, and were not difficult to kill. They also found that the situation in the buildings in front and behind was worse. On the contrary, their situation was much better, thanks to the credit of those who dared to rush to the front. So more and more people joined in, and everyone took turns to rest. The really timid people also took the initiative to go to the team organized by Chen Yulan to help collect various flammable materials and wastewater. Shin Lianshan organized people to treat the injured, and Shinsiai and Shinming each led people to defend each checkpoint. Everyone in the building was contributing their own efforts for survival. Busy until the second half of the night, Shinsiai was sweating all over, and stabbed 2 mutant leeches again with a knife. He accidentally raised his head, and looked out the window. He saw something floating on the water between the buildings in the distance. Shinsiai dealt with the mutant leeches while observing carefully. When the distance was shortened, she finally saw clearly what it was. "It's a kayak, 1, 2, 3. More and more kayaks appeared, heading towards the buildings. "A boat! It's a boat! Look! There's a boat coming towards us!" Others were excited when they saw this. "Is the base here to rescue us?" "It must be. But are we going to go on the boat?" I don't dare. There are leeches in the water." A girl said this, and everyone fell silent after hearing it. It's a good thing that the base came to rescue, but the rescue tool is a kayak. If something goes wrong, the kayak will be besieged, and the people sitting on it will have no place to escape. Shinsiai observed for a while, and then said, "Don't worry, camphor wood is installed on the bottom of the boat." "What?" Everyone was surprised. Shinsiai pointed to one of the kayaks, where a person was sitting and rowing, but the hull was not attacked by mutant leeches. On the contrary, the water around him was much calmer. There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, camphor wood is installed on the bottom or hull of the boat. Everyone listened to Shenxi's words and observed carefully again, and found that it was exactly as Shenxi said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and became excited again. This is really great. As long as they ensured that the boat was safe, they dared to go up. Otherwise, if they stayed in the building, they would sooner or later not be able to hold on. Throughout the base, the radio broadcasted again, "Dear residents, the medical building has successfully established a shelter. Residents with passes, please take the kayaks steered by the guards and go to the medical building. Residents without passes can choose other kayaks and go to the villa area to avoid the disaster." As soon as the broadcast was over, everyone was in an uproar. The people who were still alive in the buildings in the residential area all burst into noise. "What do you mean? Why does the base treat us differently? That's right, aren't our lives lives? Great, we have passes, we can get on the guards' boats. That's right, with the guards here, our safety is more guaranteed. Hey, we're here. This is unfair." "What's unfair? Everyone got the pass based on their own ability, so they should be treated differently. Hey, you can't even get a pass. Such a person has no ability and will die sooner or later." "What did you say? Say it again. Do you understand the survival of the fittest?" After Shenxi got the news, he immediately went back to find his parents. "Dad, Mom, stop busying yourself. The rescue from the base is here. We don't have to guard anymore," Shenxi said as he hurried home and pried off the camphor wood installed on the doors and windows of the house with a knife. Shenming came back and saw Shenxi's actions, and he understood immediately, and also helped Shenxi pry the wood with a knife. The knives in their hands had been used to deal with mutant leeches, and the blades had long been curled and cracked, and they were not far from being scrapped, so there was no need to feel sorry for prying wood. And Shan and Shen Yulan also began to pack up, ready to go downstairs with the children, and go to the rescue boat released by the base. But the things at home had actually been put away by Ci in advance, and there was nothing to pack. After Shenxi and Shenming pried the camphor wood, Shenxi stuffed one piece of camphor wood into the left and right hands of his parents, and put the rest into the space. Then he took out a few ordinary firewood, and asked Shenming to pour gasoline with her to make all the firewood into simple torches. Shen Yulan frowned and said, "The water level downstairs is only half a person's height. If we take a boat, we have to go downstairs, but there are mutant leeches downstairs. What should we do?" While Shenxi was busy, he took the time to say, "Mom, don't worry, my brother and I will definitely take you out safely." For some reason, these words made Shen Yulan and Shen Lianshan panic, as if Ci and Ming were going to be separated from them. But looking at the two children busying themselves, they didn't want to cause trouble for the children, so they didn't ask anything and said nothing. Shenxi didn't notice her parents' worries. After making a simple torch, she and Shenming each had one, and put the rest in the space for use. Then she picked up the knife and prepared to leave. She held the torch in her left hand, and the knife in her right hand. Shenming also held the torch in his left hand, and the knife in his right hand. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan held a camphor wood in both hands. Shenxi was responsible for lighting one of the camphor wood in Shen Yulan's hand, and Shenming lit Shen Lianshan's. Suddenly, the camphor wood smelled stronger as it burned. Shenxi put on his backpack and escorted his parents out of the house with Shenming, and went straight downstairs. As for the other people in the building, they had already given up defense, and were busy packing up their things. The whole building was in chaos. Shenxi struggled to shuttle through the noisy crowd. Fortunately, their family was the fastest to pack up, and was the first to go downstairs, so as soon as they reached the 6th floor, the crowd around them was much less. But the decrease in the number of people is bound to be accompanied by an increase in the number of leeches, especially now that there is no one guarding the various checkpoints. A large number of leeches are no longer blocked, and all crawl in wantonly, flowing stickily on the ground, making people's scalps numb. Fortunately, Shenxi had a torch and a knife in his hand, and her brother also had one in his hand. The two of them took the lead in clearing the way, and Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan followed closely behind. With the heat of the torch and the smell of burning camphor wood, the place where Shenxi and the other four passed was cleared out of a safe area. Even if a leech accidentally broke in occasionally, Shenxi was quick to kill it with a knife. Shenxi was about to go to the 5th floor when he heard Wang Yin's call coming from above. Then, Wang Yin and Yu Liang came down in a hurry. During the process, they encountered mutant leeches crawling in from the window. Yu Liang was responsible for chopping them, while Wang Yin was responsible for assisting, ready to take out the cloth from the backpack on her chest to light a fire at any time. After the two hurried down, Wang Yin said to Shenxi embarrassedly, I want to go downstairs with you. Is that okay? After saying this, Wang Yin felt that she was too shameless, but there was no way. She and Yu Liang didn't want to die. Shenxi's family had many means of self-protection. Following them, she would feel more secure. We promise that we will never cause trouble for you. Chapter 90. Shenxi is not a person who is unhappy. Wang Yin and their family have fought side by side, and both of them have good character. If she has the spare energy, she is willing to help each other. She didn't say much nonsense, just said, "Follow." Great. Wang Yin was delighted, and hurriedly followed Shen Lian Shan and Shen Yulan with Yu Liang. With Shen Xi and Shen Ming leading the way in front, Wang Yin suddenly felt that the pressure on herself and Yu Liang was relieved a lot. They just had to work hard to guard the back and both sides. And the joining of the two of them was not without benefits for Shen Xi. At least there was someone behind his parents, and their safety was more guaranteed. The 6 people continued to move forward and successfully passed through the 5th floor and went to the 4th floor. And Yuexin lived on the 4th floor. Shenxi glanced at Yuexin's house and saw that the door was open, and mutant leeches were crawling all over the floor. It seems that Yuexin was not there, and she should have gone downstairs first. Shenxi admired this girl named Yuexin, and hoped that she could survive this leech disaster. After that, the more they went down, the more mutant leeches there were, and the camphor wood in Shen Lian Shan and Shen Yulan's hands was almost burned out. Before it burned out, Shenxi took out 2 more camphor woods from his backpack, lit them, and gave them to his parents. After doing this, everyone went down to the 3rd floor, but heard a scream on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Chen Guqin. You bastard, do you want to kill me? What are you doing? Are you going to leave or not? It turned out to be Chen Guqin and Shi Qiushui. It was really unlucky. Shenxi didn't want to meet them 1,000 times, but there was only one way, and there was no way to hide. When the two heard the footsteps coming from above, they looked up and saw Shenxi and his group. Shi Qiushui's eyes fell on the tools in Shenxi's hands, and her eyes suddenly became jealous. She knew that Shenxi's family had camphor wood and knives, otherwise he would not have led so many people in the building to resist the mutant leeches. But knowing is one thing, and seeing it with your own eyes is another. Chen Yulan snorted coldly, holding the burning camphor wood in her hand tightly, and continued to go downstairs with Chen Guqin. But this time, until she reached the 1st floor, Shi Qiushui realized something belatedly. Why did she and Chen Guqin seem to be clearing the way for Shenxi and his group? Shi Qiushui was very angry, and she turned aside and said unhappily, "You go ahead." Shenxi looked at Shi Qiushui as if he was looking at a fool, walked ahead without courtesy, and then took the lead in entering a house on the east side. This is the 1st floor, and the unit floor is below. Previously, the accumulated water had submerged part of the unit layer, but now the water level has risen again, and almost all the unit layers are submerged, which means that everyone can only choose to jump down from the balcony on the 1st floor and jump directly onto the kayak on the water. Since the windows and doors on the 1st floor had been broken open by the mutant leeches, and Shi Qiushui made way, Shenxi and his group successfully reached the balcony. Everyone first gave their backs to each other, and cleaned up the leeches around the balcony, and Shenxi had time to look down from the balcony. Isn't it said that the mutant leeches are very destructive? The balcony that was originally sealed, let alone the row of windows on the south side, even the wall was destroyed, and if you are not careful, you will step out. Shenxi carefully glanced down. As she expected, there were several kayaks parked on the water below, some with guards at the helm and some without. The night was dark, and the water was terrifyingly deep, not to mention that there were a lot of leeches in the water, making a creepy sound. Among them, Shenxi saw Yuexin. And Yuexin had already sat on a kayak, but because it was not full, it had not started yet, and was still waiting for people. "Missin, how many people can sit in a kayak?" And Yuexin was not surprised to see Shenxi. She stood up and raised her voice. 5 people in a kayak, including the guard. That means that Yuexin's boat can still accommodate 3 more people. "Dad, Mom, you go down first." Shenxi pulled his parents to the front, and casually stuffed 2 medical building passes into their pockets. "Ci, what about you? What about you and Ming?" Chen Yulan felt more and more uneasy. "Mom, don't worry. You go down first. My brother, and I will come later," Shen Lianshan said. "Just listen to Ci. My daughter has never made a mistake. She will definitely protect herself." Since that's the case, Chen Yulan couldn't say anything more. Shenxi took out all the clothes in the bag and threw them on the kayak below. He asked Yuexin, "Missin, please help me and put these clothes on the kayak." "Okay." And Yuexin moved quickly, and quickly put the clothes thrown by Shen Xiai in place. Shen Lianshan took the lead and said to Qin Yulan, Yulan, I jump first. I meet you below. Be careful. Qin Yulan was full of worry, but there was really no better way. Shen Lianshan closed his eyes and jumped. With a thump, he fell into the pile of clothes. The distance was not too high, and with the thick clothes as a cushion, Shen Lianshan felt a little pain, but he was not injured. He quickly took off his coat and put it on the pile of clothes to make it easier for Qin Yulan to jump down. Qin Yulan was relieved to see that Laozhan was fine, and she also jumped down. With another thump, Qin Yulan fell steadily into the kayak. At present, there is still room for one more person on this kayak. Shi Qiushui saw that Qin Yulan and the others had gone down safely, and were not attacked by the mutant leeches. She hurried over to pull Shen Xiai and Shen Ming apart and jumped down. Originally, Shen Xiai was thinking of finding an excuse to tell her parents that she would go to the kayak next to them, and not sit in the same kayak with them. Now that Shi Qiushui got involved, Shen Xiai had a sufficient excuse. She and Shen Ming aimed at another kayak next to them, and jumped in one after another. This kayak had no guard at the helm, and was specially used by people without a pass. Ah Xiai, why did you go there? Come here. Qin Yulan waved at Shen Xiai anxiously. Shen Xiai had to continue to hide from her parents that she and her brother did not have a pass, so she only said, Mom, there is no room over there, we can sit here, don't worry, we will follow you. As he spoke, Wang Yin and Yu Liang also jumped down. Shen Xiai, we don't have a pass. Can we sit in the same kayak with you for a while? Okay. It's okay, because she and her brother didn't have a pass, so it's better to ride with Wang Yin and the others than to share a kayak with strangers. Unexpectedly, at this time, seeing that Qin Yulan's kayak was full, Qin Guqin, who was left alone, panicked and jumped into the kayak where Qin Yulan was. A kayak that can only accommodate 5 people was shaken violently by the weight of the 6th person. Qin Guqin. Shen Xiai was so angry that she didn't even call him uncle, but called him by his name. She had never seen such a stupid and bad person. If it weren't for the fact that this person was her own uncle and her mother's brother, Shen Xiai would have wanted to kill him long ago. Shen Xiai picked up the paddle and rowed over. Fortunately, the 2 kayaks were next to each other. Shen Xiai reached out to stabilize the boat, and Shen Ming cooperated with her very well. He went to the other side of the boat, and stabilized the weight of their own boat to prevent Shen Xi's move from causing their own boat to capsize. Wang Yin and Yu Liang also tried their best to stabilize the boat. But even so, how could Shen Xiai have so much strength to stabilize the other party's boat with one hand? Shen Xiai gritted his teeth and tightened his arm that was holding the boat. His fingers were exerting force, and his joints were protruding. My parents were on that boat. I absolutely couldn't let them get into trouble. Otherwise, what was the meaning of her rebirth? Qin Guqin, she promised that she would not let this person go. Even if her mother was sad and even blamed her afterwards, she didn't care. Shen Xi's eyes, which were red in the night, stared at Qin Guqin, who was sitting on the boat and paralyzed with fear. Qin Guqin met Shen Xi's terrifying eyes, and his heart suddenly went cold. Why did he see murderous intent in Shen Xi's eyes? No, he is her uncle. Qin Guqin swallowed hard, and his hands and feet began to tremble. Seeing this, and Yuexin was also furious, and drew her knife to stab Qin Guqin, but in the end the tip of the knife stopped in front of Qin Guqin. She did not forget that the base prohibited killing, and the guard was on this kayak. Fortunately, the guard at the helm was experienced, and quickly stabilized the kayak. But with more than 5 people, the kayak obviously sank, and it would be very risky to row it. Show your passes, the guard said coldly. And Yuexin took out her pass from her pocket, and showed it to the guard, and Shen Lianshan and Qin Yulan also took out theirs. The guard checked them one by one, and his cold face finally eased. He cast his eyes on Shi Qiushui and Qin Guqin, and the 2 of them were immediately at a loss. Shi Qiushui hurriedly explained, Captain, it's like this, our passes are with my daughter Fu Shuangshuang. Before Shi Qiushui finished speaking, the guard's tone became cold again. Where is your daughter? Shi Qiushui, my daughter. Oh, by the way, she is with Captain Zhou. You know Captain Zhou, right? Zhou Xiangyuan, my daughter is his. And it was Captain Zhou who got the pass for our family. You sent us? Without a pass, you can't get on this ship. The guard interrupted Shi Qiushui's chatter impatiently. Qin Guqin recovered and helped Qin Yulan, saying, Sir, please send us to the medical building. My daughter and Captain Zhou will definitely be there. You will be able to see the pass then. However, the guard refused to budge and said, You cannot get on this boat without a pass. Without saying anything, he took out his gun and pointed the black muzzle at Chen Guiqing's forehead. Either die or go to the side. As he spoke, the guard pointed to an empty kayak on the other side. Chen Yulan was dissatisfied and shouted, "The base rules prohibit killing people. How dare you? The base has an order. Guards are special cases. Special cases can be treated specially." After saying that, the muzzle of the gun moved from Chen Guiqing's forehead to Shi Qiushui. Shi Qiushui's heart trembled fiercely. He quickly raised his hand and dared not speak again. He climbed into an empty kayak on the other side with his hands and feet. The rest of Chen Guiqing had to do the same. Chapter 91. After watching the excitement, Shen Xiai saw that her parents were no longer in danger, so she started paddling away in her kayak. She decided that no one would board their boat anymore, because she didn't know what kind of person would board. If he was as stupid and bad as Chen Guiqing, she would be killed by him sooner or later. Chen Yulan's boat was different. The guards would strictly abide by the orders of the base. Unless there was no one in the building with a pass, they would have to wait for another person. Shen Xiai paddled away from the building, but she didn't dare to go too far. She had to follow her parents' boat and personally escort them into the medical building to feel at ease. Not long after that, another man with a pass came down and boarded Chen Yulan's kayak. The kayak was full, and the guards began to paddle. Shen Xi's boat was paddled by Shen Ming and Wang Yin. Yu Liang wanted to row, but his arm was injured and needed to be taken care of, so Wang Yin didn't let him. Wang Yin also didn't let Shen Xiai do it. She thought that her family was shameless and took Shen Xi's ride all the way, which was not very good, so she should do more work that she could do. In this case, Shen Xiai was not polite. She was happy to relax, and was responsible for keeping watch and paying attention to the situation in the water at any time to prevent any accidents. In order to prevent accidents, Shen Xiai pretended to take out the remaining camphor wood that was used to nail the window from his bag and gave it to Yu Liang, asking Yu Liang to be on guard with him. Yu Liang took the camphor wood and was moved. When he was resisting the mutant leech before, the camphor wood in his hand was also given to him by Shen Xiai, but the camphor wood behind him accidentally fell because he was injured, and he was still upset for a long time. It was indeed the right choice to make friends with Shen Xi's family. Otherwise, who would be so generous? Shen Xiai didn't know Yu Liang's thoughts. He just held the camphor wood tightly and observed the surroundings attentively. The kayak slowly moved outside the residential area under the paddle board. The distance between the buildings in the residential area was not close, but there were many kayaks sent by the base. Shen Xiai looked at the route to the door. The kayaks on the water were floating irregularly, and survivors kept coming down from the buildings. Shen Ming said, "If we want to get out, I'm afraid it will take some time." Shen Xiai was not in a hurry. "It's okay, we can get there. As long as the camphor wood installed on the bottom of the kayak does not fall off and is safe enough, it doesn't matter if it takes a little time." "Are you hungry?" Shen Xiai asked, and took Shen Ming's backpack and searched for something in it. She had taken wood and other things from her backpack before. Now she needed to find food. To avoid suspicion, it was better to change her backpack and use Shen Ming's cover. Shen Ming realized that his family had been busy all day and had not eaten lunch or dinner. It was late at night, and they were already starving. Yu Liang and Wang Yin were the same. Yu Liang did not need to row the boat, so he took his own backpack and looked for anything delicious. On the kayak next to them, Chen Yulan saw that the two children were hungry, so she took out bread and sausages from her bag and wanted to throw them to the children. Shen Xiai saw this and hurriedly stopped Chen Yulan. "Mom, keep your things for yourself. My brother and I will have enough." Before she set off, she took the time to pack a lot of delicious food and water in her parents' bags. Although according to the situation in the previous life, the base would distribute supplies for free every day in the medical building, but Shen Xiai still hoped that her parents would have a better life there, so the food was reserved for her parents. Shen Xiai took out 2 small buckets of instant noodles from Shen Ming's bag, waved at her parents, told them not to worry, then squeezed the seasoning packet, took out the thermos cup, and poured hot water into the instant noodles. The fragrant and spicy smell of instant noodles drifted with the wind, and the people on other kayaks around could not help swallowing their saliva when they smelled it, and also looked for food from the supplies they brought with them. A small bucket of instant noodles was obviously not enough, but Shen Xiai did not dare to take a big one, otherwise the box was too big, and the bag could hold so many things. Wouldn't it arouse suspicion? At most, she would take out another box of luncheon meat to add food for herself and her brother. Yu Liang also took out some food from his bag. It was a thick stack of pancakes in a plastic bag, about the size of an adult's palm. He took 2 pancakes and gave them to Shen Xiai, These pancakes are made by Ayin. You can try them. Shen Xiai did not refuse, and gladly accepted Yu Liang's kindness. He also handed his own box of luncheon meat to Yu Liang, asking Yu Liang and his friends to scoop some and wrap it in the pancakes. While eating the pancakes, the instant noodles were almost ready. Shen Xiai called Shen Ming and Wang Yin. Everyone, stop rowing and sit down to eat. Anyway, the water is so crowded that rowing is useless. It's better to let the kayak drift away slowly. Then Shen Ming and Wang Yin stopped working, and everyone sat down to eat together. Shen Xiai took the remaining can of luncheon meat and threw it to his parents. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan wrapped luncheon meat in the bread and gave some to Yuexin. And Yuexin felt embarrassed to accept something for nothing, so she took out a bag of spicy strips and shared it with Qin Yulan and the others. Qin Yulan knew that her daughter loved spicy strips when she saw them, and hurriedly threw them to her daughter. "Ah, Ci, don't you like spicy strips the most? Xiaoan has a bag here, you can have it." Shen Xiai happily took the spicy strips, and everyone started eating, enjoying the delicious food. During the process, Shen Xiai suddenly thought of something, took out a sausage from his bag again, threw it on the kayak where his parents were, and said to the guard at the helm, "Commander, you have worked hard rowing, I have a sausage here, you can try it too." The guard didn't expect that even he could get something to eat, and his cold face softened. Shen Xiai. Suddenly, Shi Qiushui called Shen Xiai on a kayak behind. Shen Xiai finished eating a mouthful of instant noodles, and turned to look at Shi Qiushui behind him. Shi Qiushui stared at the instant noodles in Shen Xi's hand with green eyes, and kept swallowing. "You are so rude, kid. Why don't you think about your uncle and aunt when you have something delicious? Your uncle and aunt didn't eat much today. What else do you have? Throw some over." As he said that, Shi Qiushui stretched his neck and looked at the backpacks of Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, trying to see if there was anything delicious inside. It would be strange if Shen Xiai would pay attention to them. He just buried his head in eating his own. Shi Qiushui and Qin Guiqin were both furious when they saw this. Seeing that Shen Xiai couldn't make sense here, Shi Qiushui set her sights on Qin Yulan and the others. She poked Qin Guiqin with her elbow, and Qin Guiqin reacted and said, "Yulan, I am your brother after all. Can you really watch us starve? You were not like this before." Shi Qiushui chimed in, "Yes, Yulan, share some of the food with us." Chen Yulan was furious. These two refused to help when they needed to, and even mocked them. Now that they have food, they shamelessly come to eat. Chen Yulan said impatiently, "Go find your Fu Shuangshuang." Since Fu Shuangshuang got them a place in the medical building, how could she not prepare food for them? But Shi Qiushui was so frustrated after hearing this that she was speechless. Shuangshuang didn't leave them any food. What they have now is what they have saved up before. Shuangshuang won't abandon them, will she? When this thought came up, Shi Qiushui couldn't help but panic. She quickly suppressed this thought. No, if Shuangshuang wanted to abandon them, she wouldn't have gotten them a place in the medical building. In order to hide his uneasiness, Shi Qiushui said in a bad tone, "Qin Yulan, don't be so proud. When we get to the medical building, we have Shuangshuang and Zhou Xiangyuan to take care of us. What do you have? I don't think your Shen Xiai and Shen Ming have a pass at all. If you have the ability, don't come to us to beg us." Shi Qiushui's words made Qin Yulan's uneasiness more substantial. "ACI and Ming. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. Our family will always be together." "That's good." Qin Yulan nodded and chose to believe her daughter. Shen Xiai turned his head, and a guilty look appeared on his face. After that, everyone finished eating, and the kayak sailed out of the residential area smoothly. The road outside the residential area became wider, and the road to the medical building would be smoother. Shen Ming and Wang Yin continued to row, Shen Xiai was on guard, and Yu Liang carefully took out a candle lamp from his bag. The wick of this candle lamp is composed of a small yellow light bulb with a battery inside. In the dark night, this little light suddenly appeared and spread on the water around the kayak, emitting a faint light, like a fishing fire floating on the sea level on a winter night, illuminating the way forward. The other people sitting in the kayaks around saw this scene, and also used their own means to illuminate their kayaks. Shen Xiai and Shen Ming followed their parents' boat all the way to the medical building. However, as they got closer to the fork in the road between the medical building and the villa area, those who did not have passes became more and more agitated, and their eyes were all red as they stared at those who had passes. But because those who had passes had guards on the boat to steer, and the guards had guns, they did not dare to act rashly. Shen Xiai noticed the abnormal atmosphere. Her sensitivity to danger, which she had trained in her previous life, made her tense up, and she took out 2 guns from her bag. She handed one of the guns to Shen Ming in a high-profile manner, not hiding the fact that they had guns, and then said to Shinming, "Brother, I will row the next route. You are more accurate in shooting, so you will be on guard." Shinming also realized the murderous aura in the wind and agreed with Shinsi's proposal. The two quickly exchanged positions. In the kayak next to them, and Yueshin also took out her gun and was on guard at all times. Shen Lianshan saw that the situation was not right, so he took the initiative to discuss with the guards. He would row the boat and let the guards protect everyone. The guards knew better than anyone that if someone wanted to snatch the pass, then they, the guards in charge of steering the boat, would be the first to be attacked and had to focus on the surroundings to resist danger. The work of rowing was just given to Shen Lianshan. Everyone was on high alert. Not long after, Shen Xi heard a gunshot from the far front. The gunshot seemed to be the beginning of a fight, and the crowd became agitated and began to attack each other. Some people used knives to cut, and some used sticks to try to overturn other people's kayaks. All kinds of water sounds and screams broke out. Chapter 92. Fortunately, in this chaos, people with guns always accounted for the minority. Shen Xi protected his parents' kayak and drove quickly into the road to the medical building, which was separated from the road to the villa area. From a distance, Shen Xi saw a building as solid as a fortress, standing in the slightly bright night. This was the medical building that was converted into a shelter, and the entire perimeter was built with metal protection. Shen Xi didn't know what kind of metal it was, but he knew that it was smooth on the surface, with a strong cold light, and it was unusually solid at first glance. And the metal circle outside, including the windows, was covered with camphor wood with double protection. Several kayaks lined up outside the main entrance of the medical building. There was only a small window above the water surface of the main entrance, and guards were inside to check the passes handed in by everyone. Only through it can you enter the main entrance on the side. The main gate also did not open all the way, but opened to a position above the water surface. If people wanted to enter, they had to step in from the kayak. Sister of the Shen family before the line of Shen Xi's family reached her, a familiar voice was heard from the main gate. Shen Xi raised his head and waved to Xiao Long, who leaned out. Soon, the people in front entered the medical building, and it was finally Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan's turn. The two handed their passes to the people in this small window, and after confirming that they were correct, they entered through the main gate. Xiao Long received Chu Han's instructions and met them at the door early, helping Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan to enter the medical building smoothly. Finally safe. Chen Yulan turned back happily, ready to meet Shen Xi and Shen Ming, who knew that just as she reached out her hand, Shen Xi smiled and shook his head at Chen Yulan. "Mom, you and my dad stay in the medical building. When the leech disaster is over, my brother and I will come to pick you up." Chen Yulan's long-standing uneasiness was finally confirmed. "ACI, stop joking, come on up." However, Shen Xi took the paddle board and paddled, and the kayak gradually moved away. "ACI." Chen Yulan was so anxious that she moved her feet and was about to jump down again, but behind her, Xiao Long and Shen Lianshan saw this and pulled her back. Shen Lianshan's eyes were red, and he wanted to get off the boat and leave with ACI, but he thought again, if he did that, wouldn't it be a waste of the two children and make their efforts go to waste? Yulan, the children. I'm afraid they have planned this for a long time. Think about it carefully. There are 4 people in their family. No matter how capable the 2 children are, how could they get 4 passes? It turned out that the 2 children had been hiding it from them all along, just to send them to the medical building with confidence. Chen Yulan burst into tears. But there are leeches everywhere outside. How can Ah Si and Ah Ming survive? They will be in danger. No, Auntie. Xiao Long comforted her at this time. In fact, they came to me and Chu Han to discuss it long before. They have ways to protect themselves. Besides, don't they still have Chu Han? Xiao Han. Xiao Long nodded. Their biggest wish is that you 2 old people are safe, so that they don't have to worry about the future. As Xiao Long spoke, he kept pulling Chen Yulan into the medical building. He promised Shen Xi that he would take good care of Shen Xi's parents, and never let Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan leave the medical building. Shen Xi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Long bringing his parents in. With Xiao Long taking care of him, Shen Xi felt relieved. Shen Xi was about to row away when he heard a quarrel. "What are you doing here without a pass?" "No, our pass is with my daughter Fu Shuang. Captain Zhou Xiangyuan, you know, right? My daughter is his, and our passes are with them. There are so many people trying to get close to us. If everyone is like you, how long will we have to work? Get out. Sir, you just need to call Fu Shuang out, and you will know that we are really her parents." Shi Qiushui and Chen Guiqin quarreled with the guards in the small window, and the kayaks behind them were all waiting until they got impatient and started quarreling with Shi Qiushui and the others. Are you too sick? There are so many people waiting behind us. Yes, you don't have a pass. Can you get out of the way first? Shi Qiushui was dissatisfied when she heard the accusations from others, who said we don't have a pass. Our passes are inside. At this time, the guard in charge of the main gate saw that the quarrel outside was getting more and more intense, and was afraid that he could not control the situation. He was also afraid that the couple might really be Zhou Xiangyuan's father-in-law and mother-in-law, and it would be difficult to offend them. He simply said, "Sister, please move aside and don't block the people behind you. Since you said you have a pass, I will go and call Captain Zhou out for you, and you wait by the side." That's better. Shi Qiushui pouted and slowly paddled to the side. Beside, Shen Xiai had not left yet, and she was curious and wanted to see if Fu Shuangshuang really got a pass for Shi Qiushui and the others. Seeing that Shen Xiai didn't leave, Shi Qiushui said, "You dare to come to the medical building without a pass. Now you can only watch from outside." Shen Xiai was not angry at all, but became interested. "And, did Fu Shuangshuang really get a pass for you?" Shi Qiushui thought Shen Xiai was envious, and became even more proud. How could it be false? Our Shuangshuang is not like you. She is very capable. She got the passes for all three of us in one go. Can you do it? Shen Xiai nodded seriously. I can't. I stay and see when Fu Shuangshuang comes out to pick you up. Then you keep your eyes open. Yeah. Shen Xiai watched with wide eyes. After a while, Zhou Xiangyuan led Fu Shuangshuang out and appeared at the main gate. Shuangshuang. Shi Qiushui waved to Fu Shuangshuang excitedly. She and Chen Guiqin paddled the kayak over together, trying to get as close to the main gate as possible. Shi Qiushui grinned. Shuangshuang, take out the pass quickly and talk to them to let us in. However, Fu Shuangshuang showed a strange expression on her face, turned her head to avoid Shi Qiushui's sight, and looked at Zhou Xiangyuan beside her. Her reaction made Shi Qiushui's heart thump. Chen Guiqin also hurriedly shouted, Shuangshuang, didn't you say you got a pass for us? Let Mom and Dad go in quickly. Fu Shuangshuang just wanted to laugh when she heard it. Mom and Dad? Now they are her parents? Mom is her biological mother, but how much care has she given her? And Chen Guiqin, when there is something going on, the sentence Chen Guiqin often says is that she, Fu Shuangshuang, has the surname Fu, and is not his Chen Guiqin's child. Sure enough, in the face of life and death, all hypocritical faces are exposed. What? Didn't you tell your parents clearly? Zhou Xiangyuan asked Fu Shuangshuang with a mocking look. Fu Shuangshuang bit her lip, and then met Shi Qiushui's gaze again. I didn't get your pass. What? Shi Qiushui was stunned. Did she hear it wrong? How could she not get it? Shuangshuang, think about it again. Did you forget where you put the pass? You didn't say that at home before. You clearly said. I lied to you. Fu Shuangshuang interrupted Shi Qiushui's chattering. Perhaps because she had said it out loud, something in her heart was broken, and Fu Shuangshuang no longer had any concerns, and told the whole truth. I actually only have one pass in my hand. There was only one, and of course, it was her own. Shi Qiushui, who finally reacted, was so angry that she was half dead. Chen Guiqin, who was standing by, had never expected that Fu Shuangshuang would do such a thing. She was afraid that they would snatch her pass, so she deliberately lied that she had obtained all the passes for her family and fooled them. Fu Shuangshuang. Chen Guiqin shouted Fu Shuangshuang's name. Before the accusation could be said, Fu Shuangshuang sneered first. Chen Guiqin, didn't you always say that my surname is Fu and I am not your child? Since you don't recognize me, why should I treat you as my father and help you buy a pass? What about me? Shi Qiushui's eyes were red, and her face was full of grief. I am your biological mother who gave birth to you and raised you, and you treat me like this? Fu Shuangshuang was indeed silent for a moment, but then she said, Mom, you also said that you are my biological mother, so as a mother, shouldn't you protect your child in the face of danger? Your daughter is not in danger now. What are you still unhappy about? That's true, but why did you lie to me? If you tell me the truth, will I snatch the pass from you? Will I not? Fu Shuangshuang interrupted coldly, you two are born selfish. Do you think I can't see it? Expecting people like you to love your children is like expecting the sun to rise from the west. Shi Qiushui was so angry that she almost fell over after being branded as selfish by her daughter in front of everyone. Fu Shuangshuang. You actually miss me so much? Unfortunately, Fu Shuangshuang didn't want to listen to Shi Qiushui's false crying at all, and turned to enter the medical building. But at the moment she turned around, Fu Shuang couldn't help but have a trace of tears in her eyes. It's not that she didn't want to give Shi a pass, but she tried her best and only got one. She wanted to live. She didn't want to die. Shi, who was outside, watched Fu Shuang disappear at the door, leaving behind a resolute back. Her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In an instant, countless past scenes flashed through Shi's mind like a revolving lantern. There was Fu Shuang's crying when she was born. She went to pick up Fu Shuang from school. She cooked for Fu Shuang. They went shopping for clothes together, watched TV shows together and laughed, too many. But all these scenes fell apart in Fu Shuang's back at this moment. Fu Shuang. Shi bent down and shouted in the direction of Fu Shuang, tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Shi was just curious and wanted to see if Fu Shuang really got a pass for Shi and the others, but he didn't expect to see such a mother-daughter split. Suddenly, Shi felt a little sad for Shi. After all, she is a mother. Maybe if Fu Shuang chose to tell Shi the truth at the beginning, Shi would not necessarily fight with Fu Shuang to grab the pass. However, these are just Shinxi's own guesses. There is no way to know what the truth will be. Let's go! Shinxi called Shenming to row the boat. They should go to the villa area. Chapter 93. The security of the villa area has always been better than that of the residential area and the unfinished area. It is more protected by the base. The situation must be relatively better now, otherwise the base would not let everyone go to the villa area. Shenming and Wang Yin came to their senses after hearing Shinxi's words, and continued rowing to the villa area. All the familiar people left, and Shi and Xingguqin were panicking, so they had to follow Shinxi. Shinxi, row slowly, and take your uncle and aunt with you. Shi pleaded from behind. Hearing this, Shinxi hurriedly told Shenming, brother, row faster. Just kidding, she didn't want to be entangled by the two people behind. Aunt, you go find Fu Shuang. I'm not as good as Fu Shuang. I can't do it, and can't take care of you. Shinxi returned Shi's words to her with a bad taste, and Shi's eyes turned black with anger. But Fu Shuang was unreliable. Shi realized that he was like a lantern in the dark night without lighting. He was completely helpless. If I had known this, I would have been nicer to Shinxi's family. Shinxi took the paddle from Wang Yin and paddled hard as if he was being chased by a dog. They paddled out the way to the medical building and headed towards the villa area. There were more kayaks on the water. As there were more kayaks, Shi and the others were forced to separate from the kayak Shinxi was in. Shinxi breathed a sigh of relief and returned the paddle to Wang Yin. As they got closer to the villa area, Shinxi found that the water level was gradually decreasing. This was a good sign, indicating that the villa area was much safer than other places. However, just as the villa area was just ahead, and they were about to arrive, something unexpected happened. Shinxi suddenly felt that all the mutant leeches at the bottom of the water were writhing, jumping and surging, stirring the water's surface back and forth. What is going on? Everyone, hold the boat steady. Everyone panicked. Shinxi had a bad feeling in his heart. Each kayak was installed with camphor wood at the bottom. It was calm before, which had a restraining effect on mutant leeches. Now the leeches suddenly rioted. It could only be that there was something wrong with the camphor wood at the bottom. Wang Yin was so scared that he almost threw away the paddle in his hand. Shinxi hurriedly said, keep paddling. Don't stop. Going further, the water level is lower, which means it is safer. Otherwise, if you stay here, you will be finished if the kayak capsizes. Just thinking about it, a few screams suddenly came from not far behind, then a huge splash of water exploded. Shinxi looked back quickly, and saw a frightening scene. A kayak behind was attacked by mutant leeches, and the entire hull flipped over, causing the three people sitting on it to fall into the water. The three people each held a piece of camphor wood in their hands, but there were so many mutant leeches in the water that even if a piece of camphor wood was put underwater, it would not be able to protect itself in time, and once it entered the water, it would lose the possibility of ignition. The three people were immediately besieged by leeches. Ah, help! Help! Woo! The sewage choked into their mouths, and their bodies under the water were eaten by a large number of mutant leeches. Shinxi could not see the specific situation, but judging from the sewage gradually turning red, the amount of bleeding was definitely hopeless. But the three of them were still struggling desperately. In a panic, they grabbed the nearest kayak and tried to climb onto other people's kayaks. The people who were implicated were all scared and screamed. Paddle quickly. Shinxi urged Shenming and Wang Yin loudly. According to the trend behind, If one kayak flips, it is likely to cause the second and third kayaks. Once it spreads, it will inevitably be implicated. Sure enough, the kayak that was tightly grasped by the 3 people in the water also flipped over in a few seconds. The screams became more and more multiplied. Shinsi's eyes fell on the kayak that flipped over first, and his pupil shrank. I saw that the camphor wood pressing on the bottom of the kayak was loose, leaving only a thin and small wooden board hanging on it, and the rest had long been scattered into some corner of the water. The most worrying thing still happened. Yu Liang ignored his injured arm and took the paddle from Wang Yin. Let me do it. The situation was urgent. Everyone was on the same boat now. It could be said that their lives were tied together. There could be no mistakes. Wang Yin was terrified and completely stunned. How could those woods be loose? Shinsi couldn't figure it out either. After all, none of this had happened in his previous life. She carefully observed the bottom of the kayak. The only remaining wooden board looked dry and rotten. Did the base install a batch of inferior camphor wood on the bottom of the kayak? No, it should be said that this batch of inferior camphor wood was only for those without passes. Those who had passes were riding in intact kayaks. It turned out that the group exiled by the base was treated very differently. Doesn't that mean that the bottom of the kayak I'm in is the same? It's only a matter of time before it loosens. Shinsi's heart suddenly became urgent. Quick, press all our camphor wood onto the hull. Hearing what Shinsi said, Wang Yin's panic seemed to have found a foothold. Although she was still very scared, she inexplicably felt that with Shinsi here, as long as she did what Shinsi said, there would be no problem. Okay. Wang Yin hurriedly took action, grabbed Yu Liang's camphor wood, and pressed it onto the hull, but the problem came. No, there's nothing to press it. How can a bare piece of wood be pressed onto the hull without tools? Besides, even if there were tools, there would be no time. Shinsi also realized this problem. Shinming said, do it manually. Grab a few more camphor wood, put one end of them into the water, and hold the other end with your hands. That's it. Shinsi didn't care about anything else, and took out several camphor woods from his bag in a row. These were used to press windows in her family. Some of them were burned and consumed before, and the remaining part was just right to be used again. Shinsi distributed the camphor wood to everyone. Except for Shinming, who continued to row the boat, the others took one in each hand and hung it on the side of the kayak. But although Shinsi had made all the preparations to avoid the attack of the mutant leeches, the water surface was shaking violently and was inevitably affected. Shinsi, save us! Amidst all the screams, Shinsi heard Shirchioshui's voice. She looked sideways and saw that Shirchioshui and his kayak had been hit by someone else and had floated to their side without knowing when, and the whole kayak was attacked by mutant leeches one by one. In some places, the leeches had even bitten a small hole, and sewage seeped in, and smaller leeches also entered at the same time. One by one, more and more. Shirchioshui was so scared that she jumped around on the kayak and yelled. Several mutant leeches had already crawled on her legs and body, and were frantically drilling into her clothes. Looking at Qingguqin again, his situation was even worse. Not only were there more mutant leeches crawling on his legs and body, but there were also some on his face. Shinsi took a breath. Save me! Save me! Qingguqin opened his throat and rolled over in pain. Not only did he ask Shinsi for help, he also stretched out his hand to try to grab Shirchioshui. How could Shirchioshui save him? He couldn't save himself, and he wanted to stay away from Qingguqin. Qingguqin, let go! Save me! Save me! Shirchioshui kicked Qingguqin hard. The argument between the two made the already unstable kayak shake even more. Shirchioshui saw that the kayak was about to sink, and there was also Qingguqin, who was ready to catch her at any time, so Shirchioshui panicked. The strong desire to survive swallowed up her reason. She stepped on the edge of the kayak without caring about the boat capsizing, and jumped toward Shinsi's kayak with a force. Shinsi was struggling to resist leeches, while trying to stabilize the boat. Shirchioshui's jump caught her off guard. The kayak shook violently, and Shinsi's heart trembled. Fortunately, Shinming reacted quickly and pulled Yu Liang to the other side to stabilize it. Shinsi's face was extremely ugly. He no longer cared whether this person was his aunt or not. He kicked Shirchioshui into the water with a flying kick. Shirchioshui let out a cry and fell into the water. She never thought that Shinsi would do such a thing. She was her aunt. How could she stand by and watch him die? Shinsi. Shirchioshui was furious. Even if she died, she would drag Shinsi to be buried with her. A large number of mutant leeches rushed toward Shirchioshui, gnawing at her flesh and blood, crawling into her ears and nostrils, but she held on to Shinsi's kayak with both arms. The water surface was surging, and the kayak was shaking more and more. Some leeches even crawled into it along Xiushui's arms. Wang Yin was so scared that she screamed and killed the mutant leeches that crawled in with a knife. Shen Ming and Yu Liang were busy stabilizing the boat, and they couldn't put the camphor wood into the water to resist, so the kayak under them was also attacked by mutant leeches. Shen Xi swung his knife and chopped Xiushui's arms one by one, like chopping meat on a chopping board. Warm blood splashed on Shen Xi's face, but even though Xiushui's arms were chopped into a bloody mess, she still refused to let go. 2 leeches crawled into Xiushui's eyes, and her eyes made a gurgling sound, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed, but the corners of her mouth under her eyes slowly opened, revealing a sinister smile. Shen Xi felt cold in his heart. Xiushui, this is going to drag all of them to be buried with him. In this case, once you enter the water, you will definitely die. Shen Xi was full of despair. The only way is to take out half of the camphor wood in the space that is comparable to 6 rows of walls, and use the camphor wood to pile up high, and lift the 4 of them to a high place to be safe. But in that case, I'm afraid she can't hide the things in her space. If you can't hide it, then don't hide it. Staying alive is the most important thing. Shen Xi was ready to get the camphor wood. But at this moment, a turning point appeared. Shen Xi. Someone called Shen Xi from a distance, and then Shen Xi heard the loud noise of a speedboat. She was startled and immediately turned her head to look forward. When she saw this, she almost thought she was hallucinating. On the dirty water in front of her, a black and white speedboat broke through the water, splashing 2 lines of water and heading straight towards her. And the person driving the speedboat was Chu Han. This way, Shen Xi waved his hand quickly. Wang Yin almost cried out when she saw it. Speedboat, it's a speedboat. We are saved. Chapter 94. No one expected the appearance of this speedboat. Although Xiushui could not see it, she could hear it. It turned out that in the end, she could not even drag Shen Xi and the others to hell together. Xiushui loosened her arm, which had exposed the white bones, and slid into the water. Shuang shuang. The scene of Fu Shuang turning around and leaving before appeared in front of her eyes. In fact, she had a premonition that it would be the last time she saw her daughter in this life, but she did not expect that the separation would come so quickly, and so regretfully, without even a proper farewell. Xiushui regretted it very much. If she had not been greedy and stolen the apple, she should still be a nurse in the medical building and earn some coupons. If she had worked hard in normal times, went out to do tasks, and stocked up some camphor wood, would the ending be different now? Unfortunately, it was useless to regret it. With Chu Han's help, Shen Xi climbed onto the kayak nimbly. Following closely behind was Shen Ming, and then Wang Yin. Wang Yin rode for so long, and it took a lot of effort. With this shock, she felt that her limbs were exhausted and trembling slightly. After Shen Xi and Shen Ming got on the speedboat, they held her hands, but even so, Wang Yin almost stepped on empty air. And under her feet were several mutant leeches that were restlessly surrounding her. Wang Yin was so scared that she almost rolled into the speedboat with her body. Finally, it was Yu Liang's turn. Since everyone had left, there was no one to maintain the stability of the kayak, and it quickly flipped to the side. Yu Liang felt that he might die here. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Shen Xi, Shen Ming, and Chu Han all grabbed his arms before he fell into the water. Come up! Shen Ming yelled while biting his back teeth, his whole face flushed red because of the force. However, Yu Liang's legs still fell into the water. The huge pain of gnawing flesh and blood came, and Yu Liang's face immediately turned pale, but his eyes were full of tears. In this apocalypse where everyone is indifferent, he never thought how long he could live. After all, he was not strong enough, nor smart enough. The reason why he has been holding on until now is all because he wants to accompany Wang Yin for one more day. At the moment when the kayak capsized just now, Yu Liang even had the idea of giving up. But at the same moment, Shen Xi and the other 3 grabbed him. His companions were desperately trying to save him. What reason did he have to give up himself? Yu Liang gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulged, and with the help of Shen Xi and the others, he climbed up with all his strength and climbed into the speedboat. When his bloody legs finally left the water, Yu Liang gained hope of life. All Liang! Wang Yin rolled and crawled to Yu Liang's side. Yu Liang was lying on the speedboat. At this time, the dawn light in the eastern sky broke through the clouds and fell into his eyes. He survived. Shen Xi hurried to check Yu Liang's wound. The trouser legs were torn, revealing 2 pitted legs covered with blood. Fortunately, it looked scary, but the wounds are not deep. Both legs can be saved. Knowing that the legs can be saved, Wang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Liang was also relieved. Otherwise, if the legs could not be saved, he didn't know how he would drag Ian in the future. Save us! Save us! On the surrounding water, many survivors tore their throats to ask Chu Han for help. Chu Han took a quick look at the crowd. Some people were bitten by mutant leeches, but not seriously. Some were seriously injured and might not survive. In addition, a small number of people had enough camphor wood in their hands and could save themselves. Chu Han threw the prepared large ropes to the kayaks that could still be saved. Needless to say, everyone immediately understood Chu Han's meaning and tied the ropes to their kayaks. Like a trailer, the speedboat started and drove towards the villa area very quickly, dragging a bunch of kayaks behind it, breaking water marks on the water surface. When the water level was lower, Chu Han stopped. The next step was to walk into the villa area. Perhaps it was because of the low water level, or perhaps a large number of survivors had entered the villa area before them, and the mutant leeches in the accumulated water were greatly reduced. The remaining few leeches were also hacked to death by everyone as they walked. Everyone supported each other and walked forward. Shen Xiai observed the wounds on everyone's body, and then observed Yu Liang's, and found that the wounds had one thing in common: they had all begun to fester. Just like in the previous life, these mutant leeches carry a large number of unknown bacteria in their bodies. If they are not treated in time, they will be fatal. We must find a place to stay as soon as possible. Shen Xiai observed the situation in the villa area again. Except for the less water on the ground and fewer leeches, the villa area seemed to have not been invaded by mutant leeches. Wang Yin asked along with Shen Xi's doubts, "Is the villa area specially protected? If so, that's great. Even if we don't go to the medical building, we can survive this disaster." However, Chu Han said, the drainage system in the villa area is better than other areas. In addition, the houses are scattered and the staff have all gone to the medical building. The houses are empty and there is no bait, so there are naturally fewer mutant leeches. Shen Xiai did not expect this. It turns out that the more people gather, the more mutant leeches are attracted. She lived at the bottom of society in her previous life and was only concerned with escaping. She had no channels or extra energy to understand these things. Shen Xi's mind moved. In this case, isn't it better for everyone to live as far apart as possible? Chu Han nodded, yes. He understood Shen Xi's thoughts and said, it is recommended that each family lives separately. Chu Han is the captain of the base's guard team, and his words are more authoritative. How dare Wang Yin and Yu Liang doubt his suggestion? Yu Liang hurriedly said, then Yin and I have to quickly choose a place to live. In fact, from the bottom of their hearts, they want to live with Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, so that they can take care of each other, but on second thought, it is not good to keep rubbing against them, and Captain Chu has tactfully reminded them that the more people there are, the bigger the bait is, which is more attractive to mutant leeches. They can't implicate Shen Xiai and his sister. After Yu Liang expressed his opinion, Wang Yin also nodded repeatedly. Shen Xiai didn't expect Chu Han to help her again. She really didn't want to live with Wang Yin and Yu Liang, because once they lived together, she would sooner or later be unable to hide the fact that she used the space. If she wanted to keep it a secret, she would have to put herself in a difficult position. Fortunately, Chu Han saved her from this trouble. Shen Xiai followed Chu Han all the way, and was led by Chu Han to the door of his villa. Isn't this where you live? Shen Xiai was stunned. Chu Han said, I have taken precautions in the house in advance. Instead of going to other unfamiliar places, why not come to my place? He looked at Shen Xiai. His eyes became a little scorching. Shen Xiai nodded and said, okay. Just like Chu Han said, at least she was more familiar with his house. Wang Yin supported Yu Liang, turned her head, and saw that there was a villa to the west of Chu Han's house, and said happily, then Yu Liang and I will live next to it. The base only said that people without a pass could come to the villa area, but did not say how to live specifically, so I think it was left to everyone to do whatever they wanted. Wang Yin thought that she couldn't live with Shen Xiai, so living next to Shen Xiai was not bad. Anyway, the closer she was to Shen Xiai, the safer she felt. Shen Xiai and the other two had no objection to this decision. Wang Yin happily helped Yu Liang over. But before going over, Shen Xiai specifically reminded Wang Yin, the wound bitten by the mutant leech is very easy to get infected, and the rotten flesh around the wound needs to be dug out in time. What? Wang Yin's face changed. Dig out the rotten flesh? In this apocalypse where medicines are scarce, without anesthetics, doesn't that mean that Yu Liang has to endure the pain of the knife cutting his flesh? Wang Yin was so anxious that she wanted to cry, and asked Shen Xiai, do you have any anesthetics? Oh, I can bring you some supplies. Before Wang Yin finished speaking, Shen Xiai shook his head. I don't have any either. Anesthetics were hard to get before the apocalypse, and as for after the apocalypse, their family didn't have that opportunity either. It's not that they didn't want to give it to Wang Yin, but they really didn't have it. Wang Yin fell down a step. Yu Liang, on the other hand, was open-minded. It's okay, Yin, I can bear it. It's good enough to save his life and his legs, he's not greedy. He and Shen Xi thanked each other, and with Wang Yin's support, they limped away. Looking at their backs as they left, Shen Xi suddenly felt that not everyone in the end times was cold and heartless. On the contrary, those feelings seemed more precious in the end times. Let's go, Shen Xi said sadly, and followed Chu Han and Shen Ming into the villa. On the way, Shen Xi tried to test Chu Han's attitude. Chu Han, there are limited houses in the villa area. So many people can't live separately, right? Chu Han said, during special times, we can only get together. That is to say, the house next door to Wang Yin, and the others may have been occupied for a long time, and they need to squeeze with strangers. So Chu Han's suggestion just now was deliberately made convenient for her. Did Chu Han guess that she had space? But even so, Shen Xi found that she didn't feel much uneasiness in her heart. Having known Chu Han for so long, she was willing to give this trust. After the three entered the house, they quickly closed the door. Shen Xi looked around the living room. The furnishings in the living room were the same as when she came last time. There was not much change, but there was a layer of water on the ground, which was almost above the shoes. There were also mutant leeches flowing in the water, but because the water was shallow, it was easy to be discovered. Everyone started to clean up the first floor of the villa, including the walls and furniture, and the mutant leeches hidden in every corner. During the process, Chu Han brought down a batch of camphor wood from upstairs, and together with Shen Ming, sealed all the doors and windows on the first floor of the villa. Shen Xi was exhausted after all this busy work, but the effect was also very significant. Chu Han saw that Shen Xi was almost settled and there would be no danger next, so he hurriedly said hello to Shen Xi and left. Shen Ming came to Shen Xi, touched his chin and thought, "Ah Xi, you said Xiao Long went into the medical building. Why didn't Chu Han go in?" After speaking, Shen Ming tilted his head and looked at Shen Xi meaningfully. "Shen Xi, brother, you asked this question, how should I know? It can't be that he was worried about her and came to pick her up, right?" Who knew? Shen Ming asked again. "Do you think Chu Han is worried about you?" "Brother." Shen Xi interrupted Shen Ming in embarrassment. "If you say more, I won't give you food." After threatening Shen Ming, Shen Xi stepped on the stairs and ran upstairs with a ding-ding-ding sound. Shen Ming looked at his sisters fleeing back with amusement, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His sister has grown up after all. Chapter 95. After settling down in Chu Han's villa, Shen Xi and Shen Ming carefully checked the second floor and made sure that the doors and windows were covered with camphor wood before they felt relieved. After that, the two of them each chose an empty room as a place to rest at night. As for Chu Han's room, Shen Xi helped him close the door, thinking that he might come back at night. But until dark, there was no sign of Chu Han. Shen Xi couldn't help but sigh. As the captain of the guard team, Chu Han would be under the jurisdiction of the base, and was not as free as ordinary people. Maybe he was assigned some tasks at this time, or maybe he was staying in the medical building at this time. It would be great if he could snatch him from the base and join their family. Suddenly, such a thought popped up in his mind. Shen Xi hurriedly shook his head to get rid of this thought. Chu Han might not be willing to join her family. How embarrassing it would be if she was rejected? Shen Xi stopped thinking about it. Seeing that the water supply in the villa area was not cut off, she went to the bathroom to take a hot bath and change her dirty clothes. These dirty clothes were so dirty that they were unbearable to look at. There was not only sewage, but also juice from mutant leeches and spots of blood on them. Because they were too dirty, Shen Xi decided to throw them all away. There was no need to accumulate them. After taking a good bath and being wrapped in the fragrance of shower gel, Shen Xi felt comfortable all over. She was blowing her hair when Shen Ming came to her door. "Ah Xi, it's time to eat." Shen Xi responded and went out to have dinner with Shen Ming. Although Shen Ming's cooking skills were not as good as her parents and Chu Han, they were much better than hers. She was not picky about food and just dealt with 2 bites. At this time, the night outside the window became quiet and thicker, and the whole city was soaked in water. Shen Xi returned to the room and fell into the soft big bed as soon as she fell into sleepiness. Now her parents are in the medical building, and Chu Han and Xiao Long are taking care of him. They are provided by the base for food and daily necessities, so there is no need to worry. She and her brother settled in Chu Han's villa. The doors and windows upstairs and downstairs were protected, and it was safe. Safety, What a luxurious word. Shinseai grabbed a corner of the quilt, rolled around on the bed, wrapped herself up, and fell asleep quickly. The next morning, she was called up by her brother to eat breakfast. After breakfast, she went back to take a nap, and Shinseai came back to life. She sat on the bed, took out a pen and paper to write and draw, and began to plan the future of the family. First, after the leech disaster is over, the extreme temperature will come, and we can't stay in the Jinan City base any longer. We have to go north as planned. After that, we have to get another RV, and we have to count the supplies in the space. Shinseai entered the space with his consciousness. The space currently has 600 square meters, 500 open spaces, which can be used to store supplies, and 100 lands, which can be used for planting. Shinseai first counted the food and seasoning area. The oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and other seasonings in it were consumed less, and the inventory was still sufficient. However, snacks, quick frozen food, instant noodles and other foods were not only eaten at home, but also taken out to exchange cash with others, and traded with Grandma Shengsheng, so they consumed a lot. Shinseai counted, there were 30 boxes of instant noodles and self-heating hot pots in total, 380 bags of various quick-frozen dumplings and glutinous rice balls in total, 200 cans of 8 treasure rice left, and there were originally 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, but now there are 9 boxes left. In addition, some candy and chocolate were consumed, with 90 packs of candy and 25 boxes of chocolate remaining. Then, there is the meat, vegetable, rice and noodle area. Vegetables, various meats and rice are the most consumed. Fruits and canned fruits are not moved much, and canned meat and canned fish are not moved much either. As for flour, red beans and mung beans, they are almost not moved. Shinseai is not worried about these foods. Now there is 100 square meters of land in the space that can be planted. Vegetables will not be lacking in the future. It is just necessary to find a way to get some seeds of other varieties. As for meat, Shinseai is not worried either. The chicks and ducklings are growing well. They have laid a basket of eggs. In addition, a batch of chicks and ducklings have been hatched, and there will be a steady supply in the future. The only thing to worry about is the feed problem. Fortunately, the space can be planted, and rice and vegetables can also be fed. Next is the daily necessities area. Whether it is toiletries or sanitary products stored in this area, the quantity is still sufficient. After all, these things are often left over in supermarkets outside, and Shinseai can take them all away. In addition, Shinseai put all the clothes that he had sorted out before, including summer clothes and autumn clothes, in here, and also classified the teas with higher quality. Then, there is the water resources area. Looking at the remaining water, Shinseai couldn't help but frown. There are only 100 barrels of mineral water left, 200 bottles of electrolyte water, and the remaining dairy products, milk, and soy milk, which add up to about 20 boxes. This part needs to be replenished later, and it has to be used sparingly. Finally, there is the cold-resistant supplies area, which contains a lot of new and unopened cold-resistant clothes, electric blankets, hot water bottles, etc. I don't know if the extreme cold will come back in the future, but for now, these things are not needed, so Shinseai put them in the corner. The remaining miscellaneous things, such as poor quality tea, clothes that are not suitable for their family, the remaining 4 barrels of gasoline, 6 rows of camphor wood, about 2 rows of ordinary firewood for ignition, several large boxes filled with medicines, and guns and ammunition, are all put together. Some guns and ammunition were consumed, but Chu Han secretly sent them some more in Jiangnan City before, adding up to a total of more than a dozen large boxes, which not only store guns and ammunition, but also cold weapons. Shinseai thought that the knives in her and her brother's hands were all rolled, so she might as well change them. Shinseai also put these miscellaneous things together. She turned her eyes, and saw something. At the edge, 5 traps stood quietly. Shinseai remembered that these 5 traps were dug out from the traps buried by a group of thugs in the building materials market. Shinseai put the traps into the miscellaneous items. The space was tidy at once, freeing up more space. There was an off-road vehicle parked on the open space. If they couldn't find a motorhome when they went to Beijing North, they could use this one first. Before leaving the space, Shinseai harvested another batch of vegetables grown in the land, including rice. She had harvested a batch before, but didn't eat much, so they were piled up on the edge of the land. This batch was also piled up. Later, she and her brother would have no more worries about food, plus they had eggs as snacks. So happy. For several days, Shinseai lived a peaceful life in Chu Han's villa. However, others were not so lucky. Many survivors exiled by the base were crowded in villas, facing two most serious problems. One was the lack of food, and the other was the lack of medicine. Lack of food was not a big deal, as they could save what they brought and survive for a while, but lack of medicine was the most life-threatening. Those who were bitten by leeches all had high fevers without exception. Shinseai got the news from Chuhan. As she expected, the mutant leeches carried a large number of unknown bacteria in their bodies. Even if the rotten flesh was dug out and the wound could be bandaged, it was not so easy to eliminate the bacteria that invaded the body. Shinseai remembered that in the last life, it seemed that the base had developed a medicine. At that time, she only had her brother by her side. The pain of losing her relatives numbed her nerves. She was unable to pay attention to the outside world, so she didn't know much about the medicine. What did the base say? Shinseai sat down on a sofa chair in Shinming's room and asked Chuhan. Chuhan took a cup of tea from Shinming and said, "The base is still researching the potion, and the situation is unclear." Shinseai nodded and stopped talking. She knew that the potion would definitely be developed, but a group of people would die before it came out. Shinseai had to be thankful again that she sent her parents to the medical building and didn't have to go through the kayak capsizing behind. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and Shinming patted Chuhan on the shoulder. "Let's not talk about this. If you are free today, why not stay and have dinner before leaving?" Hearing this, Shinseai sat up straight with his eyes shining. "Yes, stay for dinner. This way, I can taste Chuhan's cooking again." Shinseai is almost tired of eating Shinming's food these days. The taste is really not that good. Chuhan seemed to see through Shinseai's thoughts, and did not expose her. He smiled and said, "Okay, then I will cook. How can I be so embarrassed?" Shinseai said happily and politely, but his hand pointed to a row of low cabinets against the wall on the other side. "The vegetables are there." Chuhan went in the direction of Shinseai's gesture, and saw that there were indeed some vegetables on the low cabinet. The vegetables included green vegetables, spinach, corn, and pumpkin. Each one was very fresh, with green leaves and no signs of yellowing on the stems. It was just like they were just picked from the field. In addition to these, Chuhan saw two incredible things: chicken eggs and duck eggs. It has been nearly a year since the end of the world. An extreme cold took away many things. Now only the base is cultivating vegetables. It is impossible to find fresh vegetables in other places, let alone eggs and duck eggs. There is no base. More importantly, these foods do not look like they are produced by mutant plants or mutant animals. Chuhan's eyes condensed slightly. But he did not ask anything, just took the vegetables to the kitchen next door to cook. But when he came to the kitchen, Chuhan was even more surprised, because the seasonings in the kitchen were very complete. He picked up a can of white sugar casually, and there was only a small half of the sugar left. Looking at other seasonings, it was the same. They were all frequently used, but how could Shinseai's family's backpacks hold so many things? Combined with the guess she had in her heart, that guess seemed to be confirmed. Shinseai had been secretly observing Chuhan's reaction, but unfortunately Chuhan's expression was never much, so she could not observe anything. Until dinner was ready and served on the table, Shinseai smelled the fragrance of the table of food and her saliva was about to drip. Chuhan made 3 dishes in total: a plate of green stir-fried vegetables, a plate of salt and peppercorn, and the last one was a plate of stir-fried pumpkin. They were all very common dishes, but even so, Chuhan made them like works of art, with fresh colors and tempting fragrance, especially the salt and peppercorn, which was sprinkled with red chili powder. Shinseai seemed to have tasted it before he ate it. Chapter 96. The sky outside the window darkened again. Although the water supply in the villa area was not cut off, the electricity was still cut off. Shinseai lit a candle, fixed it to the side of the dining table, and had dinner with Chuhan and Shinming. After dinner, Shinseai leaned back comfortably, feeling that he was surrounded by a huge sense of satisfaction and happiness. If he could eat such delicious food every day in the end of the world, that life would be like a god. Shinming cleaned up the mess on the table, and took out all the disposable bowls and chopsticks and threw them away. These disposable bowls and chopsticks were stored in several large cabinets in Chuhan's villa, so they didn't have to be used with any regrets. After Shinming left, only Shinseai and Chuhan were left in the room. Shinseai thought that he had delicious food to eat at this moment, but he was afraid that in other villas around him, the people living in them were suffering from hunger and illness. This comparison made Shinseai feel a little uneasy about his happy life for no reason. Her space can continuously grow food, and she can actually take out some of it to help others, but the only thing she needs to worry about is whether the space will be exposed. Shinseai was still thinking about it, and Chuhan suddenly said, Those vegetables. Chu Han's voice brought Shen Si back to his senses. Chu Han was indeed suspicious about the vegetables and eggs, but this was within Shen Si's expectations. These are the seeds you gave me last time. Shen Si raised her face and looked at Chu Han opposite her with a fixed gaze, and Chu Han also looked at her fixedly. The room became quiet, and even the breathing slowed down involuntarily. After a long silence, Chu Han seemed to understand something from Shen Si's eyes. This matter should not be known to others, including him. But you are not an outsider, right? Shen Si approached Chu Han and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Chu Han looked at himself reflected in Shen Si's eyes, as if this was the first time someone treated him as one of their own and included him in the camp. He was a little surprised, but he liked Shen Si's words very much. He nodded, as a response to Shen Si's words. Shen Si smiled, his eyebrows curved. The first step of the plan to pull Chu Han into their family was successful. Shen Si continued to whisper, as if whispering to a friend, "Then, do you have any other way to get some more seeds back? This way, our family will have more food in the future." Our family. 3 warm words. What are you whispering about? When Shen Ning came back from throwing away the garbage, he saw his sister getting closer to Chu Han, and then closer, half of her body was lying on the table, just like a little white rabbit trying to eat a big bad wolf. Shen Ning wanted to cover his face. It was too shameful to watch. Being interrupted suddenly, Shen Si had to let Chu Han go and sat back in his original position. "Brother, why did you come back so soon?" Shen Ming. Still thinks he is in the way? If I don't come back, you will stick to Chu Han. Shen Si. What are you talking about? She didn't. I'm discussing something with Chu Han. Shen Si's face turned red, and he glanced at Chu Han with a guilty look. Chu Han looked normal, but there was a smile in his eyes. He stood up. I remember what you said. For him, it is not difficult to get more seeds. Even if there are no seeds in Jianan City base, there are still Jingbei. Thinking of Jingbei and the people there, Chu Han's eyes darkened slightly, but he quickly concealed it. Then, he said goodbye to Shen Si and Shen Ming. Shen Si continued to live a life of growing vegetables and eating, and occasionally cooked 2 boiled eggs and shared them with Shen Ming. But as time went on, she heard painful wails coming from other villas outside the window. Shen Si stood in front of the window holding a thermos cup, and saw a corpse with pale and blue skin thrown out of a villa not far away. The relatives of the corpse cried, but were forcibly taken into the villa by those who threw the corpse. Shen Ming came to Shen Si and saw the same scene. Death has begun. Those who were bitten by mutant leeches and had high fevers could not hold on after all, and death began to spread in the villa area. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door downstairs. Shen Si and Shen Ming looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Who would knock on their door at this time? Let's go down and take a look, Shen Ming said. The two changed their shoes, and put on long boots specially used for going out, which were made of harder materials. Shen Ming walked in front of Shen Si and protected Shen Si as he went downstairs. The accumulated water downstairs still did not disappear, and it was almost above the upper part of the shoes, but there were no leeches in the water, not only because the doors and windows were made of camphor wood, but also because Shen Ming would come down to inspect regularly every day. Before Shen Si reached the door, he heard someone outside the door. Shen Si, are you home? It was Wang Yin, and her voice sounded very anxious. Shen Si probably guessed the purpose of Wang Yin's coming, and considering the past relationship between the two families, she still opened the door. Wang Yin was so excited that she almost cried when she saw the door open. The only person who was willing to open the door for her at this time, instead of scolding her and telling her to get out like others, was Shen Si. Wang Yin came in and knelt down to Shen Si without saying a word. Shen Si was startled and quickly supported her to stop her from kneeling down. Did something happen to you, Liang? Shen Si asked straight to the point. Wang Yin nodded while crying. He has a high fever and his mind is gradually becoming unclear. I really have no other way. After saying that, she grabbed Shen Si. Shen Si, do you have any solution? Or do you have any medicine? Please give us some medicine. I swear, we will repay you in the future. Wang Yin was really at a loss. She knew that she shouldn't have come to Shen Si for help. Shen Si had helped their family a lot. She wanted to exchange medicine with Shen Si as she had done in the past, but now they had nothing to give. The only thing they could give was themselves. Shen Si certainly trusted Wang Yin, but what did she want from them? Besides, she didn't have the right medicine. Shen Si told Wang Yin the truth. It's not that I won't help you. The bacteria in this mutant leech are unknown. Ordinary medicine doesn't work at all. Besides, if you take it the wrong way, it may cause other problems. Wang Yin understood the truth, and she was desperate. What should I do? She was at a loss. Seeing her like this, Shen Xiai felt bad and could only comfort her. I got a message a few days ago that the base has started to develop medicine. You can hold on a little longer. As long as the medicine is developed, there will be hope. But the question is, can Yu Liang wait until then? Shen Xiai and Wang Yin both knew that he couldn't wait. Yu Liang had been sentenced to death, and waiting for the potion was just a false hope. At night, after Shen Xiai blew out the candle, he could still faintly hear the crying and shouting of men and women outside. The next day, Chu Han brought back good news and put a plant on the table for Shen Xiai to see. Shen Xiai picked up the plant and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. Chu Han said, "It's a herb." The base found that this herb played a decisive role in the research of the potion. Hearing this, Shen Xiai subconsciously looked at Shen Ming, and Shen Ming also subconsciously looked at her, and both of them had an idea in their eyes. Chu Han said again, "This herb was discovered by Uncle Shen." "What? My dad?" Shen Xiai was surprised. This news was beyond her expectations. It's true that her father was a famous Chinese medicine doctor before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, surgeons were valued by the base, and Chinese medicine doctors were marginalized. I didn't expect that he would play a role in this place. If you count carefully, the outline of the medicine in this life did appear much earlier than in the previous life. Shen Xiai remembered that in the previous life, a large number of people had to die before the base's medicine was slowly developed. This is why she felt from the bottom of her heart that Yu Liang was doomed. But she didn't expect that in this life, her father survived the leech disaster and could make such a contribution later. This can save many lives, not only in Jianan City, but also in other cities. Once the medicine is made in advance, it can be promoted. However, Chu Han immediately mentioned the bad news. Unfortunately, it takes time to cultivate this kind of herb, and the conditions are limited. The base cannot cultivate it on a large scale. Shen Xiai nodded after hearing this. This was within her expectations, because in her previous life, when the medicine came out, not only was the quantity small, but each dose was also ridiculously expensive, and most of the injured had already died. Shen Xiai thought about it and said, "Maybe I can grow it." This is a risky decision, but there are so many lives in front of him, including friends who have shared hardships with him. Shen Xiai can't ignore it. She obviously has a way, but she ignores a large number of lives and only cares about hiding herself to eat and drink well. She will have a guilty conscience for the rest of her life. Chu Han saw from the previous batch of vegetables that Shen Xiai should have a secret of his own. He was not sure what the secret was, but he knew without thinking that since Shen Xiai could grow vegetables, he might also be able to grow herbs. Before coming, Chu Han hesitated whether to tell Shen Xiai this news. After several struggles, he still felt that Shen Xiai had the right to know the truth. After all, Shen Lianshan was the main force in researching the medicine. If there were not enough herbs, it would mean that Shen Lianshan would need to invest more time and effort in researching and developing the medicine, which was definitely not what Shen Xiai wanted to see. So whether Shen Xiai was willing to plant or not, she needed to make the decision herself, not someone else. Shen Xiai asked, "Can I keep this herb?" Chu Han replied, "Yes, but it is not easy to plant. If it doesn't survive, don't worry too much." Shen Xiai nodded and looked at the herb in his hand carefully. The leaves of the herb were slender, one by one, with a cluster of yellow flowers on the top, which were wilted at the moment. Looking at the bottom of the herb, the root system was intact and still had soil. The land in Shen Xi's space had only been planted with seeds, and had never tried plants with roots, but she had confidence in the space, and would definitely be able to grow it. After sending Chu Han away, Shen Xiai immediately put the herbs into the space, and then harvested the vegetables planted in the land to make room for the herbs. Shen Xiai discovered that the land in the space has the effect of accelerating plant growth. Before, whether it was corn, green vegetables, or rice, it could cover 100 square meters within half a month. Chapter 97. Later, Shen Xiai observed carefully that they would reproduce after they grew into one plant, which means that the growth rate of a single plant is actually very fast, not even half a month. So Shen Xiai could just harvest a batch after growing one. Although it would take time for the base to develop medicine with them after they grew up, Shen Xiai thought that since it was the main ingredient in the medicine, it would be helpful to boil them into a decoction and give it to the injured people, at least to delay the speed of death and let them survive until the base successfully made the medicine. Shen Xiai suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders, and from time to time, he had to check the growth of the herbs in the space. He found that after only a few hours, The herb planted had regained vitality, and a second sprout had sprouted next to it. Success! Shen Xiai hurried to Shen Ming's room and told Shen Ming the good news. Brother, the herb was successfully planted. Now the second one has appeared. However, Shen Ming was not as happy as Shen Xiai. He was worried and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Ah, Xiai, after the herbs are successfully grown. Have you ever thought about how to tell others? It will be hard to find a reasonable excuse for how to grow such a large number of them." Shen Xiai certainly knew this. She had always been low-key in the base, being an ordinary survivor, just wanting to live a good life at home behind closed doors. She never wanted to attract the attention of the top leaders. Those top leaders were not people like her who could meet. But this time was different. If the herbs were not handled well this time, she might be forced to step into the spotlight, which she didn't want. Brother, I have thought about this matter. Do you believe Chu Han? Shen Ming had no doubt about this, of course. He and Chu Han have been comrades in arms for 3 years, and he can absolutely guarantee Chu Han's character. Shen Xiai said, "That's right, Chu Han will definitely not betray us. Anyway, when the leech disaster is over, we will go to Beijing North. If the Jinan base suspects Chu Han, then we will help Chu Han fake his death, and then take Chu Han away and go directly north." Shen Ming's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he touched his chin and thought, "This is a good idea. Now it's the end of the world. Even if the Jinan base doesn't believe Chu Han is dead, it's impossible to look for him all over the world. After all, in the end of the world, the internet, electricity, and communication are cut off. How long will it take to find a person who disappeared for no reason? The base is so busy that they won't put too much energy on them." The more Shen Ming thought about it, the better it felt, and he could also take advantage of the situation to lure Chu Han to their home. The worry on his brows quickly dissipated, and he nodded. "This is a good idea. Ah, Xiai, let's do it." After making up his mind, Shen Xiai no longer had to worry. As the herbs grew to the side, Shen Xiai picked each one and gave it to Shen Ming, asking Shen Ming to boil it into water, and then gave it to Chu Han, who went to deliver it to Yu Liang in the villa next door. There were many people living in Yu Liang's villa, and there were also other wounded. When everyone saw Chu Han delivering the medicine, they all coveted it. "Captain Chu, is this the right medicine?" A middle-aged woman hugging her daughter looked at the medicine bowl in Chu Han's hand with red eyes. Others were the same, and even wanted to rob it, but thinking of Chu Han's fierceness and his identity as the captain of the guard team, robbing things from him was because they were afraid that they would not die fast enough. Besides, it was still unknown whether the medicine was effective or not, and everyone was thinking about letting others be the guinea pigs first. Chu Han found Yu Liang and told him the truth. "This bowl of medicine can't cure the root cause. There may be hope to relieve the symptoms, but it's not certain I drink it." Yu Liang was supported by Wang Yin. His face was pale, and he could only barely open his eyes a crack. "I'm willing to be this guinea pig." After all, he knew his own body, and he couldn't hold on for too long, so he might as well give it a try. Maybe there was still a chance to survive. After drinking the medicine, Wang Yin took care of Yu Liang, and Chu Han left. "It takes time for the medicine to work. At least we have to wait until tomorrow to see." In order to confirm as quickly as possible, Chu Han stayed in the villa for one night, and went to the villa next door the next day to take a look at Yu Liang, who knew that before he went in, he heard a noise coming from the villa. When he went in, he found that Yu Liang's pale face had recovered a little, his consciousness was clearer, and he had more strength to speak than before. Wang Yin was so excited that she wanted to kneel down to Chu Han. Everyone surrounded Chu Han and asked him one by one, "Captain Chu, where did this medicine come from? Please, Captain Chu, give my mother a bowl, please." Chu Han watched everyone worship him like a Buddha, and he couldn't stop them. However, he didn't dare to promise anyone. After all, it was Shen Xiai who really grew the herbs. "I found a way to get the medicine myself. The base doesn't know what's going on here yet. You should understand what to do, right?" "Understand? Captain Chu, we will never tell you, and we won't ask where the medicine came from. We just want to survive, as long as we can survive." "That's right, the base doesn't care about our lives. They even treat kayaks differently. We are not stupid, and will never tell the base. Whether it is the quota of the medical building or the installation of inferior camphor wood on the bottom of the kayak, everyone has long seen that even if it is an official base, it is profit-oriented. Those who can't bring them benefits will be exiled and left to fend for themselves. Are their lives not lives? Now that Captain Chu has finally got the herbs that can save their lives, they will be crazy to tell the base about it. You must know that all the guards of the base are under the jurisdiction of the base. If this matter is known by the base, and Captain Chu is punished, Who will they go to when they need help in the future? Chu Han saw that everyone was not stupid and left with satisfaction. He thought very clearly that the secret of Shen Si must not be exposed. He would take the source on himself. Even if something happened, the senior staff would only look for him, not Shen Si. Besides, compared to ordinary people like Shen Si, he, the captain of the guard team, can grow herbs, which is more convincing. Shen Si didn't know that Chu Han took all this on. She was always observing the herbs in the space. Harvest some after growing some, and let Chu Han take them to the seriously ill people first. However, since herbs need to be boiled to drink, Shen Si doesn't have so much water resources. Even if they are their own family, they have to save those water resources. So except for the bowl of medicine boiled for Yu Liang at the beginning, Shen Ming stopped boiling it later. He worked directly with Chu Han to distribute the herbs, and let everyone find a way to boil water to drink. Shen Si was not worried about their lack of water. After all, it had been a year since the end of the world. If someone really had no ability to survive, they would not have survived until now. Those who survived until now were all capable. In addition to these, Shen Si asked Chu Han to give everyone some of the vegetables he grew in his space. It was just that most of the land was used to grow herbs, and there was not much area left for growing vegetables, so the amount of aid was not much, but it was better than nothing. Now Shen Si slept more peacefully at night, and the wailing sounds in the villa area every night were greatly reduced. About half a month later, the situation in the villa area was basically stabilized. Although everyone's bodies infected by bacteria had not recovered yet, they had greatly extended their survival time. Just at this time, good news came from the medical building. The medicine for the leech bacteria disease was successfully developed. The whole villa area was boiling, which meant that everyone could survive. But then, a bad news came: the number of medicines was limited. Chu Han took some time out of his busy schedule to come over and say goodbye to Shen Si, saying that he was leaving the base, and that it might take a day or two. What happened? Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Shen Si asked. The water level outside was much lower than before, and the temperature was slowly rising, but there were still many mutant leeches in the water, and it was very dangerous to go out. Chu Han said, to get the herbs. Herbs. Shen Si understood immediately. The herbs were grown in her space, and Chu Han had to take everything on himself to help her keep it a secret. Now the base needs a lot of herbs to make potions, so he must make an excuse to go out, so that the source of the herbs will be more convincing. Chu Han must go on this trip. Shen Si frowned and asked again, are you alone? If there are other people following, won't the excuse be exposed? Fortunately, Chu Han's next sentence immediately dispelled Shen Si's concerns. More people will attract mutant leeches, so I applied to the base that only I will go this time. This time. Shen Si's frown did not relax. Obviously, when the base has manpower, Chu Han will definitely tell the location where the herbs grow. But Chu Han also has a countermeasure. Don't worry, I will find a place to turn the soil in advance, and when I come back, I will say that all the herbs have been dug up. The reason is a bit far-fetched, but even if the base does not believe it, it cannot prove that he is lying. Chu Han. Before boarding the speedboat, Shen Si stopped Chu Han. In addition to secretly putting several large backpacks of herbs on the speedboat, Shen Si also prepared another large backpack of camphor wood and put it on it. Come back safely. Shen Si didn't say much, just the most important words. Okay. Chu Han responded. He will definitely come back safely. But Shen Si was still worried, and always felt that there were some things he had to say. When you come back, are you willing to go with our family? Leave Jinan City together, find a safer place together, and live together. But will Chu Han agree? Shen Si was a little uneasy. This uneasiness lasted until she saw hesitation in Chu Han's eyes, and then turned into dejection. Sure enough, he didn't want to. Chu Han was about to say something, but Shen Si didn't give him the chance. It's okay, if you don't want to, just treat it as something I said. After that, Shen Si turned around and walked back quickly. After closing the door, her heart beat wildly, and she realized what nonsense she had just said. Shen Si couldn't help but slap his palm on his forehead. After that, Shen Si forced himself to stop thinking about it, and continued to plant herbs in the space in case the base did not have enough herbs, and would need them later. About 2 days later, Chu Han came back with several large bags of herbs that Shen Si had given him, pretending that they were brought back from outside. Chapter 98. With more herbs, the amount of potions produced in the medical building has also increased. With more quantity, the purchase price will naturally drop significantly. After the materials in everyone's hands have been consumed during this period, there may not be much left, but there are still a lot of points, which can also be used to buy. Shinsiai stood in front of the window and looked at other houses in the villa area. Occasionally, someone would come out carefully to get some fresh air, or a few people would carry a kayak reinforced with camphor wood to the medical building to buy potions. Shinsiai observed the water on the ground and found that the water level had dropped. The water level on the villa side was not high to begin with, and now there was basically only a layer of wet ground left. The bodies of mutant leeches were lying all over the ground. Shinsiai took out a thermometer and measured the temperature outside. It was 25 degrees Celsius, and the sun in the sky was getting brighter day by day. However, Shinsiai estimated that the water level in the villa area was so low that it was almost invisible. There might still be some water in other places, and the mutant leeches were not completely dead, so everyone should carry a kayak when going out just in case. Siai, when are we leaving? Shinming made a cup of milk tea and handed it to Shinsiai. Shinsiai took a sip of milk tea, and the sweet taste spread between her tongue and teeth. She squinted comfortably, like a lazy kitten. Wait a little longer. When the temperature reaches 40 degrees, the mutant leeches will be sunburned to death. Shinming couldn't help but secretly shocked when he heard it. 40 degrees is a hot weather, and according to the current situation that the temperature is rising every day, 40 degrees will come soon. Shinsiai wanted to know how her parents were doing in the medical building, and Wang Yin just came back from the medical building and came to find her. Wang Yin sat on the sofa on the first floor of the villa, and Shinming poured her a cup of hot water. Wang Yin took it flattered. In today's world, those who can take out a cup of hot water to entertain guests can be regarded as wealthy families. Thinking about it, Wang Yin looked around again, and found that although the first floor of the villa where Shinsiai lived still had traces of water intrusion, it was obvious that Shinsiai and Shinming had cleaned it, and the furniture was not completely submerged in water, so the entire first floor living room looked very tidy. Wang Yin couldn't help but feel envious. She took a sip of hot water, put down the cup, and then talked about the purpose of her visit. Shinsiai, I just came back from the medical building and asked about your parents for you. Shinsiai hurriedly sat up. How are they? Are they doing well? Wang Yin nodded. Don't worry, because they have made great efforts in developing the medicine. The base treats them very well. No need to worry about food or daily necessities. Shinsiai was not worried at first, but she was still very happy to hear Wang Yin say that. Then, Shinsiai remembered another thing. Why did you go to the medical building again? Is Yu Liang's condition worsening? Wang Yin smiled and shook her head. No, Shinsiai, you may not know that the base now distributes a small amount of supplies to the survivors, who are still alive in the villa area every day for free. Distribute supplies? Shinming was surprised. Free? Wang Yin, yes. Is there such a good thing? It seems that the base is not too ruthless. Wang Yin then sighed and asked, what are your plans next? I don't know if the base will help us rebuild our homeland. Hearing this, Shinsiai looked at Wang Yin deeply, and knew that Wang Yin still held great hope for the natural disaster to pass, and thought that now that the temperature was normal, people's lives could return to the past and rebuild order. She ruthlessly shattered Wang Yin's beautiful imagination. It can't be rebuilt now. What? Wang Yin didn't understand what Shinsiai meant. Why do you say that? Now that the temperature is normal, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Shinsiai didn't explain, but just shook his head and asked her a question. Did you notice the weather afterwards? Shinsiai was talking about the weather after the extreme cold. Wang Yin thought about it, and said hesitantly, weather? I think the temperature was too low before, and then it slowly warmed up. Now the leeches in the water are slowly dying. Death. How did they die? Because the sun is getting bigger and bigger, and the temperature is getting higher and higher, they are killed by the sun and the water. Wang Yin finally reacted and suddenly opened her eyes wide. No way. Shinsiai knew that Wang Yin was a smart person, and she could understand with a little guidance. According to the current temperature, it is rising every day, and it will soon reach more than 30 degrees, more than 40 degrees, and even higher. Once it goes up, extreme temperature will hit. Now Wang Yin can't sit still, and she immediately stood up from the sofa. What should I do? If the temperature continues to rise later. Wang Yin didn't dare to think that if the entire human world really entered the extreme temperature, it would be more terrible than the extreme cold. In the extreme cold disaster, there are still many ways to keep warm. But what about the extreme temperature? The water on the ground will evaporate, the land will dry up, and there is no way to find any cooling measures. Even before the end of the world, every year during the hot summer, the news often reported that people died of heat stroke, not to mention the situation of resource shortage in the end of the world. Thinking of this, Wang Yin finally showed a look of fear in her eyes. She cast her eyes on Shinsiai opposite. Shinsiai sat there quietly, although her expression was solemn, but as calm as ever, as if she could hold on even if the sky fell. This calmness was passed on to Wang Yin. Wang Yin realized that now was not the time to be afraid. Fear could not solve any problems. It was most important to prepare for it in advance. She asked Shenxi hopefully, "Shenxi, what is your family going to do? Do you have any countermeasures?" A countermeasure to survive in extreme temperatures? Shenxi did not have any perfect solution, and smiled bitterly. "All we can think of is to try to go north." Yes, this reminded Wang Yin that the further north you go, the better the temperature will be. Wang Yin's mind was working now, and he said, "Yes, if we go north, we need to prepare a car, gasoline, and enough water." Speaking of this, Wang Yin felt a little regretful. They had thought that they could live a stable life with the base, so although they had stored supplies, they did not deliberately store more. In addition, they were in a hurry to escape to the villa area due to the leech disaster, and they did not have much supplies at the moment. A huge sense of crisis surrounded Wang Yin. Comparatively, Shenxi's situation was much better. She could grow crops on the land in her space, so she didn't have to worry about food anymore. In addition, she had collected hundreds of boxes of snow before, which she placed in a piece of open space in the space, separated from other areas, which could also bring a sense of security to their family. The only thing is that there is not much water. In extremely hot days, the demand for water is extremely high. Shenxi was a little impatient. He had to set off to the north as soon as possible, and then he could seize the time to collect water resources on the way. But now the water outside has not receded enough, it is not suitable for driving, and we have to wait a little longer. By the way, where is the base? Wang Yin suddenly thought, if the extremely hot days come, the base will definitely not ignore it. Base? Shenxi followed Wang Yin's words and fell into memories. In the last life, the extreme temperature came, which was unexpected by everyone, including the base. It was caught off guard, and it was difficult to protect itself and take care of everyone. In addition to the leech disaster, a large number of survivors died. Everyone did not trust the base and went north. Shenxi was forced to join Zhou Xiangyuan's team and went north. As for what happened to the Jinan base later, she didn't know. But later, when she was about to arrive in Beijing North, she found that the temperature in her area had reached 60 degrees Celsius, not to mention the Jinan base in the south. She vaguely remembered that she heard people say that the temperature in the south seemed to have reached 70 or 80 degrees. Shenxi shuddered fiercely. 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, if people can survive for a long time at this temperature, it would be a miracle. Even if it was 60 degrees, Shenxi would never forget the pain, and there were corpses everywhere along the way. "Ah, see I?" Shenming gently called back Shenxi's thoughts. Shenxi's face was pale, meeting Shenming's concerned eyes, shook his head, and responded to Wang Yin. "Wang Yin, in extremely hot days, no one in the south can survive. Even the base, the senior staff, who built the base, are made of flesh and blood. I don't know if the base will retreat in time and choose to go north in this life," with the email she sent in advance. Wang Yin's face turned pale, and the last hope of relying on the base was shattered. "Then Shenxi, when are you going to go north?" Wang Yin asked hesitantly. She was afraid that Shenxi would misunderstand that she and Yu Liang were going to take advantage of them again, so she hurriedly explained, "Oh, don't get me wrong. If it's really that serious at that time, we will definitely find a car and find a way to go north. But I think we can go together and have a companion on the road. And don't worry, we will prepare food and water by ourselves. If you need anything, we will help you." In fact, it means that everyone cooperates and survives together. In the face of natural disasters, it is very difficult to fight alone. Otherwise, there is no need to build bases in major cities. Shenxi thought for a while and said, "When the water level drops a little more, we will set off. Before that, find a way to get more supplies." "Okay." Wang Yin nodded heavily. She said goodbye to Shenxi and hurried back to the villa next door to discuss with Yu Liang. After she left, Shenxi told Shenming everything about the situation in his space, such as the most important water resource problem. There were 4 people in their family, and they consumed a lot of water during extremely hot days, so the more they stored, the better. At this time, the long corridor in the medical building was filled with small rooms. Each room had the same layout, with a soft small bed, a clean desk, and even the walls were made of solid metal. Chu Han sat at a table, holding a test sheet that Xiao Long had just handed over, which recorded the temperature changes in recent times, as well as geological reports and other data. All the data showed a very serious problem. The temperature continued to rise. "Chu Han, the base is preparing to evacuate to the north. Xiaolong said hesitantly. He knew that Chu Han was unwilling to go to Jingbei, and did not want to see people from Jingbei, but now the base had anticipated that extremely warm weather would most likely occur in the future, and the base did not dare to take the risk and had to evacuate. Regardless of Chu Han's identity, as a guardian or for his own safety, he had no choice but to go to Jingbei. Chapter 99. A week later, it was officially September. Shen Xiai took back the thermometer, which showed that the outdoor temperature had risen to more than 30 degrees. From time to time, there were discussions in the villa area, mostly talking about this strange temperature, which rose too fast. If you say that the temperature rose before, everyone was very happy, but now they all realized that something was wrong. Before the extreme cold came last year, there was also such a sign, and the temperature changed very quickly. The smart people had already sensed something and began to go out to search for more water resources. The guards in the base also came out frequently to clean up the mess after the disaster. Shen Xiai saw that the water level outside had dropped further and did not affect the driving of the car. He packed up and went out with Shen Ming. Since the leech disaster was basically over, at least 2/3 of the mutant leeches in the water died, not to mention the base protected by the guards. After Shen Xiai went out, he did not encounter a single live mutant leech. She looked up at the sky above her head. The sky had been gloomy for a year, and now the sun was getting brighter day by day. Shen Xiai changed into a short-sleeved shirt and a sun-protective jacket. She saw the medical building from a distance. There was another big door on the metal building. The door was opened all the way. Many people came in and out. Most of them were carrying backpacks. Shen Xiai knew what was going on. Not long ago, she received news from Chu Han that the medical building would be demolished after the leech disaster, and the people inside would be dismissed in the next 2 days. It just so happened that Shen Xiai also thought it was time to leave the base. She came to the gate and asked the gatekeeper to help call Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan, and stuffed a pack of compressed biscuits into their hands as a thank you. When the gatekeeper saw that there were supplies to be taken, he immediately smiled and went in to help Shen Xiai call for help. Shen Xiai did not wait outside for long. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan came out. The two were still carrying the backpacks they had carried before, but the supplies that Shen Xiai had stuffed in them had been used up. Despite this, Shen Xiai still saw fatigue on their faces, and their bodies had lost weight. There was no way around it. There were so many people living in the medical building, and the base provided food and accommodation for everyone every day, which was a considerable expense. They would definitely be stingy, and they had to participate in the project of developing drugs, so even if Xiaolong and Chu Han took care of them, they would inevitably be tired. Ah, Xiai! Chen Yulan walked out quickly. She grabbed Shen Xi's hand, and couldn't help but have red eyes and trembling hands. How can you do things like this, kid? If something happens to you and Ming, what do you want me and your dad to do? Shen Xiai felt guilty, and could only laugh and agree with Chen Yulan. Mom, you are right. I won't dare to do it again. After that, Shen Xiai hugged Chen Yulan's arm, and acted like a spoiled child. Before she came, she had prepared to be scolded by her parents. No matter what her parents scolded her, she was determined to bear it honestly. After all, the leech disaster was over. Chen Yulan was really angry, and amused when she saw Shen Xi's rogue behavior. If it were in the past, she would definitely not let Shen Xiai get away with it so easily, but at this moment, she couldn't bear to say anything. Since the end of the world, although a Xiai didn't say it, they could all see that a Xiai was under great psychological pressure, and was protecting them all the time. It seemed like a long, long time, so long that Chen Yulan could hardly remember the last time her daughter acted coquettishly towards her. Shen Lianshan patted Chen Yulan's shoulders. He obviously had a lot to say, but when he came to his mouth, he only said, "Okay, as long as the children are safe, our family is reunited again." Shen Ming replied, "Yes, Mom and Dad, don't worry, Ah Xiai and I are safe." After he finished speaking, he went to get the backpacks on his parents. "Let's go home quickly." "Okay." Shen Ming had a backpack on each shoulder, and walked in front to lead the way. Behind him, Shen Lianshan led Chen Yulan, and Chen Yulan led Shen Xiai, and they leaned on each other to go back to the villa area. But after walking a few steps, Shen Xiai saw a person in front, Fu Shuangshuang. Fu Shuangshuang wore a clean long-sleeved trousers, her hair was tied up high, and she was much thinner. Her face, which was originally full of blood and energy, was now sallow, and she had obviously suffered a lot. Shen Xiai didn't want to have any more interactions with her, he just wanted to bypass her and leave quickly. Unexpectedly, she called out to Shen Xiai, "Shen Xiai." Shen Xiai closed his eyes, and had to stop. He turned his head, and saw that Fu Shuang's eyes were full of fatigue, looking more tired than her parents, as if she was waiting for her here on purpose. Shen Xiai couldn't pretend not to see it, so he had to ask, "What's the matter?" The cold tone and impatient attitude made Fu Shuang purse her lips. Afterwards, she asked, "Have you seen my parents?" When asking this question, Fu Shuang's eyes were uneasy. She clearly fell on Shen Xi's face, but after asking, she unconsciously dodged away and didn't dare to look at Shen Xi's face. She was afraid of seeing something she didn't want to see. However, Shen Xiai didn't beat around the bush and told Fu Shuang directly, "They are dead." A cold answer. Fu Shuang choked, "Dead? Dead?" She seemed not to hear clearly, or dared not to believe. Her eyes gradually widened, and then her face changed. "Shen Xiai, you dare to curse them?" Yes, Shen Xiai said this deliberately curse them. He must want to laugh at her. She would not believe a word. Shen Xiai didn't care whether she believed it or not. He told the truth. After we separated that day, on the way to the villa area, the camphor wood at the bottom of the kayak we were riding was loose, the kayak flipped over, and many people died, including Qin and Shi. No, impossible. We saw it with our own eyes. Shen Xiai crushed Fu Shuang's hope with every word. Fu Shuang couldn't believe it, but her eyes gradually turned red. She looked at Shen Xiai with a fierce look. "You must have killed them." Shen Xiai was so angry that he laughed. "Killed them? Is there anything on them that is worth my attention?" Qin and Shi had no supplies, and no means of survival. Shen Xiai never took them seriously. Fu Shuang knew this, of course, but now she only felt that her brain was buzzing, and she had lost the ability to think. Blaming Shen Xiai had become her subconscious reaction. Shen Xiai didn't know what to say to her. "Fu Shuang, you are the one who abandoned them, and now you are the one who doesn't want to believe that they died." Fu Shuang didn't want to listen to Shen Xiai at all, and only asked Shen Xiai one more question. "Where are the bodies?" "I didn't see any bodies." This time it was Shen Ming who answered her. "They fell into the water, and became food for mutant leeches. There will be no more bodies left. At least they didn't see any bodies on the way here. They might have been eaten by mutant leeches, or the guards of the base might have cleaned them up in advance. If there are any traces." Shen Xiai thought for a moment. "There are occasionally a few broken bones on the roadside, but I don't know whose they belong to." Hearing this, Fu Shuang's face finally turned pale. Seeing that there was nothing more to say to her, Shen Xiai, his parents and his brother continued to go home together, leaving Fu Shuang behind. Fu Shuang didn't know how long she had been standing there. The sun above her head made her body a little hot, but her heart was cold. Qin and Shi, both dead. They had just separated not long ago, and they both died not far from the medical building, their bodies submerged in the accumulated water, and being eaten by the dense mutant leeches in the water. What was she doing at that time? Probably staying in the medical building, with food and drink. In fact, she had been prepared for a long time. When she abandoned them, she had already anticipated their ending. She was afraid that she would never see them again in this life, but when she really couldn't see them, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. She was not Qin's biological daughter, but before the end of the world, their family was rich, and Qin had never treated her badly. Besides, Shi was her biological mother, who gave birth to her and raised her. Fu Shuang turned around, raised her hands to cover her face, and her back twitched. But after a while, she took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. She was sad, but she didn't regret it. When there was only one quota, she didn't regret choosing to protect herself. It wasn't her fault. Yes, it wasn't her fault. Fu Shuang raised her feet and went back to the medical building. After Shen Xiai took his parents to the villa area, he took out 2 new sets of clothes from the space and asked them to take a shower and have a good sleep after the shower. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan didn't wake up until the sun set and the sky darkened. The two slept particularly sweetly. After all, their children were by their side, and there was nothing happier than a family reunion. Shen Ming cooked a few dishes and served them on the table. Chen Yulan was about to sigh that Shen Ming's cooking skills had improved when someone knocked on the door downstairs. Shen Ming took off his apron, went downstairs and smiled happily, patting Chu Han on the shoulder. "You came on time, right?" Chu Han brought a few bags of pickles to go with the rice. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan were even happier to see him, and enthusiastically invited Chu Han to sit down next to Shen Xiai and eat together. Shen Xiai moved her position with the bowl in her arms, but never looked at Chu Han. She only saw half of Chu Han's black sleeves from the corner of her eyes, right next to her. Shen Xiai thought of the last time She finally mustered up the courage to invite Chu Han to join their family, but Chu Han hesitated. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. It was the first time she invited a boy, and the first time she was rejected by a boy. So Shen Xiai didn't eat well for dinner today, and didn't talk much. However, Chu Han seemed not to notice her emotions, but chatted with her parents enthusiastically. After the meal, Chu Han sat for a while, and when he was ready to leave, he could no longer hide his eyes, and they fell directly on Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai pretended not to see him, and became a turtle. But Shen Yulan had sharp eyes. She found out from the beginning of the meal that Ah Xiai was deliberately avoiding Chu Han, and Chu Han's attention always sneaked to Ah Xiai. Are these two children quarreling? Ah Xiai, please send Chu Han off, Shen Yulan said. If these two children are really quarreling, they must be given a chance to resolve the quarrel. Shen Xiai didn't know what her mother was thinking. In order to prevent her mother from noticing, she could only agree, and then sent Chu Han downstairs. Shen Xiai walked very fast. She said uncomfortably after walking out of the villa gate, "You." Hurried back to the medical building. After saying that, Shen Xiai turned around and fled. Who knew that she had just taken a step, when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Chu Han. Chapter 100. Don't leave yet. Chu Han's voice was like a kitten's paw, scratching Shen Xi's heart. Shen Xiai stopped, lowered his eyes, and looked at his and Chu Han's hands intertwined. His heart skipped a beat. You hold me, I can't leave." Chu Han finally reacted, but still couldn't bear to let go of Shen Xiai. He took Shen Xi's hand, spread Shen Xi's thin white fingers little by little, and then put a packet of seeds in his palm. The seeds carried Chu Han's body temperature. Shen Xiai clenched it tightly, with a little surprise on his face. "This is the seeds I promised to find for you." Shen Xiai didn't know what to say for a while. Chu Han took all the things about planting herbs on himself, gave her a quota for the medical building, helped her get seeds, and almost everything she wanted. Chu Han would try his best to satisfy her. Shen Xiai raised his eyes, looked into Chu Han's eyes, and asked again, "Are you willing to go with our family?" He was so good to their family, he should not refuse. Who knew Chu Han talked about another thing? The base is preparing to evacuate northward. Hearing this, Shen Xiai was stunned for a moment, and then realized what Chu Han meant. The base was going to evacuate, and Chu Han, as the captain of the guard team, had to obey the base's dispatch, but it was not worth it to work for the base. Shen Xiai grabbed Chu Han's hand. "If you are willing to go with us, we will find a corpse to replace you and let the base know that you are dead. Wouldn't that get you out of it? Then we will go to Beijing North and find a safe place to hide." Shen Xiai had a good idea, but he didn't notice that Chu Han's eyes dimmed for a moment when he heard the word Beijing North. He said, "There are people I know at the Jingbei base." So he would be recognized if he went there, and Shen Xi's method would be useless. On the contrary, because of him, Shen Xi's family would be noticed by others, disrupting their peaceful life, and even suspecting Shen Xiai about the herbal medicine. In fact, what he should do most now is to reduce contact with Shen Xiai, but he still wants to see her. Shen Xiai didn't expect this to be the reason. She thought Chu Han had no one around him. Could it be that Chu Han's family was in Jingbei? Shen Xiai put down his hand, a little disappointed, but then thought that if Chu Han's family was in Jingbei, it would be a good thing for Chu Han, and he could reunite with his family. But why did he say he had no parents before? Shen Xiai was confused, but didn't ask more. "Then you should pay more attention to safety. Our family will leave tomorrow. See you in Jingbei then." Shen Xiai raised a smile, and said goodbye to Chu Han. Chu Han was under the control of the base, and could not go with her, and she could not go with Chu Han either, because being with Chu Han meant being with the base, which was safer, but also lost freedom, and had to be on edge all the time, fearing that her space would be exposed. Shen Xiai did not like that. She looked at Chu Han, her eyes lingering on his handsome eyebrows, and she felt a little reluctant in her heart. Chu Han seemed to be able to easily solve any problem, and as the captain of the guard team, he brought peace of mind and reliability to the people in the base. But what about himself? He did not even have freedom. Unexpectedly, Chu Han pulled Shen Xi's hand over, and she leaned forward and fell into Chu Han's arms. Shen Xiai was confused and didn't react. Her cheek was pressed against Chu Han's chest. Under her clothes, she felt a firm touch and a warm warmth, which made Shen Xi's face red. "You?" Shen Xiai wanted to leave, but just as she moved, a big hand pressed on her lower back, pushing her body forward and pressing closer to Chu Han. It was so tight that Shen Xiai could smell the scent of Chu Han's shower gel, which smelled of lime and smelled good. Shen Xi's body reacted faster than her brain, and she also raised her hands to hug Chu Han's narrow waist. She woke up from her dream after hugging him, but Chu Han's embrace was safe and comfortable, like a big doll, and she was reluctant to let go. Feeling Shenxi's 2 hands around her waist, Chu Han's back stiffened, her heart beat fast, and she hugged Shenxi even harder. In a place where Shenxi couldn't see, he smiled in his eyes, and lowered his head to rub Shenxi's shoulder. "I go with you after I've dealt with everything, okay?" he whispered softly, coaxing Shenxi. Shenxi felt a tingling sensation in her ears, which made her shrink her neck and bury her face in Chu Han's chest. The next day, Shenxi packed her things and got in the car with her family. In fact, there was nothing to pack. Most of the supplies were in her space, and everyone just needed to carry a backpack. The previous backpacks were worn out, and Shenxi replaced the family's bags with new ones. There were not many things in them, and they were purely for show. She sat in the passenger seat as usual. Shen Ning was responsible for driving, and Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan sat in the back seat. As soon as the car door was closed, a gray van slowly drove up from behind. Shenxi heard the voice, and turned his head to see Wang Yin pulling down the passenger window. He looked past Yu Liang and smiled and greeted her. Shenxi greeted Wang Yin back. "Nice car. The van can hold a lot of supplies. Wang Yin and his friends are quite capable." Wang Yin said happily, "Let's go together." Shenxi, "Okay." After closing the window, Wang Yin and his friends drove to the front first. After Shen Ming started the engine, he followed them not far away. While driving, Shen Ming couldn't help but worry. They shouldn't recognize our car, right? After all, they lived in the same Tianlan community. If they recognized that this car was the one they drove before the end of the world, they would inevitably suspect how they brought the car to the base. Shenxi asked Shen Ming to relax. No, Wang Yin and the others had not moved into Tianlan community for long, and we removed the license plate, so they couldn't recognize it. Besides, her father loved cars at that time, and was always afraid that someone would open the door and kill him, so he parked the car in a more remote corner, and basically no one knew it was their car. Besides, even if the car models are similar, it is possible that they are similar. Shen Ming nodded, and no longer worried. Through the rearview mirror, Shenxi saw the villa behind her slowly going away, and the reluctance in her heart was like a thread, wrapping her inch by inch. Chu Han. We will definitely see each other again. What are you looking at? Shen Ming noticed Shenxi's gaze and said with a smile, Chu Han will evacuate with the base, and may arrive in Jingbei earlier than us, don't worry. Who is worried? Shenxi muttered and retracted his gaze. Shen Ming saw through it, but didn't say anything. He couldn't help but sigh again that his sister has really grown up. Soon, the vehicle drove out of the base and onto a northern highway. Shen Ming was in charge of driving, while Shenxi was in charge of looking at the map and observing the road conditions nearby. At first, the road was easy to drive, but as the car got farther and farther away from the Jinan base, the obstacles on the road began to increase. Shenxi looked outside and saw that in just over a year, the entire city had become desolate. The walls of the former high-rise buildings were mottled, the glass was broken, and tender green grass grew from the cracks. And the places that were once submerged by water have now receded and moss has grown. Brother, drive slowly, be careful, Shenxi reminded. Now in the city, the ground is full of the bodies of mutant leeches, as well as tattered clothes and broken bones. In some places where the water has dried up, the bodies of leeches have dried up, and in some places where there is still water, the bodies are slowly rotting. Even if Shenxi didn't open the window, he could still smell an unspeakable stench that went straight to his head. Sitting in the car, she could feel the car below her rising and falling slightly from time to time, and the sticky sound coming from the tires when they ran over obstacles. Shen Ming asked. They went to the highway exit, should we go? Shen Ming was talking about Wang Yin and the others in front. Shenxi didn't think much and said decisively, get on the highway. The several highways in Jinan City are basically smooth. Instead of crawling slowly in the city, it is better to take the highway faster, and you can also avoid mutant animals and plants. Qin Yulan, who was sitting behind Shenxi, hesitated and said, should we stop first and look for supplies? Qin Yulan thought that the extreme temperature was coming soon. Apart from anything else, water resources should be found as soon as possible, and fuel and other things are very useful when dealing with mutant animals, so they should also stock up more. Shenxi said, Mom, the supplies in Jinan City have basically been collected by the base, especially water. You know, the base has never stopped collecting supplies in the past year, and Shenxi feels that there is no need to waste energy in Jinan City. Besides, after a flood, the things in major supermarkets and convenience stores have long been destroyed. Shen Ming agreed. Then let's wait until the next city to see if there are any supplies to search. Shin Si, okay. The surrounding areas of Jinan City are all second and third tier cities. There is no ability to build a base, so there should be some more, such as the second floor of the shopping mall and other high places. The car drove north all the way. During the drive, around noon, Wang Yin and his car in front slowly stopped. Seeing this, Shen Ming stopped as well. He thought Wang Yin and his car wanted to take a break, or come to ask them whether to get off the highway to find supplies in the city, or continue driving. Who knew that Wang Yin and his car got off the car and walked forward? Shen Ming asked in confusion. They seemed to have found something ahead. Shen Si was curious and opened the car door. I go check it out. She also got out of the car and ran after them. When they came to the van where Wang Yin and the others were parked, Shen Si saw another car not far ahead. It was a red sedan with a tattered body and was parked there. A short-haired girl in black short-sleeved shirt and shorts came out from behind the open hood. When Shen Si saw her face, he was a little surprised. It was An Yuexin. Miss and Wang Yin ran up to greet An Yuexin enthusiastically. An Yuexin looked at Wang Yin, Yu Liang, and Shen Si at the back, and was also surprised. It's you. In the early days of the Leech disaster, everyone worked together to guard the building. Shen Si asked as he walked over, what happened to your car? Speaking of cars, An Yuexin was a little annoyed and kicked the tire. Who knows what it's like? It stalled halfway through driving, and I can't find the reason. In fact, it was because she was a novice in this area of vehicles. Let me take a look. Yu Liang volunteered to help An Yuexin check the vehicle. Shen Si became curious and asked Wang Yin, does he have this skill? Speaking of this, Wang Yin's mouth curled up, and her eyes looking at Yu Liang were full of pride and admiration for her lover. Yes, Yu Liang can repair cars. He used to do this kind of work at the base. Chapter 101. Car repair is a technical job. Not only does the base give a lot of points, but you can also receive gifts from others from time to time. They ask Yu Liang to use some good materials. Anyway, they are all materials from the base, so Yu Liang is willing to do so. His family's life will be better. Then everyone waited patiently. After Yu Liang checked the car, he closed the hood with a bang. And you asked anxiously, how is it? Can it still be driven? Yu Liang frowned and shook his head. The parts inside are damaged. I can replace them, but I don't have spare parts now. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Wang Yin asked, I see a lot of cars parked on this highway. Can we remove the parts of other cars? Shen Si said, it's useless. Those cars seem to have been parked before the end of the world, and the parts have been damaged long ago. As for finding a car repair shop, it is not possible. There is no village or shop on the highway, and the car cannot be towed away. Just when An Yuexin was worried, Wang Yin thought about it and suggested, Miss An, if you don't mind, why don't you ride with us? Speaking of this, Wang Yin felt embarrassed. I can't drive. If you come, you and Yu Liang can take turns driving. An Yuexin thought about it, and thought it was a good idea. She was worried before, and it was tiring to drive all the time. Anyway, Wang Yin and Yu Liang were not strangers. She asked, where are you going? Wang Yin said, we are going to Beijing North with Shen Si's family. Hearing the word Beijing North, An Yuexin's eyes lit up and her eyes fell on Shen Si. Are you going to Beijing North too? Shen Si nodded. Now An Yuexin had nothing to hesitate about. Okay, I'm going to Beijing North as well. Let's team up together. Wang Yin, that's great. This is not the first time they have worked together, and going to Beijing North together will help them take care of each other. Shen Si looked up at the sun in the sky. It was so bright that she was sweating. She looked at the road sign again, which meant that they had already left Jinan City, and talked about her plan. There is a highway exit next to us. We plan to get off, find a place to have lunch, and then see if there are any supplies to search. What about you? And Yuexin nodded. I thought so too. She just wanted to get off the exit, but the car broke down. Yu Liang also raised his hands in agreement. Other things are easy to say, but we have to find some gasoline. The supplies in Jinan City, including gasoline, were all collected by the base. Yu Liang had planned to find some gasoline after leaving Jinan City, otherwise their car would not be able to drive for too long. After everyone had discussed it, they set off immediately. And Yuexin followed Wang Yin and the others into the van and continued to lead the way, while Shen Si returned to the co-pilot seat of his own SUV. Is everything done? Shen Ming asked. Shen Si said, it's done. We met Miss An. Her car broke down, and she couldn't drive it anymore. Now she's with Wang Yin and the others. Chen Yulan had some impression of An Yuexin after hearing this. When the leech disaster first came, and Yuexin contributed a lot. Later, when everyone got on the kayak together, they and Yuexin were still in the same kayak. Qin Yulan said happily, Xiaoan is a good kid. With her, our team is safer. Shen Lianshan asked, is Xiaoan going to Jingbei too? Shen Xiai replied, yes, she is the same as us. In this way, it is a great thing to have one more capable person join. The car drove out of the highway. Shen Xiai opened the window halfway to let some wind blow in, and dispel the heat in the car. Outside, in the green belts on both sides of the road, trees collapsed, rotted and withered, and mud and the bodies of mutant leeches were scattered among them. Going further out, the silhouettes of high-rise buildings in the distance passed by the window. Like Jianan City, the buildings here are all dilapidated, covered with cracks and signs of destruction. Shen Ming slowed down the car and frowned. Why are there so many abandoned vehicles here? Not only are there many vehicles, Shen Xiai saw corpses in those cars from time to time through the broken windows. The corpses kept their movements before death, sitting quietly in their seats, turning their heads to one side, and the flesh all over their bodies was swollen, dark black, rotten and pus-filled. A few maggots crawled into the mouth of a corpse, then crawled out of the nostrils, and then crawled up into the eye sockets. Shen Xiai was so disgusted that he immediately looked away, and then he realized that the car had stopped. Shen Ming said, Dad, Mom, they found the gas station. You stay in the car and don't move. Ci and I will go down to take a look. Go, be careful. Shen Lianshan reminded. Shen Xiai took out an empty oil barrel from the space, plus an empty pure water barrel, got out of the car, and walked towards the gas station at the corner of the intersection in front with Shen Ming. And Yuexin entered the gas station as quickly as possible and checked the oil gun. It can be used. She turned around and greeted everyone happily. Shen Xiai walked forward quickly and filled the 2 barrels he brought with oil. Wang Yin looked at him with envy. Shen Xiai, you still have pure water barrels at home? That's great. We have to collect these barrels that can hold things later. Many of their tools were thrown away reluctantly during the move, and now they can only use a small storage box to hold gasoline. But they will have experience in the future, and it will be convenient to load things with a van in the future. Speaking of tools, Shen Xiai had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Why don't we wait until we finish filling up the gasoline and go to the office building next door to see what happens? The office building was full of companies before the end of the world, and companies must have bottled water. And Yuexin's eyes lit up when she heard it. Good idea. Let's do it. Soon, everyone finished filling up the gasoline, and Shen Ming and Yu Liang carried the oil containers and went back to their cars. To be on the safe side, Shen Xiai did not put the oil barrel into the space, but put it in the trunk of the car. Otherwise, if she used the space too frequently, she was afraid that Yuexin and Wang Yin would get suspicious sooner or later. The vehicle started again, and went to the office building next to it. Shen Xiai looked at the buildings in front of him. There were 2 buildings in front and back, each about 10 stories high. In the middle of the 2 buildings, there was a small square with several shops. It was not difficult to see some characteristics from their faded signs, including small noodle shops, coffee shops, convenience stores, etc. The doors and windows of these shops had been broken for a long time, and there was still mud and sand inside, and the bodies of mutant leeches were scattered everywhere. In the pits in the corners, the accumulated water had not completely dried up, and Shen Xiai saw a small leech surging inside. She pulled out a short knife tied to her calf, and stabbed the mutant leech to death with one knife. And Yuexin's voice came from behind. There are 2 buildings in front and back here, let's search them separately. Shen Xiai had no objection. Okay, I agree. Searching separately, whoever finds the materials will own them, which is fair and prevents friction caused by uneven distribution. After all, everyone will go to Beijing North together later, and there is still a long way to go. After the discussion, everyone dispersed. Wang Yin and Yu Liang followed Yuexin to the south building, and Shen Xi's family went to the north. Shen Xiai was also very happy to separate from Yuexin and others. In this way, he would not have to worry about being discovered when using the space. Ci. Shen Ming went around the north entrance of the building. I don't know what good things he saw. He poked his head out from the corner, and excitedly greeted Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai walked over with his parents, and saw Shen Ming pointing to a row of shops in the north. Look, there is a bank. Bank? Shen Xiai was excited. Having a bank means having a lot of cash, so her space can be upgraded again. Brother, take Mom and Dad upstairs to find water first, and I will come to meet you after I rob the bank. Shen Ming said with a smile. Okay, then hurry up. Qin Yulan was worried. Ci, you pay attention to safety. Don't worry, Mom. Shen Shan. Let's go, my daughter knows her limits. On the contrary, if they stay, so many people will attract too much attention. Watching his parents and brother walk into the main entrance of the building, Shen Xiai looked around to make sure there was no one around, and then flashed into the bank. Whether it was the glass door of the building or the door of the bank, they were all broken at this time, so it was unobstructed. As soon as Shen Xiai entered, he saw the mess on the ground, with scraps of paper and banknotes scattered everywhere, but most of them were soaked by the accumulated water. Shen Xiai felt a little distressed, and didn't know if the soaked banknotes were still useful. She carefully cleaned out a piece, and tried to put it into the space, but it was eaten as soon as it entered the space. Shen Xiai was relieved, it seemed to be useful. As for the inside of the window, the light was dim, Shen Xiai couldn't see clearly for a while, but he also vaguely saw the outline of a large stack of banknotes. It seems that this place was robbed once in the early days of the apocalypse. I guess everyone thought that the extreme cold was temporary, and when the extreme cold was over, society would restore order, so some people were so bold that they gave out disaster money. Anyway, even if order was restored later, they would be too busy with post-disaster reconstruction, let alone pursue any responsibilities. I don't know if those people regretted it later, and whether they are still alive now. Shen Xiai threw away the messy thoughts and immediately began to plunder cash, like a robber entering a village. She picked up the ground and then the window. When they got inside, Shen Xiai didn't dare to turn on the flashlight, fearing that it would be too dazzling, so he could only continue to collect cash in the weak light outside. Some of the cash was scattered on the ground, some was stuffed in the drawer, and some fell on the chair. Without exception, all of them were soaked by the accumulated water. However, compared with the outer room, the situation in the inner room was much better, especially the banknotes in the drawer. Shen Xiai collected all the banknotes hidden in the drawer first, and then collected the banknotes outside in the remaining time. Of course, not all banknotes are useful, and some of the spaces with more serious damage are not used. In the process, the area in Shen Xi's space is also gradually expanding. She saw that she had collected almost everything, so she stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and glanced at the space consciously. At this glance, Shen Xiai couldn't help laughing. She saw that next to the original land, another piece of land had been opened up, but the area was less than 100. It seems that she will continue to collect cash on the road. Shen Xiai left the bank contentedly, walked around the gate of the building next to it, walked up the stairs, and went to meet her parents. Shen Xiai climbed 3 floors in a row, but couldn't find his parents. It wasn't until he reached the 4th floor that he could vaguely hear his parents talking. "Dad, Mom, what good things did you find?" Shen Xiai tiptoed into an office that hadn't closed the door. Shen Shan and Shen Ming were working together to move half a bucket of water from the water dispenser. When they heard Shen Xi's voice, they became even happier. Shen Shan hurriedly said, "Come on, come here, we found a few large buckets of purified water." Chapter 102. Shen Xiai took a closer look and found that in addition to the half bucket of water on the water dispenser that Shen Shan was moving, there were 3 unopened buckets of pure water on the ground. The floor here is high and has not been flooded by water. The water is well preserved. It is a good harvest. Shen Xiai said, "Dad, I will collect the 3 buckets of water on the ground, and we will carry the remaining half bucket out." Okay. Most of the things they found were stored in the space, and a small part was left outside to pretend. Otherwise, if they collected all the things in the space, it would look like they found nothing, which would be too fake. But it was still difficult to take down the half bucket of water. It opened downwards, and some of it spilled out. Shen Ming volunteered to carry the water and followed behind. Shen Xiai and his parents walked in front, and then went upstairs. After climbing about 2 floors, they found another bucket of water, which Shen Xiai also collected. Then he turned around and saw a rotten and smelly corpse in the office, lying next to a workstation. This was the first corpse Shen Xiai encountered in the building along the way. Shen Ming sighed. "Don't look at it. This person was probably working overtime at the beginning of the extreme cold. Later, he couldn't walk and could only freeze to death. It's so miserable." At that time, the temperature was low and the corpses were easy to preserve. Now that the temperature has risen, they have begun to rot. Shen Shan was worried about another problem. With so many corpses rotting, the germs will spread easily. Not only are there corpses in the office building, but there are also corpses on the main road outside, in cars, and in large residential buildings. There will only be more corpses inside. Shen Xiai regretted not stocking up on masks and hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly." Leaving the office, Shen Ming suggested, "ACI, you and your parents go upstairs first. I take half a bucket of water to the car and put it there. Okay, brother, be careful. Yeah. Shinsi continued to go upstairs. He found a few more barrels of unopened purified water, and several boxes of bottled mineral water. Shinsi put the barrels away, and carried the bottled ones downstairs with his parents. As for going upstairs, the floor was too high, so Shinsi didn't plan to go upstairs. He would get back to the car as soon as possible, have lunch, and then continue driving in the afternoon, and find a suitable place to stay overnight in the evening. Shinsi went downstairs while thinking. But just as she came downstairs, she suddenly heard a quarrel in the small square between the two office buildings behind. Shinsi hurriedly stopped and asked her parents to hide in the building and not make any noise, and she went out to take a look. She put down the mineral water in her hand, walked around the wall, and saw her brother and Wang Ying confronting another group of people in the small square. There were 5 people in the group, all of them were shirtless, and their exposed skin was covered with old and new scars. Each of them held a machete in his hand, and they looked very fierce. Put down the things in your hands. Don't let me say it again, the older man in the lead said in a hoarse voice. Wang Ying tried to show weakness and said nice things to the leading man. Brother, this is the supplies we found. If you want it, there are several floors upstairs. We haven't touched them yet. We leave them all to you. Do you think it's okay? The younger brother next to the eldest brother. Oh my God, you took our things, and we still have to thank you? After saying that, he suddenly raised the knife in his hand and pointed it at Wang Ying. Wang Ying was startled, and Yu Liang hurried forward to protect her behind him. The leading brother narrowed his eyes. I am not afraid to tell you that the supplies in the 2 buildings here are all ours. I will give you one last chance. Put down your things and hand over all the supplies in your car. I can let you go, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yu Liang was very angry. The supplies in the car are ours, you. He, who said it's yours? Another younger brother said, once you enter our brother Kun's territory, they all belong to our brother Kun. Yu Liang, you are just a group of robbers. What if I say no? And Yuexin's cold voice sounded. Brother Kun set his eyes on Yuexin and looked her up and down. The more he looked at them, the more the corners of Brother Kun's mouth widened, revealing a malicious smile. Then let us brothers treat you well. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Brother Kun and the other 4 brothers laughed together. After laughing, without waiting for Yuexin to say anything, Brother Kun shouted go, and his brothers waved their machetes and rushed towards Yuexin and her group. Be careful. Shinming reminded everyone, and pulled out the knife tied to his leg, rushed up to fight Brother Kun and his group. And Yuexin was unwilling to fall behind, and hurriedly told Wang Ying and Yu Liang to hide, and also took out the knife he carried, and went up to help Shinming fight. Shinming acted quickly, fiercely and accurately, blocking the opponent's knife, while accurately sending the knife in his hand into the opponent's body. After going through so many things, and seeing the cruelty of the end of the world, Shinming is no longer as soft-hearted as he was at the beginning. He must be ruthless when he should be, and never let them have the opportunity to hurt their families. Suddenly screams and blood broke out. And Yuexin didn't expect that Shinming, who looked sunny and easy to get along with, actually had such a cruel side when he really started fighting. However, there were 5 people in Brother Kun's group, and they were only 2. And Yuexin was not careful for a moment, and was counterattacked by one of Brother Kun's younger brothers and pressed against the wall. Her back hit the wall hard, and then Yuexin gritted her teeth in pain. She struggled hard, but found that she couldn't get away for the time being, and was forced to face the flattering smile of the younger brother in front of her. Seeing that Yuexin was in danger, Shinming wanted to go up to help, but as soon as he withdrew his hand, Brother Kun's blade fell down, and he couldn't get away for a while. Just as Yuexin was struggling hard, a club sound suddenly came from behind the man who was pressing her. The back of the man's head was hit by a wooden stick, making a bang sound. He felt so much pain that he turned his head to look behind him angrily. But just as he turned his head, Yuexin took advantage of his loose hand and immediately broke free, stabbing the knife in her hand into the man's neck. The man didn't expect that a carelessness would cost him his life. He tightly covered his neck with both hands, his eyes widened, and finally fell to the ground and died with resentment. Behind him, Yu Liang was still holding a stick tightly in his hand. Thank you. And Yuexin thanked Yu Liang and secretly felt that joining Shinsi's team was the right decision. On the other side, someone caught a glimpse of Wang Ying, who was alone, and rushed towards Wang Ying in 2 or 3 steps. Seeing this scene, Yu Liang was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Ian! He was about to go over to save Wang Ying, but he saw a figure who was faster than him, rushed over in 3 or 2 steps, and kicked down the man who tried to hurt Wang Yin. It was none other than Shen Xiai. After Shen Xiai kicked the man down, he stepped forward to take the machete from the other party's hand, and then sent the other party to the west with one knife. Shen Ming had also dealt with Brother Kun over there, and immediately returned to the car, started the car, and called everyone, "Get in the car!" Although Brother Kun and his group have been dealt with now, it is unknown whether there are other ambushers here. Even if there are none, the sound of fighting can easily bring danger. Shen Ming started the car, Shen Xiai got in the car first, and then directed Shen Ming to drive the car to the north building, pick up his parents, and then turn the car head, drive into the main road outside, and make a circle to meet Wang Yin and his car, who also drove out. No need to say anything. Everyone stepped on the accelerator to speed up, followed the direction they came from, returned to the highway intersection, took the highway and left the city. It was not until they drove a long way on the highway that Shen Ming found an open place and stopped the car. Wang Yin and the others also stopped the car, and everyone got out of the car to have lunch together and discuss with each other. Wang Yin was so scared that her face was still pale. "I was really scared just now. How could I meet such a group of villains?" Shen Xiai helped her. "Tell me slowly, what happened when you were looking for supplies just now?" And Yuexin sighed and said, "We found some water and some food that had not expired in the office building in the south. But as soon as we went downstairs and put the things in the car, the group of people rushed out from the side with knives. It seems that they are outsiders like us. If they lived in the building, they would have searched all the supplies on each floor long ago, and when they saw them just starting to take the supplies, they should have taken action instead of waiting until they had loaded all the supplies into the car." Everyone figured out the trick. The plan of this group of people was to wait for them to finish the physical work of moving things, and then come out to pick peaches directly. Wang Yin was indignant. "It's really bad. There is never a shortage of bad people in the end times." "That's right." And Yuexin suddenly said, "I heard them say before. It seems that after getting the supplies, we have to go to the city ahead to exchange things." "Exchange things?" Shen Ming was puzzled. "Ci, what city is ahead?" Shen Xiai recalled the mark on the map. "It seems to be Huaishan City." Yu Liang asked in confusion, "Is there a base there?" "If there is a base in Huaishan, they can just go there and find a place to stay overnight around the base at night, which will be relatively safe." Shen Ming shook his head. "Huaishan is a small city, and it shouldn't have a base." "Ci, are we going?" After Shen Ming asked, everyone else looked at Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai looked at the sky above his head, thought for a while, and said, "Go. If we don't go to Huaishan, we may not be able to get to the next city before dark. The highway here leaves Jianan City, and no one has cleaned it up. There are more and more abandoned vehicles on the road, and the road is becoming more and more difficult to drive. The speed will be much slower, and it will be difficult to get to the next city before dark." Shen Xiai thought it was not a good idea to spend the night on the highway. The temperature was about 35 degrees at this moment, and everyone was sweating. It would not be much colder at night. Without air conditioning or fans, it was still very uncomfortable. In addition, if there were other survivors on the road at night, it would be troublesome to meet them. Everyone agreed with Shen Xi's decision. Wang Yin took out the food they had found. "We found a can of unopened canned fruit and a few cans of treasure porridge before. Let's share them for lunch." And Yuexin, "Okay, I have no objection." In this case, Shen Xiai also took the initiative to take out the bottled mineral water he found at home and gave everyone a bottle to quench their thirst. After eating and drinking in a hurry, they got in the car and continued to move forward. Chapter 103. Shen Lianshan replaced Shen Ming in driving and asked Shen Ming to go to the back seat to have a good rest. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, Huaishan City finally arrived. After exiting the highway again, Shen Xiai observed the situation in Huaishan City and found that the roads here were much smoother than other places. Basically, the abandoned vehicles were parked on both sides in abnormal postures. Some vehicles turned over, and some vehicles were half outside the road and half inside the road. There were obvious signs of dragging and collision on the ground. Looking at the corpse of the mutant leech, it was as thin as a piece of paper and stuck to the ground. "Brother, there may be a lot of people in Huaishan City. We have to be careful." Shen Xiai was very alert. But at this time, Shen Ming's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly saw something. Ci, look, what is that?" Shen Xiai followed Shen Ming's gaze, and saw a large handwritten poster on the roadside billboard with a line of words on it, "Material Trading Market." Under this line of words, there was also an arrow drawn. Shen Ming pondered, could this be the place that the group of people mentioned before, where they can trade materials? Ci, shall we go? "Yes," Shen Xiai said decisively. From the situation in Huaishan City, it can be seen that there are many people, and they are probably all heading for this trading market. Since it is a market, it means that there are a lot of miscellaneous things. What if you can find good things, such as vegetable seeds? She has been busy these 2 days, and has no time to plant the seeds that Chu Han gave her. She doesn't know what varieties are in them. It's better to try your luck. What if you can find more varieties? Shinming decisively followed the instructions on the roadside billboard and drove over. A few kilometers ahead, after turning a corner, Shin Si saw that there were more people around, and most of them were going in and out of an underground garage. Shin Lianshan suggested, "Why don't we find an underground garage to spend the night at night? The underground garage will be relatively cooler, and it will be more comfortable to sleep at night." Shin Si also had this plan. "Okay, after we go shopping in the market, we will find one somewhere else." After the agreement, Shinming drove the car to a place with few people and stopped. Shin Si got out of the car and looked around at the vehicles parked around him. There were various models, and most of them had been modified. There happened to be an off-road vehicle that had just stopped, and two men got out of the car. Shin Si glanced inside from the gap when they opened the car door, but saw that the interior of their off-road vehicle had been modified, and the rear seats were removed and made into a small bed. One of the men on the other side found that Shin Si was looking at them, and his eyes widened, glaring at Shin Si as if warning. Shin Si retracted his gaze and stopped looking. When you are out, it is better to avoid trouble. After meeting up with Wang Yin and the others, who had also parked their cars, everyone found the entrance to the underground garage and went in. As soon as he entered the underground garage, there was a trance moment. Shin Si thought he had returned to the vegetable market before the end of the world. In the underground garage, various stalls were arranged in an orderly manner on both sides, and people were surging in the middle, walking and strolling slowly, looking for what they wanted in the stalls. Shin Si greeted Wang Yin and the others, and everyone dispersed. Wang Yin was in a group with Yu Liang, and Yueshi was in a group by herself, and Shin Si was in a group with his parents and brother. Everyone went shopping on their own. After all, although they were in a group together, they should also keep the distance. Shin Si was happy and at ease. She visited the previous stall, and her parents went to visit a stall next to it, which was not too far away. If they found something good, they could always ask for it. "Little girl, I can see that you have just arrived not long ago, right? Come and see if there is anything you want." An elderly man greeted Shin Si with a smile. Shin Si came to the stall and looked carefully for a while. The things the old man put out included biscuits, bread, braised food, etc. It has been more than a year since the end of the world. It is not easy for these foods to be preserved until now. Could they have come from the base? Shin Si picked up a bag of bread casually, but when she looked at the production date, it expired as early as last year. She picked up another bag of braised food, but it was not expired, and the braised food even had hair growing out. "Thank you, I take a look." Shin Si left the old man's stall and went forward. Those expired foods are life-saving for hungry people, but Shin Si has no shortage of them. It's really hard to notice without comparison. After comparison, Shin Si found that he had a much better life in the end times. The hard days in the previous life gradually faded away and became more and more like a dream. "Ah, Si." Qin Yulan waved to Shin Si in front of a stall. "Come here quickly." Shin Si didn't know what good things his mother had found, so he hurried over. Qin Yulan pointed to a large bag of feed and said to Shin Si in surprise and whispered, "Mom just checked it. This is a bag of duck feed. The degree of moisture is not serious. It should still be edible." Shin Si touched it, and it seemed to be edible. Although her space can now grow food and feed chickens and ducks, the nutrition is not balanced after all. "Boss, how much do you sell this bag of duck feed?" Shin Si asked the young man sitting in front of the stall. The young man didn't expect that someone would be interested in a bag of duck feed. But it's true, in today's world, there is a shortage of supplies, and people are so hungry that they don't even eat animal feed, even grass. The young man looked Shin Si up and down, wanting to see if Shin Si looked like he could afford it. But after this look, he was stunned again. The girl in front of him was dressed cleanly, with fair skin and rosy skin. Although her hair was greasy and looked like it hadn't been washed for a long time, it was tied behind her head, but it was still shiny and shiny, which couldn't hide her overall cleanliness and tidiness. Such a person doesn't look like someone who is so hungry that she has to rely on duck feed to fill her stomach. "Beauty, do you really want to buy it?" the young man asked in disbelief, fearing that Shin Si was making fun of him. In order to avoid him asking around, Shin Si directly asked, "Are you selling it? If not, I'm leaving." "Sell, sell, sell." It was rare for someone to be willing to buy this thing, and he was so happy that he couldn't wait. As for why the other party bought it, he didn't dare to ask too much. Otherwise, what if he annoyed the other party and lost the business? The young man swallowed his dry throat with difficulty. 1. A bottle of water. He opened his mouth carefully and looked at Shenxi's face carefully. Perhaps he knew that exchanging a bag of broken feed for a bottle of precious water was too much, and it was a blessing for him that others didn't scold him. However, what he never expected was that the girl opposite him took out a bottle of water from the backpack hanging in front of her without saying a word, and then took away a large bag of duck feed. The surprise came too suddenly, and the young man was stunned. Other people also saw the scene, and they couldn't help but quietly look up and down at Shenxi, the middle-aged couple with Shenxi, and a tall young man. Shenming approached Shenxi and asked worriedly, Ci, are we too high profile? Shenxi said, Brother, sometimes being high profile is a kind of protective color. Most people who can survive in the end of the world are not stupid. Our image is clean, which means we are living well. In their eyes, how can such people not have a few brushes? Instead, they dare not provoke them. Shen Lianshan agreed with this. Ci is right. Shenxi? Why are you here? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Shenxi didn't need to look at the person. Just by listening to the voice, she knew who was coming and couldn't help sighing in her heart. She thought that after leaving the base, she would never see Fu Shuangshuang again, but she didn't expect Fu Shuangshuang to go north. Shenxi turned around and faced Fu Shuangshuang. I didn't expect to meet you here either. Besides Fu Shuangshuang, there were Zhou Xiangyuan, Red Hair and Brother Mao. Except for those two hairs, no other younger brothers followed Zhou Xiangyuan. Shenxi looked at Zhou Xiangyuan bluntly. Captain Zhou will not evacuate with the base. Does the base know? Once you join the base, it is not so easy to quit. Looking at Zhou Xiangyuan's current appearance, he looks more like a deserter. Zhou Xiangyuan's face became colder after being exposed by Shenxi. He used fake death to become a deserter. Anyway, the base was busy evacuating, and there were so many guards to be dispatched, so they would not investigate the cause of his death. But being exposed by Shenxi in person still made him embarrassed. Chapter 104. Shenxi, you will regret offending me again and again. Zhou Xiangyuan looked at Shenxi with cold eyes and threats. Shenxi, then I am really looking forward to it. Shenxi didn't know whether Zhou Xiangyuan would make her regret it, but if Zhou Xiangyuan dared to do anything, Shenxi would never let him go. This is not the base. There are no rules to constrain the base. For a moment, the air around them froze. Shen Ming stepped forward, protected Shenxi, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan behind him, and then pushed back the unfriendly look Zhou Xiangyuan cast. Fu Shuangshuang's eyes moved down to the bag of duck feed in Shenxi's hand, and she laughed out loud. Cousin, you have fallen into this state now? What does this duck feed taste like? Can you tell me? I want to know too. Shenxi was surprised. You want to eat it? Tell me earlier. I stuff a handful into your mouth. As Shenxi said this, he actually pretended to reach into the bag, ready to take out a handful and stuff it into Fu Shuangshuang's mouth. Fu Shuangshuang was very angry. You. Finally, she thought of something and turned to hug Zhou Xiangyuan's arm, smiling. Cousin, don't be angry. It was you who didn't agree to Brother Xiangyuan's pursuit at the beginning. In fact, if you just give in now, I think Brother Xiangyuan will definitely be willing to give you another chance, and your family won't have to rely on duck feed to survive. This time, before Shenxi could speak, Qin Yulan couldn't listen anymore. Shuang, for the sake of our previous relationship, Auntie has something to say to you. It's better to rely on yourself than on others, you. Auntie, Qin Guiqin is dead. I'm not Qin Guiqin's biological child. So don't lecture me here as an elder, right? Fu Shuangshuang interrupted Chen Yulan, and said with a mocking look on her face. Chen Yulan didn't expect Fu Shuangshuang to say that, and was stunned for a moment. Mom, don't waste your time talking to them. Shenxi took Chen Yulan's hand. Let's go. Just pretend that you haven't met Fu Shuangshuang and Zhou Xiangyuan, so as not to affect your mood. Chen Yulan sighed and said nothing more. After being away from Fu Shuangshuang and the others, Chen Yulan couldn't help but sigh. How did Shuangshuang become like this? She remembered that Shuangshuang was not close to them before, but she was also a polite child. Shenxi said, Mom, people will change. Since Fu Shuangshuang abandoned Church Yoshue, who gave birth to her and raised her, for her own sake, Shenxi knew that Fu Shuangshuang had changed, and changed completely. Boss, this market. Are you managing it? Shenxi was walking around, and heard a man's low voice next to him. Shenxi glanced sideways, and saw a bearded man sitting in an inconspicuous corner nearby. The man had a weathered face and looked quite old, but he wore a young-style cap on his head and a more fashionable black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, which looked quite out of place. But this was normal. In today's world, it was good enough to have clean clothes to wear. What else could you choose? He smoked the cigarette in his hand intermittently. Next to him stood a thin man, with his waist bent very low. He was the one who asked the question just now. The man he called boss raised his eyelids and glanced at the thin man. If you want to set up a stall, pay a deposit. The boss's voice was hoarse, and his attitude was perfunctory. The thin man didn't mind the boss's attitude, but smiled more flatteringly. Boss, I'm not here to set up a stall. I want to ask you if you have cars for sale? Car? Shenxi's ears stood up. After hearing what the thin man said, the boss took the thin man seriously, raised his face, and looked at the thin man lazily. You don't have that price. After saying that, the boss turned his head again, continued to smoke the cigarette in his hand, and blew out a smoke ring. The thin man was not convinced. You haven't said it yet. How do you know I can't afford it? I tell you, don't look down on others. The thin man was interrupted by the boss before he finished speaking. The boss was in front, and saw several people walking towards him together. He immediately knew in his heart, my price is here. He sent the thin man away, and waited for Shenxi to come to him. Shenxi didn't beat around the bush and asked, I heard, you have a car on hand? The boss looked up, and looked Shenxi up and down. The clean image of Shenxi's family made him nod secretly. This is the person who can afford the price. What kind of car do you want? He asked. Shenxi raised his index finger. I need one, a motorhome. Hearing the word motorhome, the boss narrowed his eyes. He still underestimated this woman. She had such a big appetite. What price do you plan to offer? The price of a motorhome is higher than that of an ordinary car. Shenxi had been prepared for this. She was not afraid of the other party's high price, but she was afraid that the other party did not have one. But since the boss asked this, it meant that there really was a motorhome. I want to see the thing first, Shenxi said. I thought the boss would refuse. After all, there are so many people who burn, kill and rob in this world. What if they take a fancy to the motorhome and kill people and rob things? Unexpectedly, the boss had no worries at all and agreed immediately. Follow me. He could agree so easily. Shenxi became more alert. After looking at Shenming, he followed the man with his parents. It was not until he walked out of the underground garage that Shenxi realized that it was getting dark outside. The boss took them around a corner and went to the back of the market. There was a car dealership in the back. Before Shenxi went in, he saw people standing guard at the door, all holding tools in their hands. Shenxi couldn't help but slow down. The boss seemed to see Shenxi's concerns and turned back and said, I opened this market, and the order is also managed by my people. Little girl, as long as you are sincere in doing business, you can rest assured. If there is no reliability, no one will be willing to do business in the territory under his jurisdiction. Shenxi let down his guard a little. In the end times, not all bases are there. There are also many small safe zones, like this formed by individuals. They are indeed credible, otherwise people can't be gathered. We're here. Entering the car dealership, Shenxi took advantage of the darkening sky to see the cars in the store. The brands were no longer the original brands of the store, but modified cars of various shapes and colors. Shenxi was not surprised. After all, there were too many capable people. Shenming, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan had never seen so many modified cars at once, and they were all surprised. Not only were there modified cars, but also modified motorcycles. Shen Ning couldn't help asking, are these all modified by you? The boss obviously didn't want to say too much, but he couldn't hide the pride between his eyebrows, and only said, take a look, do you like any? Since that was the case, Shen Ning didn't ask any more questions, because he had the ability to eat. ACI, how do you feel? Shen Ming asked Shenxi. Shenxi was walking around and looking for a suitable car. During the process, there were always people following them with tools in their hands. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan were scared, but they were afraid that they would harm ACI and Ming, so they took the initiative to walk to the periphery. Shenxi turned a blind eye to these. The boss's people followed them, because they were afraid that they would do something small. As long as there was no small move, they would naturally not do anything to them. Shenxi was open and honest. She was really sincere in doing business. The boss saw this and couldn't help but secretly admire this little girl's courage. Shenxi was walking around and saw a pure black RV at the end of the exhibition hall. The RV was not too long and not big, but the paint looked cold and had a strong texture. The overall lines were smooth and the doors and windows were well sealed. Shinseai couldn't walk for a while. The boss was good at observing people's expressions and asked directly, "Do you like this one? You have good taste, little girl." This car is his treasure at the bottom of his box. Shinseai had limited time, so he didn't beat around the bush. "How much is this car?" The boss looked Shinseai up and down. "Little girl, it's not that I look down on you, but you probably can't afford the price of this car." From the appearance of this little girl's family, it is indeed rich, but no matter how rich they are, it is still difficult to buy this RV. "I tell you, everything in this RV is brand new, the drainage system, ventilation system, and power system, which were high-end products before the end of the world. I hardly touched the things inside it, and only modified the internal parts and tires, to ensure that you can cope with the extremely cold weather." "Boss." Shinseai interrupted the boss's chatter, "The car is good, but you should also know that no matter how good the drainage system and power system are, they are of little use now. And the internal parts and tires, can they withstand extreme cold and extreme temperature?" "Yes." The boss vowed, "My original intention of modifying it is to greatly increase its temperature resistance range." Shinseai was stunned, which was beyond her expectations. But in order to lower the price, Shinseai still said, "Boss, it is hard to say whether it can withstand extreme temperature. The temperature is only 35 degrees now, and the vehicle has not been verified." The boss had to be anxious now. After thinking about it, he whispered to Shinseai, "You can rest assured that the materials I use are all exchanged with the base. The top scientific researchers are all in the major bases. If it is produced by the base, it is indeed guaranteed." At this point, the boss's face became serious again. "Little girl, the extreme temperature you just mentioned. Is it true?" Shinseai's heart stomped. "At least for now, the extreme temperature is not set in stone. She is so sure that it will appear suspicious." Shinseai's expression did not change, revealing a sad face. "I am just worried. The temperature has reached 35 degrees now. No one knows whether it will continue to rise in the future." Shinseai's sad face did not seem fake. The boss did not doubt it, but lowered his head and pondered. 5 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of compressed biscuits. Do you want to exchange?" Shinseai took out his price. After hearing this, the boss was surprised that the little girl could take out these things, and then he was entangled. "Not enough. Instant noodles and compressed biscuits are good things, but this amount is still too little. It is not enough for the brothers to eat for many days. It is not cost-effective to exchange for such a motorhome." Shinseai did not think that the boss would agree. She just wanted to offer a low price, and then slowly increase it. She pretended to frown and said distressfully, "Then add 5 more bags of rice." When the boss heard that there was rice, his eyes lit up uncontrollably, but he still shook his head and said, "Not enough." "Isn't this enough?" Shinseai's voice was cold. 5 bags of rice is not a small amount, boss. Think about it. If you don't sell it like this, are you sure there will be someone else who can afford this price? Chapter 105. The RV that the boss has kept in the bottom of the box is good, but it is not a necessity. Most people are unwilling to spend so much money to buy it, and the few who are willing may not come to Huaishan City. Shinseai's words deeply touched the boss's worries. If Shinseai's space could not grow rice, Shinseai would not be willing to spend so much money to buy it. She did not urge the boss, and asked him to think about it and weigh it, and how to choose to avoid losses. Fortunately, the boss was not a quick person, and he figured it out quickly, gritted his teeth, and said, "You are lucky. Sometimes when doing business, you are too greedy, and in the end you may get nothing." Shinseai was very happy, but he only showed a faint smile on his face, and then pretended to go back to the car to get the supplies. After getting the supplies, handing over the money and the goods, Shinseai drove the car and led the whole family out of the store and back to where they parked. At this moment, Wang Yin and the others had already traded what they wanted and came back one after another. When Wang Yin saw a black RV suddenly appear, he couldn't help showing envy. "What a magnificent RV, I don't know whose it is." Before he finished speaking, Wang Yin and the other 2 saw Shinseai and his family get off the car. Wang Yin opened his mouth in surprise, and Yu Liang and Yueshin never expected it. And Yueshin asked, "Shinseai, this is the car you bought?" Shinseai nodded calmly. "Well, I thought the road to Beijing North was still long, and having an RV would help me rest better. I saw someone selling it, so I bought it." And Yueshin understood. Shinseai's family was different from them. One reason was that they had more people, and the other was that the off-road vehicle was not as spacious as their modified van. It was not so comfortable to rest. If they changed to a motorhome, it would be different. They could lie down and have a good sleep. But Shenxi's family was too generous, right? A motorhome must require a lot of supplies. Shenxi saw everyone's doubts and said, "You go first and wait for us at the intersection ahead. We still need to take the off-road vehicle to the cellar and come back to you after the matter is done." After that, and Yuexin and Wang Yin showed a look of sudden enlightenment on their faces. It turned out that the supplies for buying a motorhome also included the off-road vehicle, so it was indeed possible to get it. "Okay, then hurry up." And Yuexin gave a warning and climbed onto the van. Wang Yin and Yu Lian did the same. The van started, Shenxi watched them leave, then she drove the newly bought RV again, and Shinming drove the SUV, and the two cars went out of the market one after the other. When they arrived outside the market, Shenxi turned the car around and went in the opposite direction of Wang Yin and the others. After driving through a street and turning a corner, Shenxi drove into a dark underground garage. There was no light in the garage, it was pitch black, and Shenxi parked the car and went down to check it. The entire garage was small, and no one else was hiding here. Shenxi acted decisively and put the SUV into the space. "It's finally done now." Shenxi clapped his hands, feeling very good. "Brother, get in the car quickly, our family will drive this RV in the future, and if you are tired, you can go to the bed to rest." Shinming had been rubbing his hands. "Ci, you go and rest first, and leave the rest of the way to me." He had long wanted to try what it was like to drive a motorhome. Shenxi laughed, and did not fight with Shinming, giving the driving seat to Shinming. Shinming started the car, and drove the motorhome out of the underground garage. It was already dark outside. Shenxi entered the motorhome and took a rough look at the interior layout. As expected, just as the owner of the trading market said, this car was brand new, and no one had touched the tables, sofas and other items. The entire layout was very simple. First, there was a small bathroom, and then there was a row of sofa seats. Opposite the sofa seats was a row of tables and cabinets that could be used for cooking, and at the back was a fixed bed. Shenxi took out new sheets from the space, and some water that everyone had collected in the office building before, and also took it out from the off-road vehicle in the space. Qin Yulan took the sheets, and went to the back to make the bed, while Shen Lianshan placed the water on the table and cabinet opposite the sofa seats. After arranging these, Shenxi thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing else to arrange. For example, quilts. It was hot now, so there was no need to take out new ones. For example, tableware. Their family had always used disposable bowls and chopsticks. In addition, because there was no electricity, cooking had always been done in the most primitive way, so there was no need to arrange the stove. Everything was quite simple. At this time, the speed of the vehicle slowly slowed down. Shenxi went to the front passenger seat, and saw that Wang Yin and his van was parked at the intersection in front, waiting for them. Shenxi pulled down the window and said to them, "Keep driving forward, we will try to find an underground parking garage far away from the market to spend the night." Not to mention that Shenxi had traded a motorhome in the market before. Wang Yin and his friends probably also made a lot of money. If they didn't leave the market quickly, someone might secretly target them and cause some hidden dangers. Wang Yin and his friends also knew this, and they quickly started the car and continued to drive forward. Until it was completely dark, everyone finally found a place suitable for overnight stay. It was an underground garage in a community, with a total of 4 entrances and exits, and the place was spacious and flexible. As soon as Shenxi entered the underground garage, he felt a cool breath, and the heat on his body was extinguished. Wang Yin and his friends led the way in front, found a place to park, and Shinming followed and stopped. Everyone happily ran out of the car, stretched outside, and felt the cool temperature in the underground garage. Wang Yin couldn't help but sigh. The underground garage is still comfortable. It's like 2 worlds from the outside. Shenxi knew that this was only temporary, and it wouldn't take long before the temperature would rise to the point where even the underground garage would be useless. But there was no need to say these things to spoil everyone's fun at this time. And Yuexin took the lead in proposing, "Let's arrange the order of night watch. Now when we are out, we need to take it seriously every night. After all, the outside is not like the base. There are too many uncontrollable factors, just like what happened in the office building during the day. Only by uniting and relying on each other can we resist the enemy together and arrive in Beijing North safely." Yu Liang suggested, "How about we take turns in groups of 2? With 2 cars, 1 person may not be able to take care of it, and 2 people are more secure. First, they can accompany each other, and second, avoid 1 person accidentally dozing off and leaving no one to watch the night." Shinming said, How about this? Two groups every night. 2 groups means 4 people. 1 group guards the first half of the night, and 1 group guards the second half of the night. Wang Yin said, then Yu Liang and I will be in 1 group. They are in 1 group, and Shen Xi and others have no objection. However, Shen Xi thought about it and decided that it would be better for her and her brother to separate, so she said, then I will be in a group with Missen, and you will be in a group with our parents. And Yuexin, I have no objection. Although this allocation would make it easier for Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan to take turns to watch the night with Shen Ming, and it seemed unfair to others, but they were old after all, and everyone understood this. Wang Yin volunteered. In that case, Liang and I will be the ones to watch the first half of the night tonight. Chapter 106. Wang Yin thought that she could not help much after coming all the way from her home, so she had to be more active in the work. Shen Xi, okay, then Missen and I will keep watch for the second half of the night. In this way, until tomorrow night, Shen Ming's group will come to take over. After arranging the order of night watch, everyone had no objection, and they returned to the car to eat dinner. Since there was no firewood to pick up here, there was no way to make a fire. Shen Xi had a lot of firewood in her space, but in order not to expose the space, she had to suppress the idea of eating something hot and eat dry food with everyone. During the meal, several cars came to the underground garage to stay overnight. Shen Xi sat in the RV, always paying attention to the movement outside. Fortunately, the new vehicles were very tacit, not too far from each other, and did not intend to come up to say hello. In today's world, the relationship between people has become very subtle, and choosing to keep a distance from others is what most people do. It was not until the second half of the night that Wang Yin and his friends finished their night watch and knocked on Shen Xi's car window. Shen Xi woke up and got out of the car to replace them. She sat in front of the RV to watch, and the rear of the car was against the wall, so there was no need to be distracted. The side of the car was next to Wang Yin's van, so there was no need to pay too much attention. And Yuexin was the same, sitting in front of the van. The two did not need to say much. They read the meaning in each other's eyes, and be careful. Shen Xi took advantage of this gap to enter the space with his consciousness, and take a look at the food and chickens and ducks in the space. She fed the chickens and ducks a handful of food, then collected the eggs, and put them in the basket. Unconsciously, both baskets were filled with a lot of eggs and duck eggs. Starting tomorrow, we can boil eggs and eat them. Anyway, there is a motorhome, so we don't have to worry about others seeing them. Besides, with an extra piece of land, we can grow more things. Shen Xi sorted the seeds that Chu Han gave him before leaving the base by species and scattered them into the soil one by one. After that, we just need to wait for them to sprout and grow, and we will know what kind of food they are. Shen Xi thought about getting more cash back, and the land might be able to evolve more, but he had to avoid Wang Yin and the others. When he was at the base before, Shen Xi could generously exchange supplies with Wang Yin and the others for cash. That was because they lived in 2 different areas at that time, and no one knew each other's situation. If he still did this now, the fact that the cash would disappear after being eaten by the space would probably not be concealed, which would easily make Wang Yin and the others suspicious. We have to think of a way. After a peaceful night, Shen Xi got in the car and left Huaishan City before dawn the next day. As it is still dark now, the temperature is lower than after the sun comes out. It is better to hurry up and arrive in Beijing North earlier, so that you can settle down earlier. And Yuexin thought the same thing, so she drove the car with Shen Xi and got back on the highway. When Shen Ming woke up, he found that the car was actually driving on the highway. He jumped up from the sofa seat in shock and went to the driver's seat to find Shen Xi, replacing him and letting him rest. At this time, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan also woke up one after another and started to prepare breakfast. Since they couldn't make a fire, they could only drink some milk and bread for breakfast. Shen Xi thought that this would not work, so he went to Shen Ming to discuss a solution. Brother, I have a solar generator in my space, which I have never used before. I also have a lot of solar panels. Let's try it at noon. I remember that in Tianlan community, we use wind power generation, coupled with batteries, which could generate a lot of electricity at that time. If we install it in the RV now, there will be electricity in the car, and we don't have to eat only dry food. It just so happened that Shen Ming also had this idea. Okay, wait until noon, we will stop the car and cook something to eat, and then solve the problem of power generation. The temperature is still bearable now, and it is best to solve the power problem. Otherwise, it will be difficult to do physical work when the weather gets hotter later. At noon, Shen Xi measured the temperature outside the car and it had reached 37 degrees. Without air conditioning and electric fans, it was so hot that people felt like they were on fire. Shinsiai could only open the car window to let the wind blow in during driving. Shinsiai, what are you going to eat for lunch? Wang Ying came over excitedly and said, we are going to cook some noodles. Shinsiai glanced at the scorching sun above his head. It was undoubtedly very hot to cook noodles at this time, but not eating staple food all the time was indeed not a solution. Besides, you can add some salt to the noodles when cooking. Everyone is in urgent need of salt after sweating so much. Shinsiai said, okay, then cook noodles, and our family will provide a few eggs. Chicken eggs? Wang Ying was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Shinsiai, your family has eggs? Wang Ying was so surprised that even the tone of his voice changed, causing An Yuexin and Yu Liang to look over. Shinsiai didn't explain much, just turned back to the car, and when he got out again, he had 4 eggs in his hand. Wang Ying and the other two almost popped their eyes out when they saw it. And Yuexin blurted out, these are really eggs? Where did you get them? After asking, and Yuexin realized that she had said the wrong thing. They were just in a team together, so they shouldn't ask about many things. They had to have a sense of boundaries, but she was really surprised. Shinsiai had prepared an excuse early in the morning. We exchanged them with others in the market yesterday. We were just too greedy for eggs, but the weather is so hot now that eggs can't be preserved for a long time, so we might as well cook noodles while they are still fresh. And Yuexin nodded, you're right, we should eat them as soon as possible. I guess these eggs are circulated from the base. The big base might be breeding chickens and ducks to prevent species extinction, and only the big base has this strength. Seeing that An Yuexin and Wang Ying had no doubts, Shinsiai was relieved and handed the 4 eggs to them. In addition, Shinsiai also took out a box of salt for seasoning. As for the other noodles and water, Shinsiai didn't care. Since everyone was sharing the meal, each family must bring out supplies. While Wang Ying and the others were cooking noodles, Shinsiai and Shinming began to study how to generate electricity for the RV. The two finally discussed and felt that the generator was too large and too conspicuous, so it would be better to use solar panels. Later, considering that the sun was too strong and the solar panels could not be exposed for a long time, they decided to follow the previous method and use batteries to power the RV. When the batteries were almost exhausted, they would use solar panels. When the solar panels were fully charged, they would be retracted to prevent sunburn. Soon, Shinsiai installed the electricity, and Wang Ying and the others cooked the noodles. Shinsiai took disposable bowls and chopsticks to serve the noodles and hurried back to the RV. Shinming drove the RV forward and found a mountain tunnel after a while. Everyone parked the car in the tunnel and finally had a bite of hot noodles. While eating noodles, Shinsiai did not forget to probe his consciousness into the space to see if there were any cooling appliances such as electric fans. But unfortunately, she didn't find it. It seems that she will have to collect electric fans later. Shinming took a big mouthful of noodles and sighed. What a pity, I just checked the car's air conditioning system, and it was frozen. This is normal. Extreme cold will damage many things. Even if they are not broken, they will be damaged as usual when the temperature is too high during extreme heat. It is difficult for the air conditioner to continue to operate. Chapter 107. Shinsiai thought that if it didn't work, he would take out the ice and snow in the space and use it to cool down the car. After that, everyone discussed it and thought that if the temperature rose further, they would not rush at noon, but only travel in the morning and evening and find a cool place to escape the heat at noon. However, in this way, the speed would undoubtedly slow down, but there was no other way, and safety should be the first priority. Shinsiai originally thought that he could hold on for at least 2 days, but who knew that by noon the next day, the temperature had risen to 40 degrees. Even if the window was opened on the road, the wind blowing in was hot. Shinsiai decisively took out some ice and snow, wrapped them in plastic bags into small packages, and gave one package to his parents and brother to cool down, and then quickly found a cool place to park to escape the heat. Wang Ying and the others couldn't stand it anymore, especially Wang Ying, who showed signs of heat stroke, which scared Yu Liang, and he took care of her beside her. Shinsiai was willing to take out some ice and snow to share with them, but ice and snow were different from other things, and it was difficult to explain the source. Shinsiai looked at his parents and felt relieved that they were all fine. He pulled Shinming aside and whispered, "Brother, I plan to take this opportunity to go out and collect cash, and then see if I can find a water source. The weather is so hot now, water is something that is urgently needed, and there is never too much." Shinming got anxious after hearing this. How could he let his sister go out alone? He immediately said, "I go with you." Shinsiai did not agree. Brother, I can put the things I find into the space immediately, without moving them, so it's not very useful for you to go. It's better to stay and take care of my parents. Although Wang Yin and the others were still here, Shinsiai was still worried if he really wanted to leave his parents behind. But it was different if Shinming stayed behind. Shinming had the strength to protect his parents. Shinsiai could only trust him with this heavy responsibility. Shinming naturally understood. After thinking about it, he had to agree and took out the knives and guns hidden on his body and gave them to Shinsiai. Take them quickly, use them for self-defense, and be sure to come back safely. Shinsiai pushed the knives and guns back with a smile. Brother, I don't lack these. There were a lot of guns, ammunition, and cold weapons in her space. Shinming scratched his head awkwardly. He was too concerned. Before going out, Shinsiai looked at Wang Yin's van and didn't seem to see An Yuexin. Maybe An Yuexin was out looking for supplies. Shinsiai didn't delay any longer. He put on a sunproof coat and a sun hat. After going out, he tried to avoid the direct sunlight. She took a look at the surroundings on the map and found a bank 1 kilometer away. Shinsiai checked the area nearby and confirmed that there was no one. He took out the SUV in the space and drove directly to the bank. When he first got into the car, it was still very cold inside. Shinsiai exhaled heavily. She drove the car forward all the way. When she was about to reach the bank, a woman suddenly jumped out from the roadside. Stop! Stop! The woman blocked the front of the car with her body, and Shinsiai was forced to stop the car. Seeing this, the woman showed a happy expression on her face. She rushed to Shinsi's car window in 3 or 2 steps and slapped it hard, shouting, "Give me water! Give me some water! Please! Please!" The woman shouting reached Shinsi's ears through the glass and became muffled. Shinsiai looked at the woman. She was pale and thin. Her cheeks, chest, arms, and other exposed skin were sunburned and red. It was obvious that his car was not the first one she stopped. Shinsiai couldn't help but feel sympathy, but when he looked behind the woman, there was an entrance to the underground garage. The entrance was dark at the bottom, but the opening outside was illuminated by the light. A tiny shadow passed by quickly. Shinsiai sneered in his heart. This woman came out to stop the car. I'm afraid it was just a cover. In fact, as long as she opened the door, the people hiding in the dark would immediately rush out and rob her car and her supplies. Shinsiai had seen many similar methods in his previous life. Shinsiai restarted the car and stepped on the accelerator. The woman outside the car saw Shinsiai stop the car and had hope. But somehow, the car started again. How could she be willing? She didn't care about anything else and rushed to the front of Shinsi's car, trying to force Shinsiai to stop again. However, what she could never have imagined was that Shinsiai ignored her and drove straight towards the woman without any sign of slowing down. The woman screamed and rushed to the side, dodging repeatedly. But even so, her legs were accidentally rubbed. If she hadn't dodged quickly just now, the car would have really hit her to death. The woman was so scared that a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. She couldn't believe that there was a woman sitting in the car, but the other party was so bold and cruel, almost like those men in the end of the world. The woman slumped on the ground, looking at Shinsi's leaving car with envy. Shinsiai saw through the rearview mirror that after the woman failed to stop the car, the people who were ambushing in the dark rushed out and punched and kicked the woman. But the woman somehow managed to get some strength, and she hugged one of the men's legs and bit him hard. No matter how the man she bit hit her, she would not let go. Until a large piece of flesh and blood was bitten off by the woman, she still sat on the ground, grinning with her mouth full of flesh and blood. Shinsiai retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention. There are too many people who are driven crazy in the end times. Shinsiai came to the bank marked on the map, put on a thick long down jacket, and wrapped himself up, including his head, and put on a hat. After doing this, Shinsiai lowered his head, covered most of his face, and got out of the car. Shinsiai was not sure that there was no one around the bank, and even more so that she would not be seen by others every time she used the space outside. It was impossible for her to go and check the surroundings again in such a strong sun, so the only way was to cover herself up. In this way, even if she was seen using the space by others, they would not be able to find her afterwards. First, they could not see her appearance, and second, the car was stored in the space, and they could not rely on the car to identify it. Of course, this method can only be used on the road. When you arrive in Beijing North and settle down, you still have to be cautious. Shinsiai wrapped himself in a large down jacket and sneaked into the bank like a thief. The situation in the bank was similar to the one she had raided before. A lot of cash was also soaked by the accumulated water. Shinseai could only pick up the usable ones and throw them into the space. After the space ate the cache, it expanded outward square by square. Before, the second piece of land was still a little short of 100 square meters. Now it was quickly filled up. There were 200 square meters of land in total. With the area for storing materials, the space expanded to 700 square meters in total. Shinseai was satisfied. He took out a bottle of mineral water, drank a big gulp, and then took some ice and snow to apply to his hands and feet. Then he left quickly, drove the car, took another road, and returned in a circle. As for finding another water source, Shinseai decided to give up. If there were still supplies nearby, the group of people hiding in the underground garage would not have let the woman come out to stop the car. They must have run out of supplies and had to rob others. We still have to reach the Jingbei base as soon as possible. The road back was smoother than the way here, and there were no more accidents. Shinseai put the car back into the space early and walked back. Chapter 108. Afternoon, and in the afternoon, until it was about to get dark, Shinseai measured the temperature outside and found that it had dropped by 2 degrees. Although it was only 2 degrees, it was much better after the sun went down. Shinming drove the car and drove onto the road outside, and Wang Yin and the others followed behind. Shinseai opened the car window, and the hot wind from outside blew in, mixing with the heat on her body. She lay on her back on the sofa seat, not wanting to move at all, and the map in her hand was taken away by Shen Lianshan. Shen Lianshan looked at the mark on the map and suddenly said, "I didn't expect that if we go further, we will reach Changming City." Qin Yulan heard this and murmured, "Changming City, it is a big city like our Jinan city." Qin Yulan turned her head and asked Shinseai, who was lying on the sofa, "Ci, when we get to Changming City, should we look for a base? See if we can exchange some cooling things. With this horrible weather, if it continues, people will be dried up, and we must find something to cool down." When Shinseai heard his mother's words, his head, which was drowsy from the heat, began to work, thinking that he could indeed exchange some supplies. She has food planted in her space, so she doesn't have to feel bad about exchanging food. Shinseai agreed, "Okay, when we get to Changming City, we stop for a while." Changming City is not far from Beijing North, and it is no longer in the south. If there is a base, it should not need to be relocated like the south, and it may develop more maturely. Shinseai took out some more ice and snow, wrapped them in plastic bags, and gave small bags to everyone to cool down. The vehicle was driving until the second half of the night. Shinseai woke up from his sleep, and went to the front driver's seat to replace Shinming, and let Shinming rest. Because there were many abandoned vehicles along the way, Shinseai couldn't drive too fast. It might take 2 hours to drive a 1-hour journey. At this time, the fuel consumption was not small. Shinseai refueled once on the way, and took a look at Wang Yin. Wang Yin's heat stroke had improved, and Yu Liang had been taking care of her. Shinseai told them that his family was going to Changming City to find a base, and Wang Yin and An Yuexin had no objection after hearing it. Everyone agreed to travel at night, and find an underground garage to escape the heat during the day. Around the early morning of the third day, the vehicle finally drove into the territory of Changming City. Shinseai originally thought that he would need to spend time looking to see if there was a base in Changming City, but he didn't expect to see a sign on the roadside indicating the location of the base just after getting off the highway. Following the sign, Shinseai finally arrived at the gate of the base in Changming City before dawn. Unlike the flow of people at the gate of Jinan base, there are almost no people in Changming City, and even no one is on duty in the security booth. But this is normal. The temperature is so high, if they are on duty, I am afraid that they will not be able to survive. Shinseai simply drove the car into the base. "Stop! What are you doing?" A fully armed man suddenly appeared in front, and stopped Shinseai's car. Those who can speak so loudly in the base are probably the guards of the base. Shinseai rolled down the window, and said to him, "Sir, we are from outside and are going to Jingbei base. We passed by your place, and wanted to rest." After hearing what Shinseai said, the officer let down his guard a little, raised his hand, and pointed in another direction. "There is an entrance over there, but before you go there, you can park your car in the underground garage first." After that, the other party pointed to the direction of the underground garage to Shinseai, which was exactly opposite to the entrance. Shinseai thanked him, continued to drive the car, changed direction, parked the car first, and then got off the car and walked, following the location indicated by the officer at the beginning. Sure enough, after a while, Shinseai saw an entrance to the underground. But the entrance was equipped with a large door, which was tightly closed. It seems that everyone in Changming base has moved underground. After Shinseai got off the car, he glanced at the sign above the entrance, which had the name and subway line on it, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Changming Base is smart. They moved directly to the subway station, which is indeed cooler than ordinary underground garages. Shinseai raised his hand and knocked on the door of the entrance. She couldn't tell what the door was made of. It felt cold and comfortable when she knocked on it. Soon, the door slowly moved up, revealing a gap. A woman inside the door asked, "Outside?" Shinseai, "Yes." Shinseai repeated what he had said before. The woman guarding the door said, "You can come in if you want, but you have to pay for supplies. The price for temporary and long-term accommodation is different." As soon as the woman finished speaking, Shinseai handed in a few packs of compressed biscuits and a sausage. After handing it over, Shinseai heard the sound of swallowing saliva when the other party accepted it, and then the door continued to rise. It stopped when it was almost enough for an adult to bend over and enter. The person guarding the door inside called out to Shinseai and his group, "Come in, come in." Shinseai cooperated with the woman and hurriedly squeezed in. Seeing that there was no one else outside, the garage door fell down and closed again, isolating the heat from the outside. Without the light outside, Shinseai didn't expect that the entire underground station was not dark. Several dim light bulbs radiated from the deeper inside, and there were also noisy sounds. Shinseai looked down a staircase and saw someone sitting on the ground sleeping at the junction of the steps and the ground, hiding from the shade. Shinseai took his parents and brother down the stairs first, and Wang Yin and the others were behind, and they still needed to hand over some supplies to the woman as a toll. Shinseai walked into the subway station, and the noisy sound became louder and louder. Until she stopped, a bustling market scene unfolded in front of her. The dim yellow lights and the disheveled people formed an endless sea of people, surging up and down. Shinseai secretly marveled. He hadn't seen so many people for a long time. Sometimes the more people there are, the safer it is. Shinseai was completely relieved, and told everyone not to get separated, and then join the crowd. It must be said that Changming Base is still farsighted. It is a good idea to choose to place everyone in the subway station. Compared with the ground, it is much cooler here. Shinseai looked around in a good mood and saw many stalls, all placed along the wall. Those who have strength shouted a few times, and those who don't have strength just let it go. Shinseai visited several stalls in a row. They sold everything, food, and daily necessities, but there was no water or cooling supplies. Just when Shinseai was a little disappointed, she glanced and saw a good thing, an electric fan. She hurried over and asked, "Boss, is your fan still usable?" The boss was an elderly man, and he had long since stopped expecting anyone to take a fancy to the electrical appliances on his stall. After all, how many people can afford electricity now? He didn't react when he heard Shinseai's question suddenly. When she realized what was happening, she kept saying, "It's useful, it's all new. And look, little girl, my fan is different from ordinary fans. It's a cooling fan, you can put ice cubes in it, it's cooler." At this point, the boss was embarrassed. It's good to put ice cubes in it, but who has ice cubes now? However, at this time, another voice sounded, "I want your cooling fan." Chapter 109. A young man in a white shirt came over, ignored Shinseai, and talked to the boss, who was selling cold fans. The boss looked at the man, then at Shinseai, with a look of embarrassment on his face. This business either doesn't come, or it comes in twos, and they both like the same thing. "How about you discuss it?" the boss suggested. The man saw Shinseai at this time, and smiled politely. "So someone else likes this fan? It doesn't matter, I offer a higher price. Or forget it, Chuwang." Beside Chuwang, there was a beautiful woman, thin and weak, and it was obvious that she was carefully raised. Shinseai frowned slightly. Is she overthinking? They both have the surname Chuwang. Will he be related to Chu Han? "Miss, you see." The boss hesitated to speak to Shinseai. Chuwang offered a higher price, so of course he was more willing to do business with Chuwang. Shinseai suppressed the doubts in his heart and said to the boss, "Whatever price he offers, I will offer more than him. It's rare to come across a cold air fan, and it's still new. How can Shinseai let it go? Even if the other party is related to Chu Han, she will order it for the sake of her family's life." Chuwang looked at Shinseai in surprise. "I say, sister, think it over clearly. The price I offer is not comparable to yours. I hope you can stay calm and don't be impulsive." Hearing this, Shinseai turned his head and looked at Chuwang. Shinseai was stunned by this. Chuwang's eyebrows and eyes are actually 3 points like Chu Han. But even if they are similar, The overall appearance and demeanor are still far inferior to Chuhan. Just make an offer, Shen Xiai said. It's not necessarily the case for other things, but when it comes to materials, Shen Xiai is not afraid at all. The food she planted in her space was too much to eat, and she had already harvested a large amount of it and piled it up next to her, not to mention the chicken and duck eggs. As for the source, it is not difficult to explain. It can be said that along the way, it was exchanged with private organizations and bought from the base. Its authenticity is also difficult to trace. Chu Wang did not expect Shen Xiai to be so arrogant. He finally looked at Shen Xiai and looked at him from head to toe. Oh, if he really bids, this woman will cry. Chu Wang, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 camphor woods, and 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot. As Chu Wang's offer sounded, the boss's mouth gradually opened, and at the same time attracted the attention of the people around him. Chu Wang, this is not good? The woman next to Chu Wang whispered, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. After all, she is a young lady, it's okay for us to let her go. Don't worry, you are just too kind. Then, Chu Wang looked at Shen Xiai with a playful face. What's wrong, Xiai? Shen Ning came over at this time. He immediately noticed that there was something wrong between Shen Xiai and Chu Wang, and subconsciously protected Shen Xiai behind him. Brother, I'm fine. Shen Xiai came out from behind Shen Ning and said to the boss, I give you 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 10 eggs, 10 duck eggs, and 3 corns. What? The boss' eyes widened in shock. Eggs, duck eggs, corns. I haven't seen these things for nearly a year and a half, and I almost forgot what they taste like. Chu Wang and his female companion also looked at Shen Xiai in disbelief. Shen Xiai heard a lot of saliva swallowing sounds coming from all around. Chu Wang asked anxiously, You, where did you get these things? Shen Xiai gritted his teeth and made a distressed look. I passed by another base on the way, and finally got them. If it wasn't for the hot weather and the need for a fan, I would not have been willing to take them out. The people around him suddenly realized and were surprised. Is there a base that can breed now? Yes, I heard that the Jingbei base can, and other bases are not ruled out. Don't forget, there are mutant animals. Mutated chickens and ducks can still lay eggs. Change, change. Little girl, I will change them for you. The boss agreed repeatedly, fearing that Shen Xiai would regret it. Although the 2 camphor woods are good, they are not as good as chicken eggs, duck eggs, and corn. After all, he is old and can't go out to work hard like young people. He doesn't have that much courage. He just wants to rely on the base and help the base work to make a living. For him, food that can survive directly is more important. Then wait a moment. Shen Xiai temporarily left the stall and went outside to find his parents. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan had expected this early, and tacitly chose to cooperate with Shen Xiai outside. After Shen Xiai found them, he went to a remote corner, pretended to carefully take the eggs and corn out of the bag, and wrap them in layers of foam packaging. She had a lot of space for these foam bags, which were all brought in some material boxes. After she took the things, she returned to the stall and went to trade with the boss. However, before the transaction, Shen Xiai needed to inspect the goods. The inspection process was also very simple. This was the base, and the base had absolute rules. No one dared to make trouble or cheat under the eyes of the base. After carrying the cold fan to the inspection place, the base staff would power it up and use it to see if the things were intact and whether they could work. It was just a trial run, and no ice cubes would be added to the fan. Shen Xiai could only feel that it could indeed blow out wind. After the transaction, Shen Xiai was satisfied. Shen Ming and Shen Lianshan carried the cold fan out together, put the things down in the parking lot, and came back after putting the things down. It was already half bright outside, and the scorching sun was out, scorching the earth again. Shen Xiai simply found a clean place in the subway station, took a few new clothes that he didn't like before, and spread them on the ground. He was ready to spend the day with his family, and wait until the sun went down before driving to continue his journey. When Shen Xiai was resting, Wang Yin and the others were still walking around. The subway station was too big, and Shen Xiai couldn't find him soon after he came in. It didn't matter, anyway, when it got dark, everyone would leave here and meet at the parking lot. Xiai, you and Ming should go to sleep for a while. Your parents will watch over you. Chen Yulan got a piece of cardboard from some stall, and fanned Shen Xiai as she spoke. They felt sorry for the 2 children, who worked so hard. Shen Xiai smiled and responded, and quickly laid down to rest. She really should have a good rest. Only after a good rest, she would have the energy to drive at night. Shen Xiai closed her eyes. The ground was cool, and with her mother fanning her, she felt like she was back in her childhood, and her heart was extremely at ease. Even though the subway station was very noisy, Shinsiai fell asleep in a short while. She slept until the afternoon, and then she woke up, still confused. Shen Lianshan said, "I just went to see the sky outside. It will be dark in about an hour. Let's take advantage of this to finish dinner." After he finished speaking, Shen Ming took out a can of luncheon meat from his bag, and Chen Yulan also took out a bag of toast from her bag. These things in the backpack were put in by Shinsiai in advance. Otherwise, it would be too fake if nothing was put in. Now it's just right to eat. Everyone checked the food and found that it was good. The things were not put in the backpack for a long time, and they were not bad. Put the luncheon meat in the toast and take a bite. The wheat aroma and salty taste lingered between the tongue and teeth, and satisfied the stomach all the way. As Shinsiai ate, he noticed the envious and eager eyes of the people next to him, and swallowed his saliva from time to time. Shen Ming slightly turned sideways to block the eyes of others. He was tall, and the owners of those eyes quickly understood, and dared not look at him any more. After everyone had filled their stomachs, they saw that it was almost time, so they set out to leave the subway station. This subway station was nice, but it was like everyone was living in a big bunk bed, with no privacy. Shinsiai felt that it was not suitable for her family. If she chose to settle here, the risk of her space being exposed would be too great, so she decided to go to Beijing North. However, before leaving, Shinsiai specifically asked the woman guarding the gate, "Does Changming Base have sunscreen cotton to change?" She remembered that in her previous life, after the extreme temperature came, not long after, a thing called sunscreen cotton was developed in the base in the north, which had a good effect on sun protection and heat insulation. Even the later sun protection clothing was developed from this, which gave everyone hope to survive. The woman was very surprised to hear Shinsiai asking about sunscreen cotton. "Do you know sunscreen cotton?" Sunscreen cotton was developed not long ago. Are the survivors so well informed now? Shinsiai had prepared an excuse. "I also heard along the way that this thing was developed in the north, but I don't know which base it was, so I wanted to ask about it." The woman nodded. "This is not a secret. Not only our base, but other bases have also developed it. It should be said that it is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Several major bases work together, and the results are naturally shared." Shinsiai hurriedly asked, "Can it be sold?" This made the woman frown in embarrassment. The base has the idea of selling it, but the quality is not guaranteed at present. I originally wanted to test it for a while. Are you sure you want it? Yes. Shinsiai was firm. There is no need to worry about the quality. Shinsiai is very sure that the sunscreen cotton made now is of good quality. Since this is the case, the woman can't say anything more. She thought that if others were not afraid of being at a disadvantage, why should she be afraid? So she took Shinsiai to a small window on the other side. There was also a person from the base sitting in the window, dozing off inside. When he saw Shinsiai coming to buy sunscreen cotton, he suddenly became alert. You know, if they sell something, they will also get a very small commission. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. The person in the window handled it for Shinsiai smoothly. During the process, Shinsiai asked Shen Ming to watch here, and she and her parents went back to the car to move a box of instant noodles. In the end, they used a box of instant noodles to buy a roll of sunscreen cotton. After buying things, Shinsiai couldn't wait to return to the underground parking lot. After finding his car, he wanted to experiment whether the size of the sunscreen cotton was enough to cover a car. Shen Ming and Shen Lianshan took over this task, spread out the whole piece of sunscreen cotton, and covered it on the roof of the car. Shinsiai circled the front and back of the car and found that after covering the roof of the car, there was still a small section of sunscreen cotton around. Shinsiai was very satisfied. With the sunscreen and cooling fan, the temperature in the car would drop a lot at once. While they were busy, Wang Yin and his family came back. Seeing that there was something on the roof of Shinsi's car, Wang Yin asked in surprise, "Shinsiai, what is this?" Shinsiai did not hide it from them, and told them about the sunscreen cotton. Wang Yin was very jealous. Unfortunately, she still shook her head and said regretfully, "It's good, but the price is a bit high. We can't afford it." Chapter 110. Now that the sunscreen cotton has just come out, the price will be higher. After it becomes popular, the price will drop. Shinsiai can't wait for the price to drop, so she buys it early and enjoys it early. She doesn't want to make her parents suffer for that little material. After everyone tidied up a little, they set off. This time, it was Shen Lianshan who was responsible for driving. Shen Lianshan felt sorry for the children, who were too tired, So he ignored the dissuasion and strongly asked him to drive for a while. Shen Xiai had to agree. This is also good. Shen Xiai just wanted to operate the newly bought cold air fan. After she turned on the cold air fan, she put some ice and snow in it. Soon, the wind that blew out became cool. Shen Xiai took a deep breath and felt the coolness penetrated into her heart and spleen, and her whole body was comfortable. She really wanted to keep blowing like this, and she was reluctant to leave. "Mom, come over and feel it, it's so cool," Shen Xiai said happily. Chen Yulan urged Shen Ming, "Ming, go quickly. Mom is not hot. You two kids can just enjoy the cool air." Shen Xiai knew her mother would say that, so she hurried over to take Chen Yulan to the cooling fan. "Mom, let's put this fan opposite the sofa seat, and let's all blow it together." With the cooling fan and the sunscreen cotton on the roof, Shen Xiai obviously felt much more comfortable in the car, and even the air became much fresher. It was about midnight when Shen Ming replaced Shen Lianshan and asked Shen Lianshan to go back to the car to rest. But just after the replacement, Shen Xiai found that Wang Yin's van had stopped in front. Shen Xiai got out of the car and ran forward to ask, "What's wrong?" Wang Yin got out of the car and motioned to Shen Xiai. "Shen Xiai, look ahead." Shen Xiai looked in the direction Wang Yin pointed, and saw that in the dark night, the road ahead was wide, with large tracts of bare land on both sides, and several cars parked in disorder. Many people were not in the car, but had a fire outside to spend the night. Shen Xiai wondered, why are they all gathered here? Although he didn't know where these people were going, it seemed that they all wanted to take advantage of the low temperature at night to travel. And Yuexing got out of the cab. "I go over and ask." After she said that, she closed the car door and walked towards the two men closest to her. The two men were sitting by the fire. When they suddenly saw someone approaching, they were alert all over and subconsciously grabbed the handle of the knife at their side. And Yuexing ignored their actions, stopped a few meters away from them, and said, "Two big brothers, we have no ill intentions, we just want to ask, why are you all gathered here and not moving forward?" The two men looked at each other, and one of the men with pockmarks on his face shook his head and said with a heavy face, "It's not possible to pass for the time being, there are mutant cattle and sheep ahead." "What?" And Yuexing was stunned. "Mutant cattle and sheep, and there is another group? Is there no way to get around it?" And Yuexing asked. Another thin and dark man beside him sighed, "How can we get through? This place was a large grassland before the end of the world. It covers a large area. Even if you go around it, there are still cattle and sheep. Yes, everyone can only wait here now, wait for the cattle and sheep to finish eating the grass and leave, and see if we can get through." "Okay, thank you, big brother." And Yuexing thanked him and hurried back to find Shen Xiai. "I found out clearly. They said there are mutant cattle and sheep ahead, so everyone gathered here and didn't dare to get close. They said they had to wait until the cattle and sheep finished eating the grass and left before they had a chance." Shen Xiai was looking at the road ahead with a telescope. Hearing this, he nodded, "I see." Just in front of this road, in the thick night, Shen Xiai saw the faint outlines of cattle and sheep, gathered in groups. She put down the telescope, went to the side of the road, and touched the land. Only then did she find that the land seemed bare, and the green grass on it had been destroyed. But when she touched it with her hand, she could still feel itchy in her palm, and a thin layer of young grass broke through the soil. From this point of view, there may be more young grass growing in front, which will become the food of the mutant cattle and sheep. Shen Xiai observed that according to the current temperature, the grass and trees on the ground had withered long ago. It was probably because the young grass growing here was a non-aggressive mutant plant. She was a little worried. According to the situation, she didn't know how long she had to wait. If you take a detour, you need enough gas to get out. This area used to be a prairie, even as big as a province. What if the herds of cattle and sheep in front of you leave just after you leave? Yu Liang got out of the car. Why don't we wait? This is the only way to do it for now. Shen Xiai returned to the car and told his family about the matter. Shen Ming said, "I drive the car to the side and wait. If it doesn't work, we find a way later." Shen Lianshan also said, "Yes, after passing here, Beijing North is not far ahead. Don't worry. Ci, go get some fresh air first." Chen Yulan took Shen Xiai to sit on the sofa booth and turned to ask Shen Lianshan, "Old Shan, let's make some supper? I rested long enough in Changming Base during the day, and now it's the middle of the night, and I'm hungry." Shen Lianshan, "Okay, let's close the car door and see what delicious food to make." Shen Xiai sat in the seat, blowing the cool breeze from the fan, listening to his parents discussing delicious food, and felt very at ease. The car was powered, and Shen Ming pulled the curtains of the windows around, leaving only one window to observe the situation outside. Taking this opportunity, Shinsi's consciousness entered the space to see how the vegetables were planted in the land in the space. She had planted a bag of grain seeds that Chu Han gave her last time for a while, and it should be almost done now. The fact was as Shinsi expected. She saw that in the space, the first piece of land, corn and other original grains were all grown again, including a square of herbs. Shinsi did not touch the herbs. After all, there were too many mutant animals and viruses in the end of the world, and there was no harm in keeping the herbs. The second piece of land was planted with new food. Shinsi looked at it one by one, reading the records at the same time. There were radishes, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc. There were more varieties than the first piece of land. Great, with so many vegetables, there will be more choices and taste in the future. Shinsi suddenly thought that before the end of the world, his family bought a lot of fruits, and the cores of those fruits could also be used for planting. Shinsi became more and more excited as he thought about it. In this way, their family would always have fruits to eat in the future. Shinsi took out 2 tomatoes and a few eggs from the space. Mom, let's make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Seeing the red tomatoes, Qin Yulan's eyes lit up and she couldn't believe it. This is a tomato? I haven't seen sour, sweet, tender and juicy tomatoes for nearly a year and a half. In this hot weather, it is a blessing to eat a juicy tomato. Seeing that everyone likes it, Shinsi simply takes out a few more from the space, since the space can produce it continuously. She gives everyone a tomato. This is new, let's try it, and see if it tastes good. Okay. Shin Liangshan holds the tomato, and nods excitedly. The tomato has a thin skin and lots of juice. A bite of it will give you a fresh taste in your mouth, dissipating the heat in your body, like a rain in the desert. After eating it you feel alive. Shinsi took out a few more apples from the space. Dad, Mom, I thought we should eat a few apples, save the seeds, and plant them in the ground, so that we will always have fruits to eat at home in the future. Shinming looked at the apples in Shinsi's hand, drooling with greed, and hurriedly said, I go cut them. He took them away. Shinsi chased after him with a smile. Brother, one is not enough. There are still a few. Qin Yulan smiled as she watched the 2 children playing together, and she also came up with an idea. Laozhan, since we are idle anyway, why don't we make a batch of braised eggs and boiled eggs, and we can have them as breakfast in the future. Shin Liangshan agreed again and again. This is a good idea. I asked Osci to get a batch of eggs. Shinsi heard her father's suggestion and simply said, in addition to braised eggs and boiled eggs, let's pickle a batch of salted duck eggs. Salted duck eggs have many uses, and they can enhance the flavor when sandwiched in toast or bread. Okay, I listened to our daughter. Shin Liangshan did what he said, sorting out the eggs and duck eggs that Shinsi took out from the space, as well as salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. Shinsi collected a lot of these seasonings, but used very little, so the stock was very sufficient, so there was no need to feel sorry for them. Shin Liangshan was responsible for pickling salted duck eggs, and Qin Yulan was responsible for cooking braised eggs. After a while, a salty and fragrant smell wafted out of the car. Shin Ming took the time to look at the window. Because their car was parked a little distance away from other people, only close to Wang Yin and the others, and the ventilation system in the car was not turned on, it did not arouse other people's suspicion. Let's turn on the ventilation system later. In this way, they worked until the end of the night, and when the sky was slightly bright in the morning, Shin Liangshan had pickled all the salted duck eggs. Because some materials were still lacking, the salted duck eggs were not pickled authentically, but you can't choose these in the end of the world, it's good to have something to eat. Shinsi put the pickled salted duck eggs into the cabinet opposite the sofa seat. This batch cannot be put into the space yet. After all, the preservation function of the space is too strong, and the salted duck eggs need to be stored for a period of time before they can be mature. Qin Yulan also made the remaining braised eggs. Shinsi saw that the door of Wang Yin's van next to him was opened, and Yu Liang got off first to take a breath. It seems that they have woken up. Shinming asked hesitantly, ACI, should we send them some to try? Shinsi was also a little hesitant about this question. Wang Yin, Yu Liang and Yuexin, their character has been fine all the way down. To be private, Shinsi is willing to share. As for the source of the eggs, it is easy to explain. Whether everyone exchanged supplies in the market or in the Changming city base, they acted separately, and they could explain that the things were exchanged. Shinsi took a disposable bowl to put 3 braised eggs and said, I send them. Okay. Shinsi got off the car. Outside, although the sun had not yet fully risen, A strong heat wave was like the heat from a steamer, making it almost suffocating. Shen Xiai then realized how comfortable his RV was. Yu Liang, we got a bag of eggs a while ago. We were afraid that the eggs would not last long in this weather, so we braised them all. I'm sending 3 to you to taste. Yu Liang rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was hallucinating. Chapter 111. Eggs, still braised, still steaming. The color is so delicious that it makes people drool. There are also a few cuts on the braised eggs, and the golden yolk is faintly visible inside. Gulp. Yu Liang's Adam's apple rolled. Really for us? It's easy to get these eggs. Shen Xiai shoved the bowl into Yu Liang's hand with a smile. Take it. Yu Liang was so happy. Thank you. Shen Xiai, wait, I bring something to your family. Yu Liang returned to the car excitedly. Shen Xiai waited outside the car. At this time, the other people who spent the night in the wild also woke up one after another, and some left the car and went outside to wash up. At this time, a woman hurriedly got off the car not far away, looking panicked. She asked everyone she met, "Hello, may I ask, do you have anything to cool down?" No. What about you? Do you have anything? Please, my husband has a heat stroke and is not conscious. Please save him. We are still suffering. How can we give you anything? That is to say. The woman ran around helplessly and finally begged Shen Xiai. Little girl, do you have anything to cool down? After asking, she turned her head to look at the RV behind Shen Xiai. You have such a beautiful RV at home. You must have something to cool down, right? Please, I'm kneeling for you. The woman bent her knees and knelt down to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai stopped wanting to help her hand, did not move, just looked at her coldly and watched her kowtow on the ground. It's useless for you to beg me. We don't have anything to cool down at home, and all the supplies have been used to exchange for cars. Hearing this, the woman raised her head, and her sunken face was first stunned, then desperate. Shen Xiai couldn't bear to watch any more. If she could, she would be willing to help the woman, but there were so many people here, and it would be troublesome if her family was slightly exposed. Human nature is the most unacceptable thing to gamble with. Shen Xiai, do you want flour from your family? Yu Liang got off the van while speaking. Before he finished speaking, he saw the woman kneeling at Shen Xi's feet and paused. Wang Yin and An Yuexin also came out at this time, and saw this scene. Shen Xiai was helpless. The kneeling woman on the ground saw that Yu Liang's family could take out flour, and her knees immediately turned in the direction, and knelt to Yu Liang and the other two. Do you have anything that can cool you down? Or food is fine. My husband has heat stroke, and the situation is very dangerous now. Please save him, please. The woman kept kowtowing to Yu Liang and the others. Now Yu Liang and the others were at a loss. Yu Liang went up to help the woman up. You get up first. Who would have thought that the woman would take advantage of Yu Liang's inattention and reach out to grab the flour bag in Yu Liang's hand? Fortunately, An Yuexin was quick-witted and took the flour bag back and put it in Shen Xi's hand before the woman succeeded. We don't welcome you here, please leave. An Yuexin said coldly to the woman. Seeing this, the humble flattery on the woman's face disappeared, and she turned to hate. You have food. If you have food, you must have a way to cool down. Why don't you save my husband? The woman seemed to collapse, and was hysterical like crazy. Seeing that people from other directions were looking at them, Shen Xiai felt something was wrong, and said to Yu Liang and the others, let's get in the car and change places. Since the woman refused to leave, they had to leave. Yu Liang and the other two nodded and turned back to the car. But just as everyone was about to get in the car, another large car drove up on the road behind them. Shen Xiai observed the car and found that it was also a motorhome, and it was a relatively large model in terms of height and space. As soon as the car appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Soon, the car stopped after approaching, the door opened, and a person got out of it. When Shen Xiai saw the man's appearance clearly, his brows knitted. Shen Ming slammed the door and walked around Shen Xiai. Why is it him again? Shen Xiai also felt a little depressed, but since they were all going to Beijing North, it was not surprising to meet Zhou Xiangyuan here. In addition to Zhou Xiangyuan, who got out of the car, Fu Shuangshuang also got out of the car. They went to find the nearest person to inquire about the situation, and then turned around and saw Shen Xiai and Shen Ming. Brother, let's get in the car, Shen Xiai said, and returned to the car with Shen Ming and closed the door. What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Chen Yulan was cleaning the RV, and when she saw the children coming back, she asked hurriedly. Shen Xiai relaxed his expression and said, It's okay, Mom. I just ran into Zhou Xiangyuan and Fu Shuangshuang again, and their car is here too. If the mutant cattle and sheep in front don't disperse, it means that everyone will have to wait here all the time. Shen Xiai really doesn't want to stay with Zhou Xiangyuan and Fu Shuangshuang for long. It's okay. Qin Yulan comforted. Let's stay in the car if we have nothing to do and ignore them. Just pretend that we can't see those two people. Shen Xiai nodded. She thought so too. After all, the things of the past life are the past life. This time, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke her, Shen Xiai doesn't want to care about it anymore. Now she lives a good life. Her parents and brother are all safe and sound by her side. Shen Xiai feels that her mood has calmed down a lot. Shen Xiai no longer pays attention to Zhou Xiangyuan and the others, and gives the bag of glutinous rice flour given by Yu Liang to her parents to see if they can make something delicious. But at this moment, Shen Xiai suddenly heard a woman shouting outside. Shen Xiai was startled. You know, the sound insulation effect of the RV is not weak. Could it be that the mutant cattle and sheep in front of the road are aggressive? She hurried to the window and looked outside. This observation made Shen Xiai feel relieved. The mutant cattle and sheep did not come to attack the camp where everyone settled, but the woman who asked for supplies before came to Zhou Xiangyuan, and I don't know what kind of quarrel they had, and was kicked hard by the red hair who was protecting Zhou Xiangyuan. The woman fell to the ground, crying and shouting. Shen Xiai frowned. That woman was pitiful after all. Even if she couldn't help him, she shouldn't treat him in this way. More importantly, Shen Xiai was a little worried that the woman shouting would attract the mutant cattle and sheep in front. It would be bad if the situation developed in a bad direction. Brother, we should pay more attention to the outside next. If the situation is not right, we will retreat. Shen Ming promised. Don't worry, brother will keep a close eye on it. For now, this is the only way. It's a pity that there are no surveillance cameras installed around the car. If surveillance cameras are installed, then sitting in the car, you can always see the situation outside, and you won't be as passive as you are now. Then Shen Xiai watched for a while. The woman suffered a loss, and she didn't ask Zhou Xiangyuan and others for help, nor did she vent her anger. Instead, she got up from the ground and stumbled back. Shen Xiai sighed. In such hot weather, the woman's husband had a heat stroke. If he didn't get relief, he might not live long. Shen Xiai left the window, checked whether the doors and windows in the car were closed, and then took some ice and snow and put them into the cooling fan. With this fan and the sunscreen cotton on the roof, the temperature in the car was much more suitable than outside. Until the evening, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan began to prepare dinner. While preparing, Shen Xiai heard a cry from far away outside. Chapter 112. Shen Xiai opened the door and looked out. In the red evening sky, the crying and shouting in front of the road became clearer, and intermittent calls of husband were issued. It was that woman. Shen Xiai sighed and closed the door. It seemed that the woman's husband did not make it and died. And her husband's death seemed to open the valve in everyone's heart, and everyone else also panicked. It was not a solution to keep parking the car here. If the mutant cattle and sheep did not disperse, would everyone keep parking? The temperature was still rising, and it had exceeded 40 degrees long ago, approaching 50 degrees. Every breath felt like a burning in the lungs. Brother, what's wrong? Shen Xiai asked Shen Ming, who was observing with a telescope. Shen Ming put down the telescope and left the window, his face very heavy. The cattle and sheep are still not scattered. Mutated animals can withstand extreme weather, but humans have not mutated and still have the original physical fitness. How can they withstand it? Comparing endurance with them is simply courting death. ACI, what should we do? Shen Ming asked. Their family has plenty of camphor wood, so it is not impossible to force their way through. The only concern is that others will remember them. There are two other ways. One is to go around and the other is to wait. Shen Xiai felt that whether it was to go around or wait, the cost was too high and it was uncomfortable. Only to force his way through was simple and crude. Shen Xiai quickly made a plan in his mind. She wanted to say force her way through, but before she could say it, the noise outside gradually became noisy. Shen Xiai opened the door again and looked out, and saw that in the wasteland outside, Red Hair went to gather the people in each car and gathered outside. Zhou Xiangyuan licked his dry lips and shouted to everyone, "Everyone listen to me. The temperature is too high now, and the sun is too strong during the day. We can't compete with those mutant cattle and sheep." Of course, everyone understood this truth, but what else could they do? No one wanted to do anything dangerous, and everyone wanted to hide behind others. Then what good ideas do you have? The pockmarked man who was first talked to by An Yuexin asked. Zhou Xiangyuan seemed to be waiting for this question. It's very simple. As long as we lead the mutant cattle and sheep away, we can pass through. You make it simple. Then who should lead them? That's right, either you lead them? The people present were not fools. Those who lead them would most likely lose their lives. Who would be impatient to live? Zhou Xiangyuan had expected everyone to say this. He turned his eyes and fell on a blue car on the side. Isn't there a ready-made bait? As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately awakened. Everyone turned around and looked at the blue car. In the car, the woman's sobbing was still intermittent, and she was unaware of what was happening here. Someone whispered, "Yes, the woman's husband died. At the current temperature, it will soon stink. It's a waste to leave it alone, so why not use it?" I agree. Some people began to raise their hands to express their opinions. But isn't it immoral to do this? What's immoral? Is the dead more important or the living more important? A big man glared. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were still hesitating immediately made up their minds. I agree too. Just like what the big man said, the living are the most important. Shen Xi watched the group of people, led by Zhou Xiangyuan, marching towards the blue car, and the poor woman in the car was obviously still unaware. Shen Ming touched his chin, puzzled. Zhou Xiangyuan summoned other people. Why didn't he summon us? He seemed to be talking to himself, and seemed to be asking Shen Xi. Shen Xi's eyes turned cold. Brother, because we are also the bait he wants to use. Zhou Xiangyuan only left their family, and Wang Yin's family, and that woman, his mind was too obvious. Then shall we retreat? Shen Ming frowned and asked. If they retreat now, Zhou Xiangyuan can't stop them. Shen Xi said firmly. No? She originally wanted to let Zhou Xiangyuan go, but now it seems that this man must not be left. Since he wants to use us, why can't we use him? What are you doing? What are you going to do? Stop it! The woman screamed sharply from the blue car. Shen Xi closed the car door and sighed secretly. She couldn't save the woman. Although she had a gun in her space, firing a gun would not only alarm the mutant cattle and sheep, but also anger the public. The people staying in this camp now all came from various places. If they didn't have some weapons in their hands, how could they survive? Some of them must have guns in their hands. Once a conflict breaks out, the situation will be very unfavorable to their family. After all, Shen Xi cares about her parents and brother, and she also cares about a motorhome, which cannot be damaged. In addition, she can't implicate Wang Yin and the others. Just as he was thinking, someone knocked on the car door of Shen Xi's house. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan both became nervous. Shen Yulan said, "Don't be afraid, I go out and tell them." Shen Xi quickly stopped Shen Yulan. "Mom, don't worry about this matter, just stay in the car, I take care of it." Shen Ming immediately said, "I go with you." Okay. Shen Xi came to the car door and opened it. Outside the door, it was almost the same as Shen Xi guessed. A group of people led by Zhou Xiangyuan seemed to be coming to collect debts from their family. Shen Xi took a rough look around. The woman whose husband had just died had been caught by the group of people, tied up, and her mouth was sealed tightly with tape. Shen Xi looked at Zhou Xiangyuan coldly. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Xiangyuan put on a gentle smile. "Shen Xi, the road ahead is blocked by mutant cattle and sheep, and vehicles can't pass. Everyone is working hard on this matter. Shouldn't your family also show some expression?" Shen Xi frowned. "What do you want to show?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiangyuan smile deepened, and he looked around the RV of Shen Xi's family. "We found 2 baits that can lure away the mutant cattle and sheep, but someone needs to drive the bait for a distance. I think your RV is good." Shen Xi was angry. "Don't even think about it." However, as soon as Shen Xi finished speaking, a black gun barrel appeared from the crowd and pointed at Shen Xi. It was the strong man. Zhou Xiangyuan kindly signaled the strong man not to be impulsive, and then said to Shen Xi, "I advise you not to refuse, otherwise your family will suffer with you." Speaking of family, Shen Xi subconsciously said anxiously, "Don't hurt my parents." Zhou Xiangyuan, that depends on your performance. He seemed to have grasped Shen Xi's weakness. Shen Xi's face was really ugly, and he didn't say anything. Zhou Xiangyuan urged, "My patience is limited." In the end, Shen Xi had no choice but to agree and said, "Zhou Xiangyuan, you better pray that I don't run into you again." Zhou Xiangyuan twisted his ears with his fingers, looking indifferent. Shen Xi turned around and closed the door and walked to the driver's seat. Just when she turned around, Zhou Xiangyuan didn't see the smile of success on her face. Drag bait, right? Shen Xi was happy to do this job, but she was afraid of arousing Zhou Xiangyuan's suspicion, so she pretended to be embarrassed. She will let Zhou Xiangyuan know how to write the word regret later. Chapter 113. After Shen Si sat in the driver's seat, Zhou Xiangyuan and his team tied the body to the back of the RV with a rope, and then tied the woman next to it. The woman was desperate, staring at her husband lying next to her with empty eyes. The body of her husband was skinny, and no longer looked like before. The woman couldn't understand why things turned out like this. She couldn't even keep her husband's body after his death. There would be no one around her in the future. Is there any meaning to live? The woman suddenly felt that it would be good if she died like this. Brother, I need your help, Shen Si said. Shen Ming patted his chest and promised, Tell me, what do you need me to do? I will do it for you. Shen Si was also unambiguous and gestured to Shen Ming. Do you see that blue car? Brother, you will drive it later and follow our RV. Okay. Shen Ming didn't ask the reason. Anyway, as long as his sister asked him to do it, he would believe it unconditionally. Shen Ming opened the car door and got out. Outside, Zhou Xiangyuan and his men had not dispersed. When they saw Shen Ming coming down, they quickly tried to stop him. Where are you going? Shen Ming said angrily. With so many mutant cattle and sheep, do you think one car can lead them away? Zhou Xiangyuan sneered. Of course one car is not enough, but are you so kind? I am sure they are trying to play some tricks again. Fu Shuangshuang on the side snorted coldly. Brother Xiangyuan, Shen Si is very cunning. They must be planning something. After that, the other people in the crowd were unhappy. With so many mutant cattle and sheep, I think they can't use any tricks no matter how powerful they are. This man is right. One car is indeed not enough. Yeah, if we fail to completely lead them away, won't we be in danger? Shen Ming saw the opportunity and took a deep breath and said, If you believe what I said, get out of the way. 2 cars can lead more mutant cattle and sheep away. You should understand this principle. Then why are you so kind? Shen Ming took another deep breath and laughed angrily. I am kind? I just want to have one more car, so that we can have a greater chance of survival. You want to stop this too? We have agreed to lead the mutant cattle and sheep away. What else do you want? If you push me too far, I will die with you. Shen Ming became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes were red. When everyone saw this, they didn't know whether they were really scared or still had a little morality in their hearts, and they didn't say anything in the end. Get out of the way! Shen Ming roared, and the crowd subconsciously and spontaneously made way for him to get the blue car. Shen Si couldn't help but secretly give her brother a thumbs up in her heart. Her brother's acting skills are getting better and better, and he acted quite realistically. Soon, the car started, and Shen Si drove the car slowly forward, out of the wasteland, and onto the road outside. She looked through the rearview mirror, and saw that the blue car driven by Shen Ming also caught up. There was also a woman tied behind the RV. The woman was swaying all over, as if she would fall down at any time. Shen Si slowed down the car to ensure that the woman could keep up, and would not fall to the ground. They drove slowly for about a kilometer. Shen Si saw that the woman behind the car seemed to be unable to hold on, so she simply stopped the car to rest, and took the opportunity to take out the telescope to take a look at Zhou Xiangyuan 1 kilometer away. Looking over, Shen Si saw that Zhou Xiangyuan and the others had all started their cars, and were slowly following behind. Shen Si put away the telescope and focused on the road ahead. About 500 meters away, a large group of mutant cattle and sheep appeared. Even though Shen Si was mentally prepared, the number of mutant cattle and sheep far exceeded her imagination. Not only was the road blocked, but even the wasteland on both sides was endless. Shen Si drove forward another 200 meters, and then stopped the car with a squeak. The mutant cattle and sheep heard the movement and looked over. Shen Ming, who was behind, caught up and broke out in a cold sweat. He opened the car window and said to Shen Si in the car next to him, Si, you can't go any further. If they go any further, the cattle and sheep will smell the food and attack them. It will be troublesome if they are surrounded at that time. Don't worry, Shen Si said. Vegetarian mutant animals generally won't attack people unless they are provoked or they are very hungry. Just look at the size of these mutant cattle and sheep. They are not much bigger than before the apocalypse, which means that they are gentle by nature if they are not provoked. Shen Ming was relieved and asked, What are you going to do? Shen Si asked Shen Ming a question in return. Brother, do you believe me? Shen Ming said firmly, I believe. Then Shen Si had nothing to worry about. I will lead this group of mutant cattle and sheep to attack us later. You drag the corpses, and we will drive back. When we are almost there, you stop the car and quickly return to the RV. We will evacuate from the side. This method is a bit risky. What if the mutant cattle and sheep follow us when we evacuate from the side? Shen Si knew what her brother was worried about, and reminded him, Brother, have you forgotten? We have a lot of camphor wood. Shen Ming suddenly realized, and slapped his forehead. He was stupid. They have a lot of camphor wood. Even if the mutant cattle and sheep follow them, what's the big deal? At most, 2 sticks will be burned. How fast are they? Shen Ming was most worried about this problem. Shen Xiai only gave him 2 words, very fast. After all, they are mutant animals. Even if Zhou Xiangyuan and the others reacted and drove away, they had so many cars. First of all, turning around in a panic would be a hassle. In addition, most of this place is wasteland, and the road surface is extremely uneven. It is only a matter of time before the mutant cattle and sheep catch up. Shen Xiai originally wanted to exchange with Shen Ming, and she would drive the blue car, but considering that her skills were not as agile as her brother, this matter could only be done by her brother. Shen Ming had no objection to this. After the two agreed, they did it. Shen Xiai took out several thick camphor woods from the space, and moved them out of the car with Shen Ming, and then took out the ropes, and tied them to the back and sides of the car body. These ropes were obtained in Jiangnan City before. The remaining length was not enough for tying. Shen Xiai untied the woman, who was tied to the back of the car as bait, and used the ropes that tied her. The woman looked at the 2 people busy in front of her, and never expected that they would not kill her. You? Don't kill me. Shen Xiai tied a knot hard, and took the time to reply, Why kill you? You haven't hurt me. She would only kill people who tried to hurt their family. Shen Xiai thought she was in the way, and said, Although I won't kill you, I do need your husband's body. You have 2 choices now. The first is to leave by yourself, and the second is to get in the car and leave by yourself after you get out of here. Hearing this, the woman was even more surprised. She couldn't help crying out loud with her mouth pursed, I get in the car, please, just take me away from here. As for her husband's body, she didn't care so much now. It was a gift from God that she still had a chance to survive. Shen Xiai was afraid that her crying would attract mutant cattle and sheep, so he quickly stopped her. Stop crying. Get on. Okay. The woman didn't dare to cry anymore, and climbed into the RV obediently. After tying the camphor wood and moving the body to the back of the blue car, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming returned to the car, turned the car around, and headed back to the way they came. Shen Xiai took out a gun, stuck his head out, and aimed at the mutant cattle and sheep behind him. With a bang, the bullet hit an unknown mutant cattle and sheep. A miserable howl sounded, and the sheep and cattle were immediately angry, their eyes fixed on the 2 cars. At the same time as they moved their hooves, Shen Xiai also moved, and stepped on the accelerator, and the car was ejected like a cannonball. Shen Ming next to him was not willing to fall behind, dragging a corpse to attract the attention of the mutant cattle and sheep behind him. At this time, Zhou Xiangyuan and others were driving the car to catch up, and suddenly heard a sound of shaking the earth from the front. Fu Shuangshuang subconsciously climbed Zhou Xiangyuan's arm. What happened? Her climb caused Zhou Xiangyuan's hand to almost lose control of the steering wheel, and he was so angry that he slapped Fu Shuangshuang. Shut up. Fu Shuangshuang's face was crooked by the slap, but she didn't dare to say a word. A feeling of panic rose in Zhou Xiangyuan's heart. He quickly stopped the car and took out a telescope to observe. But Zhou Xiangyuan almost peed himself on the spot after this observation. He saw that the 2 cars driven by Shen Xiai and his team had actually returned, and behind their cars, there was a group of mutant cattle and sheep following like a wave. The earth-shaking sound was made by the hooves of cattle and sheep. Turn around. Turn around. Some people reacted faster and turned the steering wheel first. But, in order to pass as quickly as possible, they were afraid that the mutant cattle and sheep that were led away would come back soon, so all the cars rushed forward and did not follow the order. At this time, more than a dozen cars turned around at the same time, and the sound of bang-bang collisions rang out one after another. Are you looking for death? Can you drive? Shen Xiai looked at the convoy that was getting closer and closer in front of him, and saw that they had lost their composure first. She saw the opportunity to stop the car, and Shen Ming next to her was already prepared. He also stopped the car, got out quickly, and climbed into the RV driven by Shen Xiai in 3 or 2 steps. Then Shen Xiai stepped on the accelerator, the RV roared, turned around, and drove to the side in time before the mutant cattle and sheep behind them arrived. Get out of the way! Shen Lianshan grabbed a burning camphor wood with both hands, drove away Shen Ming who had just got on the car, and quickly stretched the camphor wood out of the door. The mutant cattle and sheep that had broken away from the team and caught up with them immediately slowed down when they smelled the scent of camphor wood and dared not get closer. Shen Xiai drove hard while constantly observing the rear with the rearview mirror. He saw that the large group of mutant cattle and sheep that they had attracted were still following the original route and chasing Zhou Xiangyuan and the others. The few who broke away from chasing them were restrained by the smell of camphor wood and posed no threat. At this time, Zhou Xiangyuan was so angry that he wanted to skin Shen Xi alive. He looked at the mutant cattle and sheep herds that were getting closer and closer from behind. They were like endless waves and a mountain, bringing fear that could destroy everything. His heart sank straight to the bottom of the valley. The whole convoy was in chaos, with more than a dozen cars driving and crashing in disorder, creating sparks. The last car was the first to be caught up by the mutant cattle and sheep. The whole car body was pushed into the air, then fell heavily, and was finally trampled by countless hooves. As for the people in the car, they couldn't even scream. Zhou Xiangyuan was so scared when he saw the scene. Chapter 114. Fu Shuangshuang no longer cared about her image. Her nose and tears were running, and she urged Zhou Xiangyuan loudly, "Drive faster. Drive faster. Shut up." Zhou Xiangyuan roared angrily. If he hadn't been driving with a steady hand, he would have kicked Fu Shuangshuang off. Fu Shuangshuang didn't dare to speak anymore. She curled up into a ball, tears streaming down her face. She tried so hard to survive, and even sacrificed her family for it. Was she going to die here today? Behind her, the rumbling sound of the earthquake was getting closer and closer, and the dust rolled forward, chasing everyone's car. Fu Shuangshuang saw the scenery outside the car window becoming more and more blurred, submerged in the earthy yellow dust. The next second, she felt the vehicle under her fly up, and after a dizzy spin, it fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Zhou Xiangyuan's desperate shouts came to her ears. Fu Shuangshuang did not shout. She looked down with her eyes through the broken car window, and saw a small RV driving away in the rolling dust. It was Shen Xi's car. A mouthful of blood mixed with organs spit out from Fu Shuangshuang's mouth. Fu Shuangshuang's eyes gradually became blurred, and she thought of Shi Qiushui in a trance. Unfortunately, the person who loved her most in this world had already died. And at this moment, accompanying her was Zhou Xiangyuan, who had also died a long time ago, and whose body was trampled into a meat pie. Shen Xi drove the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the tires rolled over one pit after another, causing the car body to rise and fall, and drove quickly on the wasteland. And in front of her was Wang Yin's van. When Shen Xi decided to stay and deal with Zhou Xiangyuan and his group, he asked Wang Yin and the other two to drive away in advance. However, Shen Xi knew them well, and was afraid that they would not go too far, and would stop somewhere ahead to wait for her. Shen Xi did not want to involve them, but she did not have a mobile phone at the moment, and could not notify them. She had to focus on driving. Shen Ming, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan behind her were all trying to deal with the mutant cattle and sheep that were chasing them. Fortunately, their family was well prepared. With the camphor wood, these mutant cattle and sheep dared not get too close no matter how fast they were. Shen Xi turned the steering wheel and drove the car towards the north of Beijing. These mutant cattle and sheep might not be shaken off for a while, so they could only think of a way after entering the city. At this time, the sky above was completely dark, and the road ahead was pitch black. Only the headlights of the car could barely illuminate a section of the road, but the mutant cattle and sheep chasing behind the car were not disturbed by the darkness. Shen Xi felt a little nervous. It would not be a problem if they continued running like this. If there were any obstacles ahead, and they had to take a detour, it would be easy to get into trouble. Shen Xi thought that if it really didn't work, he could only use the last method, which was to drive away while throwing a camphor wood every few steps. It was a bit painful, but the effect must be very good. Shen Xi kept calculating in her mind and drove to the edge of the land. From a distance, she saw the outline of a van. As the distance got closer, Shen Xi became more and more certain that it was Wang Yin's car. Shen Ming also recognized them. Shen Ming shouted at the van in front, "Go!" Fortunately, Wang Yin and the others reacted quickly. Almost at the same time as Shen Ming spoke, the van started. And Yuexin in the car opened the door and leaned out half of her body to observe the mutant cattle and sheep chasing after Shen Xi and the others. She counted them and found that there were about 10 in total, which was a very unfriendly number. And Yuexin took out the gun she carried with her, aimed at the sheep in front, and fired a shot. The head sheep screamed, but unfortunately it didn't hit the vital part. In addition, the mutant animals were tenacious, and it was not so easy to die. And Yuexin didn't give up and fired another shot. She fired several shots in a row, but the effect was not very good. The mutant cattle and sheep were too fast, and Yuexin had not received professional training, and it was difficult to hit the vital part. It was thanks to the large size, large number and concentration of the mutant cattle and sheep that her bullets did not fall into the air. And Yu was discouraged and had to put down her gun unwillingly. On the other side, Shinming also raised his gun and tried to attack the mutant cattle and sheep, but he had the ability to aim. But because of the angle, he had no chance to shoot. Seeing that the road ahead was about to drive out of this wasteland, a huge lake was lying at the end of the road. What you fear is what you get, so you could only go around. Shen Xiai saw Wang Yin and his car paused, turned around and drove to the road beside the lake, and she followed closely. But this turn also made the mutant cattle and sheep chasing behind close the distance rapidly. Shin Ming was originally helping his parents drive away the mutant cattle and sheep with camphor wood, but in this way, let alone driving them away, they almost fell out of the car because of the inertia generated when turning. Shin Ming quickly steadied himself and brought his parents into the car. Shen Xiai saw this thrilling scene through the rearview mirror, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Shen Xiai decided not to hesitate any longer, and took out the camphor wood in the space, and threw it out while driving to isolate the mutant cattle and sheep chasing behind. Who knew that when she was about to do this, several white lights suddenly passed by her eyes, and then a gunshot was heard, and the bullet hit a mutant big bull with a bang. Shen Xiai was startled by the gunshot, and the steering wheel shook. However, when she realized that there was no malice in the bullets fired by the other party, she quickly stabilized her mind. Shen Xiai turned her head and looked to the side and front. There was a convoy also driving along the lake and heading towards them. A rough look showed that there were at least 4 or 5 large vehicles. Shen Xi's brows could not help but gather. There are many cars, which means there are many people. If there are many people, if the other party has ill intentions towards them, then they will be at a disadvantage. Shen Xi's heart sank, but now the mutant cattle and sheep were chasing behind her, and she couldn't stop the car. If she turned around and went back to the direction she came from, all her efforts would be wasted. Shen Xiai could only bite the bullet and meet the 4 or 5 large cars. When they got closer, the other party stopped their cars one by one, and a group of people with guns got out of the cars. Shen Xiai took a look and blinked. These cars were actually similar to the military armored vehicles of the Jinan base. Looking at the people who got off the car, their movements with guns were like guards. This place is very close to the Jingbei base. Could they be? While Shen Xiai was hesitating, a slender figure got out of the open car door. When he saw that person, Shen Xiai subconsciously stepped on the brakes and almost wondered if he was hallucinating. Chu Han, why is he here? Shen Xiai hurriedly stopped the car and stared blankly at Chu Han, who was wearing a combat uniform, walking towards her, knocking on her car window with his knuckles. Shen Xiai pulled down the car window, and Chu Han's handsome face appeared in front of her again. For some reason, when she saw Chu Han, Shen Xiai suddenly felt that her tense body relaxed. The fatigue of rushing on the road during this period of time, plus the fear of being chased by mutant cattle and sheep just now, seemed to have found a way to vent. Don't worry, it's safe now. Listening to Chu Han's familiar voice, Shen Xi's eyes suddenly turned red. Behind her car, the dozen mutant cattle and sheep were shot crazily by a group of guards with guns, and a large number of them were knocked down in a short while. Chapter 115. Shen Xiai listened to the fierce gunshots and felt her ears buzzing. However, with Chu Han by her side, she felt particularly at ease. She got out of the car, and a young and handsome guard came up and reported to Chu Han, "Boss, we caught 2 sheep, 1 big and 1 small, and 2 calves." Gu Song said, and asked his subordinates to put the cattle and sheep tied with iron chains in front of Chu Han and report to Chu Han. Shen Xiai observed the cattle and sheep and saw that they were all thrown on the ground, still howling and struggling. Well done. Chu Han praised Gu Song. Gu Song smiled foolishly and scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Chu Han stretched out his hand and used his long fingers to pick up the hair on the belly of the big sheep, and saw that the sheep's belly was bulging. Shen Xiai was surprised. Is this sheep pregnant? Yes, sister-in-law, Gu Song said. His loud voice caused all the other guards, who were cleaning the battlefield, to look at him in surprise. Shen Xiai was at a loss. I'm not. She was about to explain, but before she could finish, all the guards laughed and shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Shen Xiai, eh? The voice was so loud that it drowned out her explanation. Shen Xiai looked at Chu Han awkwardly, thinking that Chu Han would stop his men. Chu Han said nothing, with a smile in his eyes, and took her hand. Chu Han's palm was broad and warm, with a thin layer of calluses on the palm, and Shen Xiai was reluctant to let go for a while. Send a car to transport the living ones back to the base breeding farm, and send the dead ones to the laboratory building for those old men to study. Chu Han explained. Gu Song responded, yes. Boss. Gu Song immediately ordered people to do it. Chu Han had time to ask Shen Xiai, are you okay just now? Shen Xiai shook his head. Don't worry, it's okay. She had originally prepared to abandon a batch of camphor wood, but she didn't expect Chu Han to come. How come you are here? Shen Xiai asked. Chu Han glanced at the guards busy in front of him under the illumination of the car lights, and replied, the base received news that a large number of mutant cattle and sheep appeared in this area, and they wanted to catch some for research. Shen Xiai was stunned, thinking of the breeding area Chu Han mentioned just now. Her expression gradually became horrified. The base is not planning to raise them for food, right? Eating mutant animals is not impossible, but mutant animals have eaten people. At least Shen Xiai can't get over the hurdle in her heart. She can't do it. Chu Han seemed to have guessed what Shen Xiai was thinking, and said with a smile, what are you thinking? We have already investigated in advance. This grassland is too large, and there are no buildings. After the end of the world, basically no one dares to enter here, so these mutant cattle and sheep have not eaten people yet, and they only live on the mutant grass on the ground. If they have never eaten people, then there is really no need for psychological pressure. If they can be controlled, everyone can have more food. Shen Xiai nodded. If so, we should try breeding. But just think about it, the strength and speed of mutant cattle and sheep are not ordinary. It is not easy to control them and raise them. And if you really want to raise them, then the mutant grass must be transplanted back to the base and planted on a large scale. This is a big project, and ordinary people will definitely not be able to do it, but if it is replaced by the Jingbei base. Thinking of this, Shen Xiai hurriedly asked, have you joined the Jingbei base? Chu Han nodded, but his face was a little hesitant. He opened his mouth to say something to Shen Xiai, but at this time, a guard came up and said, boss, the bodies have been dealt with. The detectives in front sent a message saying that the mutant cattle and sheep here had a large-scale riot not long ago. After hearing this, Chu Han subconsciously looked at Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai felt a little guilty. Chu Han said, there are not many kilometers left from here to the Jingbei base. Shen Xiai, take your family and go to the base to settle down first. I will find you after I finish the task at hand. Knowing that Chu Han had a task, Shen Xiai did not delay him and hurriedly responded. After that, Shen Xiai returned to the car and continued to start the vehicle. Before leaving, Shen Xiai looked at Chu Han, who was still standing outside the car window, and Chu Han also looked over. Shen Xiai calmed his mind, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove towards the thick night ahead. After driving for about half an hour, Shen Xiai finally found the Jingbei base according to the signs on the road. Unlike the previous life, the location of the Jingbei base has changed this time, and it is built on a plateau. Shen Xiai stopped the car in front of the gate and looked up. Under the night sky, huge metal-like walls stood tall and extended to the end of the site on both sides. Shen Xiai felt that his body and the whole car looked very small under the high wall, like a toy in the palm of a giant. Shen Ming was amazed. This is Jingbei base? Even without seeing the interior, the outer wall alone is enough to shock people. It is worthy of Jingbei. Shen Xiai did not expect that the Jingbei base in this life was built more perfectly than in the previous life. Next to them, Wang Yin and his team stopped their car. And Yuexin got out and knocked on the metal door that was 3 or 4 meters high. However, after knocking for a while, no one opened the door. And Yuexin gave up knocking and walked to the side of Shen Xi's car. Shen Xiai pulled down the window and asked, how is it? And Yuexin shook her head, no one, and I didn't hear any movement inside. Shen Xiai thought for a moment, it's early morning now, and the base is probably locked. Let's come back and have a look after daybreak. Okay. And Yuexin returned to the van. They led the way in front, chose the direction to the left of the gate, and drove along the wall, while Shen Xiai set off to follow behind. After following for about 500 or 600 meters, not far ahead, several groups of fire slowly lit up in the darkness. In addition to the fire, Shen Xiai also saw several cars parked in the wild. Those fires were people getting out of the cars, roasting food outside. Shen Ming said, it seems that they all came to seek refuge in the base. Just wait until dawn when the base opens. ACI, let's wait here too, Shen Ming suggested. Shen Xiai had no objection, and drove the car to an open space and stopped. Their arrival did not attract too many people's attention. After all, this place was just outside the base, and no one dared to make trouble under the nose of the base. Shinsi observed that the people here were surprisingly peaceful, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. After turning off the car, Shinsi hurriedly left the driver's seat and ran to the sofa seat at the back to get some fresh air. After driving all the way, she was almost fainted by the heat. Until the cool breeze from the fan blew, Shinsi felt alive again. Shinming handed Shinsi a bottle of water. I told you to let me drive. It's uncomfortable now, right? Shinsi took the water and gulped down a few big mouthfuls. She didn't want to drive, but it was a critical moment to escape, and Shinsi would feel at ease only if she held the steering wheel in her own hands. After entering the base, she had to find a place to take a shower. Si, are you hungry? How about mommy make you something to eat? Qin Yulan looked at the people outside making fire and cooking, and thought that the two children were so hard-working, so she had to make something to help them recover their strength. It just so happened that Shinsi had been hungry for a long time. Okay, Mom, I want to eat something sweet. Chen Yulan smiled and agreed. Okay. Shen Shan, who was standing by, started to help, and saw that the bag of glutinous rice flour given by Yu Liang was still on the table, and smiled. How about we make glutinous rice balls to eat? Chapter 116. Shinsi's mouth was watering when he heard the sweet and fragrant glutinous rice dumplings. Let's make glutinous rice dumplings. Shinsi said happily, taking out red beans from the space. It will taste better if we add some red beans. Qin Yulan made the decision. Okay, I listened to Si. She and Shen Lianshan started to work on making red bean paste glutinous rice dumplings. Shinming had nothing to do, so he got off the car and walked around outside the car. This was also to scare others, so that they would not dare to provoke him. Shinsi entered the space with his consciousness, dealt with the plants in the land, collected eggs and duck eggs, and fed the chickens and ducks with a handful of feed. Now the number of chickens and ducks in the space is much larger than before, and the food can also be fed with grown grains. After the Beijing North Base is settled, we will have to collect cash again to see if the space can evolve more functions. Shinsi planned happily. Soon, Qin Yulan and Shen Lianshan kneaded the glutinous rice balls, poured oil into the pan, and fried the balls. As the frying sounded, the air was filled with a strong wheat aroma. Outside the car window, the early night was still dark, but no one was sleepy. Wang Yin and Yu Liang stayed in the car and ate bread. They saw the RV of Shinsi's family next to them, and there was a warm light leaking through the gap in the curtains. Wang Yin couldn't help but envy. Shinsi is really amazing. We came out of Tianlan community together. Facing the end of the world, everyone was panic-stricken, but their family seemed to have a way to get through it no matter how terrible the things they encountered were. Not only can they get through it, but they can also make their family have enough food, and even they have benefited from it many times. Yu Liang also said, yes, fortunately, we showed goodwill to Shinsi's family at the beginning. Otherwise, you might not even survive the journey to the Jianan base. The dumplings are here. Qin Yulan brought a bowl of fragrant fried glutinous rice dumplings to the table. Shinsi leaned over the table, looking at the golden and crispy fried glutinous rice dumplings on the table, his stomach growling with hunger. Try it now, Qin Yulan urged. Shinsi picked up a glutinous rice dumpling and took a bite. The crispy sound bloomed between his teeth, and the dense red bean paste flowed out of the soft and glutinous dumpling. Be careful of the heat, Qin Yulan reminded. Shinsi was prepared, and his heart was immediately occupied by the sweet taste. Delicious. It was bouncy and chewy, not greasy at all. Shen Lianshan also brought another plate of glutinous rice dumplings to the table. If it tastes good, eat more. Xiao Yang and the others gave us a lot of flour, so we can continue to make it next time if we want to eat it. Qin Yulan asked, then should we send some over for them to try? After asking, Qin Yulan and Shen Lianshan turned their heads and subconsciously looked at Shinsi. Shinsi squinted his eyes from eating so much, and replied, it's okay to send some over. The flour was given by Yu Liang, a big bag, and they should give some back. Shen Ming volunteered. I go and deliver it. He picked out 7 or 8 glutinous rice dumplings, put them in a disposable plate, and got out of the car to deliver them to Yu Liang and the others. Knocked on the door of the van, and it was not Yu Liang or Wang Yin who opened the door, but Yuexin. And Yuexin looked at him coldly, and Shen Ming suddenly avoided her gaze, not daring to look at her, and stuttered, my family just made glutinous rice dumplings, and sent some to you to try. And Yuexin looked at the round, plump glutinous rice balls, swallowed her saliva subconsciously, and took the plate. Thank you. At the same time, her fingertips accidentally touched Shen Ming's fingers. Shen Ming's ears suddenly turned red, and he quickly let go and went back to the RV. Shen Si was full and drowsy. After sleeping for about 2 hours, the sky was bright again, and the scorching sun came out, scorching the earth like a steamer. Shen Si saw that the vehicles outside the window were hurriedly driving away. Thinking that the gate of the base was open, she quickly called Shen Ming to drive. This place is only a few hundred meters away from the gate of the base, and it will be there in a short while. When he came to the huge outer wall of the base again, Shen Si still sighed in his heart. It must be said that the construction of the Beijing North Base is really powerful, and the sense of security is overwhelming. Those with cars go to the side, and those without cars come to my side. A guard shouted at the door with a loudspeaker. Shen Ming decisively turned the steering wheel and went to the team next to him, lining up behind each car. Shen Si leaned out of the window to see how the cars in front were being inspected. There were more people responsible for inspection here. In addition to handing over supplies, they also had to inspect vehicles. Shen Si's team was better. There was no team next to him. A row of survivors could only line up in the sun, and soon someone fell down. Screams and commotion spread, and someone asked the inspector for help, but the inspector didn't even give them a look. After a minute or two, the sound of falling down came from the crowd again. "Dad! Dad! Wake up!" A young man cried out with a crying voice, but the man who fell to the ground had his eyes closed, and his whole body was sunburned red, like a dried human, and the exposed skin was cracked. This scene frightened everyone around, and they spontaneously stepped aside. The young man cried and begged for help from the people around him. "Save my dad, please! Save my dad!" But no matter how he begged for help, the people around him only showed sympathy on their faces, and no one offered to help. A kind-hearted person reminded, "Young man, it's useless to beg us. We can't protect ourselves. You should ask the base for help." The base was right in front of him, and there must be medical facilities inside. The man had no choice but to walk out of the crowd and go to the front to ask for help from the inspectors. "Sir, I beg you, please save my dad, okay? I kneel down for you." The man knelt down in front of several inspectors with a thump. The inspectors were finally willing to raise their eyelids and take a look at the survivors who fell at the back of the team. One of the men said coldly, "Queue up and hand in the supplies." The young man stood up hurriedly and grabbed the inspector. "I have supplies, I have supplies. I give them to you. Can we enter the base now? Are you deaf or blind if I ask you to queue up? My dad will die if you queue up again. Can't you make some concessions?" The man collapsed and yelled, "You obviously have the ability to save people. Why don't you save them? Don't the lives of ordinary people like us have lives? Hey, Captain Chu, there are people making trouble at the door." The RV of Shen Si's family has been queued up a distance. Shen Si saw an inspector reporting to someone with a walkie-talkie and vaguely heard the name Captain Chu. Captain Chu. Could it be Chu Han? But wasn't Chu Han doing a mission outside to catch mutant cattle and sheep? He returned to the base so soon. Shen Si queued up while waiting for Chu Han to appear. About 4 or 5 minutes later, a modified car drove out of the base. As several inspectors kowtowed and bowed, the driver's door opened. The driver got out of the car, opened an umbrella, and trotted to the passenger door to help the person sitting in the passenger seat open the door. A man in casual clothes got out of the passenger seat, and the driver held an umbrella for him to look at the people queuing outside. When he looked around, Shen Si saw his face clearly and was startled. It was Chu Wang. Chapter 117. "Captain Chu, this is the man who is causing trouble at the door." 2 inspectors captured the young man and made him kneel in front of Chu Wang. The young man refused to accept and struggled desperately. "You scumbags, you are obviously capable of saving people, but you are unwilling to do so. In your eyes, we ordinary people are not human beings at all. We are slaves." The young man cursed more and more fiercely, and some people in the crowd nodded secretly. The inspector saw that the situation was not right, and carefully glanced at Chu Wang's face, but saw that Chu Wang had a peaceful smile on his face. This smile made the inspector's heart skip a beat, and he punched the young man in the face. "Shut up." Chu Wang raised his hand to stop him. Let him continue talking. The young man was beaten, his body tilted to one side, but his head turned around, staring at Chu Wang with more and more anger. "You are not helping people who are dying. You are not human at all." After saying that, he shouted to all the people in line behind him, "Everyone, look. The base is not helping people who are dying. We are not helping today, but what about tomorrow? Who knows when it will be your turn?" Bang! A huge gunshot exploded, and the young man shouting stopped instantly. A cluster of blood flew out from the back of the young man's head and spilled on the hot ground, making a faint hissing sound. Chu Wang smiled and put away his gun asking the inspector beside him, "Is there anyone else making trouble?" The inspector was already stunned, just shaking his head blankly. I had heard that Captain Chu seemed easygoing and approachable, but in fact, the more he smiled, the more dangerous he was. But no matter how dangerous it was beyond the inspector's expectations. The inspector thought that Captain Chu would take the young man back to the base and teach him a lesson. After all, he had done so before, but he didn't expect that today. "Captain Chu, this won't be too bad?" Chu Wang glanced and said with a smile, "Slandering the base and maliciously inciting people, such people are not suitable to stay in the base." "Then why not drive them away?" The inspector pursed his lips, but didn't say this sentence. "The young man is dead, and he has to stay in the base. Do you know what to do in the future?" "Yes, Captain Chu," the inspector replied respectfully. Chu Wang threw the gun to the driver, who took it, opened the passenger door for Chu Wang, and took Chu Wang back into the base. The storm was quickly calmed down, leaving only the body of the young man lying on the ground. Some base personnel came out, lifted the body of the young man and other people who died of heat in the crowd, and drove them to other places. Everyone was very quiet during the whole process, quietly queuing, quietly watching the base personnel deal with the bodies, but Shen Xiai saw a strong panic on everyone's faces. Shen Lianshan was indignant. Why did he kill people randomly? "Shoo! Dad, keep your voice down," Shen Xiai reminded. Although they were in the RV, which had good sound insulation, they still had to be as cautious as possible. Chen Yulan frowned and said, "This Jingbei base doesn't look so easy to stay in. The people inside dared to shoot and kill people in front of so many people. For them, killing a person is as simple as crushing an ant, and they don't care." Shen Xiai also felt that this was not normal. In the previous life, the hierarchy of the Jingbei base was also very strict, but I had never heard of the base shooting and killing people for a disagreement. However, it might be because she lived in a refugee camp at the time, and had no chance to contact the people above. She only heard the name of one person, a commander named Chu. Shen Xiai had suspected before that the commander in the previous life might be Chu Han, but now seeing Chu Wang. "Yulan, did you notice that the Captain Chu just now looked a bit like Chu Han?" It would have been fine if Shen Lianshan hadn't said it, but once he said it, Chen Yulan also felt that they looked a bit alike. You know what, they do look a bit alike. But although they look alike, the overall feeling they give people is far different, like a sloppy, low-profile version of Chu Han. They also have the surname Chu. Shen Lianshan pondered, will they have any connection? Chen Yulan said, but didn't Shan say before that he had no family? Not necessarily, maybe he had a conflict with his family, and he just pretended that he had no family in his heart. Shen Lianshan said. This guess is very likely. Looking at the style of the Captain Chu just now, it's obvious that he is not easy to get along with, completely different from Chu Han. It seems normal for Chu Han to have a quarrel with his family. At this time, Shen Ming hissed and suddenly said, I remember OCI, this Captain Chu, isn't he the Chu Wang we met in Changming Base last time? At that time, Chu Wang was accompanied by a female companion, and offered to compete with their family for the air conditioner. Shen Xiai nodded, it's him. Shen Xiai found that Chu Wang looked a bit like Chu Han at that time. Now that Chu Wang is also in the base, Shen Xiai doesn't believe that there is no relationship between the two of them. Looking at Chu Wang in the base, his status seems to be not low. Shen Xiai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, it was their family's turn to be inspected. Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan stayed in the car to deal with the people who came to check, while Shen Xiai and Shen Ming went to the registration office to register. The registration staff asked, refugee slums, civilian areas, rich areas, where do you want to live? Shen Xiai decisively said, rich areas. Hearing this, the registration staff looked up at Shen Xiai in surprise. After all, only a small number of people can afford to live in the rich areas, but people who come to the Jingbei base come from all over the world, and there are many hidden talents among them. So the registration staff was slightly surprised and continued to register as usual. After registration, Shen Xiai paid some chicken and duck eggs, plus a few kilograms of rice as a month's rent. When the registration staff saw these supplies, a trace of surprise still flashed across his eyes, but he didn't say more. After all, there are more than one base in the country now, not to mention many private organizations. It is not too difficult for some capable places to grow crops and raise chickens and ducks. After getting 4 passes, Shen Xiai went back to the RV. And behind their house, there was another RV, and someone also came down to hand in supplies, and put a bag of things on the table with a bang. Shen Xiai looked out the window, and saw the registration staff open the package, which turned out to be a glass tank of fresh Crucian carp. What is most lacking here is capable people. Shinsei retracted his gaze and drove the car along the sign towards the rich area. Along the way, Shinsei looked at the situation inside the base. Whether it was the streets or the small shops along the streets, they had a certain scale. They were not as beautiful as the city scenery before the end of the world, but they looked like those in peacetime. This place has developed very maturely. And Shinsei also saw that most of the houses and passing vehicles were covered with sunscreen cotton to resist the scorching sun. However, the scorching sun was blocked, but the high temperature in the air itself could not be blocked. So most of the shops were closed, and only a few opened the door and tried to do business. Shinsei's family came to the rich area, and after going through many checkpoints, they finally entered the interior. It was a row of 7-story small buildings. From the outer wall, the walls were reinforced with unknown materials. Shinsei found his building according to the number on the pass, and went up to the 5th floor. As soon as he opened the door, Shinsei was still a little surprised. The houses in the rich area are indeed different. There is only one household on the entire floor, no neighbors, and the hard furnishings inside are all installed. Chapter 118. Shinsei thought, since it is a wealthy area, there should be more conveniences. She hurried to the bathroom and turned on the faucet to take a look. As expected, clear water flowed out from the faucet. The water should have been treated by the base and cannot be drunk, but it is fine for washing. Shinsei couldn't wait and turned on the water to take a bath and wash her hair. But after she finished washing, it was only about half an hour, and the faucet was out of water. Why is there no water? Shinsei asked curiously. She turned it on several times, but there was no water at all. Let me take a look. Shen Lianshan walked in, checked the sewer pipe, frowned and said, the pipe is not broken, it should be out of water. There was water just now, but it is out now. Is there a fixed amount of water every day? Originally, Shinsei wanted everyone in the family to take a shower, but now they can't take a shower. Shen Lianshan said, let's see tomorrow. That's the only way. Shinsei thought about going to the base tomorrow to find out the situation. When there was a queue at the entrance of the base before, there were many survivors coming to seek refuge, and the inspectors and registration staff were too busy to stop, so they didn't explain the situation in detail. Shinsei could only go and find out by himself. She helped her parents clean up the house, put the bowls and cooking utensils in the kitchen. After all, in such a hot weather now, cooking can no longer be done in the room. After cleaning up these, Qin Yulan was in a good mood and cooked vegetable soup for everyone. The vegetables were grown in Shinsei's space, and with the seasoning, a pot of fresh and fragrant vegetable soup was cooked. It was hot, and Shinsei had no appetite at the time. He drank a sip, and the freshness went into his stomach, and he felt refreshed. For dinner, everyone had vegetable soup and didn't eat much else. Shinsei took out some more ice and snow from the space, put some into the cooling fan, and put some into the basin, placed it next to the bed, to cool down the bedroom. Chen Yulan and Shen Lianshan each took a piece of cardboard and fanned everyone slowly. Although the air was still hot and stuffy, compared to the outside, the room was like heaven. Shinsei soon fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, in a cold building in the military zone, a long table was surrounded by a circle of people, and the main seat was a middle-aged man with half-white hair and a straight figure. The man didn't need to speak, just sitting there, he could shock the entire council hall, and he was intimidating without anger. On his left and right hands, there were people sitting at a distance, both men and women, all about 40 or 50 years old, making Chu Wang sitting in the corner look very abrupt. Chu Wang tried his best to hide his body behind Chu Yichuan, trying to make everyone unable to see him. But what he didn't know was that this meeting was aimed at him. Commander Chu, what do you think of what happened at the gate of the base yesterday? Wei Hongshan spoke, his tone was ordinary, but the power contained in it was not to be underestimated. Chu Yichuan patted the hand of his youngest son, who was hiding beside him, and said kindly, Xiao Wang was indeed wrong in this matter, but he was also afraid that the troublemaker would incite people's hearts, and the situation would become uncontrollable at that time. He was just a little impatient in doing things. I will definitely teach him a lesson. After Chu Yichuan said this, the shooting of the survivors became Chu Wang's doing for the base and the overall situation, but he was just young and impatient. But the people present had seen all kinds of storms? They saw at a glance that Chu Yichuan was planning to protect his son, and was ready to deal with the matter in a small way. If it were normal, everyone would have turned a blind eye to it, but this time it was not so simple. Someone sneered. Commander Chu may not know how badly the incident at the gate of the base yesterday affected the base. Although the survivors at the bottom have weak abilities, and must rely on the base, that is because they are not forced into a corner. If the base goes too far and forces them into a corner, they have the largest number of people. Once they unite to resist, even if they cannot overthrow the base, they can make everyone in the entire Parliament Hall lose a layer of skin. Therefore, the base has always mastered a good balance, which can not only squeeze the labor force at the bottom, but also give them a way to survive. But Chu Huang's behavior yesterday broke this balance. In order to maintain the balance, the base needs to take out actual benefits to appease the survivors at the bottom. This truth does not need to be stated openly, everyone knows it. Chu Yichuan also understands it. Chu Yichuan looked very unhappy, but in order to get over this matter as soon as possible, he had to grit his teeth and said, "I will pay for the loss of the base." After saying that, Chu Yichuan suppressed his anger in his eyes, and looked at the person who had just spoken. "Satisfied?" The man shut up awkwardly. "Dad." Chu Huang couldn't sit still anymore and almost jumped up in anxiety. How much should their family pay? Even if they turned over their family's assets, it wouldn't be enough. Wei Hongshan was silent and said, "This matter is not so easy to be kind. The survivors at the bottom need to be appeased. Material compensation or public punishment must be chosen. Just like the ancient emperors, if they were too incompetent, the people at the bottom would rise up, which would cause big problems. So this time the public grievances need to be quelled." Wei Hongshan, who was sitting in the main seat, said this, and the others couldn't help but feel secretly happy. You know, if the base came forward to appease the survivors, it would be the base's supplies that would be spent, and they all had a share in the entire Jingbei base, which was equivalent to them cleaning Chu Huang's ass. Why? But it was different for Chu Yichuan to pay for it himself. He had spoiled his little son Lawless on weekdays, and now he was finally going to suffer the consequences. How could he not be happy? At this time, there was a sudden noise outside the council hall. The guard guarding the door went out and came back and said, "Report to the leader, it's Captain Chu is back." There are only 2 Captain Chus in the entire base. In addition to Chu Huang, there is only one Chu Han left. When Chu Yichuan learned that it was Chu Han, his expression darkened. Wei Hongshan glanced at Chu Yichuan with an ambiguous look and smiled, saying to the guard, "Go and invite Chu Han in." "Yes." As soon as Chu Han entered the council hall, dozens of eyes looked at him. He ignored those scrutinizing or probing eyes, found a seat at random, pulled out a chair and sat down, without saying a word, not to mention greeting Chu Yichuan, or even ignoring him. Everyone was used to this scene, but there were still some people who were watching the fun and teasing Chu Yichuan. "Old Chu, your eldest son is much more promising than your youngest son. You two should find an opportunity to have a good talk." As soon as these words came out, the pressure in the entire council hall dropped a lot, but no one dared to respond. It was still Wei Hongshan who spoke, and asked Chu Han in a gentle voice, "Xiao Han, did this mission go smoothly?" Chu Han nodded, and said him coldly. Wei Hongshan had long been accustomed to Chu Han's quiet nature, and asked again, "Are you not injured?" "No." "Okay, that's good. When you are done, go back and rest early. Have a good sleep. The base will definitely give you a lot of compensation, and Uncle Wei will give you another subsidy when the time comes." Chu Han's icy face finally softened a little. Okay. With more supplies, he could pick out some good ones to send to Shinci. Chapter 119. After leaving the Parliament Hall, Chu Han had not yet walked out of the building when a voice behind him called him. "Stop!" Chu Han stopped but did not look back. "Is this how you treat your father?" Chu Yichuan was furious. Chu Huang rushed out from behind. "Brother, stop losing your temper and go home with us." Home? He had no home for a long time. Chu Han raised his foot and continued to walk forward. Behind him, Chu Yichuan said coldly, "If you dare to walk out of here now, I can't guarantee that your girlfriend can still stay in the base." Chu Han's back suddenly stopped, and his hands hanging by his side clenched. He turned around, with a terrifying coldness on his face, "Try to touch her." The voice was icy, and the tone was strongly threatening. Chu Yichuan was so angry that he could not even speak. Is this the attitude of a son talking to his father? "You are getting cocky now, right?" Chu Yichuan said angrily. Chu Han didn't want to waste time with Chu Yichuan, so he said directly, "If you have anything to say, please say it quickly." Chu Yichuan, I was really angry. But thinking of his little son, who was accompanying him, Chu Yichuan had to suppress his anger and try to make his voice sound calmer. "How much supplies do you have after this mission?" Chu Han sneered in his heart, not caring whether his mission went smoothly or whether he was injured, but only caring about how much supplies he could get after going out on a mission. "You want it?" Chu Han asked sarcastically. Chu Yechuan naturally heard the sarcasm in Chu Han's words, but he had no other choice. You should have heard about your brother's matter. The family needs some supplies now. Take out all you have, and make up for it. Home? Whose home? Your home or mine? Chu Han! Chu Yechuan raised his voice, so that everyone in the corridor could hear him. Chu Wang is your brother. You caused him to be kidnapped when he was a child. If it weren't for your Uncle Wei's help, he might not have been found until now. I hope you remember this. So? He is in trouble now. You help him because you owe him. Oh, this word again. He has been carrying it all these years, living as a sinner. In the past, whatever he had, he gave it all to Chu Wang. Chu Han suddenly didn't want to go on. He couldn't always live in the past. He should look forward, because in the future ahead, there are people who are more worthy of his cherishment. Leader's office. Chu Han, have you thought it through? You completed this mission very well. The base will give you a generous amount of supplies. Are you sure you will give them all to Chu Wang? Wei Hongshan felt a little reluctant for Chu Han. Chu Han was very sure. This is the last time. It's not the first time, but it will be the last time to completely settle this debt. Since Chu Han insisted, Wei Hongshan could only sigh and say, that's fine. With your ability, you can earn whatever you want. Uncle Wei believes in you, and the base needs you. Walking out of Wei Hongshan's office, the sun outside was as hot as a furnace. Gu Song was driving the car, wanting to ask the boss whether to go back or go to the breeding area to see the mutant cattle and sheep that were captured. As a result, he turned his head and saw that the boss's eyes were attracted by the scenery outside the car window. Gu Song followed the boss's line of sight and laughed. Isn't that my sister-in-law? Shen Xiai had just learned some rules of life in the base from the management department. She held an umbrella made of sunscreen cotton above her head. After walking a few steps, a black car drove over and stopped beside her. The car window was rolled down, revealing Chu Han's figure. Get in the car. Chu Han greeted. It's great to have a car to sit in. Shen Xiai hurriedly opened the door. As soon as she entered the car, Shen Xiai felt a little cool. She glanced at the side and saw an ice basin. Shen Xiai couldn't help but sigh silently. The big base is different. It has the ability to make ice artificially. Just as she sighed, a glass of ice-cold watermelon juice was handed to Shen Xiai. Is it hot? Have a glass of watermelon juice. Shen Xiai was even more surprised. So luxurious. You know, many survivors at the bottom have died of heat at this time. Sure enough, in the end of the world, people's social classes will be very different. Shen Xiai took a sip of the icy and sweet watermelon juice, feeling lucky that she had gotten rid of the bottom of society in this life. Chu Han saw that her cheeks were puffy from drinking, like a hamster, and said softly, if you like it, I ask Gu Song to send some to your house later. Shen Xiai was flattered and subconsciously wanted to politely refuse, but then she thought that if her parents and brother could also drink it, they would be very happy. The words of refusal were not spoken in the end. Thank you, Chu Han, I will send you some food later. She also has a lot of treasures in her space. By the way, Shen Xiai thought of something and his face became solemn. How was your mission this time? Did you get hurt? Those mutant cattle and sheep are not easy to deal with. The mutant cattle and sheep are usually gentle, but once they are stimulated, their fighting power is not a joke. Don't worry. Chu Han said, we caught a batch and sent them to the breeding farm. There will be someone to tame them. Shen Xiai nodded and was no longer worried. Whether it was electric shock or drugs, the base had the most advanced technology and means, and there were many ways. Maybe in the future, we could go to the base to exchange beef and mutton for food. Soon, the car drove into the rich area. After Shen Xiai found her own building, she got out of the car and was about to go in. Chu Han suddenly called her from behind. Shen Xiai? Shen Xiai turned around. Chu Han got out of the car. I will not be in the base for a long time later. If you have something to do, you can go to Xiao Long. Shen Xiai was stunned for a moment. She thought Chu Han had just finished the task and would rest for a while. Why did he have to go out again so soon? Can I not go? Shen Xiai was a little worried. It was because of her worry that Chu Han became more determined. I will come back as soon as possible, wait for me. He would rebuild his family background. Only in this way could he stand back by Shen Xi's side. After Chu Han left, Shen Xiai suddenly felt a little lost. An idea came to her mind. She wanted Chu Han to get rid of the identity of the base and the guardian, just be an ordinary survivor, live a good life with their family. Shen Xiai returned home and quickly sank her consciousness into space, thinking about whether she could afford to support Chu Han. Shen Ming found Shen Xiai sitting on the sofa, dazed for a long time, and patted Shen Si on the shoulder. What's wrong, Si? What are you thinking about? Shen Si came back to his senses and subconsciously said, I'm thinking, if there is one more person in our family, can we afford to support him? Shenming asked, do you want to support Chu Han? Yeah. Shen Si didn't even think about it. Her little face was particularly serious. After she finished yeah, she realized what her brother had asked her just now, and her face suddenly flushed. Just as Shen Si was about to explain something, Shenming smiled as if he saw through everything. You can definitely afford to raise him, but based on my understanding of your brother, he definitely doesn't need you to raise him. That's true. Shen Si felt guilty after what Shenming said. She just came back from Chu Han's car, and there was an ice basin and iced watermelon juice in his car, and the conditions were no worse than hers. As they were talking, Gu Song came again and knocked on Shen Si's door. Who is it? Chen Yulan came out of the room and opened the door. Seeing this, Shen Si hurriedly stood up and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Chen Yulan opened the door, and Gu Song's happy voice came from outside the door. Sister-in-law, I brought you the things my boss sent. Chapter 120. Sister-in-law? Chen Yulan was stunned, and Gu Song outside the door was also stunned. Gu Song was anxious to help the boss convey his feelings, but it seemed that his feelings were conveyed too much. Shen Lianshan heard the noise, and came out of the room. He and Chen Yulan looked at Gu Song together, and then turned their heads to look at Shen Si behind them. Shen Si lowered his head, and looked for a hole on the ground. She wanted to find a hole for her to crawl into. Gu Song realized that he seemed to have caused trouble. He put down his things with a grin, and left in a hurry. The atmosphere in the living room became a little weird for a while. Shen Si couldn't stand this weirdness, and smiled hard to greet everyone. Dad, Mom, look, Chu Han sent a lot of things. Shen Si went over and opened the supplies packed in gift boxes. There were ice packs for cooling, iced watermelon juice, small fans and batteries, wind oil, cooling oil and the like. There were a lot of things, most of which were cooling supplies. Ah, Si. Chen Yulan closed the door and looked at Shen Lianshan. Knowing that Shen Lianshan couldn't ask about this, she had to ask, why did the young man just call you? Shen Si knew that her parents would ask about this, and she couldn't escape, so she couldn't help but look at Shenming and ask for help. Who knew that Shenming looked like he was watching the fun and didn't mind the trouble. Shen Si had no choice but to take out the iced watermelon juice and give a glass to his parents and brother, then said, his name is Gu Song, he is Chu Han's subordinate, he just misunderstood the relationship between me and Chu Han. Is that so? Chen Yulan finally understood. But this incident reminded her of the relationship between Si and Chu Han. Shen Si was afraid that his parents would think too much, so he quickly said, try this iced watermelon juice. In hot weather, iced things will easily become cold, so you still have to drink them as soon as possible. After Shen Si interrupted, everyone stopped asking questions and tried to drink first. Shen Si also held a cup in his hand and took a sip. It was refreshing, cold, and thirst-quenching. Looking at the expressions of his parents, they also enjoyed the drink very much. You know, after the end of the world, watermelons are hard to find. Now, unless you can find mutated watermelons in the fields, they are extremely precious. Shen Si secretly felt lucky that there was something to divert his parents' attention. However, this luck did not last long. When it was night, and the lights in the room were turned off, Chen Yulan went to find Shen Si and called him to the living room outside and sat on the sofa. She held Shen Si's hand. Ah, Si, tell me honestly, you and Chu Han. Before Chen Yulan finished speaking, Shen Si felt his cheeks getting hot. Fortunately, there was no light in the living room, so her mother should not be able to find it. Shen Si hurriedly said, Mom, don't think too much. But Chen Yulan continued to confirm, really? Shen Si felt guilty and said, no. It was not a very firm tone. How could Chen Yulan not understand her daughter? From the looks of it, it must be true, no doubt about it. In fact, your dad and I both think Chu Han is a good kid. He is good-looking, capable, and reliable. Chen Yulan has never seen anyone more suitable to be her son-in-law than Chu Han. When she said this, she kept smiling and observing Shen Si's reaction. When Shen Si heard that his parents liked Chu Han, he was excited. Mom, do you really think he is good? For some reason, Shen Si was particularly happy that Chu Han was accepted by his family, and his mood seemed to be lifted. Chen Yulan said with a smile, yes, your father and I both like Xiao Han very much. If you two are together, we will also be relieved. After the end of the world, although her daughter did not say it, Chen Yulan knew in her heart that her daughter was under great pressure. She carried the survival of the whole family on her shoulders alone, and Shin Yulan felt very distressed. If Chu Han could be with Ci, there would be someone to protect Ci, and everyone could actually see that Ci was very relaxed every time he was with Chu Han. Shin Ci opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Shin Yulan said first, "Don't tell Mom, you younger generation's affairs should be handled by yourselves. Mom just wants to tell you that no matter what you do, Mom, your father, and your brother will support you." Suddenly, Shin Ci wanted to cry. She threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, you are so kind." Everything now was something she had never dared to think of in her previous life, but now she not only dared to think of it, but also realized it. With her family by her side, she was no longer alone and wandering. In the days that followed, Shin Ci settled down in the Jingbei base with her family. Last time, she had planned to return some gifts when Gu Song came to give her something, but Gu Song felt that he had caused trouble because he didn't keep his mouth shut, so he ran faster than anyone else and forgot about returning the gift. Shin Ci was worried, but half a month later, Gu Song came again. This time, it was Shin Ci who opened the door. Gu Song stood outside the door, holding many large and small bags in his hands. Shin Ci didn't look at those things, and his attention was all on Gu Song. Gu Song was wearing a black suit made of special fabric, with gauze wrapped around his arms, and a few scratches on his face. This was obviously a result of a fierce fight. Shin Ci was anxious. "Gu Song, where is Chu Han? Has he not been back to the base for half a month?" Gu Song was a little embarrassed about this question, but he still told the truth. "Yes, but sister-in-law, you don't have to worry too much. The boss just has a heavy mission, and will be back after a while." "Is he injured?" This was Shin Ci's biggest concern. Gu Song shook his head vigorously. No, the boss is very powerful." But Shin Ci was not sure whether Chu Han was really not injured or whether Gu Song was deliberately comforting her. Thinking that there were still some medicines for external injuries in her space, Shin Ci took the large and small bags of things from Gu Song's hand and asked Gu Song to wait for a while. She pretended to go into the house to get something. After taking out the things, Shin Ci handed a plastic bag of medicine to Gu Song. "Here are some medicines for external injuries, including disinfectants and hemostatics. Please help me bring them to Chu Han." Gu Song didn't expect his sister-in-law to care about the boss so much, and was slightly stunned. In this world, everyone knows how valuable medicine is, but his sister-in-law is still so generous, which shows that she really cares about the boss. If you say that Gu Song was polite to Shin Ci before, it was only because of the boss. Now he really admires Shin Ci and secretly sighs that the boss is so lucky. "I guarantee it will be delivered," Gu Song said loudly. He was about to leave, but Shin Ci stopped him again and stuffed a bottle of mineral water into his hand. "The weather is too hot, drink this water to quench your thirst." Gu Song clenched the bottle of mineral water in his hand, feeling like he was dreaming. He actually had something to collect, and it was precious mineral water. "Thank you, sister-in-law." This sister-in-law call was so sincere. After calling, he hurriedly asked Shin Ci again, "Sister-in-law, do you have anything special you want? Tell me, I tell the boss for you. Don't worry, I will definitely ask the boss to find it for you." A bottle of water bought Gu Song beautifully, and he has begun to stand on Shin Ci's side. Shin Ci was happy, and thought about it. "There is really something I want." Gu Song patted his chest. "Sister-in-law, just tell me, what do you want?" Shin Ci said, "I want a lot of cash." Cash? Gu Song showed a blank expression on his face. Chapter 121. At this time, cash is not enough to burn for a long time. Gu Song couldn't figure out what his sister-in-law wanted cash for. But seeing that his sister-in-law didn't want to say more, Gu Song didn't ask more. "Okay, sister-in-law, I will definitely tell the boss. Also, tell him to be safe. I wait for him to return to the base." When Chu Han returned to the base, Shin Ci wanted to ask Chu Han again if he was willing to come to their house. After suppressing this matter in her heart, Shin Ci, her parents and her brother didn't go out in the following days. The sun outside was too strong. If there was no cooling fan at home, she would not be able to endure even if she stayed indoors, let alone go out. As for the water problem, she was not worried. The water in the rich area needed to pay enough materials every month, and different materials corresponded to different water volumes. Shin Ci had food, and the water volume he chose was just enough for 2 people to take a shower every day. She could have chosen a higher gear, but that would have been too eye-catching and might have attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives, so it was best to stay in the middle and be ordinary. In addition, every once in a while, Gu Song would still deliver supplies for Chu Han, which included food and daily necessities, and Shen Xiai would always get news of Chu Han's safety from Gu Song. Until March after the Chinese New Year, the base finally succeeded in breeding a batch of mutant cattle and sheep that Chu Han brought back last year, and bred a lot of new cattle and sheep, and the attack power of the bred ones was much weaker than the original cattle and sheep. Brother, are you going to get the meat? Shen Xiai saw Shen Ming put on sun protection clothes, and took an umbrella made of sun protection cotton, and guessed what he was going to do. While changing his shoes, Shen Ming said anxiously, "Yes, if we go too late, it might be gone." Hearing this, Shen Xiai also hurriedly put on sun protection clothes and changed his shoes. "I go with you." "No, it's so hot outside, you and your parents stay at home, I can go alone." But Shen Xiai shook his head. "I'd better go with you. I want to see the current situation in the base." They stayed at home for the past few months and rarely went out, and they were blocked from information. Shen Xiai wanted to know how long it would take Chu Han to come back from the mission. After all, every time he asked Gu Song was very vague. Since this was the case, Shen Ming had nothing to stop him. The two quickly went out. Outside the door, the whole sky was burned red by the sun, and the heat in the air seemed to evaporate people. Usually at this time, Shen Xiai looked out of the window of his house, and didn't see anyone for a long time, but at this time, many survivors came out of the house. Everyone held tightly the umbrella made of sunproof cotton, and their hands and feet were all wrapped in sunproof clothing. Those who could live in the rich area were all people with abundant supplies. It was not until they left the rich area that Shen Xiai found that more people came out from the refugee slums and civilian areas. Everyone was wearing dirty clothes, with painful expressions on their faces, and hurried to the management department of the base. It seemed that everyone had received the news that the base was going to distribute meat. Shen Xiai also joined the team quickly. At this time, no matter which area people came from, they could only walk to the management department and could not drive. After all, the temperature was too high, and there was oil in the car, which was a very dangerous thing. Unless it was a car in the base, it could be driven after a cooling modification, but the materials for this cooling modification were scarce, and the base was not open to ordinary survivors, so it was useless even if there were supplies. Ah! At this time, a painful cry suddenly came from the crowd behind. Shen Xiai took the time to look back, and saw a man who had no umbrella, and had to hide himself by borrowing other people's umbrellas from left to right. However, the area of the umbrella was limited, and he could not hide all of it. His arm was gradually burned, and a piece of burnt red skin had blisters. Shen Xiai was trembling and turned back quickly. She was not afraid of death, let alone murder, but this scene that seemed to roast people was too disgusting. "Brother, let's go quickly." Shen Xiai refilled himself with a sip of water and quickened his pace. On the way, she could hear and see people getting sunburned from time to time. Shen Ming couldn't help but say, "They are really ruthless. They dare to come out without a sun umbrella." Shen Xiai shook his head. "Brother, you don't understand. The beef and mutton distributed by the base this time are free. The amount is limited. If you can get a portion, even if you don't eat it, you can sell it to others and get a very generous amount of supplies. The benefits here are too great, enough for those who live at the bottom, and may lose their lives at any time to take a chance." After hearing what Shen Xiai said, Shen Ming realized that his family has never lacked supplies, and now they can grow food to eat. It turns out that this is a happiness that others dare not even think about. Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, because they both had enough food and had more strength than others, hurried on their way very fast. When they arrived at the management department, Shen Xiai was so tired that she was panting, but fortunately she caught up. She pulled Shen Ming into the queue again and again. "Meat, it's meat. It's really meat. Oh my god, it's air-dried, so it's easier to preserve." The person who got the meat in front was so excited that he almost knelt down. His hands were shaking as he held the dried meat. He couldn't believe that he could still eat meat. The people in line behind couldn't wait any longer, and the whole hall of the management department was bustling. In this bustle, Shen Xiai also heard various angry voices coming from outside. "Why don't you let us in? Is it easy for us to go out? Didn't the base say that meat was distributed? Aren't we members of the base? Sir, please let us in. The quota of dried meat this time is limited, and it is full. You go back and wait for the next news." The cold voice of the guard extinguished the hope of the people outside. "Even I can't go in?" Suddenly, Shen Xiai heard a familiar voice. She turned her head to look outside the door, and sure enough, she saw Chu Wang. Chu Wang was accompanied by a female companion, who was not the same person as the female companion in Changming City before. He raised his face slightly, and looked at people with his nose. "Captain Chu, The quota is the rule set by the base, and it is the same for everyone. Chu Wang didn't expect that he would be rejected, and he laughed in anger for a while. Don't look at us, CI, it's our turn. Shen Ming reminded him, and Shen Ci finally reacted and took the meat jerky. Shen Ci went out the door, and couldn't wait to check it. The meat jerky was in a plastic bag, with 2 pieces in it, 1 beef and 1 mutton, about the size of a palm. Although the amount was not large, Shen Ci was very happy. She had chickens and ducks in her space, but no cattle and sheep. After all, cattle and sheep had mutated, and she didn't dare to raise them. The only one that could be raised with the conditions was the foundation. Brother, let me see yours. Shen Ci glanced at the meat in Shen Ming's plastic bag, which was also divided into beef and mutton, and the size was about the same as what she got. The base was quite fair, and no one would give more. Anyway, when I get home, I can share it with my parents. Shen Ci thought happily. But she never expected that as soon as she walked out of the management department and took a few steps forward, a figure suddenly rushed up and reached out to grab her flesh. Fortunately, Shen Ci had been holding on tightly, and the other party didn't get away with a gun, but instead tore a hole in the plastic bag. Shen Ci was so angry that he didn't even look at the other party, and directly raised his fist to hit the other party in the face. Chapter 122. The man was hit in the face by Shen Ci, screamed in pain, and fell backwards. Shen Ci then saw clearly who he had hit. It was Chu Wang. You dare to hit me? Chu Wang was shocked and angry, and he also raised his fist to fight back. However, his fist was caught by Shen Ming halfway down. Chu Wang tried to use force, but his fist seemed to be blocked by a piece of iron plate, and could not move forward any further. Shen Ming grabbed Chu Wang with one hand, and raised his other hand to punch Chu Wang in return. Chu Wang was hit on the other side of his face, and screamed in pain again. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his fingertips, and smiled instead of being angry, staring at Shen Ci with his eyes. We meet again, Shen Ci. Shen Ci frowned. How do you know my name? Chu Wang smiled. It doesn't matter how I know it, what matters is that the person you are waiting for can't come back. What? Shen Ci didn't believe it. Chu Wang was not an honest person at first glance, and his words were the most unreliable. You don't know yet? Chu Wang said. Chu Han, he is my brother. Shen Ci didn't feel strange when Chu Wang said this relationship, and just said, I guessed it. Guessed that Chu Han and Chu Wang have an unusual relationship and a family background. You are really a smart woman. How about this? Since Chu Han can't come back anyway, why don't you follow me? I will treat you well. Chu Wang walked toward Shen Ci with a grim smile. Shen Ming stepped forward and stopped Chu Wang. Chu Wang raised his head slightly, looking at Shen Ming, who was taller than him, and a burst of anger came out of his heart for no reason. Every time he faced Chu Han always looked down on him like this. Chu Wang laughed in anger. Okay, very good, you guys can be proud of yourself first, and wait until the news of Chu Han's death comes, and see who will send you gifts in the future. After saying that, he glanced at Shen Ming, and looked at Shen Ci behind him. When the time comes, you will come to beg me. After saying this, Chu Wang rubbed his face, and walked away. Looking at his back, Shen Ci suddenly felt a little uneasy, wondering how Chu Han was doing now. Back home, Shen Ci divided some of the meat he brought back for dinner tonight. In total, there were 2 pieces of beef, and 2 pieces of mutton. Shen Lianshan cut off a corner, cut it into strips, and fried it with the green peppers grown in Shen Ci's space, added seasonings and cooking wine, and before it was out of the pot, Shen Ci smelled the aroma of beef. This amount of meat can be eaten for a long time if it is saved, and it will not go bad if it is kept in the space. I don't know when the base will be able to sell beef and mutton to the outside world. It will probably take some time. After all, it is not easy to breed in large quantities, including mutant grass, which has to be planted in a special area. At this time, in the suburbs more than 10 kilometers away, Chu Han and Gu Song moved a batch of supplies into a cellar. The two climbed out of the cellar, dusted off their bodies, and covered the cellar. Boss, do you want to send someone to guard here? Gu Song asked. Chu Han refused. No, guarding here will only arouse suspicion. I only trust you. Gu Song, who was entrusted with trust, subconsciously straightened his back. Chu Han called, Let's go. He had to go back to the main force. He couldn't be separated from the main force for too long, otherwise he would arouse suspicion from others. Although those people followed him to do things, they were more the defenders of the base, and Chu Han didn't trust them. Gu Song was different. When he first joined the army, during a training in the mountains, Gu Song accidentally stepped on a trap. There were sharp wooden forks under the trap, and he also reacted quickly and pulled Gu Song. Afterwards, Gu Song was determined and followed him all the time, so whether he was secretly hoarding supplies or sending things to Shinseai, only Gu Song could do it. "Boss, are these prepared for my sister-in-law?" Gu Song walked behind Chu Han with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and asked with a smile. Chu Han did not deny it. He knew that Shinseai might not be short of supplies, but he still wanted to give more good things to Shinseai. Shinseai lived a stable life in the base. During this period, Chu Han came to trouble her family, but Xiao Long seemed to have heard Chu Han's explanation and quickly stood up to protect her family. In addition, this was a wealthy area, and no one was easy to mess with. Chu Wang didn't dare to do anything excessive. After that, without Chu Wang's harassment, Shinseai's family was quiet for a while. Shinseai looked at the water in the space and consumed another batch, and began to worry. Water has always been her biggest worry, and she can't always spend more than she earns. Shinseai thought about it, took the supplies, and went to the management department to exchange some water. However, she couldn't take out too many supplies at one time, so she didn't give much water. Instead, she met Wang Yin, Yu Liang, and An Yuexin in the management department. "Shinseai?" Wang Yin called Shinseai with surprise. Shinseai looked back and saw them, and was also very happy. "You also came to the management department to exchange things?" "Yes, yes." Wang Yin stepped forward excitedly. "After we entered the base last year, we were separated because we lived in different places. I haven't seen you for a while. How is your family now?" This question. Shinseai could only sigh and reply, "Just barely alive. I hope I can get through this extremely hot weather quickly, otherwise my family." Shinseai said, squeezing a bottle of mineral water that had just been filled. Wang Yin and the others could tell from her expression that it was definitely because of the hot weather, and she was facing the same problem of shortage of supplies as everyone else. Wang Yin did not expect Shinseai to encounter difficulties, but it was normal to encounter difficulties. "It's the same for our family. Fortunately, Yu Liang has some car repair skills and works for the base, so we can barely make a living. Indeed, it's not easy for anyone," Shinseai said sadly. Her half-truthful and half-fake appearance made Wang Yin and the others unable to see any flaws. After saying goodbye to them, Shinseai returned home and found that there were several more bags of things in the living room. She was no longer surprised and asked Shinming casually, "Brother, was it sent by Gu Song?" Shinming said, "Yes, take a look, he also sent a large bag of cash." "Cash?" Shinseai's eyes lit up. She hurried over to check. As before, the supplies sent this time still included cooling items, medicines, and vitamins. Beside this pile of supplies, there was another bag of things. Shinseai opened it, and saw that it was indeed the cash she wanted most. Shinseai waved his hand, and quickly put all these things into the space, and then hurriedly checked the space to see if there were any changes. But the result? Shinseai frowned. Why is there no change? The area is no longer expanding, and the land is no longer becoming more. Is it because there is too little cash? Or has the space evolved to its limit? Shinseai did not give up. After waiting for about 10 days, Gu Song came again, and this time he also brought a lot of cash. Shinseai thanked him, and gave him some food and drinks as usual, and then checked the supplies. What surprised her was that there were not many cooling items in the supplies delivered today, but there was some more water, and there was also a bag of cash as usual. Shinseai couldn't help but sigh that it was difficult for Gu Song to carry these upstairs. But she really needed Gu Song to deliver supplies, so that Chu Wang would not doubt her, and would only think that her supplies were all provided by Chu Han. Anyway, she did not touch these things much, so she put them into the space, and kept them for them. Shinseai's consciousness entered the space again, but this time, the space finally changed, which shocked her completely. Chapter 123. A well appeared next to two 100 square meter plots of land, with a diameter of 2 meters. Shinseai was stunned. She had never seen such a big well before, and the water in the well was particularly full, within reach, and very clear. Shinseai scooped up a mouthful of water and wanted to drink it, but after thinking about it, she still brought a big rooster and gave it to the rooster to drink first to see if there was any problem with the water. Although she trusted the space very much, after all, the products of the space would definitely not be ordinary products, but out of caution, it was safer to test it. After the rooster drank the water, Shinseai put it back into the chicken coop and waited patiently. After waiting for several hours, the rooster was still alive and kicking, without any discomfort. Shinseai dared to try to drink a sip herself. After drinking, she smacked the taste in her mouth, which was moist and cool, with a little sweetness than ordinary water. Shenxi's eyes lit up. This water is drinkable. And it tastes better than ordinary water. This is simply a huge surprise. Shenxi was so excited that he wanted to kiss this space. With it, their family's water source problem was temporarily solved. I don't know how long this water can be used. Shenxi saw a large number of empty pure water buckets in the space, all of which were left after using water before. She thought it would be better to fill these buckets with water from the well to see how much water a pool of well water can have. She did it right away. Shenxi found all the empty buckets. Anyway, it doesn't take any effort to fill water with the mind. After a while, all the empty buckets were filled by her, but what surprised her was that the water level in the well didn't drop at all, as if it had never moved. Is this water inexhaustible? Shenxi's heartbeat quickened. If so, then their family's water source problem can be completely solved in the future. Shenxi immediately shared this good news with his family. After hearing this, Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan were so excited that they didn't know what to say. Shen Lianshan took a long time to calm down and said, "This matter has to be thanks to Xiaohan and Gu Song. If they hadn't worked hard to find cash outside, the space would not have been upgraded so much." Shenxi thought so too. Chu Han never asked her for cash. As long as she wanted it, he would find it for her. This trust was too precious. I don't know how Chu Han is now, and when he can return to the base. Since the water source problem has been solved, Shenxi will close the door and no longer go out. Gu Song came to deliver things every once in a while as usual. Shenxi told him that he didn't need to come again in the future, but Gu Song said, "Sister-in-law, in fact, the base has long known that the boss is collecting supplies. If these supplies are not sent to you, the base will also be cheap." Shenxi thought about it. The base has strict requirements for the guards. When they go out to do tasks, they must hand in everything they get, and can only take the rewards given by the base. Gu Song came to deliver things repeatedly. Even Chu Wang knew about it. How could other people in the base's senior management not know? Gu Song raised his chin and said proudly, "It may not work for others, but our boss is so powerful. At least half of the tasks in the base have to rely on our boss to take action. Even the mutant cattle and sheep were caught by the boss. So even if they know that the boss is making extra money, they can only turn a blind eye. For capable people, they can get privileges no matter where they go, not to mention that Chief Wei has always treated the boss as a nephew, which is why the base knows about it, but never troubles Shenxi's family." Shenxi couldn't help but sigh secretly. Chu Han was too good to their family, so good that she felt bad. After sending Gu Song away, Shenxi looked at another empty space in the space, where there was a pile of supplies, like a small mountain. This small mountain was all brought back by Chu Han. She used some of the cooling supplies, and there were still a lot of pork jerky, beef jerky, and even fish jerky left. Shenxi didn't know how Chu Han got these meats, and it was probably exchanged with other bases. When Gu Song came again, Shenxi calculated the days, and found that it was already September. He hurriedly reminded Gu Song anxiously, "Gu Song, please tell Chu Han to stop taking missions and return to the base quickly, because there is a high probability of a heavy rainstorm soon." In the previous life, the heavy rainstorms began in September and October, and lasted for nearly a year. During this period, not only floods were caused, but also earthquakes and tsunamis. The entire continent became a purgatory, and only a few large bases were able to withstand it. This time, the base was built at a higher altitude, and the base was obviously more prepared, which would be better and safer than the previous life, so Chu Han must return to the base as soon as possible before the heavy rain fell. Gu Song didn't know how Shenxi knew about this matter. Even the base was mentioned during the planning, and only a few key guard captains knew about it. But now was not the time to ask these questions. They were so busy outside these months that they almost forgot about it. His sister-in-law reminded him, "I will definitely pass on the message." After Gu Song left, Shenxi waited anxiously in the base. At about the end of September, the sky was overcast, and a drizzle began to fall. The high temperature in the air was slowly receding, and the whole base cheered, and the crowd ran outside. "It's raining! It's raining! Oh my God, it's finally raining! I want to drink water! Don't stop me! Are you a fool? You dare to drink this water before it has been tested by the base?" Shenxi listened to everyone's noisy voices, but his heart became more and more uneasy. There was no news about Chu Han, and even Gu Song had not come for a long time, which exceeded the usual interval. Chen Yulan came to Shenxi and stood in front of the window together to observe the drizzle outside. "Ah, see, this rain, will it be okay if I drink it?" Chen Yulan asked worriedly. Shenxi said, "Mom, This rain is indeed not clean. Drinking too much will make you sick. But look at those people. They will die of thirst if they don't drink water. So between death and possible illness, there is no choice but to choose the latter. After saying that, Shinsei couldn't help but sigh. This is a rich area. Most people are not so poor that they drink rainwater. Only a few people drink it. This also shows how scarce water resources are now, not to mention civilian areas and refugee slums. An extreme temperature took away many people. Now the rainstorm is coming. The survivors in the two areas will inevitably drink a lot of rainwater and get sick, and will also take away many people. Shinsei is willing to share the water in the space, but she understands the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. For the sake of the safety of her family, Shinsei cannot move. Mom, I'm going out for a while. Shinsei held up an umbrella and walked out of the building. It was drizzling outside, and it felt cool on his hands, but Shinsei knew that this was just the beginning. The rain would get heavier and heavier, and it would rain intermittently for a long time. The base began to send people to various areas to inform the survivors that rainwater could not be drunk and would easily make them sick. But everyone was so thirsty that they couldn't listen at all, or even if they did, they couldn't resist the temptation and drank the rainwater. At this time, a convoy suddenly came in from the gate of the base, causing quite a commotion. Shinsei heard the noise and hurriedly ran out with an umbrella. Hearing the noise, he kept hearing everyone's discussions along the way. Which captain is the one who came back from that convoy? Why is there such a big scene? You don't know, do you? That's Captain Chu, who has been away from the base for a long time and has been doing missions outside. Water? Captain Chu brought back a lot of water. What? Are you telling the truth? It was Chu Han. Shinsei quickened her pace, wishing she could teleport to the door in an instant. When she finally got to the door, the convoy had already headed towards the military zone. Ordinary survivors could not enter the military zone. Even if someone led them, they still had to go through layers of interrogation and inspection. Even after the interrogation and inspection, they might not be able to enter. But Shinsei still went to the military zone. She could wait outside and wait for Chu Han to come out. Who are you? You can't enter here. Several armed guards at the door stopped Shinsei. Shinsei waved his hands repeatedly. I won't go in, I wait for someone. Waiting for someone, the guards looked at each other. Are you waiting for Captain Chu? I've heard that Captain Chu has a woman he likes very much in the base. Shinsei hurriedly said, yes, it's him. After saying that, Shinsei stared at the faces of the guards closely, trying to see some news about whether Chu Han was safe or not. Who knew that several guards showed sad and regretful expressions. Shinsei was stunned. Why did they have such expressions? These expressions were like a heavy hammer, hitting Shinsei's heart hard, making her heart skip a beat. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Shinsei suddenly felt very scared, and the gloomy sky above her head seemed to have also enveloped her heart. One of the guards sighed, Captain Chu. He did come back, but... Shinsei's mood was completely involved, and he looked anxious. What happened? The guard saw that Shinsei really cared about Captain Chu, so he had to tell the truth. Captain Chu's leg was injured, and he might not be able to stand up. It turned out that he just couldn't stand up. After hearing this, Shinsei breathed a sigh of relief. Several guards looked at each other in confusion. Why was the woman in front of them not sad at all when Captain Chu couldn't stand up, but relieved instead? They heard Shinsei muttering, as long as he is alive, as long as he is alive, it's fine. Being alive is more important than anything else. As for whether he can stand up or not, Shinsei doesn't care. She can support Chu Han. Several guards were even more surprised. They didn't expect that the woman Captain Chu liked was also loyal to Captain Chu. Someone couldn't help but add, if Captain Chu really can't stand up, the base may not let him do missions anymore. Not doing the mission is still a good idea. The more unpleasant meaning is that if Captain Chu is disabled, he will lose his status as a defender and be abandoned by the base. In the future, he may not even be able to earn supplies, and he may not even be able to take care of his own body. It doesn't matter, I can support him. Shinsei raised his pretty face and said with curved eyebrows. Chu Han was sitting in a wheelchair, pushed out by Gu Song. He happened to hear what Shinsei said, and he was stunned. The conversation between Wei Hongshan and him in the office just now appeared in his mind. Wei Hongshan said, Xiao Han, I have reminded you long ago not to put too much pressure on yourself. You take on mission after mission without giving yourself a chance to breathe. Even a strong man can't bear it. It will cause big problems. Chu Han's face was covered with a layer of gloom. I just want I know you just want to draw a line with Lao Chu and his family, but you have made yourself like this. What are you going to do in the future? Before the end of the world, there were many inconveniences for having a broken leg, not to mention that now is the end of the world, medical conditions are not so good, and survival will be more difficult. And Wei Hongshan's words also made Chu Han hear some hidden meanings. Wei Hongshan asked him what his plans were for the future, but he didn't mention that he was injured for the base, which meant that the base would not be responsible for his injury. Chu Han had expected all this. Chu Han's voice became a little colder. Uncle Wei, please send a letter to dismiss the guardian. You? Wei Hongshan subconsciously looked away, not daring to look into Chu Han's eyes that seemed to see through everything. He knew that Chu Han was a smart kid with a strong character, so he would pretend to be strong even if he felt bad. From a private point of view, he also felt that it was cruel to dismiss Chu Han from his position as a guard at this time, which meant that the base had given up on Chu Han. But if he didn't dismiss him, Chu Han's legs would be crippled, and he would not be able to perform ordinary tasks in the base, let alone the missions, and the base would have to support Chu Han for the rest of his life. Even if he agreed, others would not agree. After all, the base did not belong to him alone. Is your leg really hopeless? Wei Hongshan asked again uncertainly. Chu Han grabbed his knee with his big hand. I also hope it can be saved. But the doctor said that there is only a 10% chance of standing up. Ah. Wei Hongshan sighed. Boss. Gu Song held an umbrella with one hand and pushed Chu Han out of the building with the other. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered, Did that old fox give you a letter of dismissal? Chu Han looked up and cast his eyes towards the gloomy sky in the distance. He will give it to you. Wei Hongshan was the most hypocritical and the most concerned about interests. In Wei Hongshan's eyes, when others are useful, everything is easy to talk about, but when others are useless, they can be discarded like chess pieces. Boss, fortunately you have done a favor to the doctor, and he is willing to cooperate with you, but in this case, don't you have to continue to play the role of your broken leg? Yes, you have to continue to play it, but not for a lifetime. It doesn't matter, I can support him. A warm voice came from the door. Chu Han saw Shen Si standing outside the military area with an umbrella. Shen Si was thin, like a small grass, and no matter how violent the wind and rain were, it would only make her more resilient. Chu Han suddenly felt that a beam of warm sunshine shone into his heart, which was like an isolated island. Chu Han! Shen Si waved at Chu Han repeatedly. It has been almost a year since I last saw Chu Han. When I saw him again, he was much thinner and looked a little older. However, these years added a bit of wild charm to him. Shen Si lowered his body and put his hands on Chu Han's knees. Chu Han, are you willing to go home with me? Go home, two words that are warm and reassuring. Okay, I go home with you. Great, I can finally take Chu Han home. Shen Si took over Gu Song's position and pushed Chu Han towards the rich area. The base. Will you continue to go on missions in the future? Shen Si pondered for a long time, but couldn't help asking. After asking, she was a little nervous. The supplies in their home plus the supplies sent by Chu Han, as well as an inexhaustible well, are enough to support their family and Chu Han. If possible, Shen Si doesn't want Chu Han to be the guardian again. Chu Han pretended to be worried. I can't get out. I will be a useless person in the future. Shen Si didn't care at all. If that's the case, I will support you in the future. She said she would support him, and she was not kidding. Chu Han asked, support? For a lifetime? Even his family would probably choose to give up on him without hesitation at this time. Chu Han couldn't help but clench his palms nervously, waiting for Shen Si's answer. Will Shen Si hesitate? Will she? Yes, I will support you for a lifetime. A few light words came out of Shen Si's mouth. Chu Han heard it in his ears, like a brand imprinted into his heart. He chuckled, and his voice was rippled by the rain. I'm hard to support. Shen Si asked with a smile. How hard is it? Chu Han replied, it needs the owner to be with him for a lifetime. Chapter 124. A wild child, no one wants him, so he follows his grandparents to beg for food. Ha ha, look, the clothes he wears are still torn. Sure enough, he is a wild child that no one wants. Hey, your parents don't want you anymore. A group of children surrounded a boy who was clean-skinned, but wearing ragged clothes on the ridge of the field. The boy frowned and said nothing. His parents would not abandon him. They were just busy, so they temporarily left him in the countryside and fostered him at his grandfather's house. Is he dumb? That's right, his parents must be disabled, so they gave birth to such a disabled child. I don't allow you to say that about them. Chu Han rushed towards the boy who was talking. At this time, on a small road not far from the ridge of the field, a black extended car was driving slowly. The rear window was lowered. Chu Wang, wearing a white shirt and suspenders, looked at the ridge not far away and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, look, is that my brother? He's fighting with others." So impressive. After hearing what Chu Wang said, Chu Yechuan also lowered the window. As expected, he saw Chu Han fighting with a group of children, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Fortunately, the surrounding villagers found out early and separated the children in time. Chu Han's grandmother hurried over, helped Chu Han up, scolded him severely, and then took him to Chu Yechuan's car. "Dad!" Chu Han shouted at Chu Yechuan with sparkling eyes. Chu Yechuan looked at Chu Han with scrutiny in his eyes. He saw that Chu Han's clothes were not only torn, but also stained with mud. He was dirty and smelled of mud, and he couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing?" Chu Han's grandmother urged Chu Yechuan, "Hurry up and get the kids in the car." Before Chu Yechuan could say anything, Chu Wang behind him said, "Brother, come sit in the back seat. There's a blanket there, it's very comfortable, and there's a doll for you to play with." Chu Han was happy to open the door, but Chu Yechuan suddenly said, "Wait." Chu Han stopped, turned his head, and looked at Chu Yechuan, his face blank. Chu Yechuan thought about it. There was indeed a blanket in the back seat of the car, and the blanket was newly replaced. If it got dirty, it would have to be washed. Besides, Xiao Wang's toys were also newly bought. If Chu Han was covered in mud, the muddy roads in the countryside are loose. If the weight of the car is added, the tires will sink into the ground. I send Bing Mei and Xiao Wang first, and then pick up Chu Han. After saying that, Chu Yechuan didn't look at Chu Han again and drove the car forward. "Hey you." Chu Han's grandmother didn't know what to say. She sighed, turned to Chu Han and said, "What your father said makes sense. They are in the city, the roads are easy to drive. Your father must have never driven on the country roads. If something happens, let's walk back. Anyway, you are used to it." Chu Han was held by his grandmother's hand and walked on the path with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He looked ahead and saw that his father's car with his mother and brother was getting farther and farther away. Suddenly, Chu Han broke free from his grandmother's hand, took a step and ran after the car. But the speed of the car was not something he could catch up with on his 2 legs. He couldn't catch up, and could only watch the car gradually disappear into the thick water mist in the field until it disappeared. When Chu Han returned home, his parents had already sat on the chairs in the yard, and his grandfather was coaxing Chu Wang to play next to him, and the sound of laughter came out of the door. Until Chu Han came in, the noise in the yard suddenly quieted down. Chu Yechuan's face turned cold. Xia Bingmei glanced at Chu Han and said to Chu Wang, "Xiao Wang, come to your mother." Chu Wang, wearing a pair of brand new leather shoes, threw himself into Xia Bingmei's arms, while Chu Yechuan still looked at Chu Han with a stern look. Chu Han walked into the door under the pressure brought by this look. As soon as he came to the yard, Chu Yechuan's voice like thunder fell. "I left you in the countryside. Is it to ask you to fight with others?" Chu Han clenched the palm of his hand at his side and said nothing. Chu Yechuan was furious. "Do you admit your mistake?" Chu Han raised his head and said 3 words firmly. "I am not wrong." He could ignore the children in the village no matter how they cursed him, but he couldn't curse his family. Chu Yechuan was furious and slapped the table. "You are right. Hey, what are you doing?" As soon as Chu Han's grandmother entered the yard, she heard Chu Yechuan's loud voice, so loud that the neighbors next door could hear it. Chu Yechuan didn't care about that. "I left you in the countryside because I wanted you to exercise and take good care of your grandparents. Now you're not hardworking, but you've learned to fight and talk back, right? I ask you again, do you admit your mistake?" "No." "Okay, very good." Chu Yechuan looked around and found a broom. He grabbed the broom handle and strode towards Chu Han. He waved his hand to lift the broom handle, and then whistled it down, hitting Chu Han's back heavily. With a muffled snap, Chu Han clenched his teeth, straightened his back, and didn't say a word. "Do you admit your fault?" Chu Yechuan asked again. However, what he met was Chu Han's unyielding eyes. This look made Chu Yechuan's heart tremble for no reason. "Yechuan, why are you hitting the child?" Chu Han's grandmother walked over quickly, and tried to take the broom from Chu Yechuan's hand. Chu Yechuan shook off Chu Han's grandmother's hand. "Mom, don't worry. He is spoiled by you." Chu Han's grandmother was really angry when she heard it, but her son was grown up and tall and strong, so she really didn't dare to compete with her son. She could only say to Chu Han, "Xiao Han, just admit your fault to your father. I'm not wrong." Chu Han's childish voice was full of calmness, that did not belong to his age. He just looked at Chu Yechuan straight. He could explain, but for some reason, he suddenly didn't want to explain. He wanted to see how many times Chu Yechuan would hit him. He also wanted to see when his mother, Xia Bingmei, would give up playing with Chu Huang and look up at him. Just as he was thinking, the broom handle fell again. Chu Han's body shook, but soon stabilized. In his ear, Chu Yechuan kept asking him if he admitted his fault. He didn't say a word, and he forgot how many times Chu Yechuan hit him. He just saw that from beginning to end, his mother never looked up at him, and kept playing with Chu Huang. Chu Han closed his eyes, and swallowed the tears in his eyes. "Tell me, are you a father?" Chu Han was lying in the house, and vaguely heard the voice outside. It was his grandmother. "Xiao Han is looking forward to you, and Bing Mei coming to pick him up early every day. He knew you were coming today, so he went to the fields to dig wild vegetables, and his hands were swollen. How hurtful it is for you to hit him like this. Mom, if I don't discipline him now, it will be too late in the future. Look at him, my son Chu Yechuan, like a wild child, running to fight with those rural kids. What does he look like? And Mom, did you see the look in his eyes just now? I am his father. Is that the way he looks at me? This is also because the child is still young. You have to teach him well, right? What's the use of beating him? Humph, I don't know if it's useful or not. I only know that Xiao Wang has always been well-behaved and obedient, unlike him who is so troublesome." Chu Yechuan became more and more angry as he spoke. After getting angry, he said, "I sent him here to train him well. I paved his way for him in the future. Who knew that this kid would be so disappointing?" At the foot of the wall in the yard, Chu Wang stood in a shadow, and I don't know how long he stood there. He was holding a little bear in his arms, and his arms gradually exerted force, squeezing the little bear's body out of shape. One hand tightly grabbed the fur on the little bear's body, and pulled off a ball. It was 2 days later that Chu Han returned to Beijing with Chu Yechuan. Although he had only been away for one summer vacation, he always felt a sense of strangeness when he returned to the villa. The furnishings in the living room were basically the same as when he left, except that his pillow on the sofa was gone, and his water cup on the table was gone. There was only a cardboard box in the corner, which was stuffed with a lot of things, including the flying chess he liked to play. The aunt at home saw that Chu Han's eyes had never moved away from the cardboard box, and then she realized something and hurriedly explained, "Master, it's like this. You were not at home for a summer vacation, so the wife asked us to put your things away first, otherwise it would be bad if they were covered with dust." Did they really put it away because they were afraid of dust? Chu Han wanted to believe this reason, but there was a voice in his heart telling him that the truth was not like this. Chu Han went over, picked up the cardboard box, and went upstairs silently. He missed his room. Only in that room, after closing the door, did he feel safe. However, when Chu Han walked into his room, he found that the room had also changed a lot, and there were many things that did not belong to him. There were open snack bags, scattered beverage bottles, and fruit peels lying in the corner. A sour smell hit him in the face. Chu Han pursed his lips, and stood at the door holding the cardboard box. The aunt came over and said, "Oh, young master, you are in a hurry to come back. We are just about to clean up. Please wait a moment." Chu Han could only wait in the corridor, outside the door. He could only go in when the room was finally cleaned by the ants. The room was still the same room, but something had changed. Even though the air was perfumed, the sour smell seemed to be there all the time, lingering on his nose. "Brother, I'm sorry." Chu Han appeared outside the door with a smile. "My parents said that you won't be back for several months anyway, and the room will be empty anyway. So why not give me another place to play, brother? You won't mind, right?" Chu Han didn't know whether he should say he minded or not. He was Chu Wang's twin brother, and he should give in to his younger brother, but the words "I don't mind" seemed like a thorn, and he couldn't say it. Chu Han didn't say anything, just put down the cardboard box, went to the door, closed the door, and locked Chu Wang out. This scene happened to be seen by Chu Yechuan in the living room downstairs. Chu Yechuan was furious again, and said to Xia Bingmei, Look, this little beast, he gave us a bad face as soon as he came home." Xia Bingmei glanced at the closed door upstairs indifferently, and said nothing. It is said that it is difficult to keep a bowl of water even, but in Xia Bingmei's opinion, a bowl of water does not need to be kept even. Maybe the parent-child relationship is so wonderful that even if they are children from the same belly, she can't help but favor the more obedient one. As for the other one, she will not give in, will not say nice words to please the elders, but has a rebellious body and a face that looks very much like his aunt. Thinking of the little sister-in-law who is only a shell, Xia Bingmei felt sick in her heart. When she first married, she looked at the little sister-in-law's face a lot. Fortunately, the little sister-in-law died within 2 years, but her son actually had a face that looked like the little sister-in-law. Xiao Bingmei's face darkened, and she turned away. Chu Han had spent his summer vacation in the countryside, and school was about to start a few days after he came back. He returned to school, studied and attended classes, and his temper became more and more taciturn, but his grades were still in the top 10 of the grade. That day, the teacher announced a good news that the school would organize everyone to go on an autumn outing in a park in the suburbs. When he got home, Chu Wang happily threw himself into Xiao Bingmei's arms, told his parents the good news, and shared it with them with great interest. Chu Yechuan and Xiao Bingmei also laughed when they heard it. Listen to the teacher when you go out, do you know? Also, don't bully your classmates, but if any classmates dare to bully you, fight back. My son Chu Yechuan. Can't be a coward, do you hear me? Why are you scaring the child? Xiao Bingmei scolded Chu Yechuan. Chu Yechuan always felt that something was missing here. When he turned around, he saw Chu Han standing alone in a corner of the living room, looking at them silently. Chu Yechuan couldn't help but think that if he didn't want to be a coward, Chu Han actually met his requirements better. His temperament was more like his, but he also knew how to make him angry better. Protect your brother, do you hear me? Chu Yechuan couldn't help but yell at Chu Han. Chu Han lowered his eyes, and just nodded. Xiao Bingmei stood up and said hurriedly, I have to pack clothes for Xiao Wang to wear tomorrow. By the way, I have to prepare some food for our son to take on the road. After that, Xiao Bingmei walked past Chu Han quickly, and went upstairs without looking back. The next morning, Chu Han cleaned himself up, put on his small school bag and came to school. He followed the teacher and classmates to get on the bus, and went to a small park in the suburbs for a picnic. Chu Han sat by the window, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window, but his ears were always listening to the conversations of other classmates. My mother made a big lunch box for me last night. I will share some with you later. My mother also washed a bag of fruit for me. I will take it out and share it with you now. What about you? What did you bring? My father bought me a lot of snacks. Do you have spicy strips? I want to eat spicy strips. Yes, yes, yes. The happy voices hovered around Chu Han until an orange was stuffed into his hand by someone. The orange exuded a faint fragrance, a little sour. Around 9 or 10 in the morning, we arrived at the suburban park. Perhaps because it was the weekend, there were many people in the park. The teacher would count the number of people from time to time and remind everyone not to run around. Chu Han followed the team, but he was always paying attention to his surroundings. Since he entered the park, he always had a bad feeling. This feeling made him very uncomfortable and panicked for no reason. He looked left and right. Along the way, they were a group of elementary school students, who were too big and wore school uniforms. They were very noticeable. Uncles, aunts, grandparents and grandmas looked at them from time to time. It was these sights that made Chu Han feel uncomfortable, but he couldn't tell where he was uncomfortable. Students, there is a toilet in front. If you want to go, go quickly. After you go, we will walk inside, and we will reach the place where we can have a picnic. Great. The students cheered in groups of 3 or 2, and ran to the toilet in front together. At the same time, the leading teacher also followed. Chu Han didn't want to go, but he accidentally saw a man and a woman standing by the wall on one side of the toilet, talking. They were about 30 years old. As they talked, they glanced over here from time to time. The feeling of uneasiness in Chu Han's heart became stronger and stronger. Then he saw Chu Wang also walking towards the toilet. Chu Han thought about it, and chose to follow him. Whether he was suspicious or not, since his parents asked him to take good care of his brother, he couldn't be too far away from his brother. He came to the outside of the toilet. There was a long line outside. He chose to stand by and watch with the leader teacher. The male teacher asked, Xiao Han, don't you want to go to the toilet? Chu Han shook his head. I wait for my brother. Hearing this, the teacher looked at Chu Han with more approval. Not long after, Chu Wang went into the toilet, but then Chu Han saw the man and woman from before, and the man also went into the toilet. A little boy in the queue said to the leader teacher dissatisfiedly, Teacher, the uncle just cut in line. Of course the leader teacher saw it, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. After all, it's better not to have conflicts with others when such a large group of students go out. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the parents and the school will not let the teacher go. The leader teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Line up properly. Anyway, it's enough to ensure the personal safety of these students. How can you not suffer any loss in other aspects? But Chu Han was not as calm as the leader teacher. He took a step to go in, but unexpectedly, he was grabbed by the leader teacher next to him. Hey Xiaohan, you can't do this. If you want to go to the toilet, you have to queue up. It's other people's business if they don't have good manners. You are good students, don't you know that? Xiaohan wanted to break away from the teacher, but he couldn't because he was too weak, so he simply said, Teacher, the uncle who just went in doesn't look like a good person. The leader teacher was amused. Can you still tell whether he is a good person? We can't define others' goodness or badness based on one thing, understand? But the teacher obviously misunderstood. Xiaohan wanted to explain, but couldn't find a reason. He felt that the uncle was not a good person, but he felt that no one would believe it if he told others. Just as they were in a stalemate, Xiaohan came out. Seeing this, Xiaohan's heart finally settled down. As long as my brother is fine, it's fine. However, the next second, Xiaohan frowned again. His eyes fell on Xiaohan's school uniform pants, and saw half of a big and round rainbow lollipop sticking out. He was sure that Xiaohan didn't have this lollipop on him before he went in. So where did this lollipop come from? Brother. Xiaohan chased him. Do you have a lollipop in your pocket? Where did it come from? Xiaohan took the lollipop out of his pocket and whispered to Xiaohan, Brother, are you talking about this? This is given to me by an uncle. Uncle? Could it be the man who just went in? Yeah. Uncle said that his stall is just in front of the west gate, and said that if I think it tastes good, I can go to him again, and he will give me another one for free. After hearing this, Xiaohan felt that it was wrong no matter how he thought about it. Giving things to people for no reason, and giving them in a place like the toilet. It was very wrong. Xiaohan repeatedly told Xiaohan, You can't go to that uncle anymore, stay away from that uncle. Xiaohan was unhappy now, and said in a wronged voice, Brother, don't you want to see me? His parents loved him more, so his brother must be unhappy. Now even a strange uncle is nice to him, so his brother must be even more unhappy. I'm going to find him. After saying that, Xiaohan ran away. Xiaohan had no choice but to take care of Xiaohan as much as possible, and let Xiaohan stay in his sight. But when everyone entered the picnic area and had a lively lunch, the friends recovered their energy and had fun around. The teachers had to clean up the stalls for the students, clean up the garbage, organize things, and even some female students had their braids loose while playing, and the teachers had to comb them again. In this hustle and bustle, many students shouted to go to the toilet. Anyway, they had already been to the toilet once, and it was not far away. In addition, the teacher really couldn't spare anyone, so he could only tell everyone to go together, and wait for roll call when they came back. For a while, many students dispersed. Xiaohan turned his eyes, and searched for Xiaohan in the crowd. He saw Xiaohan was alone, running in the direction of the stall that the uncle mentioned earlier. He hurriedly ran to catch up, but there were classmates passing by from time to time, and there were other adults camping and playing here. Xiaohan's sight was blocked by the back and forth, and he couldn't see Xiaohan's figure for a while. Xiaohan! Xiaohan shouted anxiously, but there was no response. All he could hear was the noisy sounds in the park. He must have gone to that stall. Xiaohan hurriedly ran towards the west gate, because Xiaohan said that the uncle's stall was at the west gate. But when he arrived at the west gate, he saw that there were no stalls at the west gate, only a wide road outside the gate, with pedestrians and vehicles coming and going. Xiaohan's heart fell straight down. His brother was gone. The uneasiness that had always hovered in his heart finally turned into reality. Xiaohan! Xiaohan stood there at a loss. But what he didn't know was that there was a stone tablet not far from him. Xiaohan hid behind the stone tablet, poked his head out, secretly glanced at Xiaohan's back, and licked the lollipop in his hand. Soon, he would no longer have a brother. Ugh! Suddenly, a big hand appeared from behind him and covered his mouth. Xiaohan instinctively began to struggle, but a chuckle came from his ear. It was that uncle. Xiaohan's heart instantly sank into an ice cellar. He stared at Xiaohan with his eyes wide open, and stretched out his hand towards Xiaohan's back. But before he could straighten his hand, he was caught by another pair of big hands and pulled back. Snap! The rainbow lollipop fell, and landed on the grass with a slight sound. When Xiaohan found the lollipop on the grass, it was too late. The teachers and students were all panicked when they heard the news. They called the police and notified Xiaohan's parents. They searched for 2 days in a row, but there was still no trace of Xiaohan. The police sent a message saying that the surveillance camera in that corner of the park had been broken for a long time, and the surveillance cameras in other places did not capture anything. When Xu Yechuan learned about it, he realized that the two human traffickers had planned it in advance. They stepped on the spot and waited there specifically, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Snap slapped Chu Han in the face heavily by Xia Bingmei. I told you to keep an eye on him. How do you think so? Xia Bingmei's eyes were red, and her hair was messy. It was obvious that she hadn't closed her eyes for a long time, and hadn't washed herself. She looked at Chu Han with eyes like an enemy. Chu Han's body couldn't withstand Xia Bingmei's slap, and he accidentally fell to the ground, his ears buzzing. He shook his head. Xia Bingmei's insulting voice continued, but it was much more distant, as if there was a thick barrier between them. Xia Bingmei still felt that it was not enough, and she cried and threw herself on Chu Han, beating and scolding him. Give my son back to me. Give it back to me. Chu Han didn't move, nor did he say anything back, just let Xia Bingmei beat and scold him. After a long time, Chu Yechuan finally pulled Xia Bingmei away and said coldly, Chu Han, I don't believe that Xiao Wang's disappearance has nothing to do with you. Don't think I don't know what's in your mind. I will go find your Uncle Wei. You should know your Uncle Wei's ability. He will definitely help us find Xiao Wang, but you owe him for the rest of your life. Chapter 125. After a week of drizzling rain, it began to get heavier. The people in the base were looking forward to it at the beginning, but gradually became uneasy later. Everyone could see that this rain was like the melting of snow and the rise in temperature, which meant that another natural disaster had come. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel lucky that there was a base. The base occupied the high ground, and the senior executives were still sitting on the mountain. They didn't need to panic. Anyway, they just had to hold on to the big tree of the base. Shen Si stood in front of the window, holding a cup of hot milk in his hand, watching the heavy rain outside the window, swooshing and washing the buildings and the ground, and couldn't help frowning. Shen Ming came over and said, Are you worried about Chu Han? Shen Si was silent, and just nodded. Since a few days ago, Chu Yechuan has sent people to look for Chu Han from time to time. Chu Yechuan has a high status in the base, and he has the means to know where Chu Han is now, so he sent people to find their home accurately. As expected, Chu Han naturally refused. But it was useless for him to refuse. The house was here, and he couldn't leave. Even if he changed houses, it was useless because Chu Yechuan had the ability to find them, as long as their family was still in the base. Chu Han didn't want to see Chu Yechuan's people disturbing him again, so he went out this morning and went to the Chu family in person to make a thorough conclusion of this so-called kinship. Chu family. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. Chu Yechuan sat on a chair, puffing on the cigarette in his hand. Xia Bingmei brought the food out of the kitchen, put it on the table, and set the dishes. Chu Wang sat next to him, waiting eagerly for food. You are quite arrogant. Chu Yechuan said in a gloomy voice, As a father, I can't invite my son no matter how many times I send people to invite him. There was anger in his voice. Chu Han was used to it and ignored it. He just glanced at the table behind Chu Yechuan. There were meat, vegetables, white rice, and mutant fruits on the table. Xia Bingmei slowly arranged the dishes and chopsticks. When she finished the third set, she stopped adding more. Instead, she noticed Chu Han's sight and looked up. Her eyebrows were slightly twisted, and a hint of vigilance appeared in her eyes. Chu Han retracted his sight, and signaled Gu Song behind him to push him away. Gu Song got the order, and turned the wheelchair around. But before he turned around, a voice came to stop him. You treat your father with this attitude? Chu Han clenched the armrest of the wheelchair. If you have something to say, just say it. Chu Yechuan was even more angry, but then he thought of what Wei Hongshan said to him a few days ago, forcing him to endure it now. Wei Hongshan told him, Old Chu Xiaohan. Hey, his legs may never stand up again. I originally planned to let him take on the position of commander, but, you know, I don't have the final say in the base. I can't even keep his status as a guard now. Chu Yechuan was excited when he heard the first half of the sentence. Commander, if he takes on the position, how much supplies can he get from the base? Their family will live a better life in the future, and more importantly, they will have real power. However, after hearing the second half of Wei Hongshan's sentence, Chu Yechuan's face turned ugly. Wei Hongshan said it tactfully, but the meaning was simple. Chu Han's status as a guard was cancelled. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Wei Hongshan patted his shoulder and said, Old Chu, Xiaohan is your son. I know you feel worse than anyone else. In fact, it's good. The base has discussed and decided to give you a long vacation. It's just right for you to have some time to rest, and take the opportunity to ease the father-son relationship between you and Chu Han. After Wei Hongshan finished speaking, Chu Yechuan felt that his hands and feet began to stiffen. It sounds good to let him take a break, as if he is considering him everywhere, but what is the reality? Once this long vacation is given, he can't come back. This is a dismissal, and if their family loses the source of supplies, their lives will inevitably fall into decline. Chu Yechuan put down the cigarette, raised his head again, and faced the sun in front of him. There is one thing he has to admit, that his current status in the base is mostly due to Chu Han's credit. Even when Chu Han was in Jianan City before, the Jingbei base always gave the Chu family preferential treatment because of him. Now, what they eat and drink at the dinner table actually belong to Chu Han. Chu Yechuan has always known that Chu Han is much better than Chu Wang, but when Chu Han was young, he wanted to pave a good official career for him. Why did he? For a moment, Chu Yechuan felt disappointed. It seemed that he had too high expectations for Chu Han, and was too strict. Chu Han was not a child who could make his elders happy, so the gap between them became bigger and bigger. In addition, Chu Wang was kidnapped. He believed that Chu Han was jealous of his younger brother, and thought that he was bad from the root, and had no value to be cultivated, so he completely abandoned his son. Unexpectedly, the son he abandoned has now become the support of the whole family. Chu Yechuan tightened his jaw, unwilling to admit that he had made a mistake. I heard that you were removed from your position as a guard by the base? Chu Yechuan asked. Chu Han said, you are well informed. Listen, is this the attitude of a son talking to his father? The father-son relationship that Chu Yechuan had just felt was shattered in an instant. Go tell your Uncle Wei now that you can't withdraw this identity. Once you withdraw, it means you can no longer enjoy the benefits of the base, and then the whole family will starve to death. The purpose of this statement is too strong. Even Gu Song, an outsider, can't listen to it. The eldest brother's leg is not healed yet. What if his leg is not healed? Xiao Bingmei suddenly spoke up, glancing at Chu Han. Isn't it said that your shooting is the most accurate in the base? If you are really capable, you can earn supplies even if you can't stand up. Gu Song was so angry. This is the eldest brother's biological mother? He couldn't help but want to speak up for the eldest brother, but heard the eldest brother chuckle. Don't you save money? Speaking, Chu Han's eyes swept across the dining table again. Xiao Bingmei was speechless. Chu Wang said at the right time, Brother, I was kidnapped when I was a child. You know, those people didn't give me food. I really couldn't stand the hunger. Chu Wang's voice became softer, and he carefully looked at Chu Han's face. In the past, whenever he said this, his brother would not respond, but he would look guilty, so he would give him any good things. But what happened now? Why is his brother indifferent? Chu Yechuan took a puff of cigarette and blew out a turbid smoke ring. No matter what, this is what you owe your brother. As long as there is this reason, no matter how capable Ren Chu Han is, he must obey. However, Chu Yechuan never expected that the words that had worked every time before were no longer effective. He heard Chu Han's calm voice. I don't owe it anymore. Not only because of his tolerance over the years, but also because he handed over all his supplies to help Chu Wang deal with the aftermath last time. It was enough to pay it off. What did you say? Chu Yechuan slammed the table and stood up, staring at Chu Han angrily. But for some reason, he was standing and Chu Han was sitting, and he was looking down on him, but he suddenly felt unsure in his heart. He could only use his momentum and voice to maintain his dignity as a father and try to suppress Chu Han. Chu Han looked at Chu Yechuan indifferently. I said, I don't owe it anymore. From now on, your family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Your family. These 3 words were like a basin of ice water, pouring down on Chu Yechuan's head. He realized that it seemed that Chu Han had never called him mom and dad since a long time ago. He seemed to be really losing this son. You? Chu Yechuan felt a sense of panic for no reason. He wanted to say something else, but Gu Song pushed Chu Han to turn around at Chu Han's signal. By the way, don't bother ACI anymore. My shooting skills are indeed pretty good. You. Chu Yechuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood and almost fell over. You beast! Do you want to kill us? Every word of curse exploded behind him, but Chu Han didn't look back even once. Xiao Bingmei chased him out. Do you think that with your useless appearance now, there is still a girl who is willing to be with you? Isn't it for the last value of you? When you are kicked out, I see what you will do. Xiao Bingmei seemed to have seen Chu Han become a cripple who no one wanted, begging at their doorstep, and she couldn't help but pull up the corners of her mouth and wanted to smile. But before she could fully smile, a series of footsteps came up from the bottom of the stairs. Then, a beautiful figure appeared. Shenxiai climbed several flights of stairs, his cheeks flushed with fatigue, but when he saw that Chu Han was fine, he smiled again. Is everything handled? Shenxiai ran to Chu Han, squatted down and asked him. Chu Han's eyes, which were so cold that they seemed to be frozen, suddenly melted, and then frowned again, raised his hand, and rubbed Shenxi's arm. "Why are you here? Are you wet?" Shenxi smiled and said, "No, I drove here to take you home. The temperature outside is neither cold nor hot, but it is raining continuously. But because the foundation is located at a high geographical location, there is no accumulation of water, so the car can be driven, and she was not wet at all. Come, I help you. It's not that easy to go down the stairs in a wheelchair. Gu-song alone is too tired, so more people are needed to help." Shenxi and Gu-song worked together to help Chu-han down the stairs, saying, "Mom and Dad have prepared lunch at home and are waiting for you to come home. They have cooked all your favorite dishes. By the way, Gu-song, you can come along too. It will be more lively with more people." "That's great. Thank you, sister-in-law." "You're welcome." Xia Bingmei stood at the door of her house, listening to the bright and cheerful voices gradually going downstairs. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. What she said just now, that Chu-han was driven out, was like a slap in her face. The little girl who came to pick up Chu-han was dressed neatly and beautiful. When she looked at Chu-han, the light in her eyes didn't seem fake, and the smile on her face was real. Xia Bingmei was sure. "I'm already a cripple, but someone still wants me." Xia Bingmei suddenly felt angry and irritated. "My parents have already prepared lunch at home." "Whose parents?" "Chu-han's parents are here. They're not dead yet." "Chu Yechuan. Look at your good son. He's recognizing someone else as his father. What are you crazy about?" Shenxi didn't know that his appearance had caused a commotion in the Chu family. But Chu Yechuan didn't send anyone to the house again. I don't know if he has figured it out, or if he was removed from his position at the base, and no longer has real power. Outside the window, it was pouring rain. Chu-han was picking the leaves in the basin slowly. Shenxi sat beside him, holding his face, and looking at him infatuatedly. Chu-han was already good-looking. Now he was sitting in a wheelchair. The sharp breath on his body, which was like ice, melted and became warm. In addition, since Chu-han came to her house, the gloom between his eyebrows was gone. He became more talkative and more fond of laughing. Chu-han turned his head with amusement. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shenxi asked foolishly. "Chu-han, has anyone ever told you that you are very good-looking?" "Good-looking." Chu-han couldn't help but recall that when his grandmother told him, before she died, Xia Bingmei didn't like him because he looked like his aunt, and had been a beauty since she was a child, but unfortunately she passed away early. Chu-han had no impression of her at all, and had only seen her in photos. When he was a child, he actually hated his face a little, but now... Chu-han looked at Shenxi with burning eyes. "Do you really think I am good-looking?" Shenxi's heart skipped a beat. I go see if the water outside is ready." Shenxi stood up, but because of her haste, she accidentally kicked the trash can when she walked. "Be careful." Chu-han quickly reached out, and held Shenxi's waist to steady him. Shenxi pressed close to Chu-han, her eyes lowered and her cheeks blushed, but her hands were honest, scratching Chu-han's chest, feeling firm and broad. Her little movements were like a cat, and Chu-han's ears also turned red. "Do you like to touch it?" A low voice came from the top of her head. Shenxi nodded, "Yes." Wait, what is she saying? I don't mean that." Shenxi quickly struggled out of Chu-han's arms, raised her head, and glanced at Chu-han with guilt, and then she realized something belatedly. Your legs are healed? Can you stand up?" Shenxi was shocked. She didn't mind Chu-han's inability to stand up, but she knew that Chu-han must be feeling very uncomfortable, so she stayed with him and talked to him to relieve his boredom, and Chu-han's face did not look sad during this period. Chu-han realized that he was exposed, and he kept screaming and sat back in the wheelchair. "Maybe it's a short medical miracle." Shenxi laughed angrily. "Medical miracle, right? I go find Gu-song now." Shenxi was about to leave, and Chu-han finally got anxious and stood up again to hold Shenxi. "Don't go." He didn't want her to know about his affairs from others. Shenxi turned around and glared at Chu-han angrily. Chu-han had no choice but to compromise with a smile. Okay, I tell you everything." So Chu-han colluded with the doctor, pretending that it was difficult to stand up again, and told Shenxi everything. "Only in this way can I get rid of the identity of the guardian." At first, he voluntarily took on the identity in order to rescue Uncle Xia, and later in order to provide convenience and help to Shenxi in the base, but now, in Jingbei, even without the identity of the guardian, he can protect Shenxi. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Shenxi complained. Chu-han looked away with a guilty conscience. If she had told her earlier, she would still Will you still stay with me like now? Shen Xiai was stunned. She didn't expect Chu Han to ask this question. She wanted to escape, but Chu Han looked at her tightly and grabbed her hand. You said you would support me for life, and I took it seriously. Chu Han suddenly felt a little scared, and he couldn't help but use a little force to hold Shen Xi's hand. Shen Xiai hissed in pain, and Chu Han quickly let go of Shen Xiai. I'm sorry. He didn't want to hurt her, and he didn't even ask this question. As long as he could stay with her, he would be satisfied, but he couldn't control himself. He greedily wanted to occupy more, and wanted to confirm again and again. Shen Xiai didn't know Chu Han's past before. In her heart, Chu Han seemed to be able to solve any problems well. Whenever Chu Han was there, she felt at ease, and liked the feeling of being together. It was not until today, at the Chu family, that she finally got a glimpse of Chu Han's past. No wonder Chu Han said that he had no parents. Parents like that are indeed worse than not having them. So perhaps, the sense of security she gave him was not enough. Shen Xiai climbed Chu Han's shoulders, tiptoed, raised his face, and gently placed a soft kiss on Chu Han's lips. The moment their skin touched, a warm, sweet breath spread in Chu Han's heart. Shen Xiai let go of Chu Han and asked very closely, Is this enough? Not enough. Chu Han put his arm around Shen Xi's waist, leaving him nowhere to escape, lowered his head, and gradually deepened the kiss. The rainstorm lasted for several months, occasionally stopping in the middle. When it stopped, the people in the base would go out to see if they could find any supplies. Shen Xiai was no exception. Shen Ming drove the family's black SUV. Shen Xiai sat in the back seat, hugged Chu Han's arm, rested his head on Chu Han's shoulder, and looked at the gloomy sky outside the window, all of which were doomsday scenes. From time to time, Shen Ming saw the couple in the back seat whispering and laughing through the rearview mirror, and the sense of happiness overflowed to him. You two are enough. There are outsiders in the car, Shen Ming said angrily and amusedly. Shen Xiai corrected Shen Ming's words. Brother, you are not an outsider, we are a family. This touched Shen Ming's heart, and the sour feeling just now disappeared without a trace. Yes, they are a family. No matter how the outside world changes, as long as the family is together, any difficulties can be overcome. Speaking of it, Shen Ming is more fortunate that Chu Han is willing to come to their house, and be willing to accompany Ah-Si. During the time when Chu Han was here, he and his parents clearly noticed that Ah-Si became more cheerful and less tense, as if the most beloved little princess of their family before the end of the world was back. All these changes were brought about by Chu Han. Chu Han is like a reassurance pill. With him, the sky of the end of the world will not fall on their family. But on the other hand, the Chu family was not doing so well. Since Chu Han lost his status as a guard, Chu Yechuan was also dismissed from his post, and the family had completely cut off their income. At first, they didn't feel much, but as the days passed, they couldn't adapt to the frugal life, and the supplies were almost gone soon. There are so many jobs in the base, and you don't like this or that. Do you want us mother and son to starve? Xiao Bingmei asked sternly. Chu Yechuan sat at the dining table, looking at the pitiful dishes on the table. His face was ashen. Want him to work? A former high-ranking official in the base has fallen to the same level as an ordinary survivor. How will those people who disagree with him politically and don't deal with him look at him? I'm afraid they will laugh their teeth off. Chu Yechuan didn't dare to say these thoughts, nor did he dare to face them. But Xiao Bingmei didn't care about Chu Yechuan's face. She just wanted to survive. It's that simple. Xiao Bingmei continued to blame Chu Yechuan. Chu Yechuan became more and more annoyed. Have you said enough? A roar interrupted Xiao Bingmei. Xiao Bingmei grabbed Chu Wang's arm. She was afraid in her heart, so she finally shut up. Chu Wang looked at everything in front of him, and had no intention of trying to stop the fight. Seeing that Xiao Bingmei was silent, he had to stand up. Dad, Mom is right. If we don't find a job, what will our family do in the future? Who knew that when it came to this, Chu Yechuan was even more angry. You still have the nerve to say that. Chu Wang, you have already grown up. Whose son is so old, and still needs to rely on his father to support him? Why are you angry with Xiao Wang? He has been scared since he was a child. How can you let him work? Chu Yechuan sneered. Are you scared of shooting and killing people in the base? When it comes to this, Chu Yechuan can't help but regret it. He never expected that. He thought his youngest son was well-behaved and obedient, but he didn't expect that he had no ability at all when encountering things. When Chu Wang shot and killed people, he should have understood it as early as when Chu Wang shot and killed people, but unfortunately at that time, he was only busy with Chu Han. Compared to Chu Han, he is far worse. Chu Yechuan finally said what was in his heart. Chu Yechuan. I want to divorce you. Another quarrel broke out. Shen Xiai had been out for a day and had a good understanding of the situation outside. Except for the huge plateau where their base was located, other places and many cities were almost flooded. On the way back, they met the base's convoy. The guards rescued several survivors. From the survivors, they learned that the heavy rain not only caused floods, but also an earthquake in the coastal area, causing a tsunami. It can be said that only the plateau occupied by the Beijing North Base has become the last safe haven. After returning to the base, the car was heading to the rich area. Halfway through the drive, 3 people suddenly jumped out from the roadside and stopped the car. The 3 people had messy hair and dirty clothes, and they were in a very embarrassed state. Shen Xiai lowered the car window, and was stunned for a long time before recognizing that the woman was Xia Bingmei. Xia Bingmei rushed to the window, and tried to reach in to grab Chu Han, which frightened Shen Xiai and quickly closed the car window, but still left a gap. Xia Bingmei's muffled voice came from outside. You are an unfilial son. Being a son to others here, have you ever thought that your biological father and mother were driven out? Chu Yechuan was dismissed, and could no longer live in the military area. They were arguing about divorce, and a group of guards rushed in and drove them out. Xia Bingmei was angry, especially when she saw the Shen family's car. She was even more angry. Shen Xiai and Shen Ming didn't know what to do, so they could only look at Chu Han. Chu Han held Shen Xi's hand. Let's go. The Chu family's affairs had nothing to do with him, and he had already paid back the debts he owed. The car started again and drove away. Shen Xiai saw Chu Yechuan and Chu Wang standing on the side of the road through the rearview mirror, and saw Xia Bingmei chasing after him like crazy. Is it really okay? Shen Xiai was a little worried about Chu Han. Chu Han held Shen Xi's hand tighter. It's okay, I already have a real family. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan were both very kind and loved children very much. Shen Ming was not to mention, and there was also Ah Xiai who could be entrusted with his back. He thought he would live alone in this life, but God still treated him well to meet Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai held Chu Han's hand back and smiled at each other. The car gradually went away, and the destination was happiness.